Staring at the phone screen that had already returned to the chat interface, Sean's expression turned exceedingly grim. Just moments ago he had received a video call from his parents, and during the call they mentioned one particular matter. A super asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers would collide with Earth in a little over 3 months. I just graduated from university and haven't even had time to be beaten up by society, and now it's already the end of the world. Sean was utterly speechless. Still, he knew that being able to receive advance notice was already more than most could hope for, all thanks to the fact that both his parents were expert professors. They were certainly not those incompetent so-called experts, one specialized in astrophysics and the other in genetic engineering. Both had just been requisitioned by the state and drafted into some grand project. As for why they were still able to inform Sean, it was naturally because those above had tacitly allowed it. After all, with his parents taken away, what was Sean supposed to do on his own? If Sean himself was not properly arranged for, how could anyone expect his father and mother to devote themselves to their work in peace? Still, his parents repeatedly warned him that this information must not be spread lest it cause tremendous trouble. Besides this notification, Sean had also obtained a ticket. If the catastrophe truly occurred, he would be taken at the first possible moment to the largest underground shelter in the region to survive. This was the true reason his father and mother were willing to be conscripted, even though it might mean the three of them would never see one another again. After all, never meeting again was still better than being separated by life and death. What was more, as long as one stayed alive, there was still hope. Sean stared blankly at his phone screen for over half an hour before finally opening his computer and going online to search. He first searched for news regarding that super asteroid, only to find, as expected, nothing at all. When he climbed over the wall to browse foreign sites, he did find some related information, but most of it was ambiguous and difficult to verify. It was obvious that even those supposedly free and democratic foreigners were at this moment likewise blocking information and steering public opinion. Sean did not feel there was anything wrong with such actions. After all, once a world-ending natural disaster of this scale was widely publicized, humanity would probably manage to destroy itself even before the super asteroid struck Earth. Although that electronic ticket granted him access to the largest underground shelter, Sean's nature had never allowed him to entrust his own safety entirely to others. Besides, even if he went there, what then? Being under others' control could be tolerated, and food, drink, and basic necessities would certainly be guaranteed, but any thought of comfort had best be abandoned. Benefiting from his parents' excellent genes, Sean had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood. After confirming that the online world was still full of songs and dancing, he shifted his focus entirely to self-rescue. If I want to survive a world-ending catastrophe like a super asteroid striking Earth, the first problem to solve is the shelter. This shelter must be sufficiently concealed and sturdy. Concealment is to avoid potential dangers, because in an apocalypse the most dangerous thing is often the human heart. As for sturdiness, that is to prepare for deadly earthquakes. Of course, if it happens to lie near the asteroid's impact point, then no matter how solid the shelter is, it will still be useless. Unless the shelter itself extends several thousand meters underground, a super asteroid, or even just a fragment of one, falling nearby would still mean complete destruction. Beyond that, food, water, medicine, energy, clothing, tools, seeds, materials, and other living supplies are essential, along with certain equipment that would not only increase my chances of survival but also allow me to live better. Sean understood clearly that the hardest part of surviving the apocalypse was not the initial outbreak of disaster but what came after. According to the information he found online, once a super asteroid struck Earth, it would not only cause extinction on the scale of the dinosaurs, but for a very long time afterward the sky over the entire planet would be shrouded in darkness as Earth plunged into a new ice age. In such circumstances, food and water, indispensable for human survival, would become the critical issue. Relying solely on stockpiles would never last long enough. Indoor cultivation and indoor breeding would become inevitable. Of course, if one failed to survive the initial onset of the disaster, there would naturally be no need to worry about any of these problems. Sean searched for relevant information online while continuously supplementing and refining the doomsday survival plan he had drawn up for himself. Not until after 11 o'clock at night did Sean finally stop. This plan is far from complete or comprehensive, but for me it's already the limit of what I can manage. Next, I need to prepare all the supplies on this list as much as possible before the news spreads too widely. The first thing to prepare is the location of the shelter. Sean glanced at the time on his phone, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. Though there were still more than 3 months left before the asteroid's impact, Sean understood very well that if his own parents could leak the news to him, then the number of people who knew could not be small. Perhaps at this very moment many important figures were already preparing for the imminent end of the world. For those with both wealth and power, building a safer shelter would be far easier than it would ever be for Sean. A proper shelter had to be hidden within a mountain's core or sunk deep underground, and such projects required no small amount of time. Maybe I could consider an abandoned air raid shelter. As this thought came to him, Sean suddenly remembered something. He quickly opened Billy, typed abandoned air raid shelter into the search bar and hit enter. Soon a pile of videos related to those keywords appeared on his computer screen. Sean swiftly filtered through them and quickly found a particular video he had watched before. If I'd known, I would have just bookmarked it so I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Grumbling to himself, Sean clicked open the video. The creator of this video happened to live in the same city as Sean. It was an exploration-type video documenting a trip into an abandoned air raid shelter located in the suburbs. As he watched, Sean began to analyze. The shelter was actually not very large, but though small it was fully equipped with all the essentials. What left him most at a loss for words was that it even had a restroom. No, the characters on the wall said latrine, clearly indicating it's a. This place is remote enough. Although the interior is filthy and in disrepair, it saves me the most time-consuming work of excavation and construction. As long as I'm willing to spend the money, it could be renovated within just a few days. There's even its own underground water source, which is all the more precious. The question now is, how do I acquire this place? The creator said this small hill likely belongs to a nearby village, so I could try to lease it. But if I do that, I'll need a good excuse, or it'll be easy for someone observant to sense that something is wrong. With that in mind, Xiao En wrote down detailed arrangements in his notebook, including leasing, renovation, supply, procurement, and more. Besides this abandoned air raid shelter, Xiao En also prepared a backup plan to purchase a rural farmhouse and use renovation and rebuilding as a pretext to construct a sufficiently sturdy and practical basement. By the time Xiao En had spent yet more hours further detailing his plan, the sky outside was already turning faintly bright. Summer days came early, though it was only a little after 5. He could no longer sit still. Though a detailed plan was important, putting it into action was even more crucial, otherwise it would remain nothing but empty talk. However, before he could secure that abandoned air raid shelter, there was one more thing Xiao En had to do. He had to get money. A shelter capable of keeping him alive for at least 5 years after the disaster would require substantial funds, both for the construction itself and for stockpiling supplies. After using the time spent washing his face and brushing his teeth to calm himself down again, Xiao En took out the family savings passbook, bank cards, and the property ownership certificate for their home. The apartment owned by Xiao En's family had originally been allocated to his parents by their school. It was a genuine top-tier school district home, and on top of that was located in the city center. Although it was not in the very heart of downtown, the current price had still soared to nearly 60,000 yuan per square meter, an absurdly high figure. The large 3-bedroom unit of more than 150 square meters was now worth close to 10 million on the market. Yet Xiao En had no intention of selling the family apartment, for although property prices were sky-high, the number of people who could actually afford to take over such a home was limited. What mattered most was that Xiao En was in urgent need of cash, so it was impossible for him to grant potential buyers the time needed to arrange a mortgage that would drag on far too long. If he lowered the price a little, it would hardly make a difference. If he slashed it too much, the funds he could actually use would shrink drastically, making the sale not worth it at all. After placing all the important documents into a file folder, Xiao En changed into a fresh set of clothes and left home. Although it was only early summer, the temperature was already far from cool. Fortunately, it was still early. Xiao En went straight to his BYD new energy car. The vehicle had been a birthday gift from his parents when he turned 22. As for his driver's license, he had taken the test on campus and passed it with ease. Following the in-car navigation, Xiao En drove for nearly 2 hours before finally reaching his destination, a desolate mountain on the northern outskirts of the city. After circling the foot of the mountain twice, he located a very concealed and dilapidated entrance to an air raid shelter. The place was indeed rather secluded, but Xiao En also understood that in an apocalypse such seclusion might actually be an advantage. Compared to natural disasters, man-made calamities were often even more terrifying. Armed with the video he had seen from that content creator, Xiao En did not venture inside. The interior was filthy, cluttered, and pitch black. Heaven only knew what dangers might be lurking within. After taking a few photos, Xiao En got back into the car and turned around to head back. When he passed a nearby village, he hesitated for a moment, but neither stopped the car nor went in to discuss any contracting matters. Having been influenced by his parents since childhood, Xiao En knew very well that professional matters were best handled by professionals. By the time his car returned to the urban area, it was already after 9 in the morning. Xiao En found a spot to park, then took out his phone and dialed a number. The ringtone sounded for quite a while before someone finally picked up and a bewildered voice came through. "Who is this?" "Defei, did you pull another all-nighter?" Xiao En asked helplessly. "So it's you, Xiao Yang." Lying in bed with sleep still clouding his face, Zhao Fei looked utterly defeated by life. "Couldn't you have called a little later? I'm so sleepy." Defei was the nickname Xiao En had given his friend, yes, after that character from the old gangster films. As for Xiao Yang, that was naturally the nickname Zhao Fei had bestowed on his friend Xiao Yang, Xiao En, as he liked to joke. "I've got a deal worth over 10 million. You in?" Xiao En went straight to the point. "TCH, I just closed 2 deals worth over 100 million with a pair of young ladies last night," Zhao Fei muttered dismissively. Zhao Fei curled his lip. "I'm talking about RMB," Xiao En said with a smile. "What? A deal worth over 10 million yuan? Xiao Yang, you didn't just wake up from some confused dream, did you?" Zhao Fei immediately sobered up quite a bit. His family did have some money and certain connections in society, but a deal in excess of 10 million yuan was still a major undertaking even for the Zhao family. Given what he knew about his friend, Zhao Fei might have believed in a deal of a few $100,000, but over 10 million. That sounded impossible. "My parents, in order to support my startup, agreed to let me mortgage our apartment," Xiao En replied. "Damn. Your place is a dual school district apartment, 150 square meters, that really is worth over 10 million. Zhao Fei suddenly perked up, sitting bolt upright on the bed. "But how did uncle and auntie agree to let you do that?" "Don't ask why. All the documents are in my hands, we can complete the formalities at any time," Xiao En said. Xiao En had no intention of telling his friend that the end of the world was on its way. It was not that he was cold-blooded, some things simply could not be spoken aloud though they could be acted upon. For instance, this plan to contract a mountain, refurbish an air raid shelter and purchase massive quantities of supplies. Given what Xiao En knew of Zhao Fei, his friend would definitely sense that something was amiss. By the time Zhao Fei noticed and chose to act, it would no longer be Xiao En's responsibility. In doing things this way, he would also avoid dragging his parents into trouble, killing two birds with one stone, which suited him perfectly. I still think it's more reliable if I call uncle and auntie. I don't want to get scolded to death later, Zhao Fei said. He did not mind earning something while helping his friend, but this was not a matter he dared to handle casually. You can't reach them. They've joined a state-funded research project, Xiao En replied, unsurprised by his friend's reaction. He then gave a small hint, don't worry. It's only a mortgage and only for 6 months. You know my parents' income and our family's repayment capacity. Even if I end up losing money, as long as it's not a total loss, we'll be fine. Ba ba ba. Auspicious words only. Leaning back against the headboard, Zhao Fei hastily spat a few times to dispel bad luck. Who talks about losing money before the business even starts? That's way too inauspicious. Besides, even if you want to start a business, you don't have to go this big right from the start. Wouldn't 1 or 2 million be enough for now? The main issue is that the scope of what I'm setting up is rather large. I don't want to run into a cash crunch later, so I'm planning to get everything in place in one go. Xiao En answered, his reasoning clear and methodical. Xiao Fei, you don't need to worry. You know my personality. If it becomes necessary, I'll definitely cut my losses, he added. All right then. Are you absolutely sure about this? Zhao Fei asked helplessly. He knew his friend all too well. Despite Xiao En's usually gentle demeanor, once he made up his mind, he could be as stubborn as a mule. Dragging him forward was impossible. Beating him back only made him more determined. Since there was no way to talk him out of it, the only thing Zhao Fei could do was to help handle the matter as well as possible. I'm sure, and I need it done quickly, Xiao En said. Glancing at the streams of people and vehicles outside the open-air parking lot, Xiao En added, the sooner the better. And the mortgage amount should be as high as possible, at least 10 million. If anyone else had made such a request, Zhao Fei would definitely have told them to get lost. Even with a dual school district apartment worth over 10 million under normal circumstances, one could usually only mortgage 30 to 40% of its value, at most 50 to 60%. However, considering the relationship between Xiao En's family and his own, Zhao Fei decided it was better to help. Otherwise, if he ran into Uncle and Auntie Xiao later, he would have no way to explain himself. This isn't something we can sort out over the phone. Where are you? I'll come find you, Zhao Fei asked. Near the KFC on Xin Street, Xiao En replied. I'll head out right away. I'll contact you when I'm there. See you in a bit. After ending the call, Xiao En opened his laptop and began searching online for suitable channels through which to purchase supplies. After a little more than half an hour, Zhao Fei called again. A short while later, the two met up at a Starbucks. Sit. Xiao En said, gesturing to the seat opposite where a cup of cappuccino had already been placed. Xiao Yang, are you really going this big? Zhao Fei asked as he sat down, unable to hold back, not even sparing a glance for the cappuccino his friend had ordered for him. Xiao Fei, don't ask too many questions. There are things you can observe for yourself, but you mustn't ask, and I won't say, Xiao En replied, shaking his head with a meaningful look. With my family's apartment, car, and everything else we can leverage, I need at least 10 million, and it would be best if the funds arrive today, he added. Hiss. Zhao Fei drew in a sharp breath, stunned. Initially, he had prepared many persuasive words for the journey, as a multi-million entrepreneurial venture sounded impressive. However, if it were to fail, it would undoubtedly be an immense blow to Sean's family. But who could have imagined that before Zhao Fei could even utter the words he had prepared, his friend's insinuating remarks completely silenced him. Money, the faster the better, the more the better. Sean placed the document bag containing the property certificate on the table. As for the loan duration, at least 6 months, a longer period is fine. At this moment, if Zhao Fei still couldn't see that something was amiss, he would truly have wasted the past 20 years of his life. Little sheep, could it be that something happened with uncle and aunt? Zhao Fei glanced at the bright red property certificate in the transparent document bag. If something happens, don't bear it alone. Even if I can't handle it, I still have my dad. At that very moment, far away in the Yuntang pawn shop on Shangxi Road, Zhao Guixian suddenly sneezed loudly. Who the hell is talking bad about me behind my back? Zhao Jiayuan wiped his nose and continued reading the documents. Damn it. What on earth is going on lately? Why do the changes in the real estate, credit, and financial markets seem increasingly incomprehensible? Unaware that his father had already sensed something, Zhao Fei ultimately failed to convince his friend. How about this? Since you urgently need money, I'll have my dad find a way. Zhao Fei said helplessly. No. Da Fei, you absolutely must not go through your family for this. Sean shook his head. Don't ask why, just consider that I don't want you to profit from this money. Well, with such words, Zhao Fei certainly understood that something was wrong. Alright, I'll contact them right now. Knowing something was off, Zhao Fei pulled out his phone and started dialing several numbers from his contacts one after another. In just about 10 minutes, Zhao Fei had secured 3 potential partners. Is that all? Sean was a little surprised. You're not familiar with this sort of thing. Xiao Fei shook his head. Don't ask me how it works anyway. The 10 million can be in your account today. However, when the people arrive, I need to handle everything. Don't speak up regardless of any questions you might have, alright? Okay. Sean answered without a hint of hesitation, responding decisively. Yet it was precisely this decisiveness that made Xiao Fei feel increasingly uneasy. To have a friend who knew him so well displaying such a drastic change meant that not only was there something wrong, but it was also significant. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei took the opportunity to call his father while the first partner had yet to arrive, explaining the situation briefly. Dad, this is what happened, but I still feel uneasy. Xiao Fei squatted in the restroom lighting a cigarette. This matter. Zhao Guixian couldn't help but think of the bizarre changes in the real estate, credit and financial investment sectors over the past few days. Alright, I understand. I will step in and finalize this. Since Yan Yang wants to start a business, you should stay close to him these days and help him as much as you can. But whatever you see or think about, come back and tell me in detail. Understood. Seeing that his father also took this matter seriously, Xiao Fei immediately felt relieved. By the way, Dad, I think the family funds. Enough. Don't worry about this, just take care of Yang Yang these next few days. Zhao Guixian interrupted his son's words. I'm not senile yet and I don't need you to teach me how to handle things. That's all. After finishing, he hung up. Glancing at the still beeping phone, Xiao Fei could only extinguish his cigarette and leave the restroom. It was unclear whether it was Zhao Guixian's influence, but the subsequent transaction process proceeded very smoothly. Although the three potential partners inquired indirectly about why the Zhao family wasn't handling the business, Xiao Fei brushed them off with reasons such as family issues and insufficient funds, along with the difficulty of working with acquaintances. Under normal circumstances, mortgaging property not only requires time but also faces various obstacles. One misstep could even lead to a contractual trap. Otherwise, how would those lending companies make a profit? However, after the Zhao family intervened, everything became considerably smoother. Of course, even so, Sean had to sign several clauses that favored the lending companies. For instance, the repayment period was extended from 6 months to a year, and while early repayment was prohibited, the interest rate increased significantly. But for Sean, this was not a problem at all. He signed without hesitation. One could not deny that private lending was efficient. Astonishingly, 12 million in funds was transferred to Sean's personal account before the bank closed. Da Fei, thank you. Looking at the bank deposit notification and the balance on his mobile banking app, Sean looked at his friend with grateful eyes. Thanks for what? You haven't even told me what exactly happened. Xiao Fei rolled his eyes in annoyance. Trust me, Da Fei, you won't regret helping this time. I believe you on that. Xiao Fei nodded. Alright, since the money has arrived, what's the next? There's still one more thing I need you to handle since your family has connections. Sean smiled as he took out another document bag and placed his prepared documents in front of his friend. After Xiao Fei glanced at the documents, his face was filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Don't ask, I won't explain. Just do as instructed, Sean interrupted first. What the hell? Xiao Fei felt like he was about to choke. Fine, you're the rich one, now you call the shots. What you need to do is to secure this place and contact a construction team. Sean smiled. It doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive, efficiency is the priority. Got it, and what about you? Xiao Fei nodded. I'm obviously going to buy. Sean said meaningfully. This was no joke. In the following 2 days, Sean indeed practiced what he preached and went on a buying spree. Rice flour oil, buy. Salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, buy. Chicken, duck, fish meat, buy. Tea, alcohol and drinks, buy. Masks and medicines, buy. Clothes, pants, shoes and hats, buy. Fuel and tools, buy. Besides that, Sean also procured many other items. To ensure smooth transactions, he tried to find local manufacturers or general agents for direct wholesale. Considering that many items required storage space, Sean also had his friend rent a farmhouse near the roadside not far from the air raid shelter to serve as a warehouse. Standing outside the abandoned air raid shelter, which had been in use for at least several decades, Xiao Fei waved his hand and the workers immediately rushed in with electric wires and lights. Yan Yang, why would you choose to live here instead of a perfectly good farmhouse? Is there something wrong with you? Xiao Fei looked at the dark entrance, his expression somewhat speechless. Trust me, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Sean smiled meaningfully but didn't press further to test his friend for the nth time. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded. On one hand, he didn't want to cause trouble for his parents. On the other hand, he had already noticed that his friend's family was taking action, clearly sensing something. Alright then. Xiao Fei nodded, looking at his friend with a complex gaze. Yang Yang, eye. Don't say anything, just don't say anything. Sean patted his friend's shoulder. I understand, I really do. Okay, I need to go back and help my dad with work now. Xiao Fei sighed inwardly, but if you need anything here, just give me a call. If I can't solve it, my dad can. Also be careful, especially with that village. One should not harbor malicious intent, but one must guard against others. I understand. Sean smiled as he continued. Thank you, Xiao Fei. If it weren't for you and Uncle Zhao's help, I wouldn't have been able to get things rolling this quickly. Don't mention it. If we're talking about thanks, it should be my dad and I thanking you instead. Zhao Fei smiled. Alright, hurry back. I imagine Uncle Zhao is busy too. Sean didn't respond but began to usher him away. Zhao Fei nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, took out his phone and sent Sean a QR code. Scan this. What is this? Sean looked at the QR code on his phone. It's a group for enthusiasts of apocalyptic survival. Zhao Fei smiled. I believe it will be of some use. Ha! I actually forgot about this, it's definitely useful. Thanks. Sean smiled in realization. Take care. Zhao Fei patted his friend's shoulder and then turned to leave. Watching his friend get in the car and drive away, Sean let out a long breath with a huh. His friend's family being able to react and take action immediately finally eased his mind. However, Sean also knew that although he had 12 million, it was nothing compared to the Zhao family. He could only set up a small shelter, whereas the Zhao family would certainly do much better. Stop thinking about this. Instead, think about what supplies need to be replenished. Sean glanced at the workers who were laying out the lights, and some had already pushed carts inside to start cleaning up the interior of the air raid shelter before returning to his car to begin a massive procurement. A few hours later, a knock sounded on the car window. Sean lifted his head, somewhat dazed, having been focused on collecting information and procuring supplies. He hadn't felt the passage of time. What's the matter? Sean asked as he lowered the window. Boss, there's a collapse in one area of the air raid shelter. What do you want to do? The one knocking was the foreman, a middle-aged man. A collapse? Is it serious? Sean frowned. Not seriously, but it does solve the ventilation issue. The foreman rubbed his hands with a sheepish smile. It might require a bit more work. Sean understood that the other party was trying to charge a bit more. He didn't mind paying extra, but that didn't mean he wanted to be taken advantage of. I'll check the situation first. You have the workers handle other areas for now, Sean said calmly. No problem, the foreman quickly replied. Soon, with a safety helmet on, Sean followed the foreman to the entrance of the collapsed room. The room had indeed collapsed, filled with dirt and rubble along with several chunks of broken concrete. I just sent someone up the mountain to take a look, and it's basically confirmed that this room leads directly to the mountaintop. The foreman pointed at the top of the room. Although we don't know how it happened, that passage can serve as a ventilation duct. The mountaintop? Sean asked, somewhat surprised. With a hole at the mountaintop and the air raid shelter having collapsed, a room, could it have been struck by a meteorite? Yes, the mountaintop, the foreman nodded quickly. Alright, then let's proceed as you said. Sean pondered for a moment. As for the project costs, as long as it's done well and quickly, money is not an issue. Boss, don't worry, there won't be any problems. The foreman's face broke into a wide smile. Sean didn't understand engineering and didn't mind spending a bit more money. After all, once the apocalypse comes, money won't be worth much. As for what if the apocalypse doesn't come, Did Sean really not consider this? Although the contracted mountain and land were barren, Sean wasn't worried about wasting his money. His mother worked in genetic engineering, specifically in agricultural genetic engineering. Coupled with various connections from his parents, while it might not be possible to make a fortune in a short time, he genuinely didn't need to worry about losing money. And those supplies, it's just half a year. Even if they're not used, they can be sold later. Even if he couldn't recover the original amount, getting back about 80 should be no problem. Even if that super asteroid were to be destroyed, such a world-ending disaster would surely cause price fluctuations, and he might even make a profit then. With money as motivation, the efficiency of the construction team was astonishingly high. As the workers had nearly finished cleaning the interior of the air raid shelter and began tidying up the collapsed area, Sean started to inspect his air raid shelter. The originally dark environment was brightly lit by the installed LED lights, and the messy surroundings had been quickly cleaned up. Although some traces were still visible, it was already much better than at the start, and there was even a hint of lemon-scented air freshener lingering in the air. As he arrived at the left room of the collapsed area, a glimmer of silver suddenly shot up from the wall behind him, swiftly piercing into the back of Sean's head. The next moment, Sean felt a dizzying sensation, nearly falling to the ground. When he struggled to steady himself, he was shocked to find himself standing in an unfamiliar space. What the hell? Where am I? Looking at the mist-shrouded yet still bright space, Sean appeared utterly bewildered. This space wasn't very large. He could see the surrounding mist at a glance, and the length, width, and height were all the same, clearly forming a cube. Is anyone there? Sean tried to shout, but no one responded. I want to go back, he shouted again. This time he received a response. The scenery before him blurred, and Sean realized he was back in the air raid shelter. Damn it! Sean realized something was wrong and hurriedly disregarded supervising the construction. He quickly greeted the foreman and rushed back to his car, driving straight back to the rented farmhouse. Sean slammed the car door shut, locked the front gate, and dashed straight into his bedroom, his breath ragged with a volatile mix of exhilaration and dread. Don't panic. Just breathe deeply. If you've returned, you're safe. After locking the bedroom door behind him, Xiao En inhaled slowly several times until his pulse steadied. System, he called out tentatively, but silence answered.
Alright, no legendary system then. So, I'm going in.
In an instant the world blurred before his eyes, and there he stood again within that enigmatic mist-shrouded void, knees buckling as he collapsed onto the soft yielding ground.
Holy hell, I actually made it inside. I need to get out now.
The world dissolved once more and he reappeared gasping back in his bedroom.
I'm going in again.
This time he didn't shout, he simply focused his will. Vision blurred, and just like that he stepped once more into the hazy boundless expanse. I need to get out, he thought, and instantly he was back in his bedroom.
So no shouting required. Merely intention suffices.
Once assured he wouldn't be trapped, Xiao En grabbed his everyday drinking glass and re-entered the mist-laced space. It can carry objects in. Staring at the glass in his palm, euphoria flooded his face. Whatever its origin, this pocket dimension, freely traversable and fully cargo capable, was nothing short of a god-tier advantage for the coming apocalypse. This time Xiao En lingered. He knelt, scooped a handful of fine pale soil, and watched it trickle like liquid gold through his fingers. Though no lab equipment stood nearby, his childhood summers spent alongside his mother in experimental agricultural fields had honed his instincts. He recognized this earth instantly. Poor soil quality, sandy loam. Unsuitable for staple grains but ideal for peanuts, soybeans and watermelons. Still, one must be grateful an extra-dimensional storage vault dropped into my lap. Even if barren, it's invaluable for stockpiling supplies, and in crisis it doubles as sanctuary. With this, my odds of surviving the apocalypse have surged beyond. Yet he didn't stop there. He began methodically probing the space's limits and soon uncovered a wealth of extraordinary properties. Living creatures can be housed here, and light permeates evenly. A small aviary or rabbitry would thrive. As the old saying goes, raise doves, raise rabbits, 1 litter per month. Both species breed prolifically, yielding meat, eggs and pelts, especially rabbit fur, prized for its exceptional thermal insulation. Originally I'd planned only for mushrooms and earthworms in my fallout shelter. Power scarcity would make conventional farming impossible after the collapse. Without electricity, natural light vanishes, and without light most flora and fauna perish.
Only fungi and annelids endure. Termites too.
They could even form a self-sustaining microecosystem with mushrooms.
But now none of that matters, though no sun shines here. Illumination is abundant and even.
Its dimensions are staggering, 100 meters in length, width and height, 1 million cubic meters total. A standard football pitch covers only 7,140 square meters, yet this space alone spans 100,000 square meters even before accounting for height. Factor in vertical volume and it soars to the equivalent of over 30 stories tall.
Such scale permits not only mass storage but large-scale cultivation and livestock rearing.
Yet none of this compares to what stunned me most. Xiao En extended his right hand, and from the ground erupted a sinuous ribbon of sand, coalescing midair into 2 bold sweeping Chinese characters, Xiao En, rendered flawlessly in cursive script. During earlier trials he'd discovered, almost by accident, that he wielded absolute dominion over everything within the space, including objects he'd brought in. This control transcended mere telekinesis. With a thought, the glass he'd carried in reshaped itself into a razor-sharp glass blade.
Matter transmutation, this is beyond extraordinary.
Pity it works only inside the space, otherwise I'd render bunkers obsolete and become utterly unstoppable. That boast wasn't mere arrogance.
Matter transmutation wasn't limited to reforging glass, it unlocked infinite potential.
Given sufficient raw materials and mastery of structural principles, he could fabricate anything, even spacecraft.
Yet after the initial surge of elation and hubris, Xiao En forcibly stilled his mind.
He knew full well against a planetary cataclysm such power remained tragically insufficient. If Earth fell, so would he.
This changes everything. My strategy must evolve.
With that he opened his laptop and set to work. Within hours, orders totaling over $1 million were finalized, including one astonishingly eccentric request: over 100 tons of soil. Not ordinary soil, but precisely formulated nutrient-rich substrate engineered to enhance the land's fertility within the space. For weeks thereafter Xiao En spent hours daily receiving deliveries, most destined exclusively for the enigmatic dimension. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and global tensions had already begun to fracture. No surprise, if Xiao En's own parents could leak intelligence, so could others, especially those connected to elite circles. The difference lay only in timing. Some learned early, others late, and some acted immediately, hoarding supplies, constructing shelters, or recruiting essential personnel. Others assumed the burden would fall on stronger shoulders and comforted themselves with the belief they'd secure a ticket aboard the Ark.
Survival, they reasoned, was guaranteed, even prosperity.
They prepared nothing, only indulged deeper, feasting, drinking, reveling unrestrained.
Yet the market's response remained brutally unambiguous.
From high-end industrial gear to rice and cooking oil, prices soared overnight, only tempered by swift government intervention. Indeed, calls poured in from buyers desperate to repurchase goods Xiao En had already sold, offering inflated premiums. He refused outright and instead accelerated procurement, determined to spend every last cent. If Xiao En had previously worried about what would happen if the apocalypse never came, everything changed after acquiring the mysterious space. With this ability, repaying not just 12 million but even 120 million is not a difficult task.
While there are still some lingering concerns. For example, when will his parents return?
In the past month, Xiao En had only spoken to them once, and even that conversation was clearly restricted in content. However, upon learning that their son had borrowed 12 million from private lenders, contracted barren mountains and lands, and transformed an abandoned air raid shelter into a private refuge, Xiao En's parents were not angry but rather quite pleased. Especially after realizing their son was well prepared, they surprisingly abandoned the idea of sending him to an official shelter. After all, they understood that Xiao En's self-rescue plan was obviously better in terms of quality of life and other aspects. Unfortunately, they could not determine when they would return, but given their expertise in their respective fields, there was no need to worry about safety. Once the apocalypse arrives, these scientists will become the key to humanity's resurgence. On this day, Xiao En arrived to inspect the air raid shelter project. Even though some adjustments were made later due to the mysterious space, the construction team still completed the entire project on time and with quality. "Boss, how does it look?" the foreman asked somewhat nervously. It was understandable. It was common to not receive the final payment for projects, often causing prolonged struggles to recover the funds.
Very good. After finishing the inspection, Xiao En nodded and took out his phone to initiate the bank transfer.
Thanks to the large transfer function he had enabled earlier, the foreman quickly received a notification of the deposit from the bank.
"Boss, this money." The foreman was taken aback after seeing the amount in the notification.
This payment not only covered the final project fee but also included an additional 20, which was quite a significant sum. "Everyone has worked hard lately and the job was done quite well, so the extra money is my personal token of gratitude." Xiao En smiled and subtly reminded them, "Recently prices have surged significantly and I personally believe it's better for you to buy more essential supplies after receiving the money." It was difficult for Xiao En to be a savior and tell everyone that the end of the world was approaching. He simply couldn't do it, nor did he dare to. Even if he didn't consider himself, he had to think about his parents. But doing nothing felt a bit unbearable, so he decided to give a little more money and hint at the situation. At least it would ease his mind regardless of whether it had any effect.
"Thank you. Thank you very much."
The foreman expressed his gratitude with delight. "What the boss said is true, prices are skyrocketing and I plan to go home and assess the situation. Yes, it won't be too late to come back for work once the situation stabilizes." Xiao En nodded. After all,
nothing is more important than reuniting with family.
"I'll listen to the boss," the foreman quickly replied. Perhaps sensing something was off, after settling the payment, the construction team immediately left. It was said that the workers would all go home to rest for a while after receiving their pay.
After seeing the construction team leave, Xiao En let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Sorry, this is all I can do." After a brief moment of reflection, Xiao En also began to get busy.
A large quantity of supplies was quietly transferred from the warehouse of his farmhouse to the air raid shelter through the personal space. Given the large commotion here, it was impossible to keep everything hidden, and Xiao En also planned to invite his friend Zhao Fei over to take a look in the next few days. However, the best and most valuable batch of supplies was definitely kept in the personal space. In just an afternoon, Xiao En finished transferring the supplies. Since there was no time to organize everything, items were simply categorized and neatly stacked in different rooms of the air raid shelter. Fortunately, with the personal space, otherwise the task of moving supplies alone would have exhausted Xiao En. As for why he didn't let the construction team move the supplies, well, as the saying goes, while one should not harbor ill intentions, one should also guard against others. After renovations and expansions, the current air raid shelter was now more than twice its original size.
Considering his parents would return, Xiao En built 2 bedrooms.
There was also a bathroom, but instead of draining into the sewage system, it emptied into a removable pit.
Once it accumulated too much, Xiao En could send it into the space and decompose it into organic fertilizer for planting.
Given the impending apocalypse, nothing should go to waste, especially this natural organic fertilizer. For bathing and water usage, the underground water pressure well in the air raid shelter could solve the issue, as it remained unaffected. However, Xiao En also prepared several large water tanks to store a significant amount of water for daily use, and along with the bottled and barreled drinking water he purchased, it would suffice for 3 people for several years once his parents returned. Of course, this was assuming they couldn't just use water freely as they pleased, otherwise even a larger quantity would not be enough. To address water usage issues, Xiao En also procured commercial filtration equipment. Even if the filtered water was not suitable for drinking, it could still be used for daily needs and irrigation. This way it could minimize the consumption of drinking water. As for food, Xiao En categorized it into 3 types. One category included canned goods and individual rations, which had a long shelf life and also tasted quite good. The key was that there were many different types of such food. Xiao En prepared 18 varieties of canned fruits, with each type accounting for hundreds of boxes. There were also various canned meats, vegetables, and pickled dishes. He even bought 2 large barrels of spicy kimchi, enough for him to eat for 2 years. The second category consisted of indoor planting and farming, for which Xiao En established a cultivation room and a breeding room. The cultivation room featured an aquaponics system where he not only grew vegetables and rice but also raised some fish, shrimp, and crabs. In the breeding room, mushrooms and termites occupied a dedicated space, as they could coexist perfectly. Additionally, there were quails, pigeons, and meat rabbits. As for chickens, due to their high feed consumption and space requirements, Xiao En decided to keep them in the space. The last category included frozen foods such as frozen beef, frozen pork, frozen chicken, frozen meatballs, and frozen bun fillings, among others. As for fruits and vegetables, freezing was certainly not an option. Aside from storing some in refrigeration, Xiao En also purchased a significant amount of freeze-dried fruits and vegetables specially made for astronauts, which to be honest were quite expensive, so he didn't dare to buy too many. Just having food and drink is not enough. Going outside during the apocalypse also poses significant challenges. Xiao En was acutely aware that merely having sufficient supplies and well-equipped internal facilities was far from enough to survive in the apocalypse. One also needed adequate self-defense capabilities. As mentioned frequently in the apocalypse survival enthusiast group, without the ability to protect oneself, having an abundance of supplies and facilities would only serve others. Xiao En wholeheartedly agreed with this viewpoint and thus procured a batch of cold weapons which included not only common knives, axes and spears but also bows and crossbows. As for the issue of firearms, Xiao En secretly resolved it. He didn't purchase ready-made products as those were simply not available. The Zhao family might have some connections, though he wasn't certain about their reliability. Additionally, Xiao En wasn't keen on troubling them for everything, so he kept it to himself. Although he didn't acquire finished products, Xiao En managed to obtain manufacturing and reassembly data for several types of firearms through wall hopping and bounties on the external network, including formulas and production processes for ammunition. With these materials in hand, procuring a batch of suitable raw materials was the next step. Thanks to the convenience of his space, crafting firearms and ammunition was not difficult. In fact, Xiao En's space already contained 2 revolvers and over 100 rounds of ammunition. As for why he chose revolvers with a smaller capacity, it was primarily due to their simple structure and extremely low failure rate in use. In addition to being virtually jam-proof, they also exhibited strong adaptability to external environments. Moreover, with the convenience of his spatial storage, the issue of limited capacity was easily resolved for Xiao En. For the energy needs of the air raid shelter, Xiao En arranged 6 generator sets, 3 in use and 3 as backups. As long as there was enough fuel, not only could they provide lighting but they could also power the air conditioning. Indeed, Xiao En had also installed air conditioning in the air raid shelter, although it could primarily be used for heating. Since the shelter was deep within the mountain, it remained quite cool inside even during summer, with some areas even freezing over. Coupled with the freezing and ice-making equipment Xiao En purchased, it was perfect for storing frozen and refrigerated foods. Considering that humans cannot survive without oxygen, Xiao En also acquired commercial oxygen generating equipment, including an electrolytic oxygen generator said to be the same model used by the space agency. Additionally, the plants in the cultivation room and the aquaponic system in the breeding room could also generate oxygen while ensuring adequate light. In the event of external disasters, rendering the ventilation system inoperable, internal air circulation could be initiated to prevent suffocation. After spending considerable time finally organizing the entire air raid shelter, Xiao En took a selfie at the entrance and shared it in the Apocalypse Survival Enthusiasts group, accompanied by a message. The Qiang shelter has finally been completed and is now in use, feeling great. This announcement was immediately met with a flurry of congratulations. Jiangsu residents send their congratulations. Beijing residents send their congratulations. Sichuan residents send their congratulations. Shandong residents send their congratulations. Guangzhou residents send their congratulations. Shanghai residents send their congratulations. A string of congratulations lined up neatly, surprisingly covering most regions of the country, with some places having more than one well-wisher. Though not everyone among them could or would want to establish a shelter, the most active leaders each had their own refuge facilities. In fact, Xiao En had learned many things from these leaders, including the experience of never revealing the exact location of his shelter, which is why he chose a misleading name like Qiang Shelter. According to the leaders, the most terrifying aspect when the apocalypse truly arrives would undoubtedly be natural disasters, but following that, the most dreadful would be the human heart. Where exactly is the leader? Is it in the northeast? A young lady of 28 with 2 younger sisters can be cute or charming, salty or sweet, seeking refuge. Looking at this message and the attached photo of the 3 young ladies, Xiao En had to admit that they were all quite remarkable. Before he could tease her back while pretending to be a newbie, the group leader, who was the greatest among the enthusiasts, suddenly sent a message. Everyone pay attention. The Yellowstone volcano is about to erupt. Seeing this message from the leader, Xiao En was instantly stunned. Wasn't it an asteroid hitting the Earth? How did it transform into a volcanic eruption? And it's the Yellowstone volcano at that. During this time, to prepare for the potential apocalypse, Xiao En had examined many materials regarding geology and natural disasters. The Yellowstone volcano, also known as the Yellowstone Park supervolcano, is one of the 7 supervolcanoes in the world, located within Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming, USA. Glancing at the suddenly chaotic WeChat group, Xiao En immediately opened his computer to research. Beneath Yellowstone Park lies a supervolcano harboring destructive energy capable of annihilating the Earth with its eruptive debris flows, potentially burying half of America. In fact, Yellowstone Park was formed during a volcanic eruption occurring approximately every 600,000 years and is currently overdue for an eruption. Over the past 1 million years, the Yellowstone region has experienced numerous earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, with 3 major eruptions occurring, each being extremely massive. Particularly during the penultimate eruption, the materials expelled from the volcanic crater covered an area of approximately 9,000 square kilometers with a thickness exceeding 1,500 meters, forming vast expanses of basalt, andesite and rhyolite, creating a lava plateau over 2,000 meters high. British experts predict that the eruption cycle of the supervolcano beneath Yellowstone Park is approximately 600,000 to 800,000 years, and since the last eruption 640,000 years have passed. Coupled with increasingly intense solar activity in recent years, the Yellowstone supervolcano seems poised for imminent eruption. In January 2011, scientists warned that the Yellowstone volcano might have entered an active phase as parts of Yellowstone Park had risen by 70 centimeters since 1923. According to simulation analyses, an eruption of this volcano would lead to catastrophic consequences. The power of an eruption from the Yellowstone supervolcano could be 1000 to 3000 times that of the St. Helens volcano in the United States, and the ash and other materials released during an eruption 2 million years ago could reach heights of 20 meters if piled in Fujian province and up to 6 meters if in Yunnan. If the materials ejected from St. Helens volcano are likened to a bean, then those emitted by the Yellowstone supervolcano would be the size of 3 football fields. However, according to records, an earthquake on May 18, 1980 at 8:3217 am directly caused the entire northern side of St. Helens volcano to collapse, suddenly exposing partially molten rocks rich in steam and gases to relieve pressure. These rocks subsequently exploded, turning into shattered debris mixed with high-temperature lava rapidly flying towards Spirit Lake in the north, surpassing the recently collapsed northern slope. The eruption column of Mount St. Helens surged into the atmosphere, reaching an altitude of 24400 meters, with volcanic ash settling across 11 states. Meanwhile, the ice, snow, and several large glaciers atop the volcano melted rapidly, forming a series of massive volcanic mudflows that rushed nearly 80 kilometers southwest to the Columbia River. In the aftermath of the eruption of Mount St. Helens, several subsequent minor eruptions continued until the next day, followed by another significant but less destructive eruption later that year. Although the official death toll from the eruption was reported as 5,700 square kilometers were left in ruins, with damages exceeding $1 billion. It is worth noting that this was $1 billion in 1980, which adjusted for inflation is equivalent to $834 billion in 2013. As of now in 2021, that figure would undoubtedly surge even higher. Now consider the previous analogy. If the material ejected by Mount St. Helens is likened to a single bean, then the material expelled by the Yellowstone supervolcano is equivalent to 3 football fields. A single bean versus 3 football fields. Upon realizing this, Sean's expression darkened. At that moment, a video call ringtone suddenly rang on his WeChat. Sean glanced at his phone and saw it was his friend Xiao Fei. "Fei, have you seen the news from the big shots?" Sean asked directly after answering the call. "Yes, and according to the information I received, the Yellowstone volcano has started to experience frequent seismic activity and could erupt at any moment." On the other end, Xiao Fei's tone was extremely tense. "Yang Zi, I originally intended to visit you and invite you to come see me, but it seems that's no longer feasible. Fortunately, we are still in the same city. As long as we can survive, there will eventually be a chance to meet again. I suggest you stay inside the air raid shelter for now to avoid any unexpected incidents." "Understood. You and Uncle Zhao must take care as well," Sean hurriedly replied. "Let's all take care and good luck." "Good luck." After finishing the call with Xiao Fei, Sean looked back at the group chat, which had become completely chaotic. Many members who previously did not take the shelter seriously and regarded it merely as a hobbyist group were now frantically seeking help from the big shots. Some hoped to find shelter while others sought guidance. A few remained there, reassuring everyone that even if the Yellowstone supervolcano erupted, the impact on the country wouldn't be too severe. Others continued to lurk in silence, showcasing a myriad of human responses. Soon Sean received an invitation from none other than Xiao Fei. After accepting the invitation, he found himself added to a group chat named Provincial Shelter. Compared to the previous group, this one had noticeably fewer members, and there were even a few unfamiliar faces. What surprised Sean was that the 3 Sisters of Cat Eyes were also in the group. 3 Sisters of Cat Eyes what? Kaoshan Tun is also in this province. Kaoshan Tun, Sean, who said Kaoshan Tun must be in the northeast. The foolish son of the landlord Xiao Fei. Alright, this isn't the time for that. I just asked someone, and if the Yellowstone volcano erupts, we will be affected within about 2 weeks. When that happens, volcanic ash will blot out the sun, and both volcanic ash and freezing acid rain will be extremely deadly. I'm not a doctor. Compared to an asteroid hitting Earth, I personally think this is nothing. Facing the dirt with back to the sky. Doctor, you forgot one thing. If volcanic ash blots out the sun, what happens to the asteroid? I'm a foodie and I'm proud. What can we do? Just leave it to fate. Looking at how the group reacted to the asteroid, it was clear that everyone here was in the know. However, Sean couldn't afford to think about that. His expression quickly darkened. Originally, dealing with an asteroid would be extremely difficult and would require cooperation from all nations. Now the asteroid hasn't even arrived and the Yellowstone supervolcano is about to erupt. Once it erupts, not to mention other places, it's certain that the United States will largely be doomed. This also means that by the time the action to destroy the asteroid begins, a crucial fighting force will have already been lost. Moreover, with volcanic ash blotting out the sun, the climate in various countries will undoubtedly become extremely dire. What does this signify? It signifies that the game Earth Online could end at any moment. Think back to the extinction of the dinosaurs. Such a disaster is certainly not something that air raid shelters or shelters can withstand. Fortunately, Xiao En had his portable space, otherwise facing such a situation would not mean a possibility of death, but certain death. Just as Xiao En was about to say something in the group, a sudden disturbance erupted in his portable space.
What is this? Xiao En's expression changed as he instantly vanished from his shelter.
The moment he noticed the disturbance in the space, Xiao En's heart sank. Before the super asteroid had even struck Earth, the Yellowstone volcano erupted. He had originally hoped to survive by relying on his portable space, but unexpectedly something went wrong with the space. This truly echoed the old saying, when it rains it pours.
Ha! It seems not to be what I thought.
Upon appearing in the space, Xiao En quickly realized that he might have overthought it.
After some time spent managing and planning, the entire space looked like a modest farmhouse.
The fields were planted with wheat and rice, the vegetable garden had various vegetables, and the fruit orchard was filled with strawberries and watermelons. Though the fish pond he dug wasn't large, it contained some fish, shrimp, crabs, and even an old turtle. Surrounding the space was a circle of fruit trees. There were common fruits like apples, pears, peaches, jujubes, and cherries, as well as nuts like red pine, walnuts, Chinese nutmeg, and pistachios. Xiao En initially had no expectations of them all surviving, but to his surprise, the fruit seedlings he bought online not only survived but thrived remarkably. In fact, it wasn't just these fruit trees, even the crops, melons, and vegetables in the fields were thriving even better than in reality. Based on Xiao En's observations, the growth rate of the same variety in the space was at least double that of the real world. This meant that the originally 2 harvest rice could now yield at least 4 harvests a year, significantly alleviating the food issue. To facilitate life, Xiao En even built a pure wooden villa in the space and specially ordered a batch of logs for it. As for the construction, he simply created a design plan and then imagined it to completion. Despite how difficult it may seem to create a pure wooden villa in the space, Xiao En was like a deity, able to do whatever he wished. The villa wasn't particularly large, but it contained a bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom, toilet, and storage room, even featuring a decent-sized basement. In the yard outside the villa there was a grape trellis. Underneath it was a stone table and stone chairs, perfect for dining or playing chess.
However, Xiao En couldn't focus on these matters right now.
Upon entering the space, a flood of information naturally surged into his mind. What troubled Xiao En was that this information was incomplete, resembling a document with missing content.
Yet even the relatively complete parts had already thrilled Xiao En to the core, no, he should say ecstatic.
The first change that brought Xiao En immense joy was the expansion of his personal space. Originally measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height, it had doubled to 200 meters in all dimensions. The previously cramped personal estate now felt significantly more spacious. This meant that Xiao En had access to more land for planting and breeding, making it no longer a problem. Unfortunately, the city Xiao En lived in was not by the sea, otherwise he could have brought in some seawater to raise seafood.
That would have been wonderful for satisfying his cravings or for trading.
The second change that thrilled Xiao En was that this mysterious space had unexpectedly activated new functions. Before long, Xiao En took out a set of blueprints and a flash of light caused the blueprints to vanish. Immediately, a 3-dimensional holographic projection appeared in Xiao En's line of sight. He waved his hand to confirm that this object was merely in his vision and not a real projection. Glancing at the data displayed beside the projection, Xiao En focused his thoughts, and a small amount of alloy ingots, spring steel, and wood stored in the space instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a legendary weapon appeared before Xiao En.
This is the world-famous AK-47.
He marveled as he held the gun, pulling the bolt back, which immediately produced a crisp snap.
Click. The sound echoed.
He removed the magazine, finding it empty, but that was no problem. With a thought, some copper materials and various chemical ingredients vanished simultaneously. Soon shiny yellow bullets appeared before Xiao En, floating in midair. Xiao En pressed the bullets one by one into the magazine, inserted it into the slot, pulled the bolt back, and then squeezed the trigger towards the newly expanded open space.
Tap. Tap. Tap.
The sudden gunfire caused a flurry of chaos, and indeed Xiao En was still raising dogs in the space. Not for guarding the house, but to alleviate loneliness. If he could cultivate them into battle companions like dog meat, that would be even better. Soon Xiao En finished off an entire magazine of bullets and then stopped. There was no way around it. The materials for making the gun body were not hard to obtain, but the real challenge was manufacturing the bullets. Especially the gunpowder, which was not so easy to handle. Xiao En relied on his solid knowledge of chemistry. Well, to be honest, it was the power of the personal space that allowed him to produce a small batch of raw materials. In fact, Xiao En had made AK-47s before, but that operation was completely different from what he just did. After the space upgrade, as long as Xiao En had the corresponding blueprints, he could create the corresponding items, unlike before when he had to first understand the structure of the blueprints before he could manage. To put it simply, before Xiao En's ability to create items in the space could only be considered semi-automatic, but now it had become fully automatic. For example, the hardest-to-handle gunpowder no longer required ready-made materials. He only needed to provide raw materials that could extract relevant components. For instance, to produce gunpowder, one needed saltpeter, which could be obtained by placing bamboo tubes in a pigsty. After being soaked in pig manure for a long time, the nitrogenous organic matter in the bamboo tubes would decompose through bacteria to form saltpeter, also known as potassium nitrate. It is said that only a 2 square meter pigsty can produce 15 to 30 kilograms of saltpeter every month. Of course, the gunpowder used for bullets cannot be the old-fashioned black powder made from 1 sulfur 2 saltpeter and 3 charcoal but smokeless powder. It is said that on a day in 1845 Swiss chemist Xiao En accidentally knocked over a bottle filled with a mixture of nitric and sulfuric acid while conducting an experiment. As the solution spilled on the table, he couldn't find a cloth to wipe it up at first, so he hurried outside to grab his wife's cotton apron to clean the table. After soaking up the solution, the apron became damp and Xiao En feared that his wife would scold him if she saw it, so he went to the kitchen to dry it. Unexpectedly, as he approached the stove, there was a pop and the apron was burned to a crisp, leaving no smoke or ash. He was taken aback. Afterward, he carefully recalled the incident and was overjoyed realizing he had synthesized a new compound that could be used to make explosives. He repeated the experiment multiple times to confirm the results, eventually naming it gun cotton, which later became known as nitrocellulose. However, Xiao En's original intention for inventing nitrocellulose was to manufacture explosives, and its nature was very unstable, leading to multiple explosions in powder magazines. By 1884, French chemist and engineer P. Va dissolved nitrocellulose in ether and ethanol, adding a suitable amount of stabilizer, ultimately forming a gel-like substance. This was then pressed into sheets, cut into strips and dried to harden, creating the world's first smokeless powder that could be used as a propellant for bullets. After 1890, almost all firearms in European countries used smokeless powder as the propellant, and the invention of smokeless powder also contributed to the success of the Maxim gun. The main component of smokeless powder for bullets is nitrocellulose, commonly referred to in China as nitro-cotton. The most widely used propellant for military bullets is double-base nitrocellulose, which is nitrocellulose mixed with 50 nitroglycerin. If mixed with a certain ratio of nitroguanidine, it becomes triple-base propellant. Double-base propellant is suitable for firearms and small-caliber artillery, while large-caliber artillery uses the powerful triple-base propellant. After the space upgrade, Xiao En found that making gunpowder was now much easier and more relaxed than before. The entire space resembled an automated factory. As long as he provided technical data and raw materials, it could automatically produce a large quantity of finished goods. However, the change that brought Xiao En the greatest joy was yet another transformation of the space. This mysterious personal space could actually interact with the real world. Just then, with a mere thought, another three-dimensional holographic projection appeared in his line of sight. This time it was not a hologram of a weapon, but the shelter of Kaoshan. No way. Looking at the reduced holographic projection of the shelter with red exclamation marks indicating issues lighting up, Xiao En was instantly bewildered. All along he had thought that the shelter he had built was quite good. The only problem was that it was a bit remote. It took over an hour to drive to the main urban area, and that was without traffic. If there was traffic, who knew how long it would take to arrive? Yet to Xiao En's surprise, under the spaces scanning his expensive shelter turned out to be full of problems. Xiao En tried clicking on the flashing red exclamation mark in his bedroom, and a set of data immediately appeared in his line of sight. I can accept that the quality of the concrete in the old air raid shelter is inadequate, and I can accept that there is no rebar to enhance its sturdiness, but the internal layout is actually unreasonable. And air circulation, insulation, heating and emergency protection are all ridiculously substandard. After watching the data and materials displayed in the video, Xiao En didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. The sanctuary space, this is the name Xiao En gave to that mysterious personal space. It symbolizes treating this place as his ultimate refuge. Regarding the sudden upgrade of the sanctuary space, although Xiao En has yet to grasp the reason, he was initially very pleased. No, he was after all, the better the space, the greater his chances of surviving when the apocalypse arrives. However, upon discovering that the sanctuary he had invested a significant amount of money and effort into was criticized as utterly useless, he felt utterly frustrated. Fortunately, after the space upgrade, not only could he identify the issues with the sanctuary, but it also provided solutions, and not just one solution. Now Xiao En can be sure that this golden finger he possesses is neither a system nor a superpower, but rather some kind of black technology. As for what kind of super civilization could create such advanced black technology, Xiao En had no idea. Thankfully, it didn't matter as long as the golden finger worked well. Although my sanctuary indeed has many problems, the most pressing issues to resolve should be the entrance and exit, air circulation and water source. With this thought, Xiao En reached out and tapped the red exclamation mark on the three-dimensional holographic projection representing the sanctuary's entrance. Instantly, 3 projection windows expanded in his view, each labeled with a different upgrade plan. One plan emphasized sturdiness and the prototype looked like a massive fortress. Another focused on concealment, seamlessly blending the entrance with the surrounding mountains, making it impossible to discern. The third option combined both sturdiness and concealment. For Xiao En, he certainly wanted the third upgrade plan, but it was unattainable. This upgrade could not be completed out of thin air, nor could it be instantaneously achieved by consuming a bit of energy. It required Xiao En to provide all the necessary resources for the plan. Xiao En indeed stored a considerable amount of raw materials in his personal space, including plenty of stone, but to execute the third plan was still insufficient. He couldn't blame himself, he never anticipated such a change at the outset, so it was natural he couldn't store too many raw materials. In reality, let alone the third plan, even the sturdiness-focused plan was unfeasible for Xiao En. Fortunately, although the second plan emphasized concealment, it still provided a certain level of upgrade for the entrance door of the sanctuary. Regardless, it would definitely be better than the current state. With that in mind, Sean had nothing more to say. After exiting the space, he followed the prompt directly to the tightly closed door of the sanctuary and pressed his hand against it. Plan 2 upgrade. In the next moment, the quantities of stone, cement, sand and other raw materials stored in the space rapidly decreased. These raw materials seemed to be decomposed into countless tiny particles which then surged into the existing door of the sanctuary through Sean's hands. The first to be upgraded was the original air raid shelter's entrance, which had been quite obvious before, but now it quickly disappeared. If it weren't for knowing the exact location beforehand, no one would be able to tell that this was the entrance to the Kaoshan sanctuary. Next, the entrance passage was upgraded. Previously, aside from the main door, there was another door at the bottom of the passage leading into the living space of the sanctuary. The double door structure could effectively withstand strong shockwaves. Although this air raid shelter had been abandoned for a long time, it was originally built to withstand nuclear war, ensuring a highly secure structure. During the upgrade, not only was an additional door added between the two doors, but shooting observation ports and traps were also incorporated. Yes, traps naturally aimed at countering any potential invasion threats. The entire upgrade project took more than half an hour to complete. Although Sean didn't have to lift a finger throughout the moment the upgrade finished, he fell directly to the ground, nearly fainting. Huff. Ha. Huff. Sean lay on the cold ground gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, and his entire body felt as if he had just been fished out of water, drenched in sweat. There was no helping it. Although the recent upgrade didn't require him to act, he had been mentally watching the entire process. Damn. I thought it would be simple, but I didn't expect it to be so tiring. Isn't this black technology supposed to be easy? This isn't scientific. Thankfully, despite the complaints, Sean knew he should count his blessings. This was just the beginning. In comparison, he was far luckier than his human compatriots. Once Sean caught his breath, he realized he had been foolishly lying in place for so long. With a thought, he vanished from the spot and appeared in the personal space. Still, it's more comfortable in the space. Sean took a deep breath of fresh air, then heard a few grumbles. He was hungry. That sudden feeling of hunger made Sean forget about the discomfort of being drenched in sweat. He had no time to cook and directly grabbed a military ration to eat. This military ration was enough for 3 meals a day, consisting of high oil, high salt, high sugar and high calorie foods. Yet Sean not only finished it in one go but still found it insufficient. In the end, he had to eat 3 portions to feel full, essentially turning into a human-sized food bucket. No way is there such a side effect. Sean rubbed his not-so-full stomach, his expression somewhat bitter. If this was the kind of appetite he had, the supplies he had previously prepared would undoubtedly last for a significantly shorter time. Fortunately, the space has expanded and there are more things to plant and raise, so there's no need to worry. After comforting himself, Sean took a hot shower and changed into a new set of clothes, but he did not immediately replan his space. Instead, he returned outside. Looking at the door, which he had not had the chance to appreciate earlier and was filled with a sci-fi aesthetic, Sean's eyes were full of surprise. He swiped his hand on the sensor beside the door and the incredibly thick door split open in all 4 directions. Sean could clearly see that this door was not only incredibly thick but also had not just 1 layer but 3. This thing felt less like a door and more like a blast door on a spaceship from a sci-fi movie. Awesome! Sean exclaimed before stepping outside. The 10-meter-long passage was quickly traversed, leading to another large door. This door was somewhat different from the previous one, with a different design, yet it was equally thick. Again, he swiped to open the door and continued walking outside. As the outermost door of the passage slowly opened before Sean could properly examine the upgrade, his phone went off frantically, creating quite a commotion. Sean swiped open his phone screen and unsurprisingly saw that the Doomsday Survival Enthusiasts group had become even more chaotic. Without the time to check what was being said in the group, Sean opened a private message from a friend revealing over 20 messages filled with concern for his well-being and expressing shock over a news that stunned the entire world. Yellowstone supervolcano has erupted. Damn. This really erupted. Sean's face instantly changed. He had originally thought there was still some time before the Yellowstone supervolcano would erupt. Who could have imagined it would blow up out of nowhere? Defay, I was just working in the shelter and the signal was poor, so I didn't receive the news. The Yellowstone supervolcano erupted. After sending this message, he waited for about half a minute before receiving a reply. Yang, I'm relieved you're okay. You scared me to death. Yes, the Yellowstone supervolcano has erupted. Damn. What am I even typing for? After the last message appeared, Zhao Fei's video call request came through. Sean immediately connected and his friend's greasy chubby face appeared on the phone screen. Yang, I'm so glad you're okay. Please don't speak, just let me finish my words. Zhao Fei on the phone looked very serious. Go ahead. The news about the Yellowstone volcano eruption has spread. Things in America have gone completely haywire, but the government has already reacted. The situation domestically should be much better than abroad. However, in such a chaotic environment, some will take risks. Many people know about your place, so I suggest you immediately seal off the shelter. No matter who comes knocking, don't open the door. Remember, do not open for anyone at all. This isn't about being cold-blooded or not. If you don't do this, then the shelter you worked so hard to create will become someone else's. I hope that when you make your decision you think of uncle and auntie. Don't let them worry about you. In such a chaotic environment everything is fake, the only truth is to survive well. Watching his friend seriously advise him, Xiao En felt deeply touched. In fact, from deciding to save himself to the shelter's completion and even some procurement of supplies, Zhao Fei's family had helped a lot. Not to mention the loan they had given him. Without Zhao's family it would have been questionable whether he could even borrow 12 million in the first place, let alone get it transferred on the same day. Don't worry, De Fei, I will make sure to stay safe. Xiao En smiled, but what about you? How is the situation over there? Uncle Zhao made it too big back then. Now that this incident has occurred, are you guys okay? If not, just come to my place first. I have plenty of supplies here. Even if you and Uncle Zhao come together it wouldn't be a problem for 5 years. Good brother, I appreciate your concern, but there's no need, my family's situation is fine. Zhao Fei smiled somewhat proudly. Although there are still some parts of the shelter that haven't been completed, overall it can accommodate people and the supply stockpile is definitely not worse than yours. It's a pity that things happened too suddenly, otherwise I was planning to bring you some self-defense items when I came to your place. But I remember you bought a bow and crossbow, they can be used in a pinch. Ha ha. I prepared more than just a bow and crossbow. Xiao En raised an eyebrow and then waved his Colt Python 6-inch revolver in front of the phone. Holy crap. Seeing the silver gun body, Zhao Fei's eyes whitened instantly. Yang, are you sure that's not a toy? I knew you would say that, Xiao En said, taking out a .357 Magnum bullet to show his friend. Come on, I wouldn't joke about my own safety. Damn. How did you get something like this? Zhao Fei looked like he had just bitten into a whole box of lemons. Normally he would worry about his friend, but with the Yellowstone supervolcano erupting and following that, a super asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers in such a chaotic environment, as long as you do not cause trouble, secretly hiding a gun for self-defense wouldn't be a problem. Don't tell me Uncle Zhao didn't prepare anything for you. Xiao En put away the bullet and the Colt Python. There is one, but it's just an old Type 64, nowhere near as good as you. Zhao Fei felt a bit frustrated, feeling that he was at a disadvantage in comparison. What can a man do? How many men do not like guns? Previously Zhao Fei had been a little proud, like a child who had just received a new toy and wanted to share it with his best friend. Having one is already good. Do you think they are like the big shots? Xiao En shook his head. Besides, given the current situation in the country, the chances of needing it are very slim. However, those big shots living abroad could easily be seen as fat sheep. It's a pity we can't help them, we can only wish them well. You should stop worrying about that, those guys are all well prepared. Zhao Fei rolled his eyes, especially the North American lone wolf big shot. He has a whole arsenal at home and it said he even has cannons. Big shots are big shots, impressive. Xiao En said this, but deep down he felt not an ounce of envy. What's the use of a large arsenal? Unlike him, he focused on sustainable development. Who could possibly compare? In fact, Xiao En not only felt no envy but also felt a bit sorry for those big shots abroad. Perhaps 10 or 20 years ago the moon abroad really seemed rounder than at home, but in recent years development domestically has been getting better and better. Of course, to say that they can fully surpass the U.S. is certainly nonsense. But don't forget, those immigrants who left the country and those overseas Chinese from earlier years are only third-class citizens in the U.S. If we really talk about it, the status of black Americans is higher than that of Chinese people. Of course, if you have enough money, then the U.S. is indeed a paradise. Alright, since you have better self-defense gear, I'm relieved. Zhao Fei nodded. By the way, Yang, do you still have supplies at the farmhouse? It's already been cleared out, but there are still some daily necessities. Xiao En replied. Then don't worry about it, quickly seal off the shelter. Zhao Fei continued to offer his advice, and while the internet and communications are still usable, do what you can as quickly as possible, such as downloading some technical books, especially those related to agriculture. You never know when they might come in handy. By the way, I'll send you the encrypted radio channel and code shortly after we get through this wave of natural disasters. We'll use this to contact each other. Also be sure to be careful, take good care of yourself and live well. I will. You and Uncle Zhao do the same, let's work hard together. Xiao En nodded earnestly. After the call ended, Xiao En glanced at his pure electric car parked outside the shelter and decided to store it in his personal space. He had originally planned to store the car anyway, but he hadn't anticipated the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. He had intended to keep it outside for transportation, but it seemed it wouldn't be needed for now. Leaving it outside would not serve any purpose other than to indicate the entrance to the shelter. It would be better to analyze it in his personal space. The space upgrade was not limited to analyzing blueprints and manufacturing processes. Even a ready-made product could be analyzed when thrown into the space. After securing his car, Xiao En did not rush to analyze it, but instead took out a military-grade high-powered telescope to observe the farmhouse he rented. At present he did not see any issues, but even so he had no intention of going back, as there was nothing left over there anyway. Setting down the telescope, Xiao En admired the scenery for a while, and while waiting for his parents' call he eventually had to turn back and enter his own shelter. As the heavy door closed automatically, the outer camouflage gradually returned to its original position and the entire desolate mountain fell silent once again. Not to mention those who were unaware, even those who did know, would be unable to find the shelter unless they were willing to dig through the entire area. But even so, he still had to face the entrance door that was so thick it could withstand a nuclear explosion. Once Xiao En returned to the shelter, the first thing he did was enter the space to open the three-dimensional holographic projection of the shelter. The The modified shelter was indeed much safer, but it was clearly not friendly to mobile phone signals. Thinking of this, Sean reached out and tapped on a red exclamation mark in the projection. Ha! The communication function can be upgraded independently or together with the ventilation system. Upon seeing the upgrade options, Sean was initially pleasantly surprised, but then thought it might not be necessary for now. Although the shelter's ventilation system was not advanced, it was sufficiently secure and reliable. With the personal space available, Sean did not have a great need for ventilation. Of course, if he had ample supplies, he would naturally choose to upgrade both the communication and ventilation systems together. However, the previous upgrade of the shelter's door consumed a large amount of raw materials, and with so many red exclamation marks on the three-dimensional holographic projection, Sean decided it was more meaningful to use the existing resources where they were needed more. First, upgrade the communication system. While the network and mobile phone signals are still usable, I should download more materials for. With this in mind, Sean returned to the shelter, headed straight to the ventilation duct, and placed his hand on the wall next to the duct. Communication system upgrade. Unlike the previous time when he nearly fainted from exhaustion, this time the upgrade process of the communication system was not only very easy but also quite fast. In just a little over 10 minutes, Sean received the completion notice. The signal is full. Amazing. Hastily pulling out his phone, Sean's face was filled with a look of joy. Not only was the communication signal full, but the network signal was also full. Sean checked the group chat titled Doomsday Survival Enthusiasts that was constantly pinging with beep sounds, but he had no intention of clicking in to check. At this point, watching more was useless. Conversely, the group he had just joined, Local Shelter, was eerily quiet. It was obvious that those group members were busy preparing for future survival and had no time to chat. I wonder how the Cat-Eye sisters are doing. The images of the three sisters floated in Sean's mind. As a pure man, to say he had no interest in beautiful girls would be pure self-deception. Sean had fantasized about being able to hide away in the shelter with beautiful girls like the Cat-Eye sisters and then, hey. But such thoughts were quickly cast aside. Now was not the time to consider such matters. Mom and Dad, I have settled into the shelter now. It is very safe. The supplies are sufficient for me to easily last 5 years, and if I save some, it could be even longer. So you don't have to worry about me. Instead, take good care of yourselves. No matter what difficulties arise, as long as we can live, there is hope. These are a few radio frequencies that I often use. If communication is interrupted, you can try to contact me with these. Dad. Mom. I hope we can reunite soon as a family together. After sending these messages, Sean shifted his focus back to his personal space. He wasn't worried about his parents' safety, although they were conscripted due to the super asteroid. The sudden eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano had inadvertently raised their importance. Perhaps in terms of living conditions they might not match those at the higher echelons, but in terms of safety there would definitely be no issue. Whoosh! In an instant, Sean appeared in the space. Looking at the space that had doubled in size, Sean pondered for a moment before beginning to reorganize. The first thing to be moved was the pure wooden villa. To be precise, it was not just moved but elevated. Previously, the height of the space was already 100 meters, roughly equivalent to a 30-story building. Now the height had reached 200 meters, and it would be a shame not to utilize such height properly. While saying that this circular section of space is a river channel is merely Sean's self-aggrandizement, it could at most be classified as a larger drainage ditch. At its widest, the water surface is only 10 meters, yet it is quite deep, otherwise there wouldn't be enough soil to create the small hill. The only issue is the lack of sufficient water, as the river channel is dry and practically useless. Nevertheless, with this small river in place, there is potential for the cultivation of aquatic products. Unfortunately, the space is still a bit too small for now. I can only manage freshwater aquaculture. Just wait and see. If the space upgrades in the future and the opportunity arises, I might create a sea lake within the space. After Sean finished organizing his space, several hours had already passed. I originally thought it was quite spacious, but after this planning it still feels too small. Admiring the scenery inside the space, Sean chuckled helplessly. However, that said, Sean is still very satisfied with the changes in the space. Gurgle, a sound suddenly echoed, and Sean rubbed his protesting stomach. With a wave of his hand, a large piece of beef appeared before him. With just a thought, the imported 5A beefsteak automatically divided itself into several steak portions, and they were expertly trimmed, automatically sprinkled with salt, seared and then plated. Sean didn't need to lift a finger, he just had to think about it. Soon 2 thick cut steaks were placed onto the dinner plate. While the meat was resting, Sean casually prepared some broccoli and mashed potatoes and poured himself a glass of wine. It's the apocalypse now, so I might as well make do with what I have. After saying that, Sean returned to the shelter with his meal, unsure whether to call it dinner or a midnight snack. Before eating, he took a few photos and casually posted them in the Local Shelter group along with a comment. The first meal since the apocalypse officially began. It's sad to be alone and not even having a staple food. How pitiful. Sean wasn't trying to show off, he was just trying to find joy in hardship. This was not pretentious. The terrifying aftermath of the Yellowstone supervolcano eruption had yet to impact the domestic situation, and communication signals were still operating normally. At this moment, if he didn't engage in some chat or alleviate the loneliness and psychological pressure when the signals disappeared later, where would he find a place to chat? The previously silent chat group was suddenly revived by Sean's photo and his comment. Cat-Eye Trio. Are you misunderstanding the meaning of pitiful big shot?
Landlord's foolish son damn.
The steak in the photo is 5 Wagyu right. I'm a foodie and am proud the quality of the steak is impressive, but what's most remarkable is the cooking. Although it lacks the caramelization favored by Michelin chefs, it aligns better with our dietary habits. Mountain support, sure, let's have a culinary exchange when the opportunity arises. Mountain support, Sean, no problem, let's communicate more when we have the time. After sending a message, Sean looked at his group number with some annoyance and decided to change his nickname.
Mechanic Sean, I changed my name, you can call me Mechanic from now on. Cat Eye Trio, I still think the name Mountain Support is more down to earth.
I'm a foodie and am proud down to earth 1, am not a doctor down to earth 2, facing the yellow earth with my back to the sky down to earth 3, by the way, is it really okay to eat like this now? I'm a foodie and am proud, what's wrong with it?
The apocalypse has descended and we could perish at any moment, what's wrong with enjoying some good food?
It's certainly more normal than those who are causing trouble.
Landlord's foolish son Xiao Fei, the title Mechanic suits your identity, I envy you just thinking about it.
Cat Eye Trio, why do you say that?
And what are you envious of?
I feel like there's something unspeakable between you and the Mechanic. I'm a foodie and am proud, same feeling 1, facing the yellow earth with my back to the sky, same feeling 10086. Sean had to admit that women's intuition is sometimes truly inexplicable.
Landlord's foolish son, when I invited you over you wouldn't come, if you had wouldn't you have known all my secrets?
Cat Eye Trio, you're just craving our sisters, if we went wouldn't that be a sheep entering a tiger's mouth?
Disdain.
Looking at how the topic in the group was being diverted by friends, Sean knew they were covering for him. He didn't speak further but instead watched as those in the group chatted while he enjoyed his meal.
Sean was indeed good at cooking but only at an average level.
He could fry a few home-cooked dishes without issue, but cooking steak to perfection was a different story. Thanks to the convenience brought by the space, these 2 steaks were not only perfectly cooked but also seasoned evenly with rose salt and black pepper. This 5 Wagyu beef was something Sean had casually bought when he purchased frozen beef. The quantity was limited and it was expensive. It was rumored to be smuggled, as this kind of beef was not allowed for import. Whether it was smuggled or not was no longer important, what mattered was that it tasted great. I have to admit that the highly praised Wagyu indeed has its merits. The marbling is stunning and the meat quality is excellent even if frozen. If Sean had to use words to describe it, he would say it was tender and juicy with an intense meat flavor and absolutely delightful.
Well, there are indeed some downsides to this beef.
The overly beautiful marbling also implies a problem: it's too rich. Fortunately, after working hard for so long, Sean was already hungry, and with a hearty appetite he polished off both pieces of steak, each weighing 500 grams, along with the sides and wine, leaving nothing behind. After finishing his meal, Sean lost interest in chatting and instead sent a private message to his friend Xiao Fei.
Fei, don't just focus on chatting, make sure to exercise more or you'll waste away with time. Don't worry, I have gym equipment here and even some young ladies. Friendship ends. JPG, speaking of young ladies, do you want to take in a few too? WTF. I'm not joking, do you know how many requests of this kind I've received recently? Damn. Why haven't I? Can you blame me? Who told you not to speak much, always looking aloof and unapproachable? Wait, you aren't rejecting strangers, adding you as friends, are you? You caught me. But even if you have a point, what do you mean by taking in young ladies? This isn't a joke, my shelter is big but there are many connections involved and it's impossible to take them all in. I remember your place is built for 10 people, right? But how you handle it is up to you. How many do you hope I take in? On the contrary, I hope you don't bring this up, at least not now. What the hell are you talking about? Are you kidding me? I'm not just saying this to you, I've told everyone I know with private shelters it's a routine task. Upon seeing his friend's response, Sean instantly understood. Due to certain circumstances, Xiao Fei had to ask this, but deep down he did not wish for Sean to agree. After all, in the current situation, merely asking for help was already a favor, and since not all shelters were opened by the Xiao family, they could not dictate whether he should agree or not. This also meant that even if nothing was done, there would be no repercussions after all who would offend a shelter at such a time. Smart move. Once this asteroid hurdle is over, I will definitely introduce you to some exceptional ones. You should keep it for yourself. Cutting remarks, now you can still talk tough, but after a few months of stifling you'll probably be the only one left standing. I don't understand what you're saying, I'm logging off now. Hurry up and log off, I'm exhausted. Looking at his friend's reply, Sean chuckled and closed the chat window. To be honest, after chatting casually with friends for a while, his mood indeed became much lighter. Checking the time, Sean decided to browse the internet a bit longer. It's not that he didn't want to exercise, but he wanted to take advantage of the internet being functional to collect more information from various aspects. Even though he already had a portable space in hand, Sean still felt that he couldn't waste time. He needed to gather more information and download some small electrical devices. Downloading more technical materials would certainly prove useful in the future. He worked tirelessly until nearly 2 in the morning before finally putting down his work. He let the download software run on its own, then transported himself into his space to take a hot bath and lay on his bed to plan his upcoming work schedule. However, he hadn't rested long before a wave of drowsiness hit and Sean fell asleep just like that. He was asleep, but the real world had descended into chaos.
Especially across the ocean in America, the Yellowstone supervolcano suddenly erupted. Within less than an hour, an area of over 100 kilometers had been covered by lava, turning it into a wasteland. Even though the high-temperature lava rapidly cooled upon contact with air, vast expanses of cooled black lava were still marred by flowing red magma that resembled veins.
The entire environment looked like hell.
At the moment of the Yellowstone supervolcano's eruption, thick lava shot into the sky like the energy beams from a Death Star soaring thousands of meters high. Countless volcanic materials turned into ash upon cooling, quickly spreading in all directions, accompanied by sulfur compounds, forming a terrifying and deadly superstorm with speeds reaching 700 kilometers per hour.
Those American citizens who could not escape either suffocated in the superstorm or were turned into mummies by the heat. Survivors who managed to take refuge in building subways where their homes were still not safe.
Countless high-temperature lava transformed into fire meteors shooting down from the sky in all directions. These fire meteors possessed the power comparable to large-caliber artillery. A single hit on an ordinary residence wouldn't just cause the building to collapse, but the internal lava exceeding 500 to 600 degrees would ignite a massive fire in an instant. Even if you were lucky enough not to be crushed, you would still die from the fire or suffocation that followed.
Even with almost every household in America having a basement, it was of no use.
Unless it was a bomb shelter-level basement, it wouldn't be able to withstand the fire meteors. At that point, while there might still be a chance to escape on the surface if you happen to be hiding in a strike zone underground, well,
good luck, you might just die in an instant. If luck was bad, one would experience firsthand what true agony was like.
At the moment of the Yellowstone supervolcano's eruption, the intense earthquake reached a magnitude of 11. Even Salt Lake City, which was 500 to 600 kilometers away from the Yellowstone supervolcano, could not escape the fate of collapsing bridges and falling buildings. Wide highways were marred by jagged cracks or simply collapsed into massive sinkholes, swallowing countless vehicles and lives.
Moreover, rivers, lakes and seas all generated monstrous waves due to the severe earthquake.
Not only were vessels on the water's surface affected, but even buildings near the water were not safe from being swept away or submerged. In the 2 hours following the Yellowstone supervolcano's eruption, without even mentioning the economic losses in the face of such a global catastrophe, whether the American government could survive would be in question. Who the hell would care about economic losses?
What truly shocks people is the incalculable yet absolutely massive loss of life.
5 hours later, the impact of this disaster further expanded. The entire northern United States was shrouded in a dark cloud formed by volcanic ash, with countless deadly snowflakes falling from the sky.
These volcanic ashes that resembled snowflakes looked quite beautiful, but inhaling them would prove to be extremely lethal. Inhaling this substance was far more terrifying than smog. Basically, just a single breath could cause issues for fragile lungs, and a few more breaths would spell disaster for the entire lungs. Without lungs providing the oxygen necessary for survival, death was a certainty.
Along with volcanic ash came invisible sulfur compounds, which were even more toxic than the ash. The former could be largely avoided with a KN95 mask, but for the latter, simply wearing a mask wouldn't suffice. A gas mask was necessary.
Once the Yellowstone supervolcano finally finished erupting, the ongoing tremors would occur repeatedly at intervals.
As the tremors continued, not only would buildings above ground suffer, but even nearby underground shelters would be unable to withstand the shaking.
When the volcanic ash enveloped Washington, D.C. as well, the current American president could only hide in the doomsday bunker beneath the White House, struggling to survive. This is truly not an exaggeration, as the disaster following the sudden eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano continued to escalate. The entire United States would descend into chaos.
At that time, each state would begin to organize efforts for self-rescue, and at the same time, they would also start to govern themselves. This meant that the President of the United States, the figurehead, was essentially no longer in power. Not to mention that before this disaster struck, the President had been spreading rumors and calming the public, keeping American citizens in the dark. Otherwise, the losses from this natural disaster would definitely not be as significant as they are now. After the disaster, who would still vote for the one who led them into the apocalypse to be president? It's fortunate that the current governing system has collapsed, preventing the president's protective halo from being wiped away. Otherwise, this guy would have been done for a long time ago. If the states of America could still organize efforts for self-rescue and self-governance, then the European countries situated not far from America would be in an even worse predicament. Although they are somewhat distant from the Yellowstone supervolcano, these countries are simply too small. Among the various countries in Europe, some are actually not larger than a single state of the United States. In the face of such a global disaster, there is simply no way to provide effective rescue and stabilization efforts. As chaos escalates, the entire social system collapses. It's not that no one has considered asking for help domestically, but the issue is that this eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano is a global catastrophe. The volcanic ash in the stratosphere alone can block out a significant portion of the Earth, and this blockage won't be temporary, it could last for 5 to 10 years. Under such harsh conditions, countries are too busy saving themselves. Who has the time to save you? If the relationship with Pakistan were the only issue, one could still manage to squeeze out some supplies, but with the European countries, better save your breath. Don't think we don't know about your collusion with the U.S. and the constant talk of a China threat. Now you want to help. Dream on. Last year you received so many masks and protective supplies from us, but we haven't seen any return from you. Once you got the supplies, your actions to target and resist us were no different from before.
So all previous aid went to waste, huh? You think after experiencing this kind of loss we would fall for it again? Go play by yourself.
When Xiao woke up, he felt refreshed and full of energy. The previous fatigue and even psychological pressure had all vanished without a trace. It was an incredible relief.
Could it be that sleeping in this space also has the effect of relieving fatigue or even healing? Xiao couldn't help but speculate.
Unfortunately, this mysterious golden finger clearly suffered damage, lacking even a smart assistance function. Everything had to be explored by Xiao himself. What a low rating.
Damn. I woke up at over 10 o'clock. Glancing at the clock, Xiao didn't bother to wash up or eat, directly teleporting outside.
As expected, his phone plugged in for charging showed dozens of missed calls and countless text messages. In contrast, WeChat and QQ, having been preemptively blocked, only had Zhao Fei occasionally sending a message regarding the Yellowstone supervolcano eruption and some policy changes at home, appearing quite deserted. Xiao boiled a pot of water and, while taking care of business, glanced at the missed calls.
What the hell? Even during this time there are advertisement disturbances.
You guys are really dedicated. Looking at the spam calls marked by the phone, Xiao shook his head. Among the remaining missed calls there were some old classmates, some acquaintances from his parents' side, and even some people he rarely contacted. As for relatives, sorry, Xiao does have relatives, but both his grandparents have passed away. Due to his parents' work, the family of 3 moved to the local area early on, and over time the remaining relationships have basically all faded. There's no helping it, this is a society that values connections and relationships while also being a cold society. If a relative or friend you haven't contacted for a long time suddenly reaches out one day, don't be lacking in confidence. They're definitely reaching out to borrow money or to inform you about their marriage or their child's marriage and so on. Xiao carefully reviewed the missed calls but did not find the number he was looking for, and a hint of self-mockery flashed in his eyes. In college, how could one not fall in love? Especially someone like Xiao with good height, physique, looks, grades and family background. Only having one relationship could be considered him being very reserved. Unfortunately, by the time graduation approached in the 4th year, it became a breakup season for countless college couples. It's not that no one ended up together, as Xiao knew of at least one couple who took photos together with a child at graduation. But Xiao was clearly not one of them. He broke up with his girlfriend. Don't get it wrong, it wasn't due to incompatibility or infidelity, but purely due to fundamental differences in personality and pursuits. Both sides understood each other's choices and pursuits very well, even having a competition over the breakup, absolutely a model for countless couples during breakup season. Forget it, it's better to forget each other than to cling to each other in this world. Xiao shook his head in self-mockery and ignored these calls. It's not that he is cold-blooded and unwilling to help in the current circumstances. How much could he actually help? Moreover, among those calling, how many with whom he had some contact were not local? He couldn't possibly go meet them, could he? As for those locals, he knew better left unsaid. Xiao opened WeChat to check his parents' account, which still only had the last few messages he sent. He felt a bit disappointed. But still, it's the same old story. Their knowledge and expertise are sufficient to ensure safety. After comforting himself a bit, Xiao opened the laptop that he had never turned off. He completed a lot of downloaded tasks overnight, but compared to the vast storage space of the server, this amount was negligible. Indeed, to store enough materials, Xiao specifically bought a server. Although it's not large, it is much better than ordinary laptops and desktops. Especially in terms of storage space, it is far larger than Xiao's previous external hard drives. The server's hard drive contained a vast collection of books covering industries, agriculture, commerce, administrative management, politics, and many specialized books and databases in the arts. Even though it's impossible to store all of human civilization's knowledge for Xiao, it is already enough. Even though there is currently only him in the shelter, once the shelter upgrades and the population increases, or even if he can accommodate a group of people in his personal space, this knowledge and material can support a small national system. It's a pity. I originally planned to place another order for a large number of books, but I didn't expect the apocalypse to arrive so suddenly. Xiao indeed felt a bit regretful. After all, he still had hundreds of thousands left, and even if prices rise, this money can still purchase quite a few books. Fortunately, while physical book purchases may not be possible, online ebooks do not have this restriction. When Xiao logged onto the largest domestic e-commerce site, he found that the website was actually holding a major event. The originally subscription-based payment methods were replaced by a striking package price promotion. With just a small payment, all the ebooks on the site could be downloaded freely. Seeing the scene, Xiao couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It's not that he couldn't afford it or thought it was expensive, but this promotion was clearly designed to make money. Although the scale of this website is not small, who knows how long it can hold up under a world-class apocalyptic disaster. Besides, with everyone downloading in bulk, would the download speed be affected? As expected, Xiao tried it out, and sure enough, the previously fast download speed had now slowed to a crawl. Clearly, many people recognized the value of these ebooks. Of course, this was likely also due to the impact on server bandwidth after the apocalypse. But regardless of the reason, Xiao didn't mind. After all, he had already collected enough books and materials. First, let's take care of my hunger. Breakfast will be. What to have for breakfast was indeed a bit difficult for Xiao to decide, but it was just a matter of choice. Is the wheat ready? Upon entering the space, Xiao directly arrived beside the wheat field. Although it was called a wheat field, it was actually just a small plot about 10 meters wide and 20 meters long, roughly a quarter of an acre. The wheat in this field had already ripened, the heavy ears bending countless stalks over. Despite the small size of this wheat field, it gleamed golden, resembling a large chunk of gold. Xiao calculated the time this wheat field had only been planted for a little over a month, while under normal circumstances the growth cycle of wheat could reach up to 8 months or about 240 days, even longer than rice. So does that mean the growth cycle of wheat in this space is only 1/10 of that outside? Thinking of this, Xiao turned his gaze to the rice field nearby. Although the rice in that field was not yet ripe, the heavy rice ears were already visibly starting to turn yellow, indicating maturity was not far off. But that wasn't the key point. The crucial detail was that the rice planted in this field was not the first batch to ripen, but rather the third batch. At first Xiao couldn't confirm, but with the wheat now ripened he could basically ascertain that the plant growth cycle in this space was roughly 10 times faster than outside. If given a choice, I would still prefer to return to a peaceful era, even if it means farming and selling vegetables like the protagonists in novels. It would be better than the current situation, Xiao remarked, waving his hand, and the ripened wheat in the field was instantly harvested. Normally after harvesting it would need to be dried before proceeding to the threshing and milling stages. If it were those grain and oil companies, they might even add some so-called processing steps during the milling to ensure the flour was as white as possible. But Xiao didn't need to go through such troubles. In just a few breaths 90% of the harvest transformed into fine flour. As for the remaining 10%, it consisted of the plumpest grains from this harvest. These would be kept as seeds to be cross-planted with the previously purchased seeds to ensure there would be no degradation or other issues. The freshly milled flour, combined with just the right amount of water, baking powder, baking soda, oil and salt, underwent a series of steps including kneading, resting, cutting and frying, quickly transforming into long, thick fried dough sticks. With fried dough sticks, another essential component could not be missed: soy milk. To make soy milk, the beans must be soaked in advance and then ground into a paste. However, Xiao didn't want to go through that trouble. After all, modern soy milk machines have the function of grinding dry beans directly into soy. So a few minutes later, a small pot of soy milk, a large plate stacked high with fried dough sticks, along with 3 small dishes of different side dishes were photographed and shared in the provincial shelter group, accompanied by the caption, "From today onwards, let's live simply, keep it up. I am a foodie and I am proud." Fried dough sticks with soy milk and a little side dish. This delayed breakfast looks simple but is anything but ordinary. Mechanic Xiao: actually it's not that troublesome. I am a foodie and I am proud. You can only convince others with that. If it were that easy, would the breakfast stalls outside still be in business? The foolish son of the landlord Xiao Fei. Wow. This fried dough stick looks so appetizing. The 3 sisters of the cat's eye: the bread and milk in my hands suddenly don't smell good anymore. Facing the yellow earth with my back to the sky, it seems the mechanic has plenty of supplies. I envy him. JPG: I am not a doctor. I agree with the foodie. Being able to have such breakfast in times like this is not simple at all. The fisherman who doesn't go to sea: not simple at all. 1. Xiao suddenly noticed a newcomer had appeared in the group. Mechanic: welcome fisherman boss. I am a foodie and I am proud. Welcome fisherman boss. The foolish son of the landlord: welcome fisherman boss. The 3 sisters of the cat's eye: welcome fisherman boss. Facing the yellow earth with my back to the sky: welcome fisherman boss. I am not a doctor. Welcome fisherman boss. The fisherman who doesn't go to sea: I'm really not a boss, please spare me. Everyone. The foolish son of the landlord: as the group owner I confess. Those in this group are all bosses. Seeing Xiao Fei's comment, Xiao estimated that he was probably the least like a boss. After all, with the scale of the Xiao family's shelter, they interacted with people of status, background and strength. Naturally, in such a vast province, there couldn't only be a few shelters in this group. However, the fact that Xiao Fei could drag them into the group clearly indicated some connections, and their character must have received some recognition. Moreover, even though it seemed everyone was idly chatting in the water group, who could know if many were working hard for them or if the water group itself served a purpose? The 3 sisters of the cat's eye: by the way, why has the mechanic boss been silent? You should say something. It's always like this, despise. JPG: rookie mechanic Xiao: sorry, I was just eating. The 3 sisters of the cat's eye: I am really looking forward to what you'll eat for lunch. But what does rookie mean? Rookie mechanic: it means everyone here is a boss and I'm the only newbie. The foolish son of the landlord: hee hee. If you're a newbie, then what am I? Rookie mechanic: a 200-pound fat guy. The foolish son of the landlord: get lost. Butcher knife. JPG: the 3 sisters of the cat's eye. Ptah. After chatting in the group for a while, Xiao habitually checked his parents' account. After confirming there were no replies, he finally got busy. The first thing was to confirm the operation of the entire shelter. This task was quite important and not so easy. Of course, that was in the past. Now Xiao only needed to enter the space and open the holographic projection of the shelter to easily determine the operational status of each area. If the right opportunity arises, I still need to go out and collect a batch of supplies, otherwise the renovation project of the shelter can't continue at all. Materials like stones, metals, plastics, rubber, wood, fabrics and electronic components are all necessary for upgrading the shelter. Relying solely on the current supplies is far too inadequate. However, Xiao did not intend to head out immediately. The outside was in a chaotic period and venturing out was too dangerous. Even with space and firearms for protection, as Xiao Fei said, problems could easily arise. I'd better continue to hide at least until the issue of that super asteroid is resolved. After checking all areas of the shelter to ensure everything was operating normally, Sean went to the passage leading to the outside to begin exercising. After all, in the apocalypse, resources are indeed very important, but a healthy and strong body is equally crucial. Exercising the body has never been an easy task. Beneath the glamorous facade of fitness enthusiasts lies the hidden struggle and pain. In the long corridor of the shelter spanning over 50 meters, there were sprints, push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, high knees, and much more. In order to possess a strong and healthy body in the apocalyptic world, Sean spent a considerable amount of money acquiring a comprehensive scientific workout regimen. Besides various exercise methods, this regimen also included diet, sleep, and even yoga for achieving mental tranquility and enlightenment. The first day of training was incredibly tough for Sean. His heavy breathing relentlessly strained his delicate lungs as he exerted himself to absorb the oxygen in the air. His muscles, bones, and even internal organs bore significant burdens. In the eyes of a fitness expert, Sean's actions were utterly inadvisable. A body that has not undergone systematic training simply cannot endure the side effects brought on by such a heavy exercise load. Muscle fatigue, tendon tears, soft tissue bruises, and so forth. These injuries could inflict great harm on a novice's body. However, Sean's actions were not the result of a lapse in judgment. He wasn't seeking to court disaster during these well-off days of the apocalypse. Rather, it was to test a certain function hidden within his spatial storage. This test lasted for 2 weeks. In the corridor of the shelter, over 50 meters long, Sean was inverted against a concrete wall, his feet barely touching the surface as he performed one handstand push-up after another. The ground beneath his hands was already soaked with sweat. 198. 199. 200. After completing 200 handstand push-ups, Sean exerted a slight force with his legs, tightening his core. With a powerful push from his hands on the ground, he surprisingly propelled himself up with remarkable agility, standing tall. Sean exhaled deeply, simultaneously stretching his arms, legs, and waist. His bare upper body appeared significantly more robust than it had 2 weeks prior, with defined muscle lines sculpting a figure of strength. Characteristics of a strong man, such as of-shaped torso, defined obliques, and muscular arms, emanated a powerful masculine aura under the dual effects of sweat and corridor lighting. It is said that time does not exist for cultivators, and it was evidently similar for Sean in the shelter. It felt like just a moment had passed since 2 weeks had gone by. During these 2 weeks, Sean focused on 3 main tasks. First, while communication and the internet were still operational, he gathered as much information as possible from various fields while also monitoring the impacts of the Yellowstone supervolcano eruption and the spread of disasters. Of course, he also engaged in discussions with those in the online community, bantering and occasionally exchanging intelligence. However, Sean mostly listened during these exchanges, occasionally sharing pictures of his daily meals to lament the difficulties of his life. Each time he did this, he would be met with collective ridicule. Fortunately, those in the group were experts, and Sean's antics sparked frequent culinary competitions in the chat, providing a welcome diversion from the mundane life in the apocalypse. Secondly, he managed his spatial storage while making some modifications to the shelter. Managing the spatial storage was simple. Within that realm, Sean felt like a deity. Even if he couldn't manipulate matter or control time and space like a god, efficiently managing the different functional zones within the space was indeed quite straightforward. However, modifying the shelter was different. Considering the vast resources required to upgrade the shelter directly using the spatial storage, Sean felt it would be more cost-effective to handle some modifications himself. After all, he had plenty of time on his hands. Finding something to occupy himself not only helped pass the time and relieve inner pressure, but also enhanced his practical skills and taught him more techniques. It was a win-win situation, why not? The last thing Sean focused on was his personal training. From basic physical conditioning to various combat techniques and individual combat skills. He also practiced with various weapons such as knives, guns, axes, hammers, and even firearms. Originally, Sean didn't expect to see any results from training in just 2 weeks, but to his surprise, the results were quite remarkable. The most noticeable change was in strength. Take the recent handstand push-ups as an example. In the past, Sean's physical fitness was decent, and doing 100 standard push-ups in one go was never an issue. However, handstand push-ups, especially in a pure inverted style where his feet were nearly completely off the wall, were something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Under his testing after each workout, no matter how arduous or exhausting or how severe the physical side effects were, he only needed to replenish sufficient food and nutritional elements, followed by a good night's sleep in the space, and by the next morning everything would be fine. Not only would there be no lingering side effects, but the training results were also exceedingly gratifying. With such special effects, Sean naturally trained even more recklessly. It was precisely because of this reckless enthusiasm that he experienced a dramatic transformation in his overall condition in just 2 short weeks. Originally, his tall but somewhat frail physique had now become filled with a sense of strength. Though he still fell short compared to professional bodybuilders, the well-defined muscle lines made Sean appear anything but bulky. On the contrary, he looked particularly well-proportioned. Once he caught his breath, Sean vanished from the corridor and reappeared in his spatial storage. After replenishing sufficient fluids, Sean took a hot bath and changed into clean, fresh clothes before returning to the shelter. The current intensity of my workouts can no longer enhance my physical capabilities. It seems the first phase of physical training has been completed. I wonder if relying on the spatial storage's self-recovery function can grant me strength comparable to Captain America.
If I truly achieve that, I should be virtually invincible in individual combat.
The sudden eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano became a global apocalypse not merely due to the immediate disasters it caused during the eruption.
For instance, earthquakes and lava flows are indeed deadly, but their destructive range is ultimately limited.
Not to mention the entire world, even the northwest of the Americas, would only experience a slight chill, and even California, which is relatively close, would not suffer much direct harm. The true reason the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano became a global disaster is that the volcanic materials ejected from the crater can shoot into the clouds, reaching heights of tens of thousands of meters.
Once these volcanic materials cool down, they transform into volcanic ash and sulfur compounds, enveloping a large portion of the Earth in the stratosphere. Once this volcanic ash obscures the sky, humanity will lose the sunlight.
In fact, it is not just light that is blocked, but heat as well.
Without light and heat, the surface temperature will naturally plummet.
If it were merely a drop in temperature, it would be manageable, but without sunlight, most plants on Earth would perish.
Once the plants perish, the ecological food chain in nature will completely collapse. Not to mention the crops in the fields will certainly be lost.
Thus, the essential issue for human survival becomes obtaining food and water. While various countries have grain reserves, the amounts vary significantly. Some have just enough for a year's worth of consumption, while others can last 5 years, such as in our country. In fact, such a situation where a volcanic eruption leads to an ice age has occurred in history. In 1815, the eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia raised volcanic ash that resulted in a year without summer globally. That year, the anti-French alliance had just defeated Napoleon and all of Europe was in disarray.
However, the sudden drop in temperature exacerbated famine, with rough estimates indicating that at least 200,000 people in Europe perished due to this volcanic winter. Yet the consequences of the Yellowstone supervolcano's eruption would far exceed the severity of the explosion of Mount Tambora in 1815.
When volcanic materials equivalent to nearly 20 mountain reservoirs erupt and cover the Earth like an intensified smog, a prolonged ice age will set in, lasting anywhere from 5 to 10 years. Through the still functioning network, Xiao could tell without stepping outside that the sky was already shrouded in impenetrable clouds and dazzling lightning. Although it was morning, the outside environment resembled the depths of night.
This was due to the massive amounts of sulfur compounds spreading across the Earth's atmosphere following the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano.
When sulfur compounds rub against the clouds, they generate lightning, lots of it. This was still fortunate. It was said that in the land of the rising sun, due to climatic and geographical reasons, several hailstorms had already occurred. These hailstorms were not the kind with only pebble-sized ice pellets, but rather ones nearly the size of a fist. Though not all were the size of adult fists, even hail the size of an infant's fist could cause absolutely fatal damage when crashing down from. According to incomplete statistics, after several hailstorms, thousands of unfortunate souls in the land of the rising sun had already lost their lives. And this was just the official data from the land of the rising sun. The actual number of casualties remains uncertain. Yet this was not the worst aspect. In North America, the region had just endured the dual blows of lava and strong earthquakes. Still engulfed in wildfires, acid rain, and waist-deep volcanic ash, the situation was dire. It was so dire that even the current president of the United States could no longer stay in Washington, reportedly beginning to evacuate southward. As for the various states in the United States, they had begun to govern themselves under such natural disasters. Although none had declared independence, it was hardly different from being independent. While Xiao was browsing the news, his phone suddenly rang. During this time, to avoid any unexpected trouble, Xiao had directly sealed his phone, disabling calls and apps like WeChat and QQ. Except for a few specific individuals, no one could contact him unless they happened to be in the same group chat.
Yang, I received the latest arrangements from above. Water, electricity, gas, heating, and internet will soon be restricted.
The message was from none other than Zhao Fei.
Heating. Do we even have heating here?
Some neighborhoods do, but it's not important. How is your situation?
Gas and heating restrictions don't affect me much. I have access to groundwater, so that's not a problem. What about electricity?
I remember you use a gasoline and diesel generator. Do you have enough fuel reserves?
Your location is quite remote, and I'm worried that once the electricity is restricted, it will cut off power supply completely. Didn't you help me procure a batch before? There won't be any issues in the short term.
What about the long term? I told you to pick a closer place, but you refused. Now you're regretting it, right? Not to the point of regret. After all, the super asteroid could strike Earth at any moment, so thinking about it now is utterly meaningless.
Xiao's reply did not surprise Zhao Fei at all.
Although the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano has indeed triggered a global disaster, it pales in comparison to that 10-kilometer diameter superasteroid.
If we cannot eliminate this superasteroid, then whether we have electricity or face heating restrictions becomes irrelevant.
I've heard that the final plan from various countries is to use nuclear bombs to blow up that superasteroid. That's quite normal. Besides this plan, we really have no other options, but whether it can be executed remains in question.
Yang, what are your plans? Just stay holed up in the shelter. What else? It's too dangerous to go out at this time.
It's not that exaggerated. We are not the United States. The country has already begun implementing military control, and the overall environment is still relatively harmonious and stable.
Xiao did not doubt his friend's words at all.
Back then when they decided to lock down the city they managed to maintain stability and harmony for such a long period. This level of execution is something that those in the West who pursue so-called democracy and freedom could hardly achieve. By the way, Yang, a population census is about to begin again, and I've heard that the previous ticket system will be reinstated, but this time it will be an electronic ticket system.
Ticket system?
You mean food tickets and cloth tickets?
Xiao was somewhat surprised yet felt it was reasonable.
It was the severe shortage of supplies in the country that had led to the creation of such a ticket system. Now with the global disaster, even if the country's reserves could last a few years in the long run, it would still be far from sufficient. In this context, reintroducing the ticket system is both normal and very reasonable. Big data population census, real name verification, electronic tickets, digital payments. Xiao couldn't help but wonder if the government had foreseen the impending apocalypse and had prepared well in advance. After chatting with his friends for a while, Xiao finally opened the provincial shelter group to check for any new messages.
Upon entering the group he saw the big shots discussing electronic tickets, talking about limited supplies, pricing of goods, and whether the original currency system would continue or be completely replaced by digital currency. Xiao did not engage in these discussions, quietly observing and trying to gather useful information from the chat. Regarding this population census and resource allocation, Xiao originally did not want to participate. After all, he had his own space and did not worry about food and clothing. However, upon reflection, deliberately lowering his presence might lead to the opposite effect.
Before Xiao could make a decision, a message caught his attention. I am not a doctor. I heard that the relevant departments plan to relocate the suburban residents to the urban area.
Cat's Three Sisters, no way. Where will people live after moving?
Fishermen not fishing. I've heard about this too, and it's said to be implemented soon. I am a foodie and I am proud. As far as I know, all the completed but unsold properties in the city have already been requisitioned.
Cat's Three Sisters, no way, such a big move.
Want those developers protest? Facing the yellow earth back to the sky, there are indeed some protests, but what about the results?
Cat's Three Sisters, the problem is that there are so many people in the suburbs and counties. Is it enough?
I am not a doctor, it's just gathering those who are scattered together. Don't forget that counties are also cities. I am a foodie and I am proud. Every county will become a large shelter, making management easier. At this point Xiao's expression became serious.
If this were really implemented, wouldn't he also be taken away? Fortunately, someone quickly asked this question for him. Cat's Three Sisters, what if we don't want to relocate?
Facing the yellow earth back to the sky, what can we do?
The consequences are on you.
The foolish son of the landlord, why bring this up? Cat's Eye, you don't have to worry, the yellow earth is exaggerating. For the people who can solve their survival issues, the higher authorities will only be pleased and won't do anything.
Fisherman not fishing, damn.
You should have said that earlier, you scared me. Cat's Eye Three Sisters, yellow earth, you just know how to scare people.
Compensate for the mental distress.
Facing the yellow earth back to the sky, come on, I didn't say anything wrong. Solving survival issues means you bear the consequences, right? Cat's Eye Three Sisters, I don't care, you scared them, so compensate. Facing the yellow earth back to the sky, sure, I'll compensate you with 100 gene of rice if you have the guts, come and get it.
Cat's Eye Three Sisters, 100 gene of rice. So stingy.
Facing the yellow earth back to the sky, hey.
You don't want it.
Do you know how high rice prices have risen now? If it weren't for the national regulation, do you believe this 100 gene of rice could let me enjoy multiplayer games for a week?
The foolish son of the landlord, alright, it's the end of the world, everyone calm down.
Is it worth getting upset over such trivial matters? I am not a doctor, yellow earth, if I am not mistaken your mental state has issues. You should find a way to vent, the apocalypse is still long. Facing the yellow earth back to the sky, I've encountered some issues lately, forget it, I have to go.
Cat's Eye, sorry. Cat's Eye Three Sisters, it's okay, it's just a joke.
Facing the yellow earth back to the sky, yeah, I'm logging off, well, talk later. Seeing this, Xiao shook his head silently. It wasn't that he looked down on the mental state of facing the yellow earth. Anyone who was invited into the group by his friend Zhao Fei had a shelter. Moreover, through the recent chit-chat, Xiao knew that the other party's family used to be in the grain business and they were quite large, including import and export. If one does not consider the personal space as an advantage, no one in the group could compare to facing the yellow earth in terms of food reserve. In fact, even if the personal space is taken into account, even if the time inside the space is only 1/10 of reality, the food Xiao has harvested during this time along with the food he purchased earlier pales in comparison to the other party. The fact that such a person would exhibit such a mental state clearly indicates that he has encountered significant issues recently, possibly even related to the fundamental interests of facing the yellow earth.
This is reality. No matter how powerful you are, unless you are strong enough to achieve complete independence, you will ultimately be influenced by reality. Xiao sighed, feeling fortunate to have his personal space.
Although he still cannot be considered powerful, he already possesses the capital to remain undefeated. Beginner mechanic Xiao, dear seniors, I want to procure some supplies recently, do you have any suggestions? The foolish son of the landlord, Zhao Fei, don't tell me that after such a short time your supply is already insufficient.
Beginner mechanic, how is that possible?
I just want to improve the shelter, especially regarding energy issues.
The foolish son of the landlord, energy issues. How do you plan to improve it?
I am not a doctor. Fuel reserves have already been controlled. Solar energy has been completely discarded and hydropower will quickly fail with the decreasing temperature.
Are you planning to develop wind power?
Fishermen not fishing. Forget it. After a hailstorm even the best wind turbine would fail. Even if it doesn't fail, the routine maintenance and repair will be problematic. Don't forget about frozen acid rain.
Beginner mechanic. Everyone is overthinking. I'm not foolish. I don't plan to develop wind power but geothermal power generation.
The foolish son of the landlord. Geothermal power generation.
Damn. Do you actually have geothermal resources? Beginner mechanic. I do. Don't forget that my area is famous for its hot springs.
The foolish son of the landlord. Damn.
Hot springs, how enviable. Cat's eye. 3 sisters. Does that mean you can soak in hot springs every day?
So enviable. 1. I am not a doctor. So enviable. 2. Fishermen not fishing. So enviable. 3. Looking at the chat group filled with envy, Sean knew that much of this envy was likely unfounded. There might be many who dared not say, but whether it is the group of people who frequently chat or those who have been lurking since the beginning, it's certain that not just one person in possession of a shelter has geothermal resources, namely hot springs.
The foolish son of the landlord. Wait a minute. Even if you have geothermal resources, how do you generate electricity? Can you?
Beginner mechanic. I found a small geothermal power generation technology online and I originally thought it wouldn't be needed, but now it has come in handy.
However, I can't guarantee that I can make it work as the structure is quite complex even if it is small.
The foolish son of the landlord. Don't be modest. When you get it working, make sure to sell me a few sets. I'll pay a high price. Although Sean didn't understand why Xiao Fei trusted him so much, everyone in the group was very interested in the geothermal power generation technology and they all expressed their willingness to pay a high price if he could indeed make it.
Naturally, Xiao Fei and his companions were very interested in geothermal power generation technology.
However, when it came to whether Sean could actually produce such equipment, only Xiao Fei had a bit of confidence. The others were merely offering polite words. After all, such equipment wasn't something that could be whipped up as a simple class project. For the cat eye trio, saying something polite incurred no cost. What purpose would dampening spirits serve other than straining relationships? Why not enjoy something that costs nothing? Looking at these supportive friends in the group, Sean wasn't foolish enough to take it seriously. However, Xiao Fei clearly did.
Can you really build geothermal power generation equipment, Yang Yang? I was just saying that I found the blueprints by chance on the internet.
It indeed looked quite reliable, but whether it could actually be done I had no idea.
But why do you have so much confidence in me?
Clearly Sean was just bluffing about the internet. The so-called geothermal technology was nothing but an upgraded scheme for the energy system of the shelter from the spatial realm. I heard from the North American lone wolf a few days ago that you bought quite a few blueprints from him. That stuff must be what you made yourself, right? Xiao Fei had never expected his friend to be so formidable, managing to create firearms from a few gun blueprints along with several small lathes, milling machines and planers. It was precisely because he witnessed his friend proudly displaying a Colt Python 6-inch that Xiao Fei truly began to believe in this geothermal power generation equipment.
Don't talk nonsense, I am a law-abiding citizen.
Sean was well aware of what his friend was implying but had no intention of responding. After all, there were already internet police monitoring things, and now that it was the apocalypse, who knew if existing networks would be under stricter surveillance?
Right, we're all law-abiding citizens, but I really am interested in geothermal power generation. Let me send you the relevant blueprints and materials, see if you can make it work. As for me, I still need to procure some raw materials before I can try. No. Please don't give me anything. Why? I don't believe Uncle Zhao doesn't have talents in mechanical processing. There are talents, but in any case you should listen to me on this matter.
If it can't be done, sell the materials if it can sell the finished product.
Xiao Fei didn't doubt his friend's technical skills, he simply didn't feel comfortable. Don't be fooled, the Zhao family's shelter may be run by Xiao Fei's father Zhao Guixin, but as the saying goes, where there are people there are conflicts. Moreover, given the size of the Zhao family's shelter, while contracts, laws and the family's own strength prevented anyone from outright seizing it, it was still possible to exert pressure in certain ways. This is also why Xiao Fei had previously asked his friend if he wanted to take in a couple of people, yet he didn't genuinely hope Sean would agree. In Xiao Fei's view, if geothermal technology could indeed be utilized, it would inevitably attract trouble if some people found out. He didn't care about the bigger picture. If he truly wanted to consider the overall situation, why should those people not give up their own interests? Okay, I'll follow your lead, but you must tell me if there are any reliable trading markets available. They're really ISN staples, metals, machinery, fuel, etc. Have all been controlled and many people have suffered because of it.
Sean was not surprised by this, as the old saying goes, in times of chaos strict measures are required. In the face of a national crisis, no one would dare to act recklessly.
Is there no official trading market at all? Not for now. What exists is the black market.
You know the current environment well enough. This black market can hardly be considered reliable.
I see, I understand, and I will consider this carefully. Sean was indeed a bit disappointed, but the black market was not something he couldn't explore. In the past he would have never dared, but now with a mysterious space at his side, safety shouldn't be an issue. Being cautious is the way to go.
I'll find a way to get you another batch of gasoline or diesel, but it might be a bit pricey. Just don't blame me when the time comes.
How could that be?
At this time, being able to obtain such controlled supplies, I should be thanking you. How could I blame you?
Don't rush to thank me. Trading like this no longer uses money, especially for special supplies like fuel. Then what do we use? Don't tell me we use rice.
Not just rice, but also cooking oil, salt, sugar, spices, etc.
Any commonly used supplies will do.
Oh my, does that mean we are going back to the barter era? There's no choice under the unclear circumstances. The existing currency system can only work alongside a coupon system, and privately no one is foolish. Facing his friend's response, Xiao En sighed softly. This is simply unavoidable. This is just the beginning of the apocalypse caused by the Yellowstone supervolcano eruption.
Once that 10-kilometer diameter super asteroid hits Earth, the entire human social system might collapse.
In this situation, money, while not quite equivalent to waste paper, is evidently less appealing than tangible supplies in the eyes of the common people.
Indeed, this is unavoidable, but it's fine. My side has ample supplies prepared, and as long as it's not exorbitant, I can accept it. Rest assured, my brother won't take advantage of you.
Taking advantage isn't bad. Sometimes suffering a loss is a blessing. In fact, Xiao En could have easily stored the planting and breeding areas in his portable space, considering he was the only one in the shelter. Yet out of sufficient caution, he decided to take everything out. This was to avoid being discovered if someone came to visit one day, or if a friend wanted to see photos of the breeding and planting areas and noticed something amiss. After all, Xiao En had plenty of time for now. Preparing mushrooms and vegetables as well as raising quails and rabbits could help him pass the time and relieve the pressure in his heart, preventing him from becoming bored staring at the computer. He tossed fresh leaves into the sizable rabbit pan, watching the rabbits of all sizes gather around to feast. Yet Xiao En's thoughts began to wander. The upgraded geothermal system is not only capable of generating electricity but also provides heating and hot water for the shelter. Moreover, according to the plan provided by the space, the modified geothermal system can withstand an earthquake intensity of level 11.
Unless struck directly by an asteroid or asteroid fragments, there shouldn't be any issues.
Additionally, the size of the shelter, its overall strength and ventilation also require a significant amount of resources for upgrades. Although the outside environment is certainly chaotic now, with my current fuel reserves I am far from being able to support the shelter's full capacity.
Upon realizing this, Xiao En couldn't help but smile wryly.
He knew these were just excuses he was making for himself.
Well, in the end, I've just spent too much time cooped up in the shelter and am feeling the urge to move.
Forget it, I should take a look outside while the asteroid hasn't arrived yet, or else I won't even know if there's still a chance. Before Xiao En could finish his self-mocking, he heard a sudden click. With that sound, the light source in the entire shelter flickered briefly.
Xiao
En quickly accessed the holographic projection of the shelter and unsurprisingly saw a new red exclamation mark. He tapped the exclamation mark and soon lines of data appeared.
Indeed, the power is out.
Having received prior notification from his friend, Xiao En was not surprised. Fortunately, the previous power supply was dual line. Normally it operated on the national power grid, but once the power was cut, it would automatically switch to his own battery. However, looking at the operational and consumption data regarding the shelter's generator and battery, Xiao En felt somewhat helpless. The fuel reserves were indeed still substantial, but at the current consumption rate they wouldn't last long. It seems even the heavens want me to go out for a stroll, but I need to prepare adequately before that. With that thought, Xiao En waved his hand and a large box appeared before him. With a mere thought, the box vanished, leaving behind only the various items floating in the air. It was evident that this was a drone, and certainly not a cheap one. Xiao En had spent 100,000 yuan per unit when he initially bought it, and he had purchased 3 in total. Although very expensive, its functionality was indeed powerful, far beyond those costing a few hundred or a few thousand. However, considering the weather and environment outside, Xiao En had to remain cautious about the drone's performance. Fortunately, with the space, this was not an insurmountable problem. In fact, when establishing the shelter, Xiao En deliberately procured numerous electronic products. In addition to the practical drone, there were also phones, PS, Xbox, computers, televisions, satellite phones, radios, and many more, and not just one of each. It wasn't entirely for enjoyment. These devices contained many electronic components that could be disassembled and used when needed. As for why not to procure parts directly, Xiao En had tried purchasing, but while 12 million seemed like a lot, he found it really wasn't that much when it came to actual use. Compared to these electronic products, food and water for sustaining his own survival were far more important. After reviewing the upgrade plan for the drone, Xiao En nodded in satisfaction, taking a VR headset and a smartphone along with some other materials before confirming the upgrade.
Unlike upgrading the shelter, upgrades inside the space were much quicker.
A beam of light enveloped the drone and all the materials together, and after a dozen seconds a brand new drone system appeared before Xiao En. Putting on the noticeably thinner and more compact VR headset and picking up the seemingly simpler controller, Xiao En tossed the scythe-style drone into the air. The drone, which had previously shown no reaction, immediately extended its propellers and began to operate silently, hovering in the air. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was completely silent, but the sound was indeed very minimal. Furthermore, the 8K camera on the drone transmitted the captured footage directly to the VR headset.
The size of this drone was evidently much smaller than before, resembling that of a portable micro-drone.
However, in terms of endurance, flight speed, or adaptability to external environments, it was vastly superior to the original model. It even possessed a degree of self-control, ensuring that even if Xiao En made a sudden mistake in controlling it, he wouldn't have to worry about it crashing immediately. After maneuvering the drone through the shelter with incredible agility, Xiao En couldn't help but express his admiration for the mysterious space once again. This is truly amazing. After his admiration, Xiao En did not waste any more time directly controlling the incredibly compact drone to ascend through the ventilation ducts. In less than a minute the drone burst out of the desolate mountains under the cover of night, beginning to scout around the shelter. Though it was morning, one would doubt it was deep night due to the outside weather. Continuous arcs of electricity flickered among the thick clouds, evoking a sense of an impending storm with dark clouds looming over the city. Switch to night vision mode. Xiao En issued the command and the originally pitch-dark view became much clearer. While it still couldn't compare to broad daylight, at the very least it was now possible to see the environment within a certain range. Switch to infrared mode. Under Xiao En's control, the small drone quietly circled around the shelter twice, confirming there were no unidentified individuals before heading towards the farmhouse he had rented. At first Xiao En was a bit concerned that the synchronous transmission of the footage and flight control might be affected by the distance, but it proved to be remarkably stable. When the drone reached the farmhouse, the infrared mode detected no one nearby, but as he lowered the drone he noticed that the gate to the courtyard had been opened at some point. The padlock lying on the ground clearly indicated that the door had been pried open by someone. Seeing that his residence had been broken into, Xiao En couldn't pretend to be unaffected. After all, this was his private dwelling before the lease expired, and breaking in was clearly a crime. However, Xiao En also understood that given the current climate, breaking and entering was undoubtedly a common occurrence. Not to mention that in the eyes of some people he was a prime target, having stockpiled a significant amount of supplies. Who else would they break into if not him? Under the watch of the drone, Xiao En quickly noticed that there should have been some notice posted on his front door, but it had already been torn down. It had been torn down with great care, leaving only some jagged edges, clearly done intentionally rather than haphazardly. Xiao En tried to discern the remnants. It seemed there was some content and a QR code, but both were now indecipherable. However, the remnants of a red stamp on the edges made Xiao En fairly certain that this was a notice from the local government possibly attempting to contact him. If the rented residence had been broken into, Xiao En could rationally understand it. After all, in the apocalypse, considering things from another's perspective was reasonable. But tearing down the notice was crossing the line. Indeed, Xiao En had acquired a shelter space and could live better than most in this world. But those who tore down the notice had no idea what if there was no shelter. That would mean a potential lifeline had been human nature. As Xiao En maneuvered the drone into the yard, he could clearly see signs of illegal intrusion. Looking through the windows, he discovered that several rooms had been rummaged through, especially the storage room and kitchen, which were completely emptied. Even the firewood that had been piled outside the kitchen was gone. Seeing this scene, Xiao En was extremely grateful that he had heeded his friend Zhao Fei's advice and had taken refuge in the shelter at the first opportunity, cutting off contact with the outside world. As he realized that his rented place had been completely raided, Xiao En felt even more grateful that he had upgraded the entrance to the shelter promptly. If someone were to find him, his personal safety might not be at risk, but the consequences would be dire. As for why the authorities hadn't come knocking, Xiao En wasn't surprised. On one hand, he had cut off contact with the outside, so while the authorities might be looking for him, what if they couldn't find him? On the other hand, he had rented this abandoned air raid shelter and invested significantly in its renovation and expansion. Legally speaking, the ownership of the air raid shelter belonged to Xiao En before the lease expired, and no one could challenge that. As for forced requisition, that would bring nothing but harm. Needless to say, how many people who could gather information in advance and spend a fortune to establish a shelter are simpletons. If they forcibly requisitioned this place, what would others who established shelters think? Moreover, Xiao En's parents worked for the government. If they seized the shelter he had created, what would other scientists think? Furthermore, Xiao En's shelter was just a small one. Even if it were requisitioned, what difference would it make? Such a move, which would do more harm than good, would only be made by someone foolish or driven by greed. Of course, these were just Xiao En's speculations. He didn't know exactly what was going on and had no intention of finding out. As his friend Zhao Fei said, ignorance is bliss. The less you know, the less trouble you face. After Xiao En controlled the drone to fly a couple of laps around the rented farmhouse, he directed it towards the distant village. Throughout the flight, the camera revealed nothing but eerie silence. The crops in the fields had obviously been harvested, even though it wasn't yet time for the harvest, but it was certainly better than letting them rot in the ground. Unripe crops might not be edible for people, but they could be used to feed poultry and livestock, not to mention they could be processed for human consumption. The vegetables and fruits in the gardens had also been taken, and the once common chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep and dogs in the village were nowhere to be seen. It's really clean here, but that's to be expected. When the acid rain arrives coupled with volcanic ash, these things would perish anyway. Instead of wasting them, it would be more meaningful to pack everything up and preserve it as food supplies. Under Xiao En's control, the drone circled the village twice. Not only were there no people, but not even a single dog, which was usually easy to spot. I wonder if these dogs were taken away to be kept or slaughtered for meat supplies. I really want to know what those so-called dog lovers would choose when faced with starvation or eating dog meat. Actually, while Xiao En himself didn't own a dog, he quite liked pet dogs. He held nothing but respect for true dog lovers and harbored no negative feelings. But the key issue is that many so-called dog lovers aren't truly fond of dogs, it's just a facade. Xiao En harbored no goodwill towards such people. When the drone hovered over a similarly torn but mostly intact notice, Xiao En could finally ascertain what had happened in this village. Indeed, the previous notice must have been an evacuation order.
The villagers have all left and it seems they were forcibly evacuated.
This is not mere speculation. People in this country, especially the older generation, have a strong attachment to their homeland. Especially in such an apocalyptic environment. To them, if they were to die anyway, it would be preferable to die at home, aligning with the tradition of returning to one's roots. However, after the drone's reconnaissance of the village, it became apparent that the evacuation had been very thorough. Not only were the people gone, but daily necessities were also missing. I can understand that the villagers were evacuated, but how did they manage to take away those cumbersome daily supplies?
Wait a minute.
Even the crops and vegetables in the fields had been harvested, suggesting that the villagers' supplies were likely transported away collectively.
Just don't know how the bill for this will be calculated.
Xiao En knew that his speculation was purely unnecessary concern. The absence of people in the village was in fact a good thing for him. Not only would it save him a lot of trouble, but it would also resolve the issue of insufficient materials for upgrading the shelter. After thoroughly surveying the situation in the village, Xiao En sent the drone as far as possible to determine the surrounding transportation issue. He discovered that not only were the roads unaffected, but temporary pathways had also been laid in areas like field ridges and water puddles, evidently to facilitate the passage of heavy trucks. It wasn't that Xiao En didn't want to send the drone directly to the nearest county town or urban area, it was just that the drone's battery couldn't support such a long journey. As Xiao En summoned the drone back, he wasted no time and directly began preparing for today's outing.
Although the external environment was far less harsh than that of the U.S.,
there were no freezing acid rains or volcanic ash in sight. For safety reasons, Xiao En equipped himself with a full set of protective gear.
Although he didn't use military-grade gas masks, he opted for the best industrial model available. Moreover, self-defense weapons were certainly indispensable.
In his spatial pocket, besides the Colt Python and AK-47, there were various cold weapons and self-defense items such as pepper spray.
After all, it was better not to resort to firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Once these preparations were made, Xiao En naturally didn't forget to prepare his means of transportation. There was no choice, the shelter was too remote. It took over an hour to drive from the city center, and part of the journey was on the highway. If he had to walk, who knows how long it would take.
Following the long corridor and passing through two large doors, fully armed, Xiao En quickly stood behind the outermost door. At this moment, he looked like an official from a biothreat disaster movie.
His entire body was wrapped in protective gear, which was even double-layered, and the only exposed part of his face was covered by a full-coverage gas mask. In his hands he held a clearly modified AK-47 with the tactical flashlight beneath the barrel already turned on. Even though the drone had confirmed that there was no one around, it never hurt to be cautious. He swiped his hand on the switch sensor, and with a light click, the first sound he heard was the noise of high-pressure jets. Immediately after, the heavy door under the action of hydraulic components and gears first pushed inward and then rolled aside along the track, revealing a dark entrance.
As the door opened, Xiao En's first sensation was the cold.
In comparison, even without air conditioning, the shelter was much warmer.
Raising his left hand to check the multifunctional wristband outside his protective suit, the temperature displayed was surprisingly 5 degrees, and it was summer.
This area was known as one of the 4 major heat furnaces, and during summer it was as hot as an oven. But now it was actually 5 degrees. It was like a sudden transition from summer to winter.
Xiao En knew that this city was relatively fortunate, situated right between Jiangnan and Jiangbei.
According to news reports online, some cities to the north were already experiencing temperatures below -20 or even over 30 degrees, which was terrifyingly cold. As the sunlight continued to be obscured by volcanic ash in the stratosphere, the external temperature would continue to drop. How low it would eventually drop was hard to say, but it was certain that it would be extremely, extremely cold. Taking a deep breath, Xiao En stepped out with his right leg.
Snap! Snap! Kalala! Rumble!
Flashes of lightning continuously lit up the gloomy sky, and even through the protective suits the sounds were still quite loud. Xiao En surveyed his surroundings. Due to the power outage, all the streetlights were extinguished and it was pitch black both nearby and far away. After confirming everything was fine, Xiao En used the remote to close the shelter's large door. In theory, using a remote control was not safe. If someone got their hands on it, the shelter would belong to them. The thing was, Xiao En had a spatial pocket. Once he tossed it inside, who could retrieve it? As the heavy door slowly closed, the outer camouflage returned to its original position. From Xiao En's perspective, he sincerely couldn't find where the large door had been. Knowing he had important business to attend to on this outing, Xiao En did not waste any more time. He raised his right hand and a car appeared before him. This was not the previous BYD electric car, but a well-known model in the country, the Wuling Sunshine. Xiao En had anticipated that he would need it, so he bought several different types of affordable second-hand cars and tossed them into his spatial. This Wuling Sunshine was one of them, and at this moment it looked quite normal, but in reality it had already been upgraded. Thanks to the spatial upgrade function, the batteries, motors, air conditioning and other components originally on the electric car were all used on this vehicle. The car itself had also been upgraded. For example, the vehicle's shell was made from a lightweight alloy that ensured adequate strength while being light. The tires had been upgraded to honeycomb tires, so even if they were punctured there was no need to worry about blowouts or air leaks.
Sean had removed the seats in the back of the car. Its purpose was transportation, essentially for carrying cargo. Opening the car door and sitting in the driver's seat, Sean casually stowed the AK-47 into his spatial pocket. After closing the car door and starting the engine with a single press, the dashboard immediately lit up. After placing his phone in the holder, Sean picked up a pair of glasses and attached them to his mask. These were not ordinary glasses but night vision goggles specifically designed for driving at night. Unlike typical night vision goggles, they were based on professional night vision devices that had been modified and upgraded. When needed, they could switch to infrared thermal imaging mode, making them incredibly useful. In fact, whether it was the shelter's upgrades or the results from the drone and car enhancements, any one of them would have allowed Sean to easily make a fortune selling patents before the apocalypse. At that time, not to mention 12 million, even earning 10 times that or more would not be a problem. Unfortunately, with the apocalypse arriving, these things were only useful for helping Sean survive more stably in this apocalyptic backdrop, and for the time being they had no other use. As the saying goes, if the problem of that super asteroid isn't solved, everything is mere talk. Under the cover of night and lightning, this truly miraculous vehicle quietly drove along the dirt road towards the distance, with the first stop being the emptied farmhouse. Once the van stopped outside the courtyard, fully armed Sean quickly walked into the yard. Unlike when he observed through the drone, standing in the yard himself allowed Sean to feel more acutely the scene when it was emptied. Sigh. Sean sighed deeply and then placed his hand on the wall of the main structure of the courtyard. Collect. In the next moment, an invisible force expanded outward from Sean's center, enveloping the entire farmhouse in an instant. Sean's voice echoed in his ears as the already mostly emptied farmhouse vanished with a whoosh alongside him. For most people, the most important supplies in the apocalypse were food and drink, followed by clothing and daily necessities. But in Sean's eyes, the farmhouse itself was excellent material. The red bricks in the walls, along with stones, wood, glass, and even wires, water pipes, and switches could all come in handy. In less than a minute, Sean suddenly appeared at the site of the empty farmhouse. With a loud crash, the useless garbage, rendered valueless by spatial disintegration, was dumped onto the original site of the courtyard. Sean felt no guilt for his actions. Legally speaking, this place belonged to him until the lease expired. When he rented this place, Sean had also discussed with the original owner about making renovations to the courtyard, which was stipulated in the contract. For example, the steel-framed warehouse was built at Sean's own expense. However, the owner was not foolish. The contract clearly stated that if any damage occurred to the courtyard, Sean must provide compensation or restore it to its original state. With more than half a year left on the contract, if the owner were to come back and pursue his liability, Sean would certainly be willing to help rebuild the courtyard. Even if the owner did not want the house, providing some living supplies would not be a problem. But if the owner did not show up, Sean could not be blamed. Looking at the courtyard now reduced to mere garbage, Sean finally felt a bit of the pent-up frustration within him ease. He knew that his actions were somewhat childish, but in this apocalyptic world the psychological pressure was already immense. As long as no innocent lives were harmed, what was the harm in being a bit childish? If we can meet again after the apocalypse, what's the harm in compensating you with a villa or some supplies then? Just as Sean was about to leave, a familiar ringtone suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, there is a rascal requesting an audience. Should we take him in or execute him? Sean got into the car and closed the door before pressing the Bluetooth headset on his right ear. Hello. Yang, it's me. On the other end of the line was none other than Zhao Fei. I knew it was you. The only ones who can reach me now are you and my parents. Sean chuckled. Shouldn't there be someone else? He. Enough of that, what's the matter? Didn't I promise to help you get fuel? I couldn't get diesel, but I have 3 barrels of gasoline, each 200 liters, totaling 600 liters. Do you want it? Of course I want it. What's the price? 1,000 jin of rice or 100 jin of meat. If you have canned food or salted meat, that would be even better. The price can be negotiated. That price? Sean was a bit surprised. Yang, that price is honestly not expensive at all. I'm not gaining any advantage here. Dizzy. I'm not complaining about the price and not suggesting you're making a profit off it. Are you saying it's cheap? Ha, then you don't know what rice and meat are going for on the black market. Very expensive. Not only expensive, but you can't buy any even if you have money. No way. Absolutely. You're a full man who doesn't know the hunger of the starving. You make it sound like you're the starving one. Alright, the price is fine. How do we trade? Will it be delivered? Not really, you'll have to pick it up yourself, but the stuff isn't too far from you. No need to go into the city. So the stuff isn't sourced from you. Don't ask about the specifics. This deal won't have any issues, but you still need to be cautious. After all, one must not have malicious intent, but one must always guard against others. Alright, then send me the address. While communication is still intact, I really need to stock up on more supplies. I'll send you the address right away. Oh, and I have a passcode. You can't travel without it now. I applied for the passcode earlier. That's not the same. This is a private transaction. Using your own code clearly allows them to track you. Got it, I'll head over as soon as possible. I initially thought I'd be going to your place and even prepared a small gift. A small gift. What kind of small gift? Xiao Fei on the other end of the line instantly became interested. What do you think? But it seems that's not going to happen now. Well, wait for another opportunity. Sean felt a bit helpless. Don't. Yang, I actually plan to visit a few private shelters myself. In that case, let's meet at that place. But I can't just take the items for free, I'll see if I can gather some other supplies as well. No need, you've helped me a lot. It's just a gift. Sean smiled, but you need to take care of yourself, I don't want to hear news of you getting into trouble one day. Pooey. Good luck. Xiao Fei quickly spat a few times on the other end of the line. Don't worry about this matter, I'll handle it. Just tell me when you can set off. I'm outside right now. Damn. Why does your voice sound so buzzing? Xiao Fei was speechless. No more talking, let's meet later. Alright, see you later. After hanging up, Sean quickly received the location and passcode sent by his friend. Using the navigation software, he found it was actually the nearest new district to him. This place was originally a county town but was later merged into the urban area. It was developing quite well with convenient transportation, and if the route was smooth it would take just over half an hour to get there. If someone checks the vehicle, don't say anything, just let them scan the code. If prepared, a little extra would be best. No problem. I'm setting off now, see you soon. See you soon. After sending the voice message, Sean thought for a moment and retrieved 20 bags of rice and 20 bags of flour from the space, each weighing 100 gene, totaling 2000 gene each. Then he also got 2 boxes of canned food, 1 box of meat cans, 1 box of mixed fruit cans, and 1 box of individual combat rations. Looking around and seeing that the truck bed was nearly half empty, Sean retrieved 2 boxes of frozen pork belly, 2 boxes of frozen pork chops, 2 boxes of frozen whole chickens, 1 box of frozen beef, 1 box of frozen lamb chops, and a basket of eggs. The rice, flour, canned food, individual combat rations, and all those frozen meats and eggs were all purchased by Sean earlier. At that time there was no portable space, so Sean naturally needed to procure enough supplies to survive longer and better. But now in the portable space, not only did the growth rate of plants require only 1/10 of that in reality, but even the livestock and poultry experienced the same. As long as there is sufficient feed, these animals not only grow quickly and healthily, but their reproduction efficiency is also high. The key was that the quality of the ingredients produced in the space was excellent, making Sean completely uninterested in the goods he had procured. Storing them in the warehouse would waste electricity for preservation, so it was better to trade them for some useful supplies. Since his friends mentioned that the prices of these foods in the black market have become frighteningly high, Sean believed that his cargo, aside from the previous 600 liters of gasoline, should be able to exchange for quite a lot. For instance, he could trade for a sufficiently large vehicle, preferably one of the caliber of Optimus Prime. Even if he couldn't upgrade to a base vehicle, upgrading to an armed transport vehicle would suffice. It would undoubtedly be safer and more capable of carrying goods than his current Wuling Hongguang for both travel and trade like this. After loading the cargo, Sean finally set off. With a clear destination in mind, he did not return to the already emptied village but took the main road, following the route planned by the navigation software towards the nearest urban area. Having driven for about 10 minutes, he did not encounter any other vehicles on the way. Sean was not surprised. On one hand, although the road was fairly well maintained, it was indeed very remote. With the nearby villagers evacuated, it was strange to encounter any vehicles on the road. On the other hand, given the weather, which could turn to freezing acid rain or volcanic ash at any moment, who would be wandering outside? That would be akin to courting death. If one were to wander, it would be in the city. In this desolate wilderness, one wouldn't even know how they might die. It wasn't until the Wuling Hongguang reached the highway that he finally spotted a long convoy of military trucks roaring past. At the front and back of the convoy were the legendary Dongfeng armored vehicles, and there was more than one of these armed ORVs clearly escorting some important cargo. Sean followed the convoy for a while before being stopped by a roadblock. This roadblock was set up at a mandatory entry point into the urban area, with police cars flashing their lights on both sides and armed police in protective gear on duty. Sean slowly brought his vehicle to a halt and saw 2 officers approaching. Without waiting for them to knock on the window, he rolled it down himself. Upon seeing Sean in full protective gear and wearing a gas mask, the 2 officers were momentarily taken aback. "Sir, please present your access code." The officer holding a handheld data terminal spoke in a noticeably more polite tone. It was clear that anyone brave enough to venture out during such times with better protective measures than they had was certainly not an ordinary individual. "Please wait a moment," Sean replied, taking out his phone to display the access code sent by his friend before handing it out the window. At that moment, the other officer began using a flashlight to inspect the rear compartment through the window. The result was startling. It turned out to be nothing but food. There was not only rice and flour but also several boxes of frozen meat. Even as police officers who were not lacking in food given the current environment, seeing such a large amount of supplies sparked envy within. After all, while they were now merely satisfied, the days of casually dining out and enjoying themselves were long gone. At that moment, the traffic police finished scanning the code and relevant information quickly appeared on the handheld police terminal. The information indicated that Sean's trip was a temporary supply transfer task to the new urban area with official records and no issues whatsoever. With official documentation, many troubles were naturally avoided. "No problem, you can go now." Please drive safely, the officer said, nodding to his partner. The other officer found nothing unusual in the vehicle, and since his partner had no issues either, they skipped the step of opening the door for inspection. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao En said, reaching out to hand a bag out of the window. And don't be polite, this is a little something from above. This statement wasn't entirely deceptive, as Zhao Fei had previously mentioned that it was best to show appreciation. The two officers did not expect such a gesture and exchanged glances before accepting the bag. After all, it was a request from above, so taking it was not a violation. Once the item was taken, the roadblock was quickly cleared and Xiao En nodded at the two officers before calmly driving past the checkpoint. What's going on? A temporary supply transport task. No wonder it's all food, I even saw boxes of frozen meat. It should be a temporary allocation from some warehouse anyway, there's an access code, so why bother asking so much? By the way, what's in the bag? How would I know? Let's open it and take a look. Ha! 2 packs of cigarettes, just enough for everyone to share. What about those 2 big bags? Let me see. Oh no, it's meat jerky and dried meat. As expected of a supply transport, it's quite generous. Sigh. Half a month ago this amount of stuff wouldn't have meant much. Alright, everyone share the goods, it's from above, so it's not a big deal. If only such things could happen every day. You're dreaming. Don't say every day, I'd be happy with just one occurrence. That's true, but it's not just for myself, everyone has family. Sigh. Who knows when these dire days will end? Xiao En was unaware of what transpired after he left and did not care about the earlier gesture. In such harsh conditions, they were still out there checking cards, contributing to maintaining stability in the city. If it weren't for the inconvenience, Xiao En would not have minded supporting these modern-day heroes. After passing the checkpoint, the remaining journey proceeded smoothly. After driving for another 20 minutes or so, Xiao En parked his vehicle on a slow lane diagonally across from a large courtyard. It was unclear what this courtyard had been used for in the past. There were only 2 6-story buildings and a large yard with nothing else discernible now. The upper floors were mostly dark, and it seemed the electric gate had also lost power. After taking a quick look, Xiao En did not rush to knock on the door but called his friend Zhao Fei. Hello Yang, where are you? The call was quickly connected. I'm already outside the destination, where are you? Wow, that was fast. I'll be there in about 5 minutes. Then I'll wait for you. Alright, see you soon. See you soon. After finishing the call, Xiao En drove his car to a dark corner by the roadside. Unlike the previous suburbs, since this area was relatively close to the city, even though it was a somewhat remote urban area, there were still occasional vehicles passing by on the main road. However, overall the number of cars on the road was significantly fewer than before. At this time, anyone out driving must have some compelling reason to be on the road regardless of their home situation. Xiao En had only experienced such a scene during the global event, but this time it was evidently far more severe. 5 minutes quickly passed and Xiao En saw a military jeep parked outside the yard from a distance. Your Majesty, there is a troublesome citizen requesting an audience. Should we let them in? Or should we just execute them? Xiao En pressed the answer button. Yang, where are you? Are you in that jeep? Seeing this scene, Zhao Fei felt an intense headache. He thought he knew Xiao En well, but ever since the latter established a refuge, he had started to feel increasingly unfamiliar with him. I'm coming. I see you. I'll have someone open the door. Shortly after the call ended, the seemingly powerless electric door suddenly shook and slid open. Led by the military jeep, 2 vehicles drove in one after the other, and surprisingly, they drove straight into the underground garage. After following his friend into the underground garage, Xiao En was indeed somewhat surprised. The place looked ordinary from the outside, but he didn't expect the garage to be quite spacious. Several vehicles were parked in the garage, including BMWs, Benzes and domestic brands, as well as 2 box trucks evidently used for transporting supplies. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Zhao Fei was the first to push the door open and jump out of the military jeep. Looking at his friend's camouflaged combat outfit, Xiao En was momentarily stunned and instantly had some guesses. Xiao En had heard that his friend's father was a retired soldier, but Zhao Fei had definitely never served in the military. If it was just a combat outfit, that would be one thing. Such things were plentiful on online marketplaces. The key was that the military jeep was not an ordinary model, nor was it a private modification. It bore a genuine military license plate. Damn. Yang, are you serious? Zhao Fei exclaimed, shocked by his friend's appearance as he approached the remarkable Wuling Sunshine. Do you think it's serious? Xiao En opened the car door and got out, promptly removing the gas mask from his face. Alright, it really is serious. Zhao Fei shrugged. Let's take care of business first, then we can chat. No problem, Xiao En smiled. As the two were speaking, they heard a series of clattering sounds and then saw the heavy civil defense door nearby slowly opening. Next, 2 people approached. The one leading the way turned out to be a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, looking not only quite beautiful but also exuding a competent aura. As for the other, they looked significantly younger, not more than in their early 20s, but Xiao En couldn't immediately tell whether they were male or female. Sister Sun, this is my good friend, you can just call him Xiao Xiao. Zhao Fei stepped forward to greet her and introduced them. Yang, you can call her that too. Hello Sister Sun, Xiao En nodded. Hello Xiao Xiao. Sister Sun greeted them and skipped the pleasantries, getting straight to the point in a very efficient manner. I heard from Xiao Fei that you need some gasoline. I can indeed spare some, but I just don't know. I brought the goods with me. Sean smiled in understanding and walked to the back of his van, opening the rear door. I brought 2,000 jin of rice, 2,000 jin of flour, as well as canned meat, mixed fruit cans, and individual rations. No way. Yan Yang, are you not planning to live? Xiao Fei, looking bewildered, walked to the back door and found that his friend still said it was too little. Frozen meat by the box was one thing, but there was even a basket of eggs. Since I'm already out, of course I plan to exchange for more goods to take back. Sean smiled. Some of these items are prepared for you. I can't let you make a trip for nothing. What are you preparing for me? I don't lack these. Xiao Fei shot his friend a glare. I know your stock. When we take the stuff back, we'll have plenty of time ahead. Seeing this scene, Sister Sun gained a new understanding of the relationship between Xiao Fei and Sean. It was clear that the two had a good relationship, but their characters were both quite reliable and they considered each other. They were clearly not the kind of fair-weather friends or drinking buddies, and it was worth making friends with them. Since Xiao Fei doesn't want it, then I'll take all these goods. Sister Sun smiled. Sister Sun, we agreed on a price beforehand, you can't just change it now. Xiao Fei's expression changed. 600 liters of 92-octane gasoline for 1,000 jin of rice or 100 jin of meat, that's the price, not a penny more. In any case, you don't really lack these supplies here. If you raise the price, we'll leave immediately. Just this truckload from my brother could easily fetch 12,000 liters of gasoline on the black market. 12,000 liters. Ha! Who can take out that much at once? Sister Sun scoffed, then shot Xiao Fei a glare. Furthermore, do you think I'm that kind of person? What do you take me for? Since we agreed on a price, I certainly won't change it. I only saw that Xiao brought all the goods, so I wanted to see if there was anything else he needed to exchange for, so it's more convenient than bringing it back. Is that okay? Okay. Of course it's okay. Xiao Fei was taken aback for a moment and his expression instantly turned flattering. Who doesn't know that Sister Sun can nail a deal with just a spit? A heroic woman worthy of friendship. As long as my brother doesn't lose out, it's all good. Alright, less nonsense, let's get down to business. Sister Sun rolled her eyes at Xiao Fei and then turned to Sean. Xiao, what else are you planning to exchange for this time? As long as I have it here, everything can be negotiated. Sister Sun, I don't even know what you have here. Sean discreetly glanced at his friend and saw Xiao Fei subtly nodding. How about this? If you have excess fuel, could you spare me some more? Although I plan to develop geothermal power later, fuel is still very valuable. Moreover, as Sister Sun mentioned, fuel is hard currency on the black market, only slightly inferior to food and drink. Xiao, since you were introduced by Xiao Fei and brought decent goods. Sister Sun pondered for a moment. I should agree to this request, but for the fuel I can only give you up to double 1,200 liters. Any more is truly impossible. However, I see that your vehicle is a bit too small. 200 liters per barrel means 1,200 liters would require 6 barrels, which surely wouldn't fit. How about this? I'll exchange another vehicle for you. Sister Sun pointed to the 2 box trucks parked nearby. You can choose either of those, whichever you fancy. You can drive it away. They are both nearly new and were recently maintained. Sean looked in the direction pointed by Sister Sun, and those 2 box trucks indeed appeared quite new. Although they were far from the Optimus Prime he desired, they were undoubtedly superior to the few vehicles he had in his spatial storage. The most critical aspect was that they were box trucks. As long as the doors were closed, neither freezing acid rain nor volcanic ash could get in. Sister Sun delivering goods to the door is one thing. Xiao Fei immediately took over the conversation, but 1,200 liters is way too little. Look at how much goods my brothers have. If we were to take it to the black market, at least 12,000 liters would be expected, and 2,000 liters would definitely not be a problem. This isn't an outrageous price. Fuel is indeed regulated, but a city's basic operational needs require it daily. Fuel is regulated, but people are not. Before the apocalypse struck, it was entirely normal for someone to exploit their position to deal in a bit of fuel. Now that the apocalypse has come, many are willing to take risks to ensure a better life for their families. Moreover, such behavior is tacitly tolerated. After all, in the apocalypse you can't expect people to risk driving to work without any leniency. As long as they don't overdo it, generally no one will intervene. Aren't I also throwing in a vehicle? A nearly new box truck is worth quite a lot, you know, Sister Sun said with a hint of annoyance. Come on. Driving such a vehicle consumes more fuel, Xiao Fei countered without backing down. And that was before. Now, with fuel regulations so strict, without enough gasoline these trucks are just scrap metal. At this point Xiao Fei noticed Sister Sun narrowing her eyes as a cold light flashed across her gaze. Okay, perhaps it was just an illusion, but it was clear that his earlier words had angered her. Alright, it's definitely better than scrap metal, Xiao Fei said with a pained expression, beginning to play the victim. But Sister Sun, can't you at least treat me like a brother? We are all on the same side. Can we skip these formalities? Just wait a little longer and you'll see these kinds of trucks littering the streets. Do you believe that? Let's be practical. Even if fuel is scarce, there must be something else you can offer, right? I refuse to believe that you can't even get some good stuff out of such a large stash. Cough cough. That sounds nice, but as family I haven't seen you help your sister even once. Sister Sun shot him a glare. I see you.
Before Sister Sun could finish her sentence, Zhao Fei's phone suddenly rang.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sister Sun, let me take this call. Zhao Fei clasped his hands together in apology, smiling as he answered the phone. After a few affirmations, Zhao Fei's expression suddenly changed. Sean could tell at a glance that something had gone wrong. At this moment, the young person following Sister Sun, whose gender was hard to discern, suddenly pressed their ear and their androgynous face changed abruptly. They then leaned close to Sister Sun's ear and began whispering. Soon Sister Sun's expression shifted to one of seriousness with a hint of helplessness.
Sister Sun, it seems you have heard the news too.
After Zhao Fei hung up, he spoke gravely. Forget about the fuel issue, since you mentioned it can't be exchanged, then 1,200 liters.
Let's hurry up and complete the transaction before the weather worsens. Little Fei, little Sean, we really can't add any more fuel.
Sister Sun pondered for a moment. I can add 4 canisters of liquefied petroleum gas, the 50-kilogram large bottles, and we can include that truck as well.
How does that sound?
In fact, she hadn't planned to budge, but the news she just received forced Sister Sun to relent, while the people in the van were even more reluctant to let go of their goods.
That's 50 kilograms per canister, totaling 200 kilograms. Sister Sun, don't you think that price is too low?
Zhao Fei shook his head.
Duh, Fei.
Sean knew something must have gone awry, otherwise the attitudes of both parties wouldn't have changed so abruptly.
We'll discuss this later.
Zhao Fei cast a slightly impatient glance. Sister Sun, would this work? You had 4 canisters of liquefied petroleum gas, and as for the truck, if you're willing to give it, great. If not, I can arrange for one to be sent to my brother later.
I can't imagine you only have these 2 types of items, right? What about metal materials, plastics, rubber and the like? Can't you squeeze out a bit? You guys want these? Sister Sun looked a bit surprised.
She wasn't unaware that raw materials like metals, plastics and rubber were quite useful, but their usefulness generally relates to factories. What on earth would they need these raw materials for?
Could they possibly manufacture something?
But then again, what's their source? Unfortunately, Sister Sun had no answers to these questions and couldn't ask any either. Just like this transaction, she couldn't inquire about who little Sean was or why he wanted to trade.
Sister Sun, actually, even if Fei hadn't mentioned it, I was planning to ask too.
As the party involved, Sean smiled gently as he took over the conversation. Various metals, plastics, rubber and even cement. If you could spare some, that would be fantastic. Even if you don't have any at the moment, it's alright. When you do have goods later, I believe our transactions can continue.
Of course, the items we trade will never disappoint you, Sister Sun.
Upon hearing this, Sister Sun looked at Sean with surprise. The implication of his words was that this was clearly not a one-time deal, and his tone was rather grand, wasn't it? So the question arises, where would this young man procure so many supplies?
Upon hearing his friend say this, Zhao Fei's expression changed dramatically.
However, before he could say anything, he caught Sean's glance signaling him to hold his tongue, leaving him to swallow his words back down.
As for this, I have no objections.
Sister Sun only pondered briefly before making a decision. I do have a bit of what you're looking for here, but we still need to discuss the specific trading price.
No problem, Sean nodded, then turned to his friend with a nod. De Fei, I leave the rest to you.
This little slickster. Sister Sun secretly gritted her teeth. She had originally perceived that Sean seemed not skilled in bargaining and was planning to take a bit of advantage. Who would have thought he would actually know how to utilize people and let Zhao Fei negotiate with her? Thinking of the connections of the other party's father, she couldn't even find a way to lower the price. De Fei, since Sister Sun is such an agreeable person, it's no big deal if I take a slight loss on the price.
Sean patted his friend on the shoulder. Let's consider it making a friend of Sister Sun. A pleasant cooperation will lead to a long future, right?
Zhao Fei shot a resentful glance at his friend.
You've said all the good things and now I'm left to be the bad guy. What more can I say?
How refreshing.
Sister Sun gave Sean a thumbs up.
Little Fei, look at little Sean, he knows how to care for people upon their first meeting. And look at you, usually you speak as if you've smeared honey on your lips, but when it comes to serious matters you fall apart.
Zhao Fei felt a headache coming on.
So it turns out you two are refreshing and straightforward while I'm the one left out.
He.
With Sean providing the general direction, the subsequent transaction became much smoother. 2,000 pounds of rice, 2,000 pounds of flour, a case of meat cans, a case of assorted fruit cans and a case of individual combat rations. 2 boxes of frozen pork belly, 2 boxes of frozen pork chops, 2 boxes of frozen whole chickens, a box of frozen beef, a box of frozen lamb chops and a basket of eggs. These supplies exchanged for 200 liters of gasoline, 6 50-kilogram canisters of liquefied petroleum gas, 8 steel ingots, iron ingots, polypropylene granules, polyethylene granules and nitro rubber granules, taking a bit of each, filling up a truck. Of course it wasn't Sean's van but the box truck that Sister Sun mentioned earlier. They used a forklift to move the items to the underground parking area first, then loaded them onto the truck. Unloading was the same, directly onto the pallets lifted by the forklift and then taken away in one go.
During the transaction, Sean discovered that the forklift operator was actually a woman.
While moving the goods, Sister Sun and a young androgynous person who might possibly be a girl surprisingly lent a hand themselves. This was quite interesting. Could it be that this place was a purely female sanctuary?
No, it should be more than just a sanctuary, it should be a warehouse.
Otherwise it would be impossible to have both gasoline and liquefied petroleum gas as well as metals, rubber and plastics. Most likely this was a supply warehouse, but Sean couldn't figure out what was really going on. But in any case, this transaction went very smoothly and they made quite a profit. Not to mention just that nearly new box truck, if it had been a month ago, could have bought all of Sean's goods and still had some left over. Although this truck couldn't compare to Optimus Prime, it certainly wasn't a small delivery vehicle. The cargo area alone was 4.2 meters long. Even as a second-hand vehicle, this kind of condition would surely sell for tens of thousands. The goods in Sean's van added up and even doubled wouldn't be worth that much. However, in the current environment, the values of the two had completely reversed. Who would have believed that a month ago? With a clang, Sean closed the rear door of the truck and locked it with the accompanying anti-theft lock. Sean, I remember what you said. Next time there are good goods, you must remember to find me. Sister Sun said with a smile. Don't worry, Sister Sun, this transaction has been very pleasant and naturally there will be a next time. Sean brushed off the dust from his hands. Next time I come, I'll bring the truck you lent me. After all, it's only right to return what is borrowed. Then I will be waiting. Sister Sun replied with a smile. As for the borrowing, everyone knows what's what. It's just that some things shouldn't be spoken of. Borrowing and gifting are entirely different concepts. As for the issue of not being able to get back what is borrowed, in this apocalypse, isn't that quite normal? Moreover, as long as they can exchange for more supplies, this small problem is nothing. After Xiao Fei was scolded by Sister Sun for a while and had his ear twisted for a bit, the transaction was officially over. Sister, you're really ruthless. I thought you were going to twist my ear off. Rubbing his ear, Xiao Fei directly sat in the driver's seat of the military jeep. As for the driver who had originally been driving but didn't say a word during the whole process, he was now the driver of the box truck. You think I'm ruthless just for twisting your ear a few times? You were far more ruthless than I when it came to negotiating. Sister Sun shot Xiao Fei an annoyed glare. Alright, this time it's my fault. Xiao Fei knew he had indeed taken advantage this time, so he quickly changed his tone. Sister, I'll talk to you again later. There's no way I'd really let you suffer a loss. If it were to be like that, wouldn't my dad kill me? Go. Hurry and scram. Sister Sun said, pretending to hit him. Xiao Fei finished speaking and started the still-running jeep, leaving casually along the route they came. The box truck followed closely behind, roaring with its powerful engine, quickly leaving the underground parking garage. Sister Sun, until we meet again, take care. Sean said as he sat in the van, cupping his fists towards Sister. Sean, take care as well. Sister Sun returned a fist salute in a very chivalrous manner. Sean said nothing further and drove the van to follow his friend's box truck. When the three vehicles reached the surface, the courtyard gate was already open. Soon the small convoy vanished into the night. Mom, we took a huge loss this time. Though she looked quite androgynous, she was indeed good-looking. Couldn't help but complain. Even if we want to give Uncle Xiao some face, it shouldn't be a loss like this. Moreover, we have a considerable stockpile of supplies. Even if the black market prices are high, they shouldn't be this high. Judge, you don't understand. We not only didn't lose in this transaction, but we also gained. Sun Yili said, looking thoughtfully at the garage entrance. And don't you think Sean is quite decent? Although he doesn't talk much, he is generous and considers his friends. Most importantly, don't you think that him being able to produce so many supplies in such a situation implies that he must have even more supply? Mom, this is called treating others with sincerity. Naturally, it can lead to long-term relationships. I hope so. Sun Jiaying pouted. Jia, compared to Sean and Xiao Fei, who do you think is better? Sun Yili suddenly asked. Mom. No way, are you trying to set me up again? Sun Jiaying rolled her eyes playfully. Do you really think no one wants your daughter? Let me tell you, it's just that I don't put on a show. If I did, those willing to be my sycophants could line up across the bridge. He. I believe you not. Sun Yili rolled her eyes. With your androgynous appearance, don't even mention Sean. Even Xiao Fei would only be dreaming if he was interested in you. Mom. This pair, who looked more like sisters than mother and daughter, quickly disappeared behind the heavy civil defense gate. Another officer looked at his partner, who returned with a beaming smile, puzzled. Why are you smiling like that? Did something good happen? The van that just passed by was the same one as before. So what? They have to go back after delivering the goods, right? The issue is that this time the vehicle followed the military truck back, and there was a cargo truck as well. What's strange about that? Haven't military trucks been going back and forth less frequently during this time? Looking at that cargo truck, it must be transporting something important. I don't want to know what it is, but if I encounter it again, I might ask if they can help me get some things. Are you saying? Don't you remember what was said during the last meeting? If we could tap into this line, what do you think would happen? I understand what you mean, but is this really okay? As long as the goods are clean, what could possibly go wrong? Besides, we won't be taking them for free, we can trade for them. Got it, but it's best to report this matter. We wouldn't want to get into trouble later on. Don't worry, once I have more information I will report it immediately. Alright, I'll vouch for you then. Meanwhile, Sean, driving the van, had not expected to be mistaken for a military person, nor that someone would want to do business with him. When the small convoy was 10 minutes away from the shelter, Xiao called a friend and soon the three vehicles pulled over to the side of the road. When Xiao got out of the van, he was already holding a small black briefcase. Presumably everything had been arranged, as the soldier in the cargo truck showed no intention of getting down. Sliding into the passenger seat of the military jeep, Xiao saw his friend looking at him with great excitement.
The goods are here. There are only 120 bullets, you can count them.
As Xiao spoke, he handed over the small case.
He. I've been waiting for this.
Xiao Fei smiled as he grabbed the case, placing it on his lap and opening it, revealing a silver revolver lying inside along with 3 speed loaders and 2 boxes of bullets. Xiao Fei reached for the gun, feeling its weight, and then began to handle it as if caressing a lover clearly enchanted.
Colt Python 4. 25 inches 6-round capacity. 357 Magnum. You can look up the other specs yourself.
Xiao watched his friend's reaction, shaking his head helplessly. Just keep this for self-defense, don't take it out to show off for no reason. Let me make it clear, once you get off this vehicle, this gun has nothing to do with me.
Even if your dad asks, he'll say the same. If something really happens, it has nothing to do with me either. Don't worry, this will stay between us. Xiao Fei nodded vigorously.
Say, Yang, did you really make this gun yourself?
Have you used it? There won't be any issues, right?
Why is it 4 inches?
I wanted a 6-inch one.
You can figure out if there are any issues yourself later. As for the rest, don't ask, I won't tell you.
Xiao shook his head. As for why it's not 6 inches, it's for convenience, my friend. Plus it's the same model as in City Hunter.
It's no wonder Xiao always told his friend not to ask, as the saying goes, one lie requires countless lies to cover it up.
Instead of risking a slip of the tongue, it's better not to ask at all.
As for what his friend thought, well,
let him guess slowly.
Fine, 4 inches it is. Xiao Fei nodded in understanding, carefully placing the gun back into the small briefcase.
There are some things you don't say and I won't ask, but you don't need to be too nervous.
In this situation, as long as we don't actively stir up trouble, my dad can handle it. However, if something does happen, Yang, don't hold back. The cleaner you handle it, the better. Only then can trouble not find its way to you otherwise.
Xiao Fei didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. I know my limits, Xiao nodded. Alright, I won't delay you, just leave the vehicle here and you hurry back. Let me drop you off at the destination. Old who can stay behind.
Xiao Fei thought Xiao didn't want more people to know the location of the shelter.
I can help you carry this load, you can bring it back later.
Trust me, there's no need for that. Xiao shook his head.
Don't ask why, just know I can handle it myself.
With this terrible weather, it might start freezing rain or volcanic ash snow at any moment. Let's hurry up and leave, don't waste my time.
Yang, are you sure? Xiao Fei was indeed surprised by his friend's reaction.
After all, there was a lot of cargo in that vehicle, and a 200-liter barrel of gasoline couldn't be handled by one person. But since Xiao had already made himself clear, Xiao Fei didn't want to press further. After all, everyone has their secrets.
Stop talking nonsense, hurry up.
After Xiao finished speaking, he pushed open the car door and got out. Just don't regret it later. Xiao Fei shrugged, carefully putting away the little case before calling the soldier down from the cargo truck. Once his friend sat in the passenger seat of the military jeep, Xiao returned to the van, using the motion of opening the door to take out a bag and a cigarette.
Please send my regards to your uncle.
Xiao placed the heavy bag into his friend's arms. Inside is my marinated meat, already frozen. Just boil it gently when you want to eat. Don't throw away the broth after you finish. You can toss in some meat or vegetables and it will taste just as good.
Marinated meat.
Xiao Fei hurriedly leaned in to sniff the bag.
Wow. It smells amazing. The cigarette is for the master, don't be greedy. Xiao reminded him lightly. Cut it out, do I need you to tell me that?
Xiao Fei rolled his eyes and handed the cigarette to the driver. The soldier, who looked to be around 40, accepted the cigarette without hesitation.
Alright, let's get going. Drive slowly on the road and be careful. Xiao patted the car door.
If you need anything, feel free to contact me first. Don't worry, our preparations are more than yours. Xiao Fei nodded appreciatively.
But if you really lack something, remember to tell me.
And don't mess around with scarce resources like today. Will you still be able to live on?
I got it, let's go quickly, Xiao urged with a smile. I'm leaving now.
Xiao Fei tossed the frozen marinated meat into the back seat and said, take care of yourself. You take care too, Xiao Shu.
Xiao nodded.
Xiao Fei didn't say anything else and directly signaled the driver to start the car.
The military green jeep soon disappeared into the night.
After watching the car lights completely disappear into the night, Xiao released the drone again. Once he confirmed that there was no one around, he directly stored the truck in his personal space and then drove the van towards the shelter. As for the drone, he did not retrieve it but activated the follow mode, using thermal imaging from above to continuously scan the surroundings, ensuring that no suspicious individuals were following. As soon as the vehicle started moving, Xiao turned on the radio at his friend's suggestion. Soon a series of new policies regarding curfews, electronic tickets and resource management echoed in his ears. Clearly considering that listeners might miss some parts, the relevant news broadcasts repeated continuously, striving to ensure that no matter when you turned on the radio you could hear everything. After listening quietly for a while, Xiao En realized that the content of the new policies was actually not much summarized in 2 words. It was maintaining stability.
Even if you are not working, you can still receive monthly electronic ration tickets based on the population of each household.
Various types of tickets such as grain tickets, oil tickets, sugar tickets, salt tickets and soy sauce tickets were plentiful and free. Of course, these electronic ration tickets distributed to households were only the most basic quantities and types, enough to ensure that a family could eat and drink without worries.
However, if you wanted to eat well and drink well, you would have to find other ways.
If your job was still ongoing, then congratulations, you would naturally receive a salary or subsidy each month.
After all, working in such a large environment was indeed very dangerous.
But basically, these were essential factories. Those that were not essential would be reduced or even completely shut down to ensure that no more problems arose. If you lost your job, it would not be a concern. The community and streets would recruit some workers as needed. Of course, the number of these job positions would definitely not be many, but there was no need to panic.
According to the new policy, the entire nation was now advocating self-sufficiency.
For example, home gardening and home breeding, especially the fish-vegetable symbiosis technology, were being promoted nationwide.
The relevant tools, seedlings and young animals would be provided by the government.
Of course, what was provided was only the most basic. If you wanted more, you had to spend money to buy it. This way, it could not only allow the common people to improve their diets but also provide them with extra income. For example, if a family's tomatoes grew well and they had too many, they could exchange them for some meat. If another family's rabbits grew plump, they might want to exchange them for some vegetables or grain. Such transactions could be conducted on the officially operated resource trading platform, where people would come to collect and deliver goods without needing to leave their homes. According to the broadcast, this platform would be implemented in every community, making it very convenient. As for private transactions, often referred to as the black market, the broadcast did not explicitly prohibit it, nor did it clearly promote it, as if it was forgotten. As for whether the country would bear too heavy a burden with so many resources controlled, that was certainly the case. With over 1 billion mouths to feed, the amount of resources consumed daily was staggering. However, after the resources in the entire market were controlled, the timed and quantified rationing system not only reduced unnecessary resource consumption, avoiding hoarding and price gouging, but also further maintained stability. Regarding what would happen to the original owners of the resources after so many were controlled, the broadcast provided a clear answer.
Resources must be uniformly managed. However, the government would absolutely acknowledge this and even provide compensation in certain aspects.
But as the old saying goes, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. Xiao En knew without guessing that there would definitely be people unwilling to comply, and some might even oppose the government.
However, the outcome of such actions would be quite grim.
After all, the old saying also states that in chaotic times severe measures must be taken. Anyone daring to cause trouble during such a period, whether they are ordinary citizens or powerful figures, would surely face dire consequences. In fact, the reason why Sister Sun, also known as Sun Ili, would relent and even be willing to lend a vehicle to Xiao En was precisely because of the implementation of these new policies. The curfew was one thing for those with connections and backgrounds. It was not a difficult problem to solve. Just like Zhao Fei, obtaining a pass that could withstand scrutiny was genuinely not a challenge. However, Xiao En also knew that the reason his friend's family could suddenly become powerful was likely due to some costs paid, and those costs were not small. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. Even if there were, the cost of something free was usually greater.
Moreover, things like passes could not be taken lightly. Once problems arose with the vehicle or people, the consequences would be even more severe.
For those who were not well acquainted, it was simply out of the question. In Xiao En's view, the real reason that made Sister Sun relent and compromise was the strength and control of resources, the electronic tickets, and the implementation of the rationing system. Of course, this does not mean that in the future, even with money, one would not be able to buy things. It would just become somewhat more difficult than now. After all, the existence of the black market had already been tacitly approved by the government. As long as one did not cross the line, it should be like the semi-open pigeon market of the 1980s, where no one would specifically check. But the more important point is that the batch of goods Xiao En brought may not seem like much, but in reality it was quite considerable. Take that 2,000 pounds of rice for example. For a normal adult, if calculated at 2 pounds of rice per day, cooking it into dry rice would yield at least 3 pounds.
Unless one had a huge appetite, 3 meals a day should suffice.
With 2 pounds of rice a day, 2,000 pounds would last for 1,000 days, which is over 3 years. This means that the rice traded by Xiao En alone would be enough for an adult to eat for 5 years.
Moreover, this calculation is on the higher side. If the amount is halved, it would allow 2 adults to eat for 5 years.
As for that 2,000 pounds of flour, when mixed with water and yeast to make steamed buns, it could produce about 3,000 pounds. Of course, not all of that flour would be made into steamed buns. Dumplings, noodles, and other varieties could be rotated for meals. If all else fails, it could also be made into flour lumps. Adding in those canned goods and frozen meat, although we won't discuss the excess, it could definitely sustain 3 adults for 5 years. Even if it is impossible to eat only these vegetables, and synthetic vitamins are still needed to keep the body healthy, but at critical times this batch of supplies could still be life-saving. Regarding the fuel, plastics, rubber, liquefied petroleum gas, and even the borrowed cargo truck, they may seem valuable, but in this apocalyptic environment you must first ensure that you are fed before considering anything else. What use is it to have a pile of industrial raw materials when you can't even fill your stomach? Moreover, even if Sun Ili has resources in this regard, don't forget that a super asteroid is about to come to Earth. Better to be prepared than sorry. Listening to the broadcast tones on the radio, Sean was certain that once these policies and laws were implemented, even if the government intervened to stabilize prices, the black market prices would still surge again. It's like in the 70s and 80s, if you wanted to buy food and meat without tickets at the pigeon market, it would definitely cost you significantly more than if you had tickets.
Think it's expensive? Then you don't have to buy it.
After listening to the complete broadcast twice, Sean's intentionally slowed van finally returned to the shelter. On the way, the drones continuously scouted the surroundings, discovering some wild animals but no humans. After Sean controlled the drone to circle the area with thermal imaging twice to ensure everything was fine, he finally put away the van and used the remote to open the concealed shelter door and walked in. The originally dark pedestrian passage lit up automatically upon Sean's entrance. Hiss! A high-pressure jet sound erupted, and amidst the grinding gears and metal clashing, the massive door slowly closed. Phew! Standing in the slightly dim passage, Sean let out a long sigh. In a mere flash, he had changed out of his double-layer protective suit and gas mask into pajamas. Overall, this trip went relatively smoothly and the trade was not a loss. After all, with the spatial storage, he was never short of food and meat. In fact, the fuel, metal, rubber and plastic he brought back from this trade would prove to be very useful. Even the 8 canisters of liquefied petroleum gas had value beyond just cooking. Returning to the data center, or rather the computer room, Sean checked the network.
Thankfully, although the power was out, the internet was still up.
It's not surprising, the country was undergoing tremendous changes and the internet allowed the common people to better understand the policies and new regulations.
However, according to Sean's speculation, internet restrictions were an inevitable trend, but they might not occur immediately.
After connecting his phone to the charger, Sean sent a message to his friend.
I've arrived home safely. I can finally relax. I'm not there yet, but I will be soon. Defay, what do you think of the new regulations? What do you think? Use your eyes.
With such national-level new regulations, no one can be exempt.
Otherwise, do you think Sister Sun would relent?
It's just that you're too easy to talk to, otherwise I could have asked for even more.
Alright, one should not go too far. Isn't there an old saying that you shouldn't do everything to the fullest or say everything? Cut, what old saying? Do you think I haven't seen the movie The Storm Riders? Despise.
JPG, I mean just that. Besides him alone, I don't lack a bit of food. Those materials are very useful to me.
Yes, you aren't lacking after procuring millions worth of supplies. But is that geothermal technology really feasible? Don't worry, this geothermal technology isn't complicated. It's a small-scale device, so there shouldn't be any problems. Plus, this technology isn't just for electricity generation, it can also be used for heating, water supply, and even for indoor cultivation and aquaculture. This is indeed great news.
If it works out, you need to prepare a few sets for me so I won't be strangled by fuel shortages later.
With Sister Sun around, that shouldn't happen. As for Sister Sun's situation, it's not convenient for me to say, please don't ask.
Anyway, if the geothermal technology gets sorted out, I need at least 5 sets.
No problem, I might be busy with this for the next few days. Don't worry if you can't reach me.
They'll try to check in with you periodically. You and Uncle Zhao take care of yourselves.
You shouldn't overdo it either, health is important.
You too, so it's settled. Well, chat later.
Talk later.
After putting down his phone, Sean thought for a moment and disappeared from the computer room. When he appeared again, he was standing in front of the van that had been stored in his space. With a wave of his hand, the van was almost instantly disassembled into countless large and small parts. The supplies in the cargo area were also returned to the warehouse with a mere thought from Sean. Previously, the entire rented farmhouse had been packed away into his space, and that steel-framed warehouse was repurposed by Sean. Inside, the supplies were crammed full, and many items that could withstand wind and rain could only be stored outdoors. The vehicle is decent, but it still needs modifications and upgrades. At the very least, it shouldn't rely on fuel anymore, or I won't have anywhere to refuel. Thinking of this, Sean summoned a holographic projection of the van and enlarged the image. Like the shelter, the hologram of the van also had several red exclamation marks indicating that these areas could be upgraded. Sean clicked on the red exclamation mark on the power system and 2 upgrade plans popped up. One plan was to replace the fuel power with electric power, converting the van from a fuel vehicle to an electric vehicle. The additional plan, however, was to convert the fuel power to gas power, which surprised Sean somewhat. Looking at this gas upgrade option, Sean was indeed a bit astonished. When I upgraded the Wuling Hongguang before, there wasn't this upgrade option.
Could it be because I brought back liquefied petroleum gas?
But that's not the same as natural gas, right?
After checking the information, Sean discovered that liquefied petroleum gas could not only be used for cooking at home but also served as fuel for vehicles and could even be utilized in metallurgy and petrochemical industries. It seems the upgrade options are not fixed but rather change based on the resources and conditions I possess. However, gas is out of the question. 400 kilograms of liquefied petroleum gas would last a long time for cooking, but it would be consumed quickly as vehicle fuel. An electric vehicle is more suitable for me at this moment.
With this thought, Sean didn't rush to upgrade the vehicle but instead brought up a partial holographic map of the generator room and the shelter and clicked on the red exclamation mark. As expected, there was also a new gas power generation upgrade option in the generator room's upgrade plans.
However, Sean wasn't foolish enough to choose that. Instead, he clicked on the geothermal power generation option. Glancing at the dialog box that popped up, he found that the materials needed for this upgrade were finally ready. Xiao didn't waste any more time and directly chose to upgrade. In the next moment, the relevant materials in the space were extracted. Having had several upgrade experiences, Xiao quickly transported himself back to the shelter and walked into the generator room before placing his hand on the ground. The process, still beyond verbal description and scientific explanation, took about half an hour, and the upgrade work for the original generator room was completed. Looking at the completely transformed generator room, Xiao's face was filled with uncontainable surprise, hardly noticing that his body felt no fatigue. The reason he had to rush out to trade was not solely due to the fuel issue. Although this stuff wasn't easy to buy in abundance even before the apocalypse, it wasn't too difficult if one had connections. In any case, Xiao had stockpiled quite a bit, and even relying solely on fuel for power could sustain him for a long time. The more significant reason was what he had discussed with Zhao Fei earlier: geothermal power technology is not just about generating electricity, it can also provide heating and water. The appropriate temperature allows plants and animals to thrive better, and water is crucial whether for daily use or drinking. As for the issue that geothermal supplied water cannot be consumed directly, one can always filter or distill it. Once the geothermal power equipment is set up, the entire shelter would be revitalized. No matter the power or water restrictions outside, they could no longer affect the normal operation of the shelter. What pleased Xiao the most was that this geothermal system was truly not complicated, and the generator room appeared even more spacious than before. The only downside is that this equipment must have geothermal resources to function. However, geothermal resources are often hidden underground. Xiao was fortunate to have the nearby hot spring resources, which is why this abandoned air raid shelter, having been neglected for many years, surprisingly had an independent water source. After upgrading the generator room, Xiao did not stop, but taking advantage of the relatively abundant resources, energetically upgraded the water treatment room and water pipelines inside the shelter, even expanding the cultivation and breeding rooms significantly. Since he had decided to trade in the future, a sufficiently large cultivation and breeding room was essential. Otherwise, how would he explain the outflow of so much grain, fruits, vegetables, and meat? Well, Xiao actually didn't need to explain. Under normal circumstances, no one would dig too deep into it, but making a little effort to show something is never a bad thing. As for those who might want to dig deeper in abnormal situations, he remembered his friend's advice: if one decides to act, one must be absolutely ruthless. The more thoroughly he resolved matters, the smaller the potential impact and problems would be. After being busy for 2 or 3 hours, a very tired Xiao finally threw himself into the bathtub of the shelter. This was an old-fashioned bathtub made of cement, merely tiled, and could not even be compared to those luxurious multifunctional bathtubs. However, at this moment, while the bathtub was simple, the water inside was anything but. In such an environment, soaking in a hot spring while sipping on a drink accompanied by fruits and snacks, wow, it felt even better than before the apocalypse. Soaking in the bathtub, Xiao's face was filled with a look of comfort and delight. 2 small wooden bowls floated on the surface of the water in front of him, one containing a small bowl with a white porcelain liquor bottle and some ice cubes with white porcelain wine cups on the side. The other contained fresh strawberries and homemade cake, and not just any cake, a cream cake, which was definitely a luxury and a treat in this post-apocalyptic environment. With a slurp, the fragrant liquor was drawn into Xiao's mouth. The chilled liquor was very refreshing, but after swallowing it quickly turned into a flame. After all, this liquor was 65 degrees. Combined with the slightly warmer hot spring water, the sensation was exquisite. In truth, Xiao did not particularly enjoy drinking, especially this type of liquor. However, compared to beer and red wine, liquor could also serve as medical alcohol and fuel when necessary. Thus, when he purchased this batch of liquor, Xiao specifically avoided commercially available products and instead found a private distillery to order a batch of pure grain liquor. This liquor was not only cheap but also didn't get one too tipsy when consumed in excess. The key was that it was made from real ingredients, unlike many commercial liquors that were mixed. Because he bought a lot of liquor, Xiao also received several different types of family recipe brewing yeast as a gift from the owner. Well, whether it was truly a family recipe was certainly questionable. But with these yeasts, Xiao also looked up some brewing techniques, and as long as he had enough raw materials, he could brew liquor himself. Fortunately, the rice in the space was growing exceptionally well. Xiao thought that since he couldn't consume that much himself, using it to brew liquor instead of wasting it on feeding poultry seemed more sensible. You should know that the more the apocalypse progresses, the government will surely invest heavily in planting and researching food, but things like tobacco and alcohol would definitely not be ignored, although the effort would be significantly less. Once the stocks in the market are nearly depleted, tobacco and alcohol will become luxury items. At that time, whether it could serve as an alternative currency Xiao couldn't guarantee, but whether traded on the black market or used to curry favors, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. Just like in the 70s and 80s, some people couldn't even get enough to eat, yet others still feasted on lavish meals. After soaking in the hot spring, Xiao fell asleep peacefully, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to share this with his friends. This time he didn't sleep in the space but in the shelter's bedroom. With the geothermal system in place besides the cold storage room, all the remaining rooms in the shelter were heated warm as spring. Not only could he sleep on a comfortable bed without needing any thick blankets, but even the water for daily washing and other uses was also hot water, and it was hot spring water. After all, there was a hot spring water vein directly beneath the shelter which not only had good quality but also a considerable flow.
If the renovation hadn't progressed so quickly, Sean would have definitely shared this with his friends in the group chat instead of just showing off. When he woke up the next day, Sean immediately felt a bit regretful. It wasn't because he had slept poorly the previous night. After drinking just the right amount of liquor, he had slept quite well. The liquor wasn't bad either. Upon waking up, he had no headache or discomfort. But when he slept in the space, all negative states would be cleared upon waking and he would feel excellent both physically and mentally. Getting used to that feeling sleeping in the shelter was quite uncomfortable for Sean. Is this what they mean by it's easier to go from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality? Sean mocked himself, washed up with the hot spring water and casually prepared a breakfast for himself. However, when he posted a photo in the group along with the caption, "The tougher life gets, the more you should treat yourself well," it immediately sparked a wave of envy and jealousy. Sean prepared a breakfast for himself consisting of 12 varieties including char siu buns, shrimp dumplings, steamed siu mai, rice rolls, lotus leaf chicken, steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce, steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce, fried spring rolls, imperial custard buns, durian pastries, Portuguese egg tarts and century egg and lean meat porridge. The portions were not large, but the variety was truly impressive. "I am a foodie and I am proud of it. Is this Cantonese dim sum? There are actually 12 varieties. Big shot, can you finish all this?" The Cat Eye Sisters. Damn. Why did I click in here at this time? The landlord's foolish son Xiao Fei. Wow. Are you not planning to enjoy it? The novice mechanic. Sean, this is just a small reward for myself after making some progress in researching geothermal technology. The Cat Eye Sisters. You call this a small reward for yourself? Big shot, do you have a misunderstanding about the term small? The fisherman. Not going to see. Seeing the big shot's breakfast, I suddenly feel like my seafood porridge isn't appealing anymore. The novice mechanic. Fisherman, do you have seafood there? Fresh. The fisherman. Not going to see. It's fresh. If it's not fresh, it can't be used to make porridge. It would be too fishy. The Cat Eye Sisters. Why do I feel like I'm the one struggling the most in this group? The landlord's foolish son. Why do I feel like I'm the one struggling the most in this group? Facing the dirt while backing towards the sky. Why do I feel like I'm the one struggling the most in this group? I'm really not a doctor. Why do I feel like I'm the one struggling the most in this group? The novice mechanic. Fisherman, I remember this province only relies on rivers, not the sea, right? The fisherman. Not going to see. My situation is a bit special. Why are you interested in seafood? Seeing this, Sean immediately understood that the other party did not want to answer his question, likely because it involved their secrets. The novice mechanic. Isn't this the apocalypse? Who knows if there will be another chance to eat seafood, so I don't want to have any regrets. The landlord's foolish son. Mechanic, I also have seafood here. Are you interested? The novice mechanic. When did your family start doing seafood business? What good stuff do you have? The landlord's foolish son. Kelp. The Cat Eye Sisters. Damn. Fat dead guy, are you trying to choke me to death? Seeing his friend's reply, Sean's expression darkened. At that moment, a private message came through. "Yang Yang, it's better for you to keep a low profile." Seeing the content of the private message, Sean felt warmth in his heart. He knew that his friend was just joking around and did not want him to be too ostentatious. It's the apocalypse. Being too ostentatious doesn't end well. Thanks for the reminder, but I'm not that foolish. I know my limits. Looking at Sean's reply, Xiao Fei, who was holding his phone, let out a sigh of relief. He was also worried that his friend would be too ostentatious. If he caught the attention of some malicious individuals, it would be trouble. Seeing that the other party knew their limits, Xiao Fei, knowing his friend well, no longer worried. After all, even though Sean occasionally poisoned the group, it was still within a reasonable range. He just likes to eat. Haven't you seen that the group's "I am a foodie and I am proud" also occasionally poisons? Moreover, since it's the apocalypse, staying in the shelter every day with nothing to do, spending some time to enjoy a good meal is quite normal. However, amidst the relaxation, Xiao Fei became even more curious about his friend's changes. He had tried the Colt Python 4.25-inch revolver and the gun's quality was outstanding. Even his father, who had served in the military, was surprised by the quality of the gun. If it weren't for the evidence, he wouldn't believe that this was a counterfeit made by Sean. People would believe it was originally smuggled in. If it weren't for Xiao Fei's relentless efforts, this gun would probably have been lost. First the gun, then such a grand transaction. As for the grand transactions, Xiao Fei knew that his friend had procured a considerable amount of supplies in the market due to his information advantage. But listening to Sean, such transactions could actually be sustained long-term, which was extraordinary. Xiao Fei also asked his father, but the answer he got was that some questions should not be asked as long as the person was safe. That was good enough. You just need to be aware the fisherman's situation is somewhat similar to my dad's, but their family makes a living at sea. Seeing his friend's reply, Sean immediately understood what the fisherman not going to sea was about. Will there be any problems trading with them? No way. Do you really want to buy seafood? Besides seafood, I also want to buy a boat, one that can go to sea. A boat that can go to sea. Why? Isn't it to leave myself a backup plan? Don't say a boat, I even want to get a plane. A plane? You really dare to think? Why not? If a big plane doesn't work, a small plane should be fine, like a civilian small helicopter. At this point, Xiao Fei paused for a moment and realized that his friend was indeed right. If a big plane won't work, it doesn't mean a small plane won't work. A domestic small civilian helicopter would actually only cost a few $100,000 cheaper than many cars. But while the helicopter is affordable, getting it to fly is not. Specialized pilots and flying qualifications are much more expensive than the helicopter itself. Especially now that it's the apocalypse, those without strength cannot afford a small helicopter while those with strength have bigger and better options.
What good is that to you? You can't even fly it. Cut, just because I can't fly it I can't imagine. Imagine.
Xiao Fei looked confused.
It's a joke about flying a plane.
Just like you said, even if I get one back I can't fly it. I can't just hire a pilot, but I can with a boat.
Alright, Sean lied about this matter.
It's not that he can fly a plane, it's that he indeed wants to buy a plane, whether it's a helicopter or a luxurious private jet. Sean also knew that a luxurious private jet was out of the question. He probably wouldn't be able to afford it even in the apocalypse, but a small civilian helicopter should be manageable. As for what to do with it after buying, it's definitely not to fly it directly. He plans to upgrade it through space. In fact, it's not just planes. If he could get a spaceship or a heavy lift rocket, that would be even better. After all, the Earth is in such a state, who knows if there will be any future problems. If he can upgrade a spaceship or a heavy lift rocket into a real starship, haha.
Wouldn't that mean he could rush out of Earth and into the universe?
Plus, with farms, ranches and fish farms in space, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking supplies even during a long interstellar journey.
However, Sean also knew that this idea of his was merely a fantasy for now.
But expecting to get a plane and upgrade it into a more advanced flying vehicle is something to look forward to. This way, whether he goes out to search for supplies or trades with others, his mobility will undoubtedly be far superior to just driving. Upon seeing his friend's reply, Xiao Fei thought the other party was merely joking and could only shake his head helplessly.
Wasn't there a boat on your procurement list?
It seems there was more than one, right?
But that's just an inflatable boat, and I don't want a small one, preferably a larger one that can go to sea.
I advise you not to rush this matter.
I will keep an eye out for you.
Of course, if you're anxious, you can contact a fisherman to give it a try. I'm not in a hurry, but this trade with Sister Sun has made me think that we should set up a small trading circle internally as well.
Oh. You think so too?
I've listened to the interpretation of the new policy several times and I haven't heard anything about banning the black market.
Clearly they must have tacitly approved it.
They have turned a blind eye to private transactions, but the black market is a different story. Inflating prices is something that will be strictly punished.
What about the previous pigeon market? That should be fine, you understand.
The government probably knows that private transactions cannot be completely eradicated, so they neither explicitly allow nor disallow it, but they will certainly not tolerate price gouging.
Thinking about it, in the current tense environment, it's like a bomb. Once a major problem arises, it's equivalent to detonating the bomb, and the consequences could be quite severe. But completely stifling private transactions is unrealistic. It's like DU controlling the floods, where blocking is not as effective as guiding.
Coupled with the official trading platform, a dual approach will certainly better control the situation.
DeFei, judging by your words, you must have some plans.
What plans could I have?
Just like this trade with Sister Sun, we both take what we need.
What a clever phrase, take what we need. However, it's best to stay low-key for the next few days. The new policy has just begun and we shouldn't draw attention.
You can rest assured.
By the way, the processing of the geothermal equipment is going relatively smoothly. If all goes well, it should be ready in about 10 days to half a month.
So fast.
Xiao Fei was genuinely surprised, but at the same time he felt all the more that his friend was quite remarkable.
No kidding.
After learning about the benefits of geothermal power generation, he asked his father.
Zhao Guoxian consulted professionals, and this path is not unfeasible, but it certainly won't be so simple.
Geothermal technology, as the name suggests, requires a geothermal source first. In theory, as long as you dig a hole underground on Earth, you can certainly find geothermal energy. But the question is, how deep does this hole need to be? Even though the Zhao family's refuge is located in another area of the city rich in hot springs, nearby high-end communities can even supply hot springs directly to homes, and they are natural hot springs, yet getting the geothermal equipment up and running is still very challenging. I already said that this technology is not complicated. If you don't believe me, I can send you the technical materials and you can have Uncle Zhao find someone to do it. They will definitely be faster than I can.
Hearing this, Xiao Fei couldn't say he wasn't moved.
Sean had mentioned that this technology could not only provide energy but also heating and water supply, which is quite important. However, after pondering for a while, Xiao Fei still made a decision. Forget it, I'd rather wait for the finished product.
Rest assured, I won't take it for free. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll definitely get it for you.
Oh.
Then I want a spaceship. Can we at least pretend to be cool? Do you want a model? What I want is the model.
You don't think I actually want a real spaceship, do you?
I'm really not short of anything right now. Once the equipment is ready, just come and pick it up. Whether to bring the model or not doesn't matter.
Why is it that while showing off you make it seem so natural and effortless?
There's a big difference between people.
Shut up. Sean ultimately didn't tell Xiao Fei what he wanted to buy the boat for, and the latter smartly didn't ask why he wanted to buy it, nor did he question where the money was coming from. However, Zhao Fei did mention that those refuge directors he invited to the group were quite capable and their character was relatively reliable. After obtaining the information he wanted, Sean returned to the chat group only to find the Cat's Eye three sisters leading the absurd group of friends who were speculating whether there was some sort of shady transaction between him and the foolish son of the landlord Zhao Fei. The foolish son of the landlord, stop guessing, I do know the mechanic just like I know all of you. Cat's Eye three sisters, I feel that it's not as simple as just knowing each other, something feels off. The rookie mechanic Sean, because I've transacted with the foolish son we indeed know each other more than just superficially. I'm really not a Dr. Foolish Son. Cat's Eye three sisters, damn. I almost sprayed my phone with soda. Facing the screen, Zhao Fei's expression turned dark upon seeing Sean's reply. What the hell, foolish son? You're the foolish one. Non-coastal fisherman, no wonder you seem to be quite familiar with the foolish. Fool. What? Do you want to trade some seafood with me? The foolish son of the landlord, damn jiff. The rookie mechanic, I do have this idea but I'm afraid it won't be convenient. I'm quite close to the Yangtze River but far from the sea. Non-coastal fisherman, I might not have time in the next few days. How about this, when I go back one day I'll contact you first and see about trading, okay? As soon as Sean sent the friend request, it was accepted immediately by the other side. The fisherman who does not go to the sea, ha. Even if you didn't add me I would have added you. It's better to discuss such transactions privately. The novice mechanic, let's complete the specific transaction privately and after it's done we can inform each other. This way we can set an example for everyone. Sitting on the other side of the internet, the fisherman who does not go to the sea was stunned for a moment but soon understood Sean's meaning. Although there are quite a few shelters, the resources available for trade in each shelter are not the same. Just like himself, during this period he had accumulated a lot of seafood for both public and private reasons and processed a large part of it into dried and salted goods. However, a normal person's diet cannot consist solely of these seafood. This suggestion is good, but it still needs to be approached with caution. That's right, so do you have any resources you want to trade? I just saw you mention having rice flour, frozen meat and fresh vegetables, right? Yes, do you want some? But you shouldn't be lacking in that area, right? It's not about lacking or not, it's about being prepared for any situation. In this current situation, who would ever complain about having too much food? Alright, I can provide 2,000 pounds of rice, 2,000 pounds of flour and 1,000 pounds of vegetables, although the variety of vegetables is limited to bok choy, lettuce and cherry radish. In fact, Sean had more than just these three types of fresh vegetables, but since it was the first transaction it was better to keep it low-key. As for the amount of rice and flour, it was just a slight display of his strength so that he could gain the attention he deserved. Are you sure? Looking at the message sent by someone, the fisherman was indeed very surprised. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was just the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano. Its impact on the country is not that significant, but don't forget there is also an asteroid coming. Anyone aware of this news would try to stockpile as much food as possible. In reality, the reason for the strong reaction at the national level is something many unaware citizens feel is unnecessary. Isn't it just that there is no sun temporarily? Isn't it just that the temperature is dropping? Isn't it just snowing and hailing? Why impose a national curfew and strict controls? But in reality it really does matter. Compared to the dangers posed by the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, the 10-kilometer-wide asteroid is the true and off-world crisis. The reason the country reacted so quickly and strongly is to make adequate preparations in advance. Otherwise, once the news about the asteroid colliding with Earth is announced, who knows how many people's mental states would collapse instantly, leading to all sorts of chaos. Once everyone gets used to this special atmosphere of the apocalypse, the potential chaos and collapse will be reduced to a minimum. But in any case, during this special period, anyone or any force that knows about the asteroid will do their best to stockpile food. Seeing the fisherman's inquiry, Sean fully understood what the other party was thinking. I am sure, but I also have a small request. What request? Could you help me prepare some easy Torai seafood, preferably live, and bring some clean seawater as well? Upon seeing this, the fisherman immediately reacted, realizing what the guy who often uses poison was planning. You want to engage in aquaculture? Yes, I want to try whether brackish water aquaculture is feasible. I need some live seafood and I would appreciate your help in selecting the specific varieties. Thank you. Upon reading this, the fisherman initially wanted to say that artificial aquaculture is not that simple, but then he thought that the person just wanted to give it a try and they probably had already mentally prepared for success or failure. That's fine, but I might not have time recently, so you'll need to wait. No problem, I can wait. Just contact me when you happen to pass by Jiangpu and we can confirm the trading location and specific quantities then. Alright, well, get in touch later. Good, looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. JPG, looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. JPG. After Sean and the fisherman tentatively agreed on the trade intention, he returned to the chat group. As a result, he saw that I am a foodie and I am proud was also posting poison with a photo of 4 dishes and 1 soup, each of the 5 dishes having its own close-up. It was obvious that they had professional-grade photography equipment and the photos were stunning, making it feel like one could smell the aroma even through the phone screen, which was very appetizing. Watching the silly group members argue back and forth, Sean felt that the atmosphere in the group today was quite lively and it was hard to tell that the apocalypse had already arrived. Not long after his friend Zhao Fei sent him a private message.
Yang Yang the fisherman just asked me about you. What did you say? Sean smiled slightly. What else can I say?
I said our relationship is so good that we could share the same pants.
Bullshit.
I can't wear your pants, they are too baggy.
Damn. Your reading comprehension is quite unique. Just kidding, but is it alright to say that? What problem could there be?
I also know the fisherman, it's just that our relationship isn't as close as yours.
His family is still somewhat connected to mine.
That's good. With such a relationship I can feel more at ease about future transactions. If I can establish a cooperative relationship with his family it would indeed be beneficial, but...
Are you really not planning to survive? I have no choice, I must prepare adequately before the asteroid strikes the Earth.
Otherwise what's the use of stockpiling resources?
You are being too pessimistic. What if we can successfully deal with the asteroid?
That would be the best outcome, but even if we succeed won't there still be 5 to 10 years of no sunlight? Isn't it better to leave enough supplies for 10 years and trade the rest for things that are useful to me?
Alright, I can't argue with you, but it's still better to be cautious during transactions after all. People's hearts can change easily. I understand.
After chatting with his friend for a while, Sean stopped participating in the group chat and went offline to focus on his own affairs. With a flash, Sean entered the space and with just a thought all the protective suits, anti-stab suits and anti-riot suits he had procured before the apocalypse appeared before him. After going out for this transaction, Sean summarized and found a problem. That 2-layer protective suit was honestly uncomfortable to wear. Even though the outdoor temperature was very low it still felt stuffy. Especially whenever he worked he would heat up and the warm air could not escape condensing into water inside the protective suit when it met the cold. That feeling of being wrapped in sweat was truly terrible. Plus in the coming days the external environment would definitely worsen, so what he needed most now was a powerful yet comfortable piece of equipment.
In addition, Sean also wanted to see if the space's upgrade ability could be used in another way.
In Sean's design. Well, in the realm of imagination a fully functional protective combat suit must not only be comfortable, temperature regulating, bulletproof and stay resistant, but it would also be ideal if it could feature armor, power support, combat assistance, detection, scanning and even flight capabilities. Looking at the features he had listed, Sean's expression was somewhat pained. Is this still a protective combat suit?
This is practically power armor, alright.
If given the choice, Sean truly hoped to create a set of power armor that would certainly be exhilarating.
Maybe I can give it a try.
After all, even Iron Man's Mark series evolved from Mark 1 to the final Mark 85 nanotech suit through continuous upgrades. What if it works out? With that thought in mind, Sean, filled with excitement, began upgrading the protective suits, stab-proof suits, riot gear and combat suits in front of him. Just like the previous cars, anything in the space could be upgraded like it was in a shelter, even more conveniently.
Clicking on the holographic projection of the protective suit, he unsurprisingly saw 3 red exclamation marks.
Sean clicked on each one and found that these exclamation marks covered 3 aspects: material, structure and functionality. With just a thought the protective suit in front of him was instantly decomposed into a cloud of mist. At the same time a portion of the relevant raw materials from the inventory was instantly extracted. In just a few breaths a brand new protective suit appeared before Sean. Looking at the protective suit in front of him, Sean felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't that the upgrade effect was poor, on the contrary the effect was indeed quite impressive. The protective suit, which originally looked thin, had become significantly thicker, resembling a one-piece diving suit, and its aesthetic appeal had dramatically increased. However, for Sean this change was still far from what he desired.
We aren't comparing with Iron Man, but I should at least be able to replicate Batman's combat suit, right?
With that thought, Sean glanced at the stab-proof suit, riot gear and combat suit hovering nearby, instinctively bringing up the holographic projection of the stab-proof suit and overlapping it with the upgraded protective suit's projection. This trick was something he learned while watching Iron Man. Before that, genius Playboy utilized similar holographic projection devices to develop the subsequent models of the Mark series.
Sean wanted to see if he could gain some inspiration and find a way for the two to complement each other's functionalities. As soon as the 2 holographic projections made contact, Sean noticed a blue question mark suddenly jump into view. A blue one? Question mark. Sean paused for a moment and reached out to click on the blue question mark.
Soon a dialog box popped up beside the overlapping protective suit and stab-proof suit, displaying a line of data.
What the heck? It can do this too.
Looking at the data displayed in the dialog box, especially the last line, Sean was astonished. Sean had experienced the marvel of space more than once, especially in upgrading functions. He had gone through it many times.
Yet he never expected that the space also had another method of upgrading: synthesis. Synthesize identified items. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, no, what's there to think about? With that thought, Sean directly chose yes.
Then the recently upgraded protective suit and stab-proof suit were instantly decomposed into mist and then fused together. 2 clouds of mist, each a different color, swirled and rolled continuously, while a portion of certain raw materials in the space was also decomposed and integrated into the mist. This synthesis took significantly longer than the previous upgrade of the protective suit, extending quite a bit.
After nearly 7 or 8 minutes, a brand new, let's tentatively call it a combat suit, finally appeared before Sean.
This thing looks a bit familiar. Looking at the synthesized result in front of him, Xiao En rubbed his chin. No, something is still missing. With that thought, Xiao En brought up the holographic projections of the combat suit and riot gear, then overlapped them with the projection of the newly synthesized combat suit. Again a blue question mark lit up and Xiao En clicked on it, but the data that popped up made him furrow his brows. It wasn't that synthesis was impossible, it indeed was, but according to the relevant data, even if synthesized this time, there wouldn't be much change. It was clear that the functionalities of the stab-proof suit, riot gear and combat suit overlapped, but the discovery of the synthesis function still made Xiao En extremely pleased. No. It should be described as a tremendous surprise. With this synthesis function, it could solve the limitations that would arise due to insufficient raw materials and related technology in the upgrade function. Glancing at the overlapping holographic projections, Xiao En thought for a moment, then extended his hand. A motorcycle full-face helmet appeared before him, followed by a smartphone, a VR headset, several titanium alloys, a pair of mountaineering boots, a set of diving gear, and so on. After several attempts, Xiao En finally obtained a multifunctional combat suit that better suited his needs. Oh wow. I remembered. Looking at the finished product in front of him, Xiao En clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm. I wondered why this thing looked so familiar. This is that. With that thought, Xiao En summoned the spare laptop stored in the space and opened the media player to select a pure CG movie titled Starship Troopers Invasion. Once the movie started, Xiao En fast-forwarded and then paused the scene at the moment when a female character named Chuego was talking to her savior. Looking at the Chuego in the black combat suit on the screen, Xiao En glanced back at the product he had just synthesized. Alright, there were indeed some differences between the two. One was male and the other was female, but overall the style and design were quite similar. No wonder it looked familiar. As for why he remembered it so clearly, that pure CG movie was indeed well made and it was full of benefit. Besides this fitted protective combat suit, the product Xiao En had just synthesized also added metal armor plates on the vital parts of his body, making it look incredibly cool. That wasn't all. After some attempts, this combat suit not only had a cool appearance but also included a multifunctional helmet. The helmet could perfectly integrate with the combat suit, incorporating the visual screen of the VR goggles and various functions of the smartphone. Xiao En merely concentrated and the laptop in his hand and the clothes on his body disappeared simultaneously. The next moment, the freshly synthesized combat suit appeared on him. The first feeling of wearing the combat suit wasn't suffocating, as the materials had also been upgraded. Even when it was fitted close to the body, it felt quite good. Regarding the weight of the combat suit, Xiao En was not unprepared, as today's combat suits are no longer the simple protective suits made of a single layer of plastic. After trying to move his body, Xiao En quickly realized that although this one-piece combat suit was heavy, it did not hinder his movements. Of course, this assumes that one has enough strength, otherwise wearing this combat suit for an extended period would be a burden in itself. As Xiao En finished moving his body and began to sweat, the immediate concern was not what would happen next. At least for now, he could check off comfort on the list. Not bad, but it would be much easier with a power-assisted system. I must thank my recent intense training for the results, otherwise I would only be able to wear this combat suit to show off, unable to utilize its capabilities. With that thought, Xiao En reached out and took the helmet that was still hovering above him. The helmet resembled a full-face motorcycle helmet but lacked many details, particularly in weight, matching the heaviness of Xiao En's combat suit. As he placed the helmet on his head, he heard a soft sound hiss as it connected to the combat suit through an airtight seal. Xiao En tried moving his head in various directions, even spinning around. To say it was completely unimpeded would be an exaggeration, but it certainly did not interfere with his normal actions. Xiao AI, power on. Xiao En suddenly spoke. Okay, sir. A sweet voice responded and the helmet visor in front of him lit up. Just as he expected to see the startup screen of a well-known domestic smartphone, he was surprised to find he was mistaken. There was no startup screen at all. Instead, a small version of Xiao AI appeared in the upper right corner of the display, rendered in stunning 3D. Xiao AI, tell me what functions you have now. Xiao En asked curiously. Sir, I can help you make and receive calls, connect to the internet, query data, provide navigation, record information, and control remotely. Listening to Xiao AI, Xiao En was astonished to find her tone much smoother and more natural than the original version. If he weren't actually hearing her speak, he could hardly imagine she was merely a smart assistant on a phone. It seems the synthesis and upgrades are not limited to hardware. Xiao En couldn't help but speculate. Sir, are you listening? Xiao AI in the upper right corner made a knocking gesture and produced an appropriately timed knocking sound. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. Xiao En smiled. So what you just mentioned seems to be the functions of the original version. Are there no new functions? Sir, what functions would you like me to have? Xiao AI blinked her big eyes. For example, network intrusion, scientific research, and self-evolution. Xiao En inquired. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have any of those functions. Xiao AI shook her head. Faced with such a response, Xiao En felt somewhat disappointed. It wasn't that he was disappointed that she lacked the three functions he mentioned, but rather that Xiao AI was still just a smart assistant. Perhaps her image was already in stunning CG, resembling a real person very closely. Perhaps her tone was also very fluid and natural, even possessing a degree of subjective initiative, but in the end she was still not true artificial intelligence. Clearly the software has indeed improved, but it hasn't conjured up a Jarvis or a Red yet. Still, this combat suit has many shortcomings, but it's more than sufficient for the current situation.
With that thought, Sean posed as if holding a gun, and in the next moment an AK-47 appeared in his hand. Xiao AI, can you assist with aiming? I can give it a try. Xiao AI replied. Then let's try. Sean smiled. Soon a crosshair appeared in Sean's field of vision. Next to the crosshair, data such as distance, height, temperature, and humidity were astonishingly displayed, looking quite sci-fi. In reality, Sean knew that such functions did not exceed Xiao Ai's original capabilities. Bang! After the gunshot, Sean looked at the bullet hole on the ground, which was far from the crosshair, with a face that said, I knew it would be like this. The aiming assistance Sean just mentioned wasn't just about providing a crosshair and displaying some external environmental data. In fact, when Xiao AI did not suggest conducting ballistic calibration, Sean had already lost hope for the aiming assistance function. However, it was not entirely unreasonable to understand, as there was no network in space, not even a server in the shelter. Even if Xiao AI had a certain degree of subjective initiative, she still needed to access relevant data. Sir, there is insufficient relevant data and I cannot perform better. Xiao AI stated. It's fine, this is already quite good. Sean smiled. This was not mere consolation, achieving such a level was already commendable for an artificial intelligence. Sean had prepared himself for something even less capable than this. Of course, he felt some disappointment. If it could truly produce a qualified power armor, that would be amazing. Clearly, equipment upgrades and synthesis still cannot create something from nothing. Raw materials and foundational technology must exist. Indeed, a system flow is more convenient. As long as you have enough points or credits, you can create anything from nothing. Space, oh space, you still lack power. I wonder when you will upgrade again. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. After testing the combat suit thoroughly in the space, Sean had to admit that although it was far from true powered armor, it was undoubtedly cutting-edge technology for this era. He couldn't test flying yet, but running on the ground and swimming in the water had been tried, and both worked excellently. Functions like weather, temperature, humidity, positioning, and navigation, which seemed not very useful on the phone, proved to be quite effective in practical use. After a round of testing, Sean was confident that the combat suit he DIY'd could outclass all known combat suits on the market. If there were any shortcomings apart from the increased burden on the user without power assistance, it would only be the inconvenience of using the restroom. With a more advanced protective combat suit, Sean naturally wouldn't leave it gathering dust in his room. This recent transaction with Sister Sun indeed resolved the upgrade issues regarding the generator room and water treatment facility, and it also made him appreciate the importance of resources. However, his friend Zhao Fei advised that during the early implementation of the new policy it would be wiser to keep a low profile. Therefore, he shouldn't expect similar transactions in the short term, but simply waiting in the shelter felt too passive. After much contemplation, Sean decided to go out and see if he could acquire various resources he needed through other channels or methods. Just in time, the water resources in the space have also fallen to near the warning level. This trip could also help find a suitable water source to replenish the resources in the space. Thinking of this, Sean checked the time. After all this fuss, it had gone from morning to the late afternoon. The drone was dispatched first, and after confirming there were no issues after 2 laps around the area, Sean finally opened the shelter's door and stepped outside. Dressed in a black and silver battlesuit, even his head was covered by a multifunctional tactical helmet. In his hands he held an AK-47. Alright, the design of this gun is indeed a bit low-key, yet overall it still gives off a strikingly cool and impressive visual impact. Shall I activate the drone's follow and guard mode? Standing at the entrance of the shelter, Sean casually threw the drone he had just retrieved back into the air. Follow and guard mode has been activated. In Xiao Ai's sweet voice, the compact drone silently took off with the force of Sean's throw, quickly rising hundreds of meters into the air and hovering there. The drone was equipped with 2 8K cameras. The front one switched to night vision mode while the rear one switched to thermal imaging mode, conducting real-time reconnaissance of the nearby environment. The reconnaissance images would be minimized and synchronized to the upper left corner of the multifunctional tactical helmet's internal screen. From the outside, the entire helmet screen appeared black. Not only was the image on the internal screen invisible, but even Sean's face couldn't be seen. In fact, Sean couldn't see the minimized reconnaissance images either, they were too small. If there were any abnormalities, Xiao AI would provide an alert at the first moment. Xiao AI, locate the nearest water source. As Sean spoke, he reached out to release his electric van. He had considered upgrading his vehicle, but for the sake of keeping a low profile, the current vehicle was less noticeable. As for this combat suit, even if it were spotted, what could be said? I'm just cosplaying. Location successfully determined, approximately 5. 8 kilometers away. Then let's set off. After saying this, Sean got into the van, tossing the AK-47 he had been holding into the space. It was clearly approaching evening, and being summer, the sky should still be bright. Yet now thick clouds covered the sky. It was dark enough that one could hardly see their own hand, let alone anything else. Only the lightning generated by the friction between sulfur compounds and the clouds occasionally brought a glimmer of light to this dark world. 8 kilometers was not far, and with the advantage of driving despite some rough patches, one mustn't forget that there were no cars or even people on the roads now. In less than 10 minutes, the Wuling Hongguan, which showed no outward signs of abnormality, stopped at the edge of a reservoir. The reason for coming here to fetch water was not that there was no water in the shelter, but rather that the flow rate was too slow. Moreover, one couldn't just soak in water all day, right? That would be quite uncomfortable.
Now that the space had expanded and the amount of plants and livestock had increased, the daily water consumption was no small number. Although internal circulation was possible as time went on, replenishment would still be necessary, or else they would face a situation where the water in the spatial river dried up and there would be no water available. Furthermore, this type of reservoir was originally intended for fish farming. Although most of the fish had been caught, there would surely still be some that had escaped capture. As for toxic substances, as long as the water entered the space, Xiao En could resolve that with just a thought. After parking the vehicle in a concealed spot, Xiao En did not look for a way down into the reservoir, he simply jumped down. With a splash, Xiao En quickly submerged to the bottom of the reservoir. With the personal space he possessed, he didn't have to worry about running out of oxygen. When Xiao En stood atop the sediment that had been settled for an unknown duration, with a single thought, not only did a vast amount of water flow into the space, but even the sediment and all the river creatures that had not been caught, such as clams, snails, loaches and eels, were effortlessly relocated. After scraping clean the sediment in the area, Xiao En moved to another spot to continue scraping. He scraped the sediment at the bottom of the reservoir while collecting a large quantity of water. To be honest, the water quality in such a high-density fish and shrimp farming reservoir was pretty mediocre. However, it was alright. Once this water was collected into the space, it would be treated. The beneficial part and the pure water source would be released into the rivers within the space, while the harmful components for aquaculture would be decomposed. Anything usable would be used to fertilize the fields or as raw materials for processing equipment. Heavy metals, anything that couldn't be used, would simply be discarded. As a large amount of treated water was released back into the space, the river surface, which had previously shrunk to nearly half, began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. A multitude of aquatic creatures, whether lucky or unfortunate, such as fish, shrimp, crabs, clams, loaches and eels, quickly adapted to their new living environment. Even though they initially felt somewhat out of place, they soon settled in. Aside from these river creatures, Xiao En unexpectedly collected some lotus roots in the relatively shallow parts of the reservoir. There weren't many, and he didn't know if they had been left for planting or if they were simply overlooked. The entire process of collecting water and aquatic products started off quite smoothly, but soon Xiao En noticed that something seemed off. What's going on? Why is the heavy metal content in this reservoir so high? Even if there were problems with the farming, it shouldn't reach this level unless there was a pollution source nearby. Thinking of this, Xiao En glanced at the space that had already returned to normal levels and had even experienced a continuous heavy rain before returning to the shore from the reservoir. Xiao AI, help me check if there are any fertilizer plants, paper mills or plastic factories upstream of the reservoir. Alright, sir. Without making Xiao En wait too long, he received a reply even before he had time to dry himself off. Sir, there are no fertilizer plants, paper mills or plastic factories upstream of this reservoir, but I did find a resource recycling company engaged in the recycling of renewable resources. Recycling renewable resources? Isn't that just a waste recycling station? Theoretically yes, but this resource recycling company has already been shut down. Shut down? Because of pollution? Yes. No wonder, but for me this is good news. Xiao AI, locate this place, we are heading there immediately. Alright sir, location successfully determined, approximately 8 kilometers away. The navigation indicated 8 kilometers, but in reality this distance was far from short, as the route wound through farmland, irrigation canals and even past rural homes and villas. In a straight line, the resource recycling company lay less than 5 kilometers from the reservoir. Xiao AI, Xiao confirmed the surrounding environment. Understood, sir. The drone hovering steadily overhead immediately initiated a deeper reconnaissance of the target area. Minutes later, Xiao AI Tonxue delivered a definitive report, sir, the target zone is secure. Xiao En was unsurprised. Mandatory relocation operations left no room for loopholes. As for why such measures were taken. After all, in the post-apocalyptic era, population became the most fundamental prerequisite for a nation's swift recovery and resurgence. Moreover, a colossal asteroid loomed on a potential collision course with Earth. Should humanity fail to neutralize it, the vast underground metropolis, built within subterranean tunnels and subway networks, would become the last sanctuary for survivors. Indeed, ever since the asteroid threat emerged, nationwide efforts had surged. Air raid shelters and bunkers were being massively expanded and interconnected via metro lines and underground passageways. Of course, achieving full connectivity across every shelter and bunker in the city remained impossible, but localized integration was entirely feasible. Especially in newly built residential complexes where underground garages already met tri-defense standards, linking them together and adding essential subterranean infrastructure would dramatically increase survival odds compared to passive abandonment. Yet even so, in Xiao En's eyes, the state's series of actions appeared excessively drastic. Fortunately, the West, particularly Europe and North America, had collapsed into utter ruin. Otherwise, legions of keyboard warriors and banana people would have flooded forums with hollow rhetoric about democracy and human rights. Alas, national policies bearing on the very survival of a civilization were beyond even Xiao En's reach. Even with his spatial ability, he dared not inquire. Enough. Rather than dwell on such uncertainties, I'll simply lie low and endure. When the day comes that I break free from Earth and venture into the cosmos, well, damn it, by then none of this will matter anymore. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Xiao En secured his vehicle and approached the large compound hidden at the far edge of the village. The courtyard was genuinely expansive, comparable in scale to Sister Sun's residence, though clearly less refined in construction and lacking its 6-story height.
All structures stood 3 stories tall. Some were prefabricated labor barracks, while 2 sizable buildings, likely warehouses or workshops, stood prominently apart.
A heavy iron gate marked the courtyard's front entrance, crisscrossed with official seals from the district court. Beside it, a faded public notice clung to the concrete pillar. The notice was stark. Following investigation by competent authorities, the company had been found guilty of unlawful operations causing severe contamination to local water sources. It was therefore forcibly shuttered, and both its owner and implicated personnel faced criminal prosecution. Though Xiao En could not yet determine the precise nature of the pollution, the severity of the charges left little doubt. The company's transgressions were grave. Had the apocalypse not struck so abruptly, the owner would likely have faced execution, or at the very least a fate too grim to contemplate.
None of this concerned Xiao En.
After inspecting the heavy padlocks fastened to the gate, he simply reached out and vanished both locks and their chains into his spatial domain. With a groan of rusted hinges, he pushed open the weighty iron gate, stepped inside, then carefully reclosed it, replacing every lock he just removed.
Xiao En, don't you maintain aerial surveillance?
Understood, sir. Indeed, the upgraded drone proved ideal for sentry duty. It could detect intruders long before they even spotted the drone itself. Given sufficient warning time, Xiao En needed only retreat to a secure corner and vanish entirely into his spatial realm, undetectable by any who came searching. Xiao En's objective was clear. After securing the gate, he strode directly toward the building. Whether warehouse or workshop, its purpose remained ambiguous. Its structure resembled the steel-framed storage shed Xiao En himself had erected at his rented farmhouse, only vastly larger in scale.
Both massive iron doors bore official seals and remained locked, but posed no obstacle whatsoever to Xiao En.
With a light touch, one door dissolved into nothingness, instantly revealing the interior to Xiao En's gaze. Though operating in night vision mode, rendering details less vivid than daylight, the scene was unmistakable. Mountains of recyclable materials meticulously sorted into distinct zones. Piles of categorized waste paper, disassembled metal components, flattened plastic bottles and fragmented plastic parts littered the space. To Xiao En's astonishment, he also discovered a substantial heap of discarded clothing and another of crushed glass granules. Some materials had been fully processed, others lay haphazardly stacked, freshly collected and unsorted. Before each zone stood workbenches for disassembly and compact shredders, confirming this site served dual roles, both storage depot and active workplace. If this were all, surely no serious pollution could arise.
Xiao En frowned, yet remained certain a facility like this, unless gravely compromised, would never have been sealed.
After all, establishing such a business locally required influence and connections. That it had still been shut down meant contamination was undeniable. The owner's network would never have acquiesced otherwise. Then the question remains, where lies the source of contamination?
Xiao En, can you retrieve further details online?
Sir, available news reports only confirm the company's severe environmental impact on neighboring areas. No specifics are disclosed.
I see.
No matter, I'll first ascertain the full layout of this place. With that, Xiao En circled the hybrid warehouse workshop thoroughly, yet uncovered no trace of contamination. Upon opening the second warehouse, its contents mirrored the first, with one key distinction: everything inside had already undergone processing. Plastic granules, scrap iron and copper glass particles, even waste paper was finely categorized, corrugated boxes, newspapers, advertising flyers and more. To be honest, from what Xiao En just observed, this resource recycling company is indeed quite professional, and the working environment is clean and tidy.
I wonder how many streets it could outshine a typical recycling station. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Xiao En pondered.
The 3-story board houses and buildings outside are clearly designed as dormitories for employees and offices for management, along with a canteen, restrooms and showers.
It seems unlikely that there would be any secret processing workshops here.
Xiao En, scan these 2 factory buildings with the drone, then compare the data with what I just gathered to see if we can spot any discrepancies.
Sure, sir.
The drone quickly flew above the factory buildings. While it was called a scan, it was essentially just measuring the dimensions of the buildings. Once the data on length, width and height was obtained, Xiao En promptly provided the analysis. Sir, the internal dimensions of the 2 factory buildings do not match the external dimensions. They are about 30 smaller.
Upon hearing this response, Xiao En immediately understood.
Clearly, the apparent cleanliness and professionalism of these 2 buildings were merely a facade, and the real issue must lie within the concealed 30 of space. With this answer in mind, Xiao En hurried to the innermost wall of the factory. In front of this wall was a row of metal shelves stacked with tools and safety gear, alongside a small office cubicle likely for management. Xiao En took a quick look around the cubicle but found no hidden doors.
Not wanting to waste time, he began removing the shelves one by one. Upon removing the 8th shelf, he finally uncovered something.
They actually have a hidden door. It seems this company is up to something significant behind the scenes. As Xiao En spoke, he directly moved away the 2 rows of shelves that served as the hidden door, revealing a sizable entrance meant for vehicles. As soon as Xiao En stepped inside, he immediately understood why this company had polluted the environment and was shut down.
There's so much electronic waste.
Xiao En looked at the towering pile of electronic garbage, feeling a sense of surprise as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Electronic waste generally refers to discarded or obsolete electrical or electronic devices, mainly including household appliances like refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, televisions, and communication electronics like computers and mobile phones. The recycling value of electronic waste is very high. Xiao En clearly remembered a report he had once seen. According to the report, from 1 ton of randomly collected electronic circuit boards it is possible to extract 143 kilograms of copper 0.
5 kilograms of gold 40. 8 kilograms of iron 29. 5 kilograms of lead 2. 0 kilograms of tin and 18. 1 kilogram of nickel.
Why do you always hear calls for recycling old phones, old computers and trading old phones for pots or old computers for kitchen knives on the
It's all about the gold content of those circuit boards.
Besides gold, copper, iron, palladium, lead, tin, nickel and so on all have monetary value.
However, the methods of extracting these household appliances, computers and mobile phones can cause severe environmental pollution and even threaten the health of local residents. When it comes to electronic waste, the most famous place is Guayu, known as the electronic waste town.
It is the area with the highest concentration of informal electronic waste recycling and dismantling in the country, where locals reap substantial profits while facing extremely serious pollution threats. It is precisely for this reason that the government has explicitly prohibited the entry of electronic waste, yet there are always those who disregard the inevitable dangers for immense profits. It seems the owner of this company is one of them, but the fact that he can transport so much electronic waste indicates he has a significant background.
However, I'm even more curious, since it has already been shut down, why is there no mention of the electronic waste? Also, the entrance to the secret factory has been restored. Could there be something else hidden here?
In fact, Xiao was not wrong. The reason for this situation is that the new district has decided to turn this area into the city's largest center for scrapping, dismantling and recycling. If it weren't for the sudden apocalypse, the nearby villagers would soon be celebrating the demolition. This area would also become a model project for resource recycling in the entire province.
Of course, this also involves some issues related to interests, but these are no longer Xiao's concern.
As for Xiao feeling like he had received a windfall, it was because this electronic waste was perfect for him. Those electronic components that hold little value to others can unleash greater potential in Xiao's hands. The specifics are none of my concern, however I won't be polite with this electronic waste. After saying this, Xiao directly collected all the piles of electronic waste in this hidden factory, even occupying a considerable area of grassland.
Unlike before, Xiao did not immediately dismantle this electronic waste into raw materials.
Especially those computer and mobile phone motherboards, even though they are outdated, do not forget that space can upgrade items.
Xiao was eager to try and see if he could upgrade a regular computer into a quantum computer. If he could achieve this, Xiao's transformation from an artificial intelligence into true artificial intelligence would no longer just be a fantasy.
After collecting all the electronic waste, Xiao was not polite and directly took away all the materials he could salvage. He even didn't miss the computers and office supplies in the office area, the kitchen utensils in the canteen, and even the obviously unused renovation materials. When Xiao left feeling satisfied, the entire resource recycling company was left as an empty shell. For such unscrupulous bosses who disregard the health and safety of others, Xiao would not exercise restraint as he would with ordinary villagers. As for the loss to the national side, he would naturally express it later. When Xiao returned to the bread van he had taken out from the space, he felt very good. With this pile of electronic waste, whether continuing to test upgrade functions or exploring newly discovered synthesis functions, it would undoubtedly bring considerable surprises. Most importantly, with enough electronic chips and other components, Xiao also had new ideas for the further upgrade of the shelter. Xiao AI locate nearby recycling stations, abandoned factories and shipyards centered around the shelter.
Sure, sir. Do you need the marked map to be displayed?
No need, just organize the route after locating and we'll take care of it next time we go out. Alright sir, the relevant information has been recorded and the route has been planned. Just when Xiao thought this outing was a huge success, Xiao AI suddenly froze. Sir, the network has been interrupted. Xiao was not surprised by the network disruption. What caught him off guard was how swiftly and suddenly it occurred. One would expect a notification much like a power outage before the service was cut off.
Fortunately, although the network was down, Xiao was well prepared. Xiao AI, does the drone still have enough battery to follow me home?
Yes sir. Then maintain the alert mode and head home.
Understood, sir.
Once the drone hovered nearly 100 meters above the van, Xiao started the vehicle and drove towards the shelter. As he drove, he picked up the walkie-talkie from the center console.
Calling. Calling. This is the mechanic. Is anyone there?
Over. The radio was set to a predetermined channel, allowing him to immediately contact his friend Zhao Fei and those other silly folks in case of sudden communication or network disruptions.
As for what the director was, isn't the leader of the shelter called the director? Calling. Calling. This is the foolish. Ahem.
This is the landlord's foolish son. Mechanic, how's it going on your end?
Over. I'm outside right now. The network just cut off and I contacted you immediately. Do you know what's going on?
Over. I don't know either. The network just cut off suddenly and I can't tell if it's a device malfunction or something else.
Over. Well, this is great. Even the fun of the water group is gone, but I feel something is off.
Over. I feel it too. I'll check with my dad to see if there's any news and he'll get back to you. Since the network is down, let's set fixed times to contact each other at noon and 8 p.m. every day.
Over. Alright, but why are you outside again? Stay safe. It's fine, my evacuation work is thorough and I'm heading back now. Don't go out until the situation is clear. Safety first. Over. Understood. The geothermal equipment is progressing smoothly on my end and I should be done in a few days. I'll contact you then. Over. Hearing this, Xiao Fei, sitting at the radio station, wanted to advise his friend against going out, but he also knew that the shelter needed geothermal equipment that provided power, heating and water, which made him feel conflicted. Let's see how it goes. Don't let this little issue cause any danger. Over. Sean could sense his friend's conflict and understood that he didn't want him to take risks. It's fine, at worst we can arrange a meeting point for a transaction. As long as an asteroid doesn't hit the Earth first, it should be fine. Over. Let's talk later. Safety first no matter what. Over. Alright, I'm heading back. Over. Stay safe. Over. Will do. Over. After finishing the conversation with his friend, Sean wasted no time and returned to the shelter as quickly as possible. Retrieving the nearly out-of-battery drone and the van, Sean quickly walked through the just-opened shelter door. With Xiao En's assistance, he no longer needed a remote control to enter the shelter, making it very convenient. After entering and removing his protective combat suit, Sean did not rush to deal with the electronic waste he had gathered earlier. Instead, he went directly to the shelter's computer room and sat down at the radio station. He turned on the radio and tuned it to the corresponding frequency of the local shelter, where he heard the silly online friends in the group speculating about the sudden network outage. Unfortunately, after listening for a while, Sean could not find any of the netizens stating the true cause. However, everyone basically speculated that the sudden outage might be related to the asteroid. Sean calculated the time. It had been quite a while since he learned about the news from his parents until the completion of the shelter. Although there was still some time before the predicted impact, it was likely that this sudden network outage was indeed related to that matter. As the radio communication fell silent, Sean felt an increasing sense of urgency. Just right, I managed to gather a lot of useful materials this time, and it's time to upgrade the shelter. With this thought, Sean entered the space and activated the shelter's holographic projection. Energy, water treatment, imports and exports, communications, automatic irrigation, etc. had all been upgraded, but Sean was not satisfied with this. The internal space of the shelter is still too small, so the first thing to do is to expand it. When it came to the expansion plan, the first thing that popped into Sean's mind was a hive. That's right, the classic apocalyptic blockbuster, the Hive from Resident Evil. This underground research facility affiliated with Umbrella was not only located deep underground but also boasted an enormous underground structure. Alright, Sean knew that he currently couldn't transform the shelter into a hive of that scale, but it was still feasible to take inspiration from its structure. The first floor doesn't need any modifications for now. After all, DeFei knew about my situation here, but we can build a new floor underground. This layer can take cues from the hive structure. The two departments I need to expand the most are the indoor cultivation and breeding area, which is the agricultural zone, and the processing center. No matter how you look at it, there should be something visible to show people. Even if there are still some unreasonable aspects, it's still better than having nothing and creating things out of thin air. Oh, and the warehouse. The current warehouse is still too small. This time out, he managed to gather a lot of materials, and Xiao En found him a more suitable resource recovery location, but the space was limited. A larger warehouse would be even better. As for the expanded shelter space, I can totally push it onto the previous structure, which is the abandoned air raid shelter. Even if someone suspects, it doesn't matter. The likelihood of finding design blueprints and engineering records from decades ago is very low. Even if someone really found it, I could attribute it to a confidential project. However, it's best if I don't mention it. Instead, let people speculate on their own, which would make it more credible. But in the end, what truly allows me to survive in this apocalypse is still the space. Unfortunately, this space seems to belong to the sci-fi side and doesn't provide any means for one to step into the extraordinary. Otherwise, if the power returned to oneself, no problem would remain. Sean sighed for a moment, quickly composed himself, and began designing below the holographic projection of the shelter. There would definitely be no elevators. Sean did not understand the technology behind them. If the network were operational, he could have looked up relevant technical materials. As long as he understood the principles, he could theoretically manufacture one and upgrade it. But it was fine. No elevator meant no elevator. In Sean's plan, the height difference between the first floor and the basement would only be 20 meters. All he needed to do was install a ladder along the walls of the passage to solve the issue. Standing in the middle of the entire shelter's corridor, Sean looked around before crouching down to press his hand on the thick concrete floor. With just a thought, the ground before Sean suddenly sank down. In just about 10 minutes, a circular pit with a diameter of 2 meters appeared before Sean, and a row of alloy ladders emerged on the walls of the pit. To dig down to 30 meters would indeed be quite difficult. Without the use of construction machinery, relying solely on human strength would be extremely challenging. Especially since the desolate mountain where the shelter is located is essentially just a giant rocky mass. Only a thin layer of soil exists on the surface, not to mention planting trees. Even weeds barely manage to grow, struggling to survive. However, it was precisely because of the mountain's uniqueness that decades ago this location was chosen to excavate the air raid shelter. But it is unclear why the excavation stopped after only a small section was dug and the city was abandoned. The specific reasons have been lost to the passage of time, but for Sean this place was indeed a very wise choice. Once the vertical corridor and ladders were completed, Sean quickly climbed down the ladder.
A height of 30 meters is roughly equivalent to 10 stories. In the past, such a height would have made climbing exhausting for Xiao En. Even going down from the top after all, a fall would be fatal. But now his powerful physique not only made it exceptionally easy for Xiao En, but he also descended at an astonishing speed. In no time, Xiao En stood at the bottom of the corridor. He stepped down firmly. The rock was quite hard, likely granite. This geological structure pleased Xiao En greatly, as granite is quite sturdy. If the interior of the mountain is composed entirely of this material, it would eliminate material concerns for expanding the shelter. Placing his hand against the wall of the corridor, Xiao En focused his mind once again, and the originally 2-meter diameter passage suddenly expanded. In another 10 minutes or so, a room measuring 30 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 10 meters high appeared. Xiao En didn't just remove the original rock and soil from this room through spatial manipulation, he also reinforced it using materials from within the space. After all, being deep underground without reinforcement, it wouldn't even take an asteroid impact. Just a slight earthquake could cause a collapse. Even if the geological structure underground primarily consists of rock, it cannot be entirely made up of stone. If proper reinforcement measures are not taken, even if a complete collapse doesn't occur, partial collapses are highly likely, so no resources can be spared. The newly expanded room has a convex shape, with the protruding section being the corridor. The corridor is short, but there are protective doors on both ends. The floor of the room behind the door is 2 meters lower than the corridor. If filled with water, it could serve as both a swimming pool and a fish pond. However, Xiao En wasn't planning to engage in large-scale aquaculture in reality. Instead, he mixed the silt he obtained from the reservoir with the soil gathered during excavation. With this, the room transformed into a fertile plot of farmland spanning over an acre. Looking at the freshly created underground farmland, Xiao En let out a long sigh of relief and crouched down to grab a handful of seemingly oily black soil. The entire digging process appeared simple, but the consumption of resources and the mental and physical burdens were not insignificant. Fortunately, during this period, Xiao En continuously trained his BOTUS recovery capabilities using spatial manipulation, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. Originally, Xiao En had thought of creating a similar room opposite to raise some livestock or even dig a pool to cultivate aquatic products. But looking at the drastically reduced resources of cement, sandstone, steel, silt, and soil in the space, he decisively decided to hold off. After all, with this over an acre of land, whether planting cabbage, potatoes, or sweet potatoes, a yield of at least 10,000 pounds per acre is feasible, and yielding several tens of thousands is not a problem. Additionally, the height of this room, not counting the 2 meters dug down, is already 8 meters high. Such a height not only allows for planting vegetables but also trees. Xiao En didn't plan to plant trees, but he could utilize this height to create a large-scale hydroponic vegetable pipeline system which could also incorporate aquaponics. If companion planting techniques are used, the annual yield from this over an acre of land could be astonishing. Let's take it step by step. It's perfect timing to relocate the cultivation chamber above here and convert that into my workspace. As for the plans to further expand the base, let's wait until I gather enough materials before discussing it. After all, I'm currently alone, and with the space at my disposal, there's no need to rush. Throwing the black soil back to the ground, Xiao En clapped his hands and stood up. After stretching his somewhat fatigued body and confirming he could still manage, he resumed his work. After all, merely having land and farmland along with ample spaces far from sufficient power, light, water sources, temperature, air, and so on are all indispensable. All these need to be systematically improved by Xiao En, which also requires a considerable amount of resources, and this is the real reason he abandoned the idea of opening another room. In the past, Xiao En would have immediately gone out again to a very suitable resource point located by Xiao Ai, obtaining enough materials before returning to continue the expansion. But the suddenly cut off network brought significant psychological pressure to Xiao En. He decided to refrain from wandering until the situation became clearer. After all, he could afford to wait. After busying himself for more than 3 hours, he finally completed the preparation of this newly cultivated underground farmland. Since there was no spatial function to shorten the growth cycle, the seeds he planted would need time to germinate. Just as he had communicated before with the non-beach-going fisherman, Xiao En only planted 3 types of vegetables in this acre of land: bok choy, fast-growing lettuce, and cherry radish. The reason for choosing these 3 types wasn't due to their high yield. In fact, the highest yielding crops should include potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and cabbages. However, these 3 vegetables have the shortest growth cycles. Lettuce and cherry radishes only need a little over 20 days, while bok choy is even more impressive, growing in less than 20 days. Perfectly situated underground with ample power providing sufficient light along with suitable temperature and humidity, as long as they ensure an adequate supply of fertilizer, these 3 vegetables can be harvested monthly, yielding a considerable amount. The key is that all 3 of these vegetables can be eaten raw, especially the cherry radish. It's both a vegetable and a fruit, and it tastes fantastic. Xiao En woke up and it was already the next morning. With a swift leap and a somersault, he effortlessly jumped off the large bed. The only imperfection was that his pants felt a bit tight. There was no helping it, after all, he was exceptionally gifted. Standing in front of the bed, Xiao En stretched his body, feeling refreshed and brimming with energy. Not only had the weariness from the previous day left no trace, but his physical condition had also shown noticeable improvement. I've taken another step toward becoming the captain of the Huaxia team. Let's go. Xiao En shamelessly set a small goal for himself to become the Huaxia version of Captain America. Under normal circumstances this would be impossible, but he had been feeling the changes in his physique every day lately, and he believed this goal was not just achievable but highly plausible. After washing up and taking care of personal hygiene, Sean sat down at the wooden dining table where a sumptuous breakfast was already prepared. 2 500-gram steaks, a serving of fruit and vegetable salad along with 2 whole slices of toast. It wasn't that Sean wanted to show off, he was the only living person in the entire space, and that's not how you show off. The reason for this was actually a side effect, not quite a side effect, of his continually improving physique and explosive increase in appetite. Meat, vegetables, fruits and staples may not be as lavish and wonderful as national dishes in terms of variety and taste, but they provided Sean with ample and balanced nutrition. Well, the truth is that these foods were simply convenient to prepare. If he were to make tofu pudding, he would have to soak beans, grind soy milk, cook soy milk and add coagulant among other steps. Even though Sean didn't need to lift a finger in the space, he couldn't just eat tofu pudding right. If it were paired with fried dough sticks, sesame cakes or buns, it wouldn't be simple at all. After finishing breakfast, Sean changed into his work clothes before leaving the space and returning to the shelter.
Good morning, Xiao En. Good morning, sir. It is 6:18 in the morning. Is the network up yet? Not yet, sir. That's bad news, but once it's connected, notify me immediately. Understood, sir. So what should I do next? Sir, if you've just eaten, you could take a stroll around the shelter even if everything is normal. That's a good suggestion. By the way, play some music for me. Something ethereal. Can I play Zhou Shen's Big Fish? Zhou Shen. I've heard his voice was kissed by angels, let's go with him. Alright, sir. Please put on the wireless headphones. Received. Soon a beautiful melody echoed in Sean's ears. He had to admit that the singer's voice was truly remarkable, and combined with the quality of the song, it was indeed a rare enjoyment. In the ethereal and heartfelt singing, Sean took a round on the first floor of the shelter. Everything was indeed, as Xiao En had said, normal. Ever since upgrading the computer room yesterday and adding Xiao En, even the cleaning tasks in the breeding area no longer required Sean's intervention. Scheduled cleaning was done via spray heads in different breeding pens, where food scraps and waste would be flushed down the pipes into the underground farm on the negative first floor, becoming natural feed for the fish in the aquaponics system. The waste from these fish not only provided the necessary nutrients for hydroponic vegetables, but also, after undergoing filtration, fermentation, drying and granulation, could become natural organic fertilizer. Sean only needed to regularly take this organic fertilizer and spread it in the fields as needed, ensuring that the underground farmland remained fertile without suffering from excessive depletion due to frequent planting. In fact, it wasn't just the breeding room, even the shelter's bathroom and kitchen operated the same way. All organic waste would be reused with absolutely no waste. As for plastic bags, paper towels and other trash, they would all be thrown into the space for recycling. By the time Sean climbed down the ladder to the negative first floor, well, there wasn't much to see here. It wasn't like in the space where crops could grow by the second day. It would take time for the seeds planted yesterday to germinate and grow, so it still looked like just dark soil with a network of hydroponic vegetables and aquaponic systems. Some fish were indeed being raised in these pipes, but it was far from the time to harvest them. Moreover, even the fertile soil and planted seeds had been processed by Sean in the space, so there was no need to worry about weeds taking away nutrients. This way Sean was spared the trouble of weeding. After admiring the farmland and the intricate network of pipes and tanks for a while, he returned to the first floor and sat in front of the radio station in the computer room. At that moment, the radio station no longer resembled its original form. It had a distinctly sci-fi appearance. Indeed, Sean had found time to upgrade this equipment in the space. This new type of radio station not only had a longer communication range, more frequency channels and clearer calls, but it also possessed mobile communication capabilities thanks to the data center of the shelter. The new radio station in front of Sean, combined with the data center, was even more powerful than traditional communication base station. The only downside was that the effective communication range was still limited, but within the city, communication was no different from traditional networks. It could not only transmit voice but also send text messages and even conduct video calls. If a few more base stations could be established or rely on the existing ones, restoring 3G would be no problem, if not 5G. Sure enough, a row of walkie-talkies was placed beside the console, looking much like old-style button phones with similar functionality. They were extremely convenient to use as long as one was within the signal coverage area. Apart from their outdated appearance, they were hardly different from mobile phones. However, Sean had no intention of replacing the original communication network, at least not at this moment. What he needed to do now was to distribute these walkie-talkies to specific individuals so that the group of foolish directors who couldn't communicate due to network disruptions could happily chat again, while also sharing the latest news and trading intentions. However, before that, Sean opened the local chat group's radio frequency to start calling. Calling. This is a novice mechanic. Everything is fine. Good morning, everyone. Over. Regarding the sudden internet outage, even for someone like Sean who has a bit of background in connections, the only news he could gather was that the communication failure was due to climatic factors and the relevant departments were working diligently to restore it. As a result, the restoration took an entire week, forcing Sean to spend his time chatting with his friend Zhao Fei and a few other shelter leaders through the radio. During these conversations, Sean noticed that in the past week the military, police, municipal engineering and various administrative departments were taking significant action. To ordinary people, these actions might seem merely a response to the increasingly severe climatic disasters following the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. However, to Xiao En and his group, these were clearly preparations for an asteroid impact on Earth involving drills, propaganda, and expedited expansions of civil defense projects. Through his friends and some online acquaintances, Xiao En learned that armed military vehicles had begun to impose martial law on the now empty streets, and all vehicles and pedestrians still on the road were subjected to various inspections. Moreover, every street community and even residential complex had made extensive preparations to swiftly evacuate relevant personnel into the nearest civil defense constructions. Even a large number of retired soldiers were recalled by the military, and the police force was rapidly expanded, clearly indicating that something significant was being planned concerning the very survival of the nation. On the morning of the 8th day of the internet outage, Xiao En had just finished inspecting his shelter and took a few photos of the sprouting vegetables in the agricultural area on the first underground level. Just as he was about to return to the data center to continue chatting on the radio, his AI assistant suddenly reacted. "Sir, the internet has just been restored." "Restored? Are you sure?" Xiao En asked, but he had already pulled out his phone. Indeed, the internet signal that had vanished for 7 days finally reappeared. "I am sure, sir." "Xiao AI, please search online for information about elevators. Damn, climbing stairs every day isn't exhausting, but it just feels so low end." "Okay, sir, but all the major websites have replaced their homepages with important notices." "Important notices?" Before Xiao En could understand the situation, his phone, which had been silent for a week, suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, his friend Zhao Fei's greasy face appeared. "Da Fei. Yan Yang, have you seen the announcement across the entire network?" "Not yet, I just realized the internet was restored." "Then hurry and look. This is a matter concerning the survival of all human civilization." "Are you talking about the asteroid?" "Yes, forget about you for now, just look at it and then we can chat on WeChat." "Okay." After hanging up, Xiao En plopped down in front of the 60-inch computer screen. Needless to say, the device had also been upgraded. After consuming that batch of electronic waste, Xiao En not only automated the shelter's control but also upgraded everything. The original computer room had been transformed into a genuine data center. Although smaller in scale, it was absolutely different from before. "Xiao AI, bring up that announcement." "Okay, sir." Soon a massive announcement appeared before Xiao En. The announcement was not lengthy, but its core message was that humanity was about to face the largest survival crisis in history. A super asteroid with a diameter of about 10 kilometers was going to collide with Earth in a few days. China and Russia were joining forces to prepare to launch manned spacecraft and use high-yield nuclear bombs to destroy this super asteroid. This process was divided into 2 steps: first landing on the asteroid and drilling into it, then detonating the latest model of the Big Ivan. The second step involved several cargo spacecraft carrying dozens of nuclear bombs to intercept the super asteroid, ensuring that no large fragments would crash onto Earth. If successful, even though humanity would suffer tremendous losses, it could survive this world-ending catastrophe. If not, they could only hope for divine intervention to allow as many humans as possible to survive. At the end of the announcement, it was specifically noted that there would be a televised speech by a senior elder addressing the entire nation that evening. After reading this announcement, Xiao En remained stunned for a long time. He had long been aware from his parents that the asteroid was going to collide with Earth. However, during this period, everything he did seemed to go smoothly, causing Xiao En to unknowingly lose the initial sense of urgency and crisis. Especially with the emergence of the spatial abilities, he felt a bit invincible. The sudden internet outage felt like a cold bucket of water being poured over Xiao En, but even so, the sense of luck that exists in ordinary people still lingered. However, after seeing this announcement directed at the entire nation, Xiao En finally felt what it meant to be a present tense and terrified. Even with the spatial abilities at his disposal, Xiao En still felt fear. Clearly the data center, no, the entire shelter was maintained at a constant temperature, yet he still broke out in a cold sweat in such a short time. Huff. 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 Xiao En tried to calm himself down through deep breathing. This world-ending disaster, no matter how tense or scared one might be, is ultimately futile. Rather than panicking like this, I should think about what I can still do right now. With this thought, Xiao En immediately picked up his phone and opened his parents' WeChat account. "Dad, Mom, I have a small geothermal power generation technology here. Besides providing electricity, it can also utilize geothermal energy for heating and water supply, improving living conditions in the shelter and civil defense projects. I don't know if you can see this, nor do I know how much impact this technology can have, but in this situation, having it is better than not having it." After sending these 3 messages, Xiao En had Xiao AI package the entire geothermal technology, including a wealth of data, blueprints, construction tips, and even excavation equipment. After seeing the compressed package sent out, Xiao En stared blankly at the phone screen for a while without receiving any replies. No, it seems that geothermal technology isn't enough to garner sufficient attention. Even if someone is monitoring my parents' accounts, they might not take it seriously. Calm down. First, calm down and think about whether I have anything that could catch the higher-ups' attention without putting me and my parents in jeopardy. After forcing himself to calm down, Xiao En quickly realized that there might actually be something. Looking at the prompt for yet another failed upgrade, Xiao En's expression was quite grim. Just a moment ago, he had attempted to upgrade his protective combat suit into a space-worthy spacesuit. No matter how he tried, the outcome was always the same: failure. Not only did the direct upgrade fail, but even the synthesis function yielded the same result. The reason was simple: Sean had not mastered the manufacturing technology for spacesuits, so how could he possibly upgrade or synthesize one out of thin air? Moreover, Sean did not want a traditional bulky model but rather something more akin to the sleek spacesuits seen in science fiction films. Though it was just a spacesuit, Sean was certain that if he could truly create one like those from sci-fi movies, the success rate of Xiao and the bear in blowing up asteroids would undoubtedly increase. As for why it was only Xiao and the bear, what about the other 3 permanent members of the Security Council? You would have to ask the Yellowstone supervolcano about that. As for the U.S., it goes without saying that it has been virtually non-existent since the volcano's eruption. Of course, that doesn't mean everyone is dead. In fact, there are still quite a few survivors. It's just the U.S. government that has become a mere shell of its former self. Y country, F country and D country are also too preoccupied with their own affairs. Where would they find the capacity to deal with that super asteroid? Oh right. There is a way. Sean suddenly had a brainstorm and immediately returned to the data center of the shelter. He picked up his phone and looked, finding that there was still no response from his parents' accounts, only the messages and documents he had just sent out. Sigh. Sean sighed as he dug out the original survival enthusiasts in the Apocalypse group chat and located the big shot within the North American lone wolf. This big shot was undoubtedly the most formidable figure in the entire group. He never disclosed why he emigrated abroad, and Sean wasn't foolish enough to pry into his private affairs. However, after emigrating, the North American lone wolf had been living quite comfortably, running a gun shop and even having a large ranch. In short, he was undoubtedly a wealthy figure. After becoming a survival enthusiast, the North American lone wolf even built a massive shelter on his ranch. No. To be precise, it should be called an apocalypse bunker. It is said that this place was modeled after the Doomsday Bunker beneath the White House, being not only large but also fully functional. Of course, the cost was terrifyingly high, reportedly over $10 million, and even that couldn't satisfy the North American lone wolf. Thanks to his friend Zhao Fei's introduction, Sean joined this group and got to know this big shot. Unlike the others who were merely enthusiasts, Sean had also built a shelter himself, so his relationship with the North American lone wolf was clearly closer than with ordinary group members, making him one of the core members of the group. Sean clearly remembered that during a previous online tour of the North American lone wolf's apocalypse bunker, he had seen a collection of spacesuits. It was said that this item was not some fake for cosplay but a genuine spacesuit that could sustain a user's life for 6 days even in space. Sean was unsure whether this big shot in North America was still online given the dire situation there, but it was worth a try. Lone wolf, how's the situation on your end? After sending the message, Sean felt a bit anxious. What if the other party was offline? Or what if the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano had taken this big shot away? After all, it was said that his ranch was located in Montana, an area severely affected by the Yellowstone supervolcano's eruption. Unsurprisingly, the message he sent seemed to have vanished into thin air. After waiting anxiously for about 10 minutes, Sean couldn't help but open the long silent survival enthusiasts in the Apocalypse group and tagged the North American lone wolf. Then he casually tagged another big shot in the group, the carbon dioxide big shot. Carbon dioxide big shot, how's the situation on your end? Though this person's wealth wasn't quite on par with the North American lone wolf, it wasn't far off either. However, he wasn't in the U.S. He was situated in South America. This big shot also had his own farm, but instead of growing grains or raising cattle and horses, he grew cigars and grapes. Well, these details weren't important. What mattered was that carbon dioxide big shot had also built a doomsday bunker, which was only slightly smaller than that of the North American lone wolf. Sean was unclear that these two big shots were truly friends and whimsically tagged each other out of a sense of better safe than sorry. However, Sean was prepared for the possibility that the other party was offline. He just didn't expect that unexpected joy would come his way. Ha! You're actually online, mountain base. Wasn't the internet down in the country? Seeing the sudden reply, Sean was overjoyed. It was down before, but it's temporarily restored now. That's good to hear. How's Zhao doing? Is everyone alright? We're all fine, but I have something I'd like to ask the big shot for help. What is it? If I can help, I definitely will. Can you get in touch with the lone wolf? That bastard lone wolf. The last time I contacted him was 3 days ago, but he was well prepared, and since the Yellowstone volcano has already erupted, he should be. Upon seeing this reply, Sean felt a little disappointed. So that means I can't reach him now. I tried contacting him via radio but couldn't get through. Why? Are you looking for him? Yes, I saw that the lone wolf had a set of spacesuits and I wanted to learn more about them, especially since in this situation any preparation is not too much. That's true, but I also have a set of spacesuits here, though I can't lend it to you for viewing. Upon seeing carbon dioxide big shot's reply, Sean was momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. Big shot, you don't need to lend it to me. Could you send me the relevant data and materials? Even if I can't afford to buy a set, I want to see if I can DIY one myself. DIY. Sitting in front of the computer, carbon dioxide big shot was momentarily taken aback upon reading this reply, then shook his head and laughed. If high-tech products like spacesuits were so easy to DIY, they wouldn't be so expensive, and only a few companies would possess the manufacturing technology.
Mountain base, your idea is quite good, but it's somewhat unrealistic. Seeing this reply, Sean knew that if he didn't present some substantial content, the other party might be reluctant to help.
However, he didn't think that carbon dioxide big shot was unhelpful.
After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, having a big shot of that level willing to chat with the director of a small shelter was already quite generous.
Not to mention that his request was indeed outrageous. He was grateful that the conversation hadn't been abruptly cut off.
Looking at the video call request on the computer screen, Yang Huan couldn't help but smile, yet he did not decline. In his view, although this younger brother from the country had some impractical ideas, he was quite an interesting person. Moreover, the shelter back then, though small, was well equipped and could barely be considered a kindred spirit. A bit of respect was still warranted. Just as Yang Huan was about to take a sip of the red wine brewed from his vineyard and agreed to the video call request, the image that popped up on the computer screen made him widen his eyes in shock, and he spat out the wine.
What the hell?
After the wine spewed out, Yang Huan stared at the video image in disbelief and exclaimed, "Xiao En." It's no wonder he reacted so strongly. The person displayed on the video call was just too sci-fi. The full-body combat suit looked very substantial, primarily black with silver-gray accents and with a structure resembling muscles. Yang Huan thought he was playing a game called Crisis.
It's me, Big Shot, Sean nodded while still not removing his helmet. Don't tell me the suit you're wearing is the nanosuit from the game.
You don't need to look for any issues. This is neither CG animation nor a nanosuit, Sean said, shaking his head. This is a DIY protective combat suit I made myself, specifically designed to deal with situations like the apocalypse. To be honest, the reason I want to understand the technology and materials of spacesuits is to enhance and perfect this product.
Perhaps in the near future I can truly replicate the nanosuit perfectly.
If it were Sean saying this earlier, Yang Huan would definitely have laughed at him like a toad, yawning such big talk. But with the suit he had now, regardless of its functionality, at least in appearance, it was indeed very impressive.
The saying that there are masters among the common folk is truly not false at all.
Yang Huan couldn't help but sigh. Alright, I will do my best to prepare what you need, but I have one request.
What request? Sean asked.
If you really manage to create the nanosuit in the future, even if it's not perfect, please be sure to sell me a set, okay?
Yang Huan asked.
In fact, it wasn't that he believed someone could replicate the nanosuit. Even the cool protective combat suit displayed on the video call made him question its authenticity after an initial surprise. But for him, merely helping to prepare information about spacesuits was not a difficult task given his influence in the area.
It was just a minor effort, a costless deed, so why not?
Furthermore, what if it truly worked out?
That would be a huge profit.
Forget about selling. When I go to Brazil, I'll bring you a set, Sean replied.
Come to Brazil?
Yang Huan was somewhat surprised. You must know that things are not as they used to be due to volcanic ash. Aviation is basically in ruins. Even if there are occasional flights, they must occur when there is no volcanic ash, and they dare not fly long distances, fearing they might encounter unexpected situations and crash from the sky. There are indeed plans in this regard, but it cannot happen now. Sean shook his head. At the very least, we have to wait for Earth to survive this calamity, otherwise everything is just talk.
Alright, then I'll prepare the information for you. Is it better the more detailed it is?
Yang Huan asked.
Yes, but considering we might lose internet access at any time, I hope Big Shot can send over any existing materials like manuals first.
Sean nodded.
No problem, I'll handle it right away, just wait for me a moment.
Yang Huan did not waste any more words and directly called a technical staff to prepare the relevant materials. Seeing this scene through the video, Sean let out a sigh of relief and felt very grateful to the Big Shot on the other end of the network.
Even though he couldn't be sure how much useful information he could obtain, he was uncertain whether his ideas could ultimately succeed.
But in any case, with Yang Huan's wealth and status, his willingness to help was already quite a show of respect. By the way, Big Shot, I also have a geothermal technology here. I don't know if you might need it over there.
Geothermal technology?
Yang Huan paused for a moment. I do have hot springs on my farm, but my apocalypse bunker has its own energy system. Sean could tell that the other party was not very interested in his geothermal technology, and he raised a hand to interrupt.
Big Shot, please hold on a moment.
After saying that, he called Xiao En and switched the video call view to the protective combat suit.
What the hell?
Yang Huan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the sudden switch in the video display. There was no way around it. The data center, after several upgrades, was smaller but truly lived up to its name. Just the internal environment of this data center was something Yang Huan could easily discern many things from. Big Shot, now your perspective is the perspective of the protective combat suit. Let me take you to see my energy center here.
Xiao En, you have really shocked me more than once.
Yang Huan sighed again. It seems that you are the true hidden Big Shot in the entire group. I and the lone wolf are at most just a bit wealthy. I can't claim to be a hidden Big Shot, but my current online name is Mechanic, so I guess it fits the bill, Sean said with a smile.
Mechanic.
Although this title isn't as down-to-earth as Xiao En, I think it truly suits you. Yang Huan nodded. While the two were talking, Sean had already arrived at the energy center. Before he opened the door to the energy center, a video of Xiao En suddenly appeared on the control screen on the left side of the door.
Sir, Mr. Zhao Fei has just sent you a video call request. What the hell?
What is this? Upon seeing this, Yang Huan jumped up from his chair. His eyes were not blind. Xiao En's image just now was clearly not a real person, but the tone in which it spoke was indistinguishable from that of a real person.
Da Fei.
In air Yang Huan's shock, Xiao En hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Let's connect it here directly.
Alright sir. Yang. What the hell?
As soon as the video call connected, Zhao Fei could only say one sentence before being startled by the image displayed on the phone screen. The image of Xiao En appeared on Zhao Fei's phone screen. Although only his upper body was visible, the visual impact was quite significant.
It's me, Da Fei.
Xiao En gestured with a middle finger. Hurry up and say what you need. I have another important matter to attend to.
An important matter.
Zhao Fei originally wanted to ask his friend about his cool gear, but he decided to ask about the geothermal technology instead. I just wanted to inquire about the geothermal technology, but if you're busy we can talk later. The internet won't go down today anyway.
Alright, then we can chat later.
Xiao En nodded, then waved his hand in front of the control screen and the door to the energy center whooshed open.
This door. Carbon dioxide widened his eyes in astonishment.
If he weren't sure that the other party was just a small player from the country with a refuge, he would have thought that this door meant they were on a spaceship. In a short time, carbon dioxide felt that his worldview had been shaken. When did a small player from the country manage to create such a big scene? Perhaps what I just saw was just a joke. This door is just my little fantasy. Don't worry, I'm not on a spaceship.
Xiao En smiled as he stepped into the energy center.
The upgraded energy center was divided into two parts, with the core part being a sci-fi style geothermal device. Currently the entire refuge's power supply, heating and gas supply relied on this device. The other part was a backup energy system which used a regular fuel-powered generator. However, this fuel generator had also been upgraded by Xiao En, so it looked quite advanced.
Though the energy center was not large, it gave off a very high-end and sophisticated feeling. Boss, this is the geothermal device I mentioned.
Xiao En patted the geothermal device. With it, the entire refuge's power supply, heating and water supply are all resolved. I can enjoy hot springs every day now, and the underground indoor farm has improved significantly. I can't guarantee if I can produce the nanosuit, but if you're interested in this technology, consider it a token of my appreciation.
Then I won't be polite.
Carbon dioxide quickly agreed. As for the initial skepticism, it had been completely replaced by the idea of this is really a good deal. Although this short time wasn't long, he had seen quite a bit. Carbon dioxide could not have succeeded abroad without being capable in terms of money, ability, or insight. Not to mention, in this apocalyptic environment, it would make no sense for a small player from the country to deceive him from thousands of miles away.
Even if it were a deception, he would only lose some inconsequential data. I should be the one troubling you, boss.
Xiao En smiled, though it was obscured by his helmet.
By the way, do you have any data on jet aircraft? If not, a propeller one would suffice. Is a fixed-wing one okay? Of course, that would be fine. Sorry to trouble you. Xiao En nodded. Xiao AI packaged the geothermal technology and sent it over. Alright, sir.
In Xiao En's view, since they were already in contact, it would be a waste not to take this opportunity to get more things.
After all, some things would be troublesome to acquire domestically but much easier abroad.
Fixed-wing aircraft weren't non-existent in the country, yet obtaining substantial data was not easy. As for the question of whether the other party would refuse to acknowledge what they received, Xiao En hadn't really considered it. The geothermal technology was initially intended for promotion. Even if he were deceived, he could always retrieve it in the future when he had the power.
How about this? Give me some time and I'll send it to you once it's ready.
Carbon dioxide thought for a moment. It would be best if you could also provide me with an emergency email just in case we lose contact.
No problem. Shall I send over my email?
Alright, sir. Soon carbon dioxide received the email address, but his attention was completely drawn to Xiao AI rather than the email itself. The name Xiao AI was something carbon dioxide had heard of even while abroad. Yet he could not connect the Xiao AI with the one he knew. If he hadn't been afraid of asking the wrong questions, he would have already asked Xiao En if he had developed artificial intelligence.
Sorry boss, I still have things to deal with. Let's talk later.
No worries, you take care of your business, let's keep in touch. After cutting off communication with carbon dioxide, Xiao En had Xiao AI call Zhao Fei and the call was answered immediately. However, this time Xiao En did not hide his face, he directly took off his helmet.
Wow. Yan Yang, it really is you.
Seeing his friend Zhao Fei's eyes were even more hungry than when he saw a beauty.
Of course, if it weren't me, would it be an...
Xiao En rolled his eyes. We'll talk about my gear later. The geothermal device is ready, will you pick it up or should I deliver it to your door?
Ready. That was fast. Zhao Fei looked bewildered.
Why do you care about that? As long as it works and works well, that's all that matters.
Xiao En replied suggestively.
Right, as long as it works and works well, that's all that matters, the rest is not important. Zhao Fei nodded quickly, but it would definitely be inconvenient to have it delivered now. I can come pick it up. Or should we set a place to meet?
Sure, as long as you're certain it's okay to come out now. Xiao En was indifferent. What could be the problem?
This batch of geothermal devices isn't just for my home.
Zhao Fei raised an eyebrow. By the way, how many sets do you have?
5 sets. Didn't you want 5 sets? Sean held up a hand, but you can take the related technology along. I think this would benefit you and Uncle Xiao the most. This. Zhao Fei knew the technology was surely not that simple. In the past he would have declined. After all, his good relationship with Sean was not just because they were classmates, more importantly they both understood each other's values. Since this geothermal technology is so impressive, not to mention it is one of the most sought after technologies in this apocalyptic world, even before the apocalypse it would have been worth a lot. But thinking of the news his father brought back after the meeting today, Zhao Fei found it hard to refuse. Alright, I still count on Uncle Xiao to help me settle some matters. Sean noticed his friend's hesitation and smiled. Moreover, this technology isn't given for free. I do have conditions. Looking at the newly received compressed file on his phone, Zhao Fei was still dazed from the earlier conversation with his friend. Zhao Guixian, who walked in through the door, frowned slightly. Dad, I was just about to look for you. Zhao Fei quickly stood up and shook his phone. Yang just sent all the data on the geothermal technology. He also said he has prepared 5 sets of equipment and the installation is quite simple. He asked if we want them. Of course we want them. Zhao Guixian replied without hesitation. You wouldn't just take them for free, would you? How could that be? Yang also has conditions. Zhao Fei forced a smile. What's the matter? Are the conditions tough? Zhao Guixian took a chair and sat down, gesturing for his son to do the same. If this technology is really good, I can agree to any conditions I can fulfill. How could it not be good? Yang is soaking in hot springs every day, with electricity, heating and water supply being incredibly convenient. I heard he even set up a small underground farm with over an acre of land. He said the 3 types of vegetables he planted are already growing and will be ready for harvest in about half a month. Wait a minute. An underground farm. Over an acre. Zhao Guixian was somewhat astonished. I remember when Yang set up the shelter, it wasn't that big, right? Yeah, I've seen the engineering drawings, it really wasn't that big. Zhao Fei nodded. But I just looked at the photos he sent, Dad. To be honest, even though our shelter is big in terms of living quality, there's really no comparison to Yang's place. I felt envious. As Zhao Fei spoke, he shared the photos specially filtered and sent by Sean with Zhao Guixian, who was equally bewildered after seeing them. Zhao Fei, are you sure this is the shelter Yang built? Zhao Guixian's expression was quite remarkable. Yes, it's definitely from his place. Zhao Fei nodded. But I remember the original design wasn't this large, right? Zhao Guixian had helped quite a lot during the renovation and expansion of the shelter. It really was, but I came back to help later, so I didn't go back after that. Zhao Fei shrugged. I guess Yang must have changed the design halfway through. No wonder I heard that construction team charged a lot more after completion. I see, that makes sense then. Zhao Guixian nodded, not thinking too much about it. Yang has always been decisive. He probably realized something was off and increased his investment midway. This kind of boldness is truly impressive. Speaking of which, our family has come this far thanks to Yang's reminders. Zhao Fei reminded his father and then continued, Dad, Yang has proposed 3 conditions this time. 3? What are they? Zhao Guixian smiled. As long as I can manage it, I will fulfill it. First, Yang wants a pass that allows him to travel freely. Zhao Fei raised one finger. Second, he wants to borrow a boat, one that can go to sea and is suitable for long voyages. Third, he wants to experience flying in a jet, preferably the sensation of a fighter jet in the air. Are you sure he's not joking? Zhao Guixian looked bewildered again. He could understand the need for a pass given the strict checks outside. Having one would certainly make things much easier. As for why Sean wanted this pass and why he needed to go out, Zhao Guixian didn't intend to ask. Zhao Fei was well aware of the entire process regarding the transaction with Sister Sun and knew Sean's major investments. He truly didn't understand why Sean was so eager to exchange for so many supplies, but he had no intention of persuading him. As for borrowing a boat that could go to sea, Zhao Guixian could vaguely picture Sean wanting to fish. In reality, the military had been doing this all along. Otherwise, with so many people across the country, just the daily consumption of food would be astronomical, not to mention meat. Compared to pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks and geese, the natural fishing resources in the sea are evidently far more abundant. During this time, seafood has been caught daily in units of tens of thousands of tons, which is then frozen or processed into canned goods, salted products and so on. In Zhao Guixian's view, Sean wanting to borrow a boat to go fishing was certainly a condition that could be easily met. After all, he had gotten that geothermal technology and later could use it as a favor to borrow a boat. There shouldn't be any major issues. But what the hell was the last condition? Wanting to experience flying in a jet, preferably a fighter jet. It's not that Zhao Guixian couldn't make it happen. Okay, a fighter jet would indeed be difficult to arrange. However, jets are not limited to just fighter jets, there are also transport planes. Recently, the air transport tasks of the entire military district have been quite frequent, so getting a plane to circle in the air is genuinely not a big problem. But the question is, what does Sean want this request for? Surely he doesn't want to experience flying before the end of the world, right? Dad, I also find it puzzling, but Yang said it like that. Zhao Fei had a just as confused expression. Moreover, he said that the boat thing is not urgent, but it would be best to have arrangements for the plane during this transaction.
However, Yang Yang also mentioned that if it really doesn't work out he wouldn't insist on taking a ride, just having a close look would suffice. Anyway, I already have all the data on the geothermal technology and he can send the equipment over anytime. I see. Zhao Guoxian pondered for a moment. Wait a moment, I'll contact someone to see if I can make arrangements. However, don't expect a fighter jet that's too troublesome and the timing is too sensitive right now. I said the same thing. Yang Yang said he's not picky. Zhao Fei laughed helplessly. As long as he's not picky, fine, I'll go make the arrangements right away. Zhao Guoxian smiled and then left. At that moment, far away in Brazil, the carbon dioxide no more team was filled with astonishment. Old Li, are you sure this technology is not only usable but also very effective? The man called Old Li was a middle-aged man with a balding head and thick glasses, clearly a technical personnel. Boss, this geothermal technology is not complicated, it's just quite clever. Old Li nodded. The key is that the entire equipment is modular, making installation, maintenance and repairs extremely convenient. Which industry giant invented this technology? Compared to this, Iceland's utilization of geothermal resources is far inferior. However, it can't be completely compared as one is miniaturized while the other is large-scale with different focal points. But from a comprehensive perspective, this small-scale modular geothermal technology is indeed more advanced. I think we can also link the water electrolysis oxygen generation equipment to this, so even in the harshest external environment the oxygen supply inside the bunker won't be a problem. In addition, there are also minerals and trace elements rich in hot springs which can be extracted through related technologies, providing great value for both humans and the underground farm. Sean was unaware that the geothermal technology he provided had been analyzed so thoroughly by others so quickly, well, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment his attention was completely captivated by the data regarding carbon dioxide, which not only related to spacesuits but also involved some aspects of the aerospace field. Even if these contents were incidental, it was still a pleasant surprise for Sean. Fortunately, the internet had also been restored, and under Sean's instructions little AI continuously searched online for technical materials related to spacesuits and jet engines. He wasn't expecting to acquire any new technology, even knowing a principle or a basic technology would suffice. Of course, even understanding the most basic technical materials was not an easy task. After all, Sean wasn't a professional in this area. Fortunately, Sean didn't need to fully comprehend these technologies, he only required relevant materials and resources. While he was busy negotiating conditions with the Zhao family and carbon dioxide was astonished by the power of geothermal technology, Sean had already developed the first generation of spacesuits. I feel a bit disappointed. Looking at the bulky spacesuit in front of him, Sean felt somewhat speechless. In reality, while this spacesuit was indeed bulky, it depended on what it was being compared to. This thing was certainly bulkier than Sean's protective combat suit, but compared to traditional spacesuits it had already slimmed down considerably. Moreover, a spacesuit is not just clothing. Besides providing oxygen, thermal insulation and radiation resistance, it also needs to ensure a certain pressure balance. Typically, to ensure that these functions operate normally, a backpack is usually added to the back of the spacesuit. Thinking of this, Sean glanced at the screen of his laptop. It was still the same movie, Starship Troopers Invasion, still featuring the powered armor worn by the characters. In fact, the truly captivating aspect of this CG movie was not the powered armor but cough cough. Moreover, in terms of powered armor itself, the one used by human mobile forces in Starship Troopers Invasion was not particularly advanced. Though it's called powered armor, it was essentially just an armor layer over a spacesuit, and it wasn't even fully covering. However, precisely because it wasn't that advanced, replicating it was still feasible. As for nanofabric, Sean indeed preferred it. Players who have played the game Crisis would probably love it too. However, this black technology product combining nanotechnology and biological technology was beyond Sean's current reach, as the spatial aspect, while powerful, ultimately belonged to the realm of science fiction. Unlike the mysterious system-based approach where one could simply earn some points or credits and magically create things, which made Sean envious. Nevertheless, the spatial aspect was not without its advantages. At the very least, it didn't require the gradual upgrades like those system approaches to unleash more capabilities. Well, Sean's space had also been upgraded, but even within that space he was still quite impressive, even if he hadn't reached omniscience. Let's try upgrading again. As for the focus, it should be on lightness. Working in space, overly heavy spacesuits would indeed hinder work efficiency. If one were to drill on a small asteroid, a lightweight spacesuit would undoubtedly increase the success rate. Even if the improvement might not be substantial, it's better than nothing. As for the remaining functions, ensuring they meet basic needs would be sufficient. With that thought, Sean wasted no time activating the holographic projection of the first generation spacesuit, enlarging it and then selecting the direction for the upgrade. After 3 consecutive upgrades and adjustments, the second generation spacesuit finally appeared before Sean. It was still labeled as the second generation because 2 of the upgrades did not align with Sean's desires. Looking at the second generation spacesuit in front of him, Sean fell into contemplation. It wasn't that the upgraded spacesuit didn't meet his requirements, well, in fact it didn't. However, compared to the bulky first generation spacesuit, the second generation was noticeably lighter. Still, even so, it was far from Sean's ideal space combat suit. The design of the second generation spacesuit looked so familiar. Sean closed the laptop that was playing Starship Troopers Invasion and opened another classic sci-fi movie, Prometheus.
Compared to the powered armor in Starship Troopers Invasion, the ones in Prometheus were truly spacesuits in the real sense. The second-generation spacesuit that Xiao En had developed appeared to resemble the spacesuits in Prometheus in terms of design. Of course it was only similar in appearance, the functionality still had certain gaps.
Nonetheless, this spacesuit's design and performance were indeed superior to traditional spacesuits.
It's not that Xiao En was incapable of further upgrades, but it was mainly limited by materials. With the current state, it had basically reached its peak. Unless he changed the focus of the upgrades, such as enhancing combat power or defensive capabilities, but that was not what Xiao En desired, as he didn't want to be harmed by his own inventions.
Let's leave it at that.
Xiao En nodded, and with a thought, all the data regarding the second-generation spacesuit was automatically stored on the computer as a compressed file.
Once Xiao En returned to the shelter, he immediately opened his father's account on his phone.
Dad, this is the information I just received from a big shot I know in South America, supposedly regarding the latest spacesuits. I took a look at the materials and they indeed don't seem fake.
If possible, you should have a professional take a look.
If this type of spacesuit can indeed be used, I believe it would be of considerable help for the upcoming space missions. After sending the short message, Xiao En directly sent out the compressed file. To avoid not being taken seriously, he also sent several high-definition images and a video of himself wearing the second-generation spacesuit so that the personnel reviewing the information wouldn't think it was a joke. After sending it to his mother's account, Xiao En finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Xiao En had considered whether his actions would cause problems, as the second-generation spacesuit he created was indeed significantly better than the existing ones on the market. Although he used the big shot from carbon dioxide as a shield, individual power truly felt powerless in the face of national machinery. Fortunately, the current situation was exceptionally special. If the super asteroid couldn't be destroyed, not to mention the extinction of human civilization, at least 90 of the previous population would certainly not survive. In Xiao En's view, this apocalyptic-level natural disaster was his best protective umbrella. In Xiao En's view, even if the asteroid is successfully intercepted, Earth and humanity will have narrowly escaped a disaster. But let us not forget the effects of the Yellowstone supervolcano's eruption are still ongoing. Before long, the entire Earth will be covered in volcanic ash. Even though the tropical regions will be somewhat better off, there may still be faint rays of sunlight breaking through the clouds, occasionally allowing crops to grow normally. Of course, the yield will definitely be affected, but that is still better than having no sunlight at all. However, even in this scenario, other regions will face a life of darkness for 5 to 10 years while also contending with extreme cold from the outside. In such a grand situation, who would have the time to investigate why Xiao En possesses geothermal technology and spacesuit technology? As a certain great man once said, whether it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat.
Moreover, isn't there the esteemed figure of carbon dioxide?
Even if they do not acknowledge it, they will still serve as Xiao En's best shield.
Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!
Far away in the South American doomsday bunker, carbon dioxide suddenly sneezed loudly several times in succession.
What's going on? The temperature in the bunker is constant, there's no reason to catch a cold. Could it be someone is speaking ill of me behind my back?
Boss, you need to take care of your health, the entire bunker still needs you to hold the fort. A beautiful girl said as she handed him a tissue.
I'm fine.
Carbon dioxide took the tissue and wiped his nose. How's it outside?
Are those local tyrants still not giving up? They won't give up.
The girl shook her head.
Since they won't relent, let's send them to their doom. Carbon dioxide couldn't help but snicker. The tiger doesn't show its power. Do they really think I'm Hello Kitty? Boss, it was about time to do this.
The girl said while licking her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. On the other side, after sending the messages and data, Xiao En returned to his space and loaded the 5 sets of geothermal equipment onto the truck, along with 2 sets of combat protective suits, albeit in a modified and weakened version. After exposing the protective combat suits in front of his friend Zhao Fei, Xiao En was already prepared. The original version of the protective combat suits could not be taken out, as he always said he did not want to be harmed by his own inventions one day. But the modified version posed no problem. Although it was still cooler and more functional than traditional protective suits and combat gear, its performance was significantly lower in every aspect. The key point is that this modified protective combat suit can be mass-produced with current industrial technology. Once mass production is achieved, even in the apocalypse, the official combat capability can be greatly enhanced. As for the possibility of issues arising, Xiao En had not overlooked that. In fact, sending out this modified protective combat suit was in itself a kind of, how should I put it? Calling it a test might be too arrogant and childish, so let's just say it is an experiment. If everything develops positively, Xiao En wouldn't mind sharing more valuable things in the future. Of course, the premise is to ensure the safety of himself and his parents. If the situation does not develop well, Xiao En will completely go into hiding until he brings his parents back before considering what to do next.
Your Majesty, a troublesome citizen seeks an audience. Should they be received or executed?
The familiar ringtone rang and Xiao En excitedly picked up his phone. The call was not from his eagerly awaited parents but from his friend Zhao Fei.
Fei, do you have news?
A hint of disappointment flashed in Xiao En's eyes. There's news. My dad has agreed to the 3 conditions you proposed. Zhao Fei on the other end said, his tone barely containing excitement, but Yang, are you sure you'll give me a set of that thing? Not just you, Uncle Xiao will also get a set. Sean smiled, but that thing has a drawback: it's not convenient to put on and take off. So you need to take care of your personal hygiene before using it otherwise. Sean didn't finish, but Zhao Fei's mind already conjured up a rather vivid picture, one that was quite suggestive.
Seems like you understand.
So when will the transaction take place?
Sean smiled. The passcode is ready, I can send it to you right away.
Zhao Fei shivered slightly and quickly dismissed the suggestive image in his mind. As for the transport, it can't be arranged right away. My dad has arranged for a transport plane, but it's only a cargo plane. A fighter jet is truly impossible. A cargo plane is just fine, but can I sit in it, or is it just for looking? Sean was not surprised. After all, even at such a time, getting on a fighter jet is not something just anyone can do.
That's up to you if you want to sit. There happens to be a flight to the capital.
Zhao Fei glanced at his father. You can go along if you want. If you prefer not to sit, you can hang out at the airport for half a day.
That's really good news. Sean smiled. Hurry and send me the passcode, I'm leaving now.
Everything is ready, and after the handover I'll head to the plane.
Is that alright? So soon?
Zhao Fei looked at his father, and upon seeing him nod he said, alright, I'll arrange it immediately.
Okay, see you later.
After Sean hung up, he called out Xiao En. At your service, sir. Continue to gather useful knowledge and data for us, Sean said as he stood up, but be careful not to let anyone intrude. If there's an intrusion, immediately sever the network. Home security is more important than anything else.
Understood, sir. I will watch over the home. Very well, I leave the home to you.
Sean nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the entrance of the shelter. On the way, a shadow flashed in just 2 seconds, and Sean, who was originally in pajamas, was already fully armed. This time there was no need to deploy drones, as Sean had created many wireless surveillance cameras during this time, and they were rechargeable. The entire area around the shelter had been monitored, and even replacing the dead cameras did not require Sean's involvement. A drone with mechanical claws handled it.
Sir, have a safe journey. You say that as if you want me by my side. Sean smiled and reached out to bring out the prepared box truck.
This truck seemed unchanged from when it was initially borrowed, but in reality the only similarity was its exterior. After the box truck left the refuge located in the desolate mountains, it soon merged onto the main road from the small path. Sean, who was driving, looked out through the front window, and all he saw was a pitch-black darkness, even darker than when he had last come out. This was quite normal during the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Nearly 20 mountain reservoirs volcanic materials were ejected into the stratosphere. These volcanic materials turned into ash and sulfides upon cooling, rapidly spreading in all directions through the stratosphere. As time passed, more and more volcanic materials would layer upon layer completely obscure the sky. At first it might not be so bad, but it would become thicker. Theoretically, it would take 5 to 10 years to completely blow away these volcanic materials in the stratosphere. As for the method of firing missiles to blow open the cloud layer, it wasn't entirely unfeasible. However, the cost was too high. Missiles capable of reaching the stratosphere without being affected by lightning or volcanic ash were quite expensive. If it were just the expense, that would be one thing. After all, compared to the continuation of human civilization, that money is insignificant. But the problem is, even if you blow a hole in the sky, the volcanic materials in the stratosphere are not static. Missiles can blow open the volcanic materials, but it wouldn't be long before the gap would be blocked again. If this were done just for sunlight, that would be truly foolish. You must understand that no matter what crops one grows, they need not just a few hours of sunlight but long-term illumination. With the cost of using missiles, why not just use sunlight lamps? Looking at the dark sky and the impending super asteroid interception operation, Sean's mood also became somewhat heavy. After about 10 minutes, the box truck arrived at the checkpoint where he had encountered Sister Sun during their last transaction. Compared to before, the checkpoint now looked significantly more official. Not only were there traffic police and armed police, but also fully armed soldiers. As the box truck approached, a duty officer waved a signal baton to indicate to stop. Please exit the vehicle for inspection, shouted the duty officer wearing a mask and goggles once the vehicle came to a stop. Sean parked the truck and jumped down from the top. Holy crap! The duty officer was startled. What a joke! A futuristic warrior suddenly jumping down from a box truck could not be anything but frightening. Clack! Whoosh! Two of the duty officer's partners immediately raised their guns, aiming at Sean, fearing that this futuristic warrior might make some dangerous move. Calm down, I'm human, not an alien. Sean helplessly spread his hands, indicating that he meant no harm. I'm delivering goods to the Air Force Base in Jiangning, can you not be so tense? Oh. The duty officer, still startled, suddenly felt the voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't think about that right now. Delivering goods to the Air Force Base. Do you have a pass? Of course I'm getting my phone now, everyone please don't panic. As Sean spoke, he slowly retrieved his phone from the slot on his chest and carefully placed it on the ground before stepping back to the side of the box truck's wheel. The protective combat suit was indeed bulletproof, but it would still hurt. Moreover, if a misunderstanding occurred, it definitely wouldn't just be these two guns. Besides, he was just transporting goods properly, why be afraid? After seeing how cooperative Sean was, both the duty officer who had just stopped the truck and his two partners let out a sigh of relief. It was no wonder they reacted so strongly. After all, Sean's outfit was indeed too exaggerated. As the duty officer cautiously picked up the phone and swiped the screen, he saw a pass. After scanning it with a handheld terminal, relevant information quickly appeared. The license plate matched, no problem. The vehicle model also checked out.
Could you show your face?" the duty officer asked.
"No problem," Sean replied, and the originally pitch-black visor of his helmet turned transparent and even lit up with a layer of light that, while not too intense, was sufficient. Seeing this scene, both the duty officer and his two partners felt quite speechless. Did he really need to be this advanced just for delivering goods? Despite working together outside, they had formed a decent relationship over this time, but they ultimately belonged to three different systems.
"Oh. It's you. You recognize me?" Sean was somewhat surprised.
"Last time you drove a Wuling Sunshine and brought a truckload of rice and frozen meat, I was the one who checked it." The duty officer's tone suddenly became cheerful.
How could he not be happy?
He had been waiting for Sean for a long time.
"So it's you, Can I lower my hands now?"
"Of course, but I still need to make a call to confirm your pass," the duty officer nodded. "That's good, this feeling is truly terrible." Sean lowered his hands while regretting not having changed into ordinary clothes to drive.
"Please hold on a moment while I contact someone." "No problem, it's my duty, I understand, but please hurry, they need it urgently."
"All right," the duty officer said and ran towards the patrol car parked not far away, while the situation here also attracted attention. Fortunately, the duty officer explained over the intercom, otherwise there would not just be two people surrounding Sean right now.
"Bro, your outfit is way too cool, what's the situation?" the armed police officer asked.
"Sorry, it's a military secret, I cannot disclose that." Sean shook his head, "but I can tell you what's loaded on the truck."
"What is it? Is it still food?" "This time it's not, it's geothermal equipment."
"Geothermal equipment?"
The officer didn't quite grasp it at first.
"It utilizes geothermal resources for power generation while also providing heating and water supply. If combined with the oxygen generation equipment, even if the surface environment is terrible, it won't affect the interior of the refuge." When the duty officer returned after making 2 phone calls, he was surprised to see that his two partners were already deep in conversation with However, no matter how intense the conversation, the two maintained their vigilance, their guns never lowered, with the muzzles merely not pointed at
"Are you okay?" the armed police asked. "What could possibly happen?"
The duty officer chuckled and handed his phone to Sean. "I'm sorry, it's my duty, please don't mind it."
"No worries at all," Sean replied as he pressed a button on the card slot on his chest.
"It must be quite tough for you to be on duty at a time like..."
"Right, just wait a moment."
After saying that, Sean turned and opened the car door, effortlessly getting in and then jumping back. Though it looked simple, his movements were incredibly fast.
Swish. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Sean returned to the ground with a black bag in hand. "Just a little something, don't reject it." The soldier, encountering this for the first time, looked bewildered. "Was this really okay?" "Well, Sean, technically I shouldn't be taking up your time since you have a task."
However, unlike last time, the duty officer didn't take the bag but awkwardly spoke up. "I have a small favor to ask if possible."
"What is it?" Sean asked, somewhat surprised.
He had no idea why the other party would make such a request, considering they had only met twice. "Sean, please don't misunderstand, this isn't. You know, it's just that in the future there may be situations that might involve you, so I'd like to ask for your contact information. But rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you and I won't violate any rules.
If it works out, great, if not I won't hold it against you, you see." After hearing this somewhat nonsensical explanation, Sean quickly understood.
Last time he traded with Sister Sun, he used the passcode provided by the Xiao family, and on the way back he had military vehicles escorting him. This time it was again the Xiao family providing the passcode, and it was specifically for access to the Air Force base. Moreover, he had transported items on 2 no 3 occasions, clearly being regarded as someone associated with the military and not just any individual. Sean believed the other party had no malicious intent and didn't immediately have any specific ideas or demands. He simply wanted more. As the other party said, if it works out, that would be ideal. If it doesn't, there would be no loss. While I can't promise anything, but providing contact information is no problem. Sean paused for a moment before speaking. "But the network might cut off at any time, so let me give you a radio contact as well." The duty officer thought he would be met with a cold response, as Sean's connections were quite significant. He was prepared to smile and apologize, but was surprised by Sean's agreement. In fact, he didn't just make a phone call to confirm the passcode, he also called his superior. In reality, the superior didn't expect much, it was just that the duty officer felt this was somewhat of an opportunity, thus he took the initiative to handle this matter. As for whether this was too exaggerated, he chuckled.
"Don't forget what time it is.
Even if the interception of a super asteroid is successful, there would still be 5 to 10 years of darkness to endure.
Building connections with brother units to secure another channel for obtaining supplies, what's the harm even if the likelihood is low?
If you try, there's a chance of success. If you don't, there's none at all." Furthermore, the duty officer represented only a police station, at most a branch. Perhaps it's fine to be full and satisfied, but wanting to eat well and drink well is not as easy.
If there's a chance, why not give it a try? It's not like you'll get pregnant. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The duty officer expressed his gratitude excitedly. "No need to thank me, let's add each other on WeChat first, then I'll give you the radio contact."
Sean took out his phone again. "Sure thing."
After adding each other on WeChat, Sean casually shoved the bag back into the other's hands.
Don't refuse and don't ask too many questions, you know what I mean.
The duty officer wanted to refuse, but the tactile sensation from the bag reminded him of the cigarettes and jerky from last time, making it difficult to voice a rejection.
Alright, let's consider it as a directive from above,
Sean smiled, stuffing the items in before turning to get back in the car.
I'll send you the relevant technology on geothermal equipment to your phone later, remember to share it with everyone. What? Before the duty officer could react, Sean drove away. It's about using geothermal energy for power heating and water supply, and it can even produce oxygen. Sounds very high-tech, doesn't it?
The old partner quickly explained, enviously looking at the duty officer. I didn't expect you to actually make it and to benefit so greatly right away.
Now you can take credit when you go back, a significant achievement too. You have to treat us to cigarettes.
I already smoked my share, treating you to cigarettes is out of the question.
Nonsense. What do you have in your arms? Oh right.
When he opened the black plastic bag, besides 3 packs of soft Sue cigarettes, there were also 3 hefty bags of jerky, vacuum sealed. Sean had no idea what happened after he left, but he felt somewhat emotional about this unexpected incident. The feeling of flaunting connections was indeed exhilarating, but after the thrill it came with a tinge of bitterness. In the face of such apocalyptic disasters, all beings are merely struggling ants seeking survival. During the subsequent journey, Sean was checked 5 more times, but having learned from previous lessons and changed into protective combat gear, the journey was noticeably smoother. From Jiangbei to Jiangdi, Sean's trip could be said to have crossed the entire urban area.
Fortunately, there were no traffic jams and the drive went incredibly smoothly. Defei, I'm almost there, come out to pick me up and collect the goods.
Sure thing. When Sean drove the box truck to the designated location, he discovered that his friend's shelter was actually established at a
hot spring resort.
However, there were already sentries on duty outside the resort, and with the thermal imaging function he could see some hidden scouts lurking in the corners. The hidden individuals were unclear to Sean, but the sentries were all clad in camouflage uniforms. Presumably alerted when Sean's vehicle slowly stopped across the road, the soldiers immediately reacted but did not point their guns at the. As soon as Sean parked the car, he saw a familiar figure darting from behind the gate of the hot spring resort, quickly climbing into the passenger seat.
Wow.
Yang, you really didn't lie to me. Looking at his friend dressed as a futuristic soldier, Zhao Fei's eyes were nearly popping out of his head.
Before arriving at the hot spring resort, Sean had already changed into his protective combat suit. Not for show, but because the recent changes in his physique provided a valid excuse. Even if this excuse wasn't the best given the current environment, having any excuse at all was good enough.
Yan, what are you? Zhao Fei looked at his friend with glowing eyes.
Old rules, don't ask what you shouldn't.
Sean glanced at his friend calmly. Hurry up and unload, then I still need to head to the airport.
Alright, I won't ask, then I'll guide you.
Zhao Fei could only suppress his curiosity and excitement, rolling down the car window and sticking half of himself out while waving his hand.
With Zhao Fei leading, the delivery truck smoothly entered the hot spring resort and drove along the wide road to an underground parking lot.
On the way, Zhao Fei even made a call to his father. By the time the delivery truck arrived at the underground parking lot, Zhao Guixian was already waiting there with a trusted subordinate.
Holy crap. Even Zhao Guixian couldn't help but curse when he saw Sean get out of the car.
The trusted subordinate beside him was even more dumbfounded, thinking they had come into contact with some highly classified matter. While gaping, he repeatedly warned himself to keep his mouth and ears in check, not to hear what shouldn't be heard nor to ask what shouldn't be asked.
Uncle Zhao, long time no see.
Sean said as he pressed a button on his helmet, then took it off with a light hissing sound.
Good. Yang, it's been a while and you've really become impressive.
Zhao Guixian stepped forward and patted the young man's shoulder, only to realize it had an unexpectedly firm feel. It's all forced upon me, Sean replied with a helpless smile. There are 5 sets of geothermal equipment in the truck, just have someone unload it later and assemble it according to the materials I sent to Defei.
I've noted some points to pay attention to in the materials. If there's anything you don't understand, I can provide guidance when I return. No problem. Zhao Guixian nodded.
Yang, where's my gift?
Zhao Fei couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten.
Sean met his friend's hopeful gaze.
Just wait a moment.
He then returned to the truck and came back with 2 black suitcases in hand.
Yang, let's go to my office. Zhao Guixian glanced at the 2 sizable suitcases.
I'll have someone handle the unloading and I'll arrange for someone to take you to the airport without delaying your time.
Alright, Sean nodded.
He knew the other party was worried about others seeing what was inside the suitcases, otherwise he wouldn't have only brought one trusted subordinate while leaving the rest behind.
Let's go. Zhao Guixian nodded and led the way to the security door they had just entered. Yan, let me carry one for.
Zhao Fei couldn't help but rub his hands together, his greasy face smiling broadly.
Are you sure?
Sean chuckled.
What's wrong?
Zhao Fei paused.
This suitcase isn't light, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it.
Sean effortlessly lifted the suitcase in his left hand.
So how about trying it out?
Let's skip that.
Zhao Fei quickly conceded.
Knowing his friend, he was well aware that Sean wouldn't joke about such matters. As for why Xiao En could carry it so easily, Zhao Fei figured it had a lot to do with that combat suit. Zhao Guoxian, walking in front, shook his head but became increasingly interested in the gift. Under his guidance, the three quickly arrived at a room after a few twists and turns.
I'll make a call. After Zhao Guoxian said this, he picked up the office phone and quickly arranged for the unloading and installation.
With a trusted subordinate already stationed there was no need to worry about any issues.
Yan Yang, let's see some sights. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Guoxian couldn't help but feel a bit excited.
Sure. Xiao En placed the two sizable suitcases on the ground and pressed down on the surface of the case, which had no locks or buttons.
Unlock.
Click. With a crisp sound followed by the hissing of high-pressure gas being released. As he opened the lid, what met his eyes were protective combat suits and related components arranged according to different parts, including an assault rifle.
Holy crap. Yan Yang, what kind of gun is this?
Zhao Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the assault rifle in the suitcase.
AK-47. Xiao En replied. WTF. Zhao Fei had a bewildered expression as if saying, are you kidding me? In fact, it wasn't just him, even Zhao Guoxian, who stepped closer, felt the same way.
There was no helping it, the assault rifle in the suitcase looked nothing like an AK-47. It's a modified tactical version, but the caliber is still the same as the original AK-47. Xiao En said as he took the gun out of the groove in the suitcase and handed it to Zhao Fei.
And Zhao Guoxian beside him. Damn.
Zhao Fei couldn't help but extend a middle finger towards his friend.
Watch it go.
Zhao Guoxian glared at his son and casually accepted the modified AK-47 that looked nothing like the original. As soon as the gun was in hand, a glint of surprise flashed in Zhao Guoxian's eyes.
It was light. So light.
In truth, the AK-47 wasn't very heavy, but the modified version should be heavier than the original. Yet this one not only wasn't heavy, but it was even lighter. This gun uses special materials, so the weight is considerably reduced. Xiao En smiled. However, in terms of precision and accuracy, it surpasses the original by a good margin. As for ammo capacity, in addition to the 30-round magazine, there's also a 200-round drum providing sufficient firepower support. But this isn't the right place.
Uncle, find a good spot to test the gun later.
Xiao En said, reaching into the suitcase to retrieve the protective combat suit and looking at his friend.
Strip. What?
Zhao Fei instinctively covered his chest.
Damn it. Xiao En returned the gesture with a middle finger. Hurry up and strip unless you don't want it.
I'll strip. Zhao Fei hurriedly complied, quickly getting down to his underwear but still wanting to continue undressed.
Stop. What do you think you're doing?
Xiao En frowned to stop him.
There are no women here, you don't need to strip completely. Ha. You didn't say that. Zhao Fei replied innocently. Alright, hurry up and come here.
Xiao En shook his head and began to assist his friend in putting on the protective combat suit. Unlike Xiao En's suit, the stripped-down version of the protective combat suit was not difficult to put on or take off. It was similar to a full-body swimsuit, first putting on the legs, then the arms, and finally connecting the zipper.
Yan Yang, it feels pretty average.
Zhao Fei moved around a bit, feeling somewhat deceived. What's the rush?
It's not ready yet.
Xiao En shot his friend a glare, turned around and took a silver-gray spine from the box, fastening it to Zhao Fei's back where the zipper met the spine. Although it is a modified and weakened version in terms of design, the suit on Zhao Fei resembles the one on Xiao En. Once the central control unit, which is that metallic spine, is secured, the originally loose protective combat suit quickly fits snug.
This feels amazing.
Zhao Fei moved his body, his face filled with excitement. The bulletproof effect of this combat suit is quite good, but it can't withstand an anti-material sniper rifle. Xiao En said, taking a helmet from the box and placing it on his friend's head. The helmet and combat suit are connected through an airtight connection, and the built-in filtration system allows you to operate in toxic environments for a short time. The combat suit itself also provides a certain boost, giving you more strength and speed, but it requires sufficiently strong neural reflexes to fully unleash the suit's capabilities. So if you want to use it, well, you need to train properly, otherwise it will just be a waste for others.
No way, it's mine, I will train.
Zhao Fei immediately made up his mind, but the tone of his voice through the helmet sounded a bit comical. I hope you can stick with it. Xiao En patted his friend's shoulder, then turned to Zhao Guoxian.
Uncle Zhao, do you want to give it a try?
No need, just having Xiao Fei is enough. Zhao Guoxian shook his head, then said seriously, Yan Yang, I want to ask how you got these things, but I hope you can be more cautious in the future.
Some things are better kept hidden. Uncle Zhao, it's not because of De Fei and you am not that foolish.
Xiao En smiled. These two items are also for you to prepare for special situations, and I hope you can keep them as confidential as possible.
You can rest assured about that, I will handle this matter well. Zhao Guoxian nodded.
But with your appearance, there must have been quite a few people who saw you along the way.
How do you plan to explain it? Cosplay. Xiao En laughed. What?
That's possible.
Zhao Fei, standing by, looked completely puzzled. Why not?
Xiao En shrugged.
Even if someone investigates, I can pull out my cosplay outfit to deal with it. Then why not just hide it?
Zhao Fei was confused. Although he was very pleased to have such a protective combat suit, he hoped his friend wouldn't encounter unnecessary trouble. In the past I would definitely have hidden it well, Xiao said, pointing at the ceiling. But given the current situation, I personally think that appropriately showcasing some strength will benefit both me and my parents. Oh right, uncle and aunt are still outside. Zhao Fei looked surprised. I'm relieved to see you have such thoughts. Zhao Guixian nodded with a look of appreciation and admiration, but when he looked at his son his expression instantly turned gloomy and helpless. They say that comparing oneself to others leads to death and comparing goods leads to discarding. He felt this saying very deeply right now. No way. Dad, what's with that look in your eyes? Zhao Fei looked at his father feeling speechless as he defended himself, thinking even if I'm not as good as Yang Yang it shouldn't disappoint you this much, right? I also contributed to the establishment of the shelter and logistics, okay? Yes you did well. Zhao Guixian shook his head dismissively. Alright, hurry up and take off the gear, soon you'll be taking Yang Yang to the airport. No need, Uncle Zhao, just arrange anyone. Sean said. It's fine, I'll play with this gear slowly later. No, I mean familiarize myself with it. Zhao Fei almost let it slip. They'll go with you, it can reduce some trouble. Alright, then I'll take this opportunity to teach you and Uncle how to take it off. Sean didn't say anything more and directly used the protective combat suit on Zhao Fei as a teaching aid, showing his friend and his friend's father how to wear, take off and change the filter in battery step by step. After working for more than half an hour, the three finally returned to the underground parking lot. Boss, it's ready. The trusted aide hurriedly approached. Zhao Guixian nodded and looked at his son. Zhao Fei, it's up to you now, be careful on the. No problem. Zhao Fei patted his somewhat broad chest. Yang Yang, go ahead, if there are any issues with the geothermal equipment I'll contact you later. Zhao Guixian looked at Sean again. Alright. Sean nodded, then looked at his friend. Fei, you go to the front passenger seat first, I'll change clothes in the back. Do you need my help? Zhao Fei asked. No need. Sean shook his head and walked to the side of the van, opening the side door only to find that the space that should have been empty was actually stacked with numerous boxes and barrels of supplies. Uncle Zhao, what's this? Sean turned around. I can't let you run empty-handed. Zhao Fei told me you needed these things, so I prepared a bit for you. Zhao Guixian smiled. Not many, so don't complain and definitely don't refuse. Uncle, then I won't be polite. Sean truly had no intention of being polite. What you deserve, hurry up and go. Zhao Guixian said with a smile. Sean didn't hesitate further and directly got into the car, closing the side door of the cargo area casually. In just a few minutes the side door opened again and Sean, who had been dressed as a futuristic warrior, had changed into a camouflage combat uniform. Seeing this scene, Zhao Guixian and Zhao Fei didn't think much of it after all, since the protective combat suit had appeared what was a camouflage combat uniform. However, the trusted aide was quite surprised as he had emptied the cargo area when unloading just now. So the question arose, where did this seemingly professional combat uniform come from? But as a trusted aide he knew well what to ask and what not to ask, so he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to bring it up. Wow. Your combat uniform is also quite impressive. Seeing his friend enter the driver's seat, Zhao Fei couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. You still lack this. Sean shook his head, started the car and waved at Zhao Guixian outside. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Go ahead, drive slowly on the way. Zhao Guixian waved his hand. Sean didn't bother with pleasantries and directly drove out of the underground parking lot. Wait a minute. Yang Yang, is this car electric? Zhao Fei finally noticed something unusual. Yes, completely electric. Sean nodded. You. Zhao Fei instinctively wanted to ask but immediately remembered his father's admonition. Zhao Fei regarding Yang Yang, if he doesn't bring it up, don't ask unless it threatens his personal safety. With this in mind, Zhao Fei could only forcefully suppress his curiosity and shot deep inside. This guy feels increasingly mysterious and so envious. With Zhao Fei leading the way, the cargo van smoothly arrived at an Air Force base located in Jiangning. It was checked twice along the way, but they did not need to get out of the vehicle. Showing the access code was enough to be allowed through. As they were nearing the base, Zhao Fei made a phone call. By the time the cargo van arrived outside the base, someone was already waiting there. The person wore military attire, and although his face was obscured by a mask, his figure was impressively strong and upright. He stood there casually yet remained as straight as a pine tree. Zhao Fei called out Yao Jinsong, waving his hand. Uncle Yao. Zhao Fei lowered the window and waved back, saying, I'm here. First you need to go through inspection, then follow my vehicle inside, Yao Jinsong said, not easily letting the vehicle in just because it was the son of a comrade. After all, this base had been undertaking significant transportation work recently, making it very important. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be easy to explain. No problem, Zhao Fei was well aware of the rules here and naturally wouldn't act recklessly. Yang Yang, drive the vehicle to the inspection station nearby and let them check it. It's only like this during special times, don't think too much about it. Don't worry, given the current situation, being cautious is only wise. Xiao En nodded in understanding and drove the vehicle to the nearby inspection station. The inspection station had an arched passage where vehicles entered through one end and exited through the other, allowing the contents of the cargo to be scanned. This equipment was similar to security checks in subway stations, except it was significantly larger, capable of scanning even vehicles like the Optimus Prime. After the vehicle passed through the security check, it stopped at the side under the guidance of a soldier. A few armed soldiers then opened the cargo door and began their inspection.
Yang, are you okay?
Xiao Fei was somewhat worried that the combat suits in the cargo might be discovered. I'm fine, Xiao En replied with a smile, looking completely calm.
Facing such double inspections, Xiao En could easily tell that the security here was extraordinarily tight.
However, this was to be expected. During such times it would be strange for military areas not to be vigilant. In fact, when he initially expressed his desire to see military aircraft, Xiao En was merely testing the waters and had no real expectation of success. After all, he had already received relevant information about fixed-wing aircraft from the less carbon-intensive sources. While it may not compare to jet aircraft in certain respects, it was sufficient for his current needs. He didn't expect that his friend's father would be so supportive, not only allowing him to observe but also to take a ride. Such capability was genuinely impressive. Of course, Xiao En understood that this was likely due to seeing his potential value and wanting to invest early. If it were merely geothermal equipment, he probably wouldn't have been granted this opportunity. After busying around for about 10 minutes, the inspection finally concluded.
Xiao Fei, follow my vehicle, Yao Jinsong said, patting the car door. Oh, Xiao Fei nodded, somewhat speechless.
He hadn't expected the inspection to be so strict. He was originally worried that the combat suits in the cargo would be discovered, but evidently they had not been. Yao Jinsong got into a jeep and led the way while Xiao En followed behind in the cargo van. After driving for another 5 or 6 minutes, the two vehicles finally stopped one after the other outside a hangar. Get out of the car, Yao Jinsong waved at them after getting out.
Xiao En parked the vehicle and jumped out with Xiao Fei.
Uncle Yao, this is Xiao En, my best friend, you can just call him Xiao Xiao, Xiao Fei introduced as they approached.
Yang, this is my dad's comrade, let's both call him Uncle Yao.
Hello Uncle Yao, thank you for your trouble this time, Xiao En quickly greeted.
It's no trouble, but there have been some changes to the plans.
Yao Jinsong smiled apologetically. The original transportation plan has changed, you may not be able to board this time.
Don't ask me why, it's a military secret.
What?
Uncle Yao, what should we do then?
Xiao Fei was somewhat dumbfounded.
No worries Uncle Yao, if it doesn't work this time then we'll wait for the next opportunity.
Xiao En however simply smiled in understanding.
It was perfectly normal for tasks to change during special times, this was understandable. Let me finish what I'm saying. Yao Jinsong pointed to the hangar behind him as he spoke.
While boarding isn't possible, I heard from old Xiao that you're interested in fighter jets.
There are several parked in this hangar.
Although they're all destined for scrapping, there are quite a few models, would you mind, Xiao Xiao?
I don't mind at all, this is already quite good, Xiao En quickly replied.
He genuinely didn't mind from what the other party implied. The planes in the hangar, although a bit old and slated for scrapping, were still fighter jets. For Xiao En, whether he could board or not was not important, what mattered was being able to scan these aircraft.
What? Uncle Yao?
Xiao Fei interjected, it's one thing not to have a plane to board, but you're actually using these scrap ones as a substitute. Not to mention the latest models at least bring in a couple of active ones.
That's easy for you to say, do you think I don't want to help?
Yao Jinsong shook his head helplessly. Seeing that the conversation was getting a bit stiff, Xiao En quickly took over the topic. Xiao Fei, you know the situation, it's already quite difficult for Uncle Yao to help to this extent.
Alright, as long as you think it's okay. Of course I can do it.
Xiao En nodded and looked at Yao Jinsong saying, Uncle Yao, seeing the actual models of domestic fighter jets is just my personal hobby, please don't breach any discipline for this.
If that's the case, I'll leave right now.
Listen Xiao Fei, how can you be so different from Xiao Xiao?
Yao Jinsong chuckled and shot Xiao Fei a glare.
Actually, this matter had indeed gone a bit awry, but given the sudden situation he had no choice.
Facing Yao Jinsong's gaze, Xiao Fei rolled his eyes, dramatically too lazy to say anything more.
Don't worry, they're all planes slated for scrapping, I can still do this much. Yao Jinsong said as he walked over to the hangar door and took out his keys to unlock it. When the massive metal doors slid open, the dark hangar indeed gave off a somewhat eerie vibe akin to a horror movie. Fortunately, Yao Jinsong quickly turned on the lights, and then Xiao En was pleasantly surprised to discover that the planes here were not as old as he had imagined.
What? Uncle Yao, these are slated for scrapping.
Xiao Fei was also somewhat astonished. They're arranged that way and they are all faulty, they can only be dismantled for parts. Yao Jinsong looked at those planes with eyes full of helplessness and pain. In the past such treatment would have been unthinkable, but the current climate and environment are quite special. Although this decision from above is wasteful, it is indeed the most appropriate arrangement. Accompanied by Yao Jinsong, Xiao En had close encounters with several domestically produced fighter jets, even getting up close and personal with their engines, which he meticulously inspected. Xiao Fei seemed to have guessed what his friend was thinking, so he deliberately engaged Yao Jinsong in idle chatter. Yao Jinsong was not worried at all, after all Xiao En was unarmed and these planes would soon be dismantled into parts, so he naturally had no fear of any issues arising. Confident in this, he not only allowed Xiao En to climb up and down but even suggested he sit in the cockpit, offering him a pilot's helmet to wear. The only request was that no photos be taken, and aside from that Xiao was free to play around. He behaved quite obediently, merely caressing the planes, making it seem to onlookers that he was a passionate aviation enthusiast. After over an hour of exploration, Xiao finally stopped satisfied. Despite the unexpected turn of events, it turned out to be a blessing for him. What was initially just a military transport plane had now transformed into a fighter jet, and not just one type. Even though most models were quite old, Xiao only needed basic data, and different models would provide varied data which would be extremely beneficial for future upgrades. Uncle Yao, sorry to keep you waiting. Xiao approached the two who were still chatting, smiling apologetically. No problem, my task today is to make you happy, Yao Jinsong replied with a smile. By the way, Uncle Yao, I noticed that the U.S. has a dedicated aircraft graveyard for scrapped planes. Do we have one too? An aircraft graveyard? Yes, we do have one. Yao Jinsong nodded. If it were a normal time I could take you to see it, but the situation is quite complicated right now and I can't leave for the time being. Sorry about that. No need to apologize, I was just asking. Xiao waved his hand with the Yellowstone supervolcano eruption. The U.S. is basically finished. Even if the states still retain some military strength, it's certainly not comparable to before. In my opinion, at such a time the higher-ups should send people to various universities in the U.S. taking advantage of the local government not having reacted yet to rescue as many scientists as possible. I doubt anyone would refuse at this point. Yao Jinsong was taken aback for a moment, suddenly realizing that this suggestion was indeed quite intriguing. No. It was very interesting. However, he was merely a small leader in the local air force and couldn't influence such grand strategies. At most he could report this idea up the chain. As for Xiao, he wasn't just talking aimlessly, he genuinely wanted to remind the higher-ups that this was a chance to rescue people from abroad. In the past it would have been extremely difficult to do this. Not to mention the U.S. government's response, most of the targeted scientists would likely be unwilling to return to their home country. But now it was different. The North American continent was on the verge of total collapse and the U.S. was too preoccupied to worry about the lives of those scientists. Alright, even if the most prominent scientists were rescued first, let's not forget how many scientists the entire U.S. has. Not to mention bringing them all back, even if just 1/10 were returned, it would greatly benefit domestic scientific research. Of course, Xiao knew that such matters wouldn't be something he as a mere citizen would need to remind them about. The think tank at the top would surely send personnel and ships for such actions at the first opportunity. Perhaps scientists were already being brought back and he wouldn't need to worry about it at all. Uncle Yao, I've seen the planes and even touched them. My little wish has been fulfilled. Xiao smiled. I know you're busy, so I won't disturb your work any longer. We'll take our leave now. Alright, it's indeed not the right time to host you. Once things settle down, I'll find a way to make it up to you. Yao Jinsong felt a bit embarrassed. No need for compensation, this is more than enough. Xiao waved his hand. By the way, Uncle Yao, Uncle Zhao also asked me to bring you something. What is it? Zhao Fei, who was nearby, looked bewildered, unsure of what his father had asked his friend to bring. But he wasn't truly confused. After a moment of surprise, he chose not to say anything. Once the three returned outside the hangar, Xiao took the opportunity to grab something from his space. Uncle Yao, just a small token, please don't refuse. Xiao said as he handed over a black plastic bag. Was this sent by old Zhao for me? Yao Jinsong smiled. He wasn't foolish, he knew this gift wasn't merely from a comrade but from the young man before him. It's not important. There may be times in the future when I might trouble Uncle Yao, so please don't decline. Xiao smiled. Exactly, Uncle, just accept it as a gesture of respect from a younger generation. It doesn't violate any regulations. Zhao Fei chimed in supportively. I never said I wouldn't accept it. Yao Jinsong shot Zhao Fei a glance before smiling at Xiao. If Zhao Fei could be as thoughtful as you, old Zhao would probably wake up smiling in his sleep. He. Zhao Fei rolled his eyes. They had a good relationship, so they were used to being informal with each other and weren't concerned. Alright, I'll accept this gift. You two should head back early. After receiving the black plastic bag, Yao Jinsong found it to be quite heavy but didn't look inside, saying, I'll see you off. Remember to let me know when you get home safely. Understood, sir. Zhao Fei said, rolling his eyes. After getting into the cargo van, Xiao drove behind the military jeep as they left. Just like when they arrived, they had to undergo checks when leaving as well. However, the procedure was reversed. First they checked the people and then they walked through the security passage. The result, of course, was that there were no issues at all. Alright, I won't see you off anymore. Drive safely. Yao Jinsong waved from the security exit. No problem, Uncle. You should head back too, Zhao Fei shouted as he rolled down the window. After saying their goodbyes, Xiao drove the cargo van to drop Zhao Fei back at the hot spring villa. Just as he was about to drop him off, Zhao Fei stopped him. Yang, don't rush off. Zhao Fei flashed a greasy smile. Let go. You always have something up your sleeve when you smile like that. Xiao slapped away his friend's hand. Just say what you want.
I can handle what I can. If I can't, bringing it up is pointless. Xiao En could easily see through his friend's little thoughts. The electric cargo truck was nothing special. There were already several models available on the market and it mainly lagged behind in terms of endurance and environmental adaptability. However, after much consideration, Xiao En ultimately refused his friend's offer. It wasn't due to stinginess but rather because revealing the previously acquired protective combat suit was already enough of a show-off. There was no need to flaunt any cutting-edge technology in such a short time, as it would only be superfluous. Good things should be revealed gradually to maximize benefits. Moreover, an electric cargo truck, while certainly useful, could not save a life like a protective combat suit could in critical moments. This truck is the only one for now, but there's an electric van at home. Xiao En didn't close the door completely, saying, if you're interested, once the asteroid situation settles I can bring it to you. It would also be a good opportunity to trade for some other items. In fact, Zhao Fei wanted to say that he could just ride in the van and bring it back later, which would also allow him to experience his friend's luxurious post-apocalyptic lifestyle. However, he sensed that Xiao En did not have this intention, so he swallowed his words. In social interactions one should be self-aware, especially among friends, otherwise one might not even have friends left. The Zhao family maintained a good relationship with Xiao En's family precisely because they were both reliable in their dealings and self-aware in their conduct. Otherwise, how could a scholarly family and a more unscrupulous one maintain such a close connection? Alright, then let's talk after the matter is settled. Zhao Fei nodded. De Fei, hang in there, otherwise everything will be meaningless. Xiao En patted his friend's shoulder. We're all in this together. Let's keep pushing forward. Zhao Fei nodded. Tell uncle I'm heading back now. Xiao En smiled, saying, if there are any issues with the installation of the geothermal equipment, just video call me. The network shouldn't have any more problems in the next couple of days, right? Don't worry, your manual is clear enough that even I can understand it. Zhao Fei patted his friend's shoulder. If those technicians still can't figure it out, they should be fired. Alright, I'll take my leave. Xiao En nodded. Be careful on the road. Zhao Fei reminded him. It's nothing. Xiao En smiled, turned around, got into the car and left the hot spring villa. Watching his friend's vehicle quickly vanish into the darkness, Zhao Fei hurriedly got into his own car, parked at the gate, and rushed back. What a joke. There was a complete set of advanced combat suits waiting for him to indulge in. He couldn't afford to delay. On the other side, Xiao En glanced at the hot spring villa, which had completely disappeared from his rearview mirror, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had noticed earlier that his friend wanted to return with him, and he was genuinely concerned that Zhao Fei might voice it. If that happened, refusing him later would not only feel awkward but could also hurt their friendship. Fortunately, Zhao Fei didn't say anything, which saved him from trouble. Xiao En had originally considered staying to serve as a technician, ensuring the geothermal equipment at the hot spring villa was up and running before leaving. However, the rewards from this trip were simply too great, and Xiao En was already eager to return home to thoroughly digest his gains. Moreover, he had other plans for this trip, and having Zhao Fei around would be too much of a hindrance. Xiao AI, assist me. At your service, sir. Help me set a route. The destination is the scrapyard you found. Understood, sir. The route has been planned. After Xiao En drove across the Yangtze River, he didn't head straight to his own shelter but followed Xiao AI's navigation towards the largest vehicle scrapyard and dismantling center in Jiangbei. Xiao En didn't have the conditions to visit an aircraft graveyard yet, but a vehicle graveyard was not an issue. In fact, there were many vehicle scrapping and dismantling sites locally, but the largest was this one located in Jiangbei. Originally a farm, this place was spacious enough. Moreover, according to the information Xiao AI found online, this Shifu Temple farm dismantling site was not just a car graveyard but also a graveyard for bicycles and electric bikes. This was due to the explosive popularity of shared bicycles and electric bikes 2 years ago. However, as the trend faded, a large number of improperly parked, illegally seized and even abandoned shared bicycles and electric bikes ended up stored here. Xiao En had seen the photo Xiao AI provided, and from an aerial view the densely packed shared bicycles and electric bikes appeared like mountains, blue, yellow, red, black, pink. There were so many that it was frightening. Under normal circumstances, those shared bicycles that were improperly parked should be redeemed by the companies they belonged to, while electric bikes seized for violations would also be taken back after the owners completed their penalties. Only illegal vehicles like electric tricycles would be dismantled at the scrapyard with their parts recycled based on their value. However, since there are normal situations, there must also be abnormal ones. In reality, very few companies or individuals make the effort to retrieve these vehicles. The reason is simple: the cost is too high. Towing fees, storage fees, management fees, and various other undisclosed expenses exceed the value of the vehicles themselves. As for individuals, they fear being pursued for trouble or simply lack the qualification to redeem them. This situation has led to a large number of vehicles waiting to be processed at various disposal and dismantling centers across the city. Moreover, since the authorities have yet to provide a specific processing method promptly, the number of accumulated vehicles keeps increasing. Eventually, they all end up transported to the largest Shifu Temple farm dismantling center waiting for processing. If someone is willing to take the vehicles, that would be great. If not, dismantling them into parts can still yield considerable profit. In any case, the dismantling center will not incur losses.
On the way to the dismantling center, Xiao was stopped twice, but they only checked the announcement code and let him pass without inspecting the vehicle. When Xiao arrived at the Gulo Hospital Jiangbei International Hospital, he drove the truck along the main road for a while before releasing 2 drones just before entering the Wanshou Road tunnel. One drone confirmed the surrounding environment while the other checked the situation inside the tunnel. This tunnel was built merely to bypass a main road, and at less than 200 meters long it was more accurately described as a bridge tunnel rather than a proper tunnel. Looking at the dim lights still glowing throughout the hospital building, Xiao was not surprised. It was clear that such a special place as a hospital could not simply lose power like the earlier tunnel, nor could it be completely abandoned like the nearby village. However, Xiao could tell that the hospital's lights were far dimmer than usual, clearly indicating that it could not operate as it usually did. As for the situation inside, based on Xiao's speculation, they were likely dismantling some medical equipment, transferring medical supplies, and at most admitting some patients that had to be sent in or those that couldn't be evacuated in time. Fortunately, large hospitals have their own civil defense works, allowing them to transfer underground swiftly in case of an emergency. At this moment, a considerable number of patients and medical staff had already moved underground. Before the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, Xiao had also procured quite a bit of medical supplies, although the variety was limited. Aside from common medications like anti-inflammatories, painkillers, hypertension drugs, heart medications, stimulants, adrenaline, disinfectants, cold medications, saline and glucose, the most stocked item was multivitamin tablets. Do not underestimate multivitamin tablets in the apocalypse. The difficulty of supplementing fruits and vegetables makes vitamins and trace elements the most lacking nutrients in the human body. At this time, taking 2 multivitamin tablets a day could ensure that your body ingests sufficient trace elements, thus maintaining adequate health and preventing various potential ailments. If given the chance, Xiao wouldn't mind taking a stroll in the hospital to see if he could acquire some medical equipment while replenishing his stock of medicines. Even though his physique was constantly strengthening due to the space, which made medication basically unnecessary in the days to come, medicine might become harder currency than electronic food stamps, rice and oil. After all, sometimes a person can survive a day without food, but a day without medicine could be fatal. As Xiao followed the path shrouded in darkness to the Shifu Temple driving school, he quickly discovered another building that still had power and
Traffic Management Bureau Vehicle Administration Jiangbei Branch. No wonder, Xiao remarked, looking at the map displayed by Xiao AI, feeling unsurprised. With traffic control already in place outside, a temporary command center to oversee the situation was certainly necessary. This was just on the Jiangbei side. There would be similar places throughout the city. Under the reconnaissance and guidance of the drones, Xiao perfectly avoided all areas where he might encounter people. After turning a couple of corners along the internal roads outside the driving school, he could see a large pile of old cars forming a mountain through a not-so-high wall. There was no need to ask, the other side of the wall was the Shifu Temple Farm Dismantling Center. What surprised Xiao was that even outside the wall a considerable number of old cars were parked along the wall, some of which had only rusty frames left with no tires or windows in sight. However, some cars, although covered in dust, appeared to be in excellent condition with fully inflated tires. He couldn't help but wonder what the situation was. Looking at the old cars, junk cars and semi-new cars parked along the narrow internal road, Xiao thought for a moment but did not take any action. Although there were quite a few cars, they were merely a tiny fraction compared to the entire Shifu Temple Farm Dismantling Center. Moreover, having these cars would allow him to act more covertly. Finding a hidden spot shrouded by junk cars, Xiao took out 3 drones and threw them out. Including the 2 drones he had launched earlier, he now had a total of 5 drones serving him. Xiao AI assessed the situation in the target area and issue warnings for high-risk zones. Understood, sir. After Xiao Ai's voice rang out, the 5 drones hovering in the air suddenly soared into the sky and then disappeared in different directions. 3 of the 5 drones directly crossed the wall from high above into the Shifu Temple Farm Dismantling Center, while the other 2 split into 2 directions to survey the surroundings. It's no wonder Xiao was so cautious. The Shifu Temple area not only housed the Farm Dismantling Center but also Jiangbei's largest driving school and the Jiangbei branch of the Traffic Management Bureau. Xiao wasn't worried about the driving school, but the Vehicle Administration Office might have surveillance. Even in the apocalypse, and despite the area already being without power as a regional traffic command center, the Vehicle Administration Office not only had power but also a number of staff on duty. Under Xiao Ai's control, the 5 drones flew silently into their respective areas. The 2 drones responsible for vigilance hovered directly above the areas most likely to impact Xiao's upcoming work. If anyone appeared nearby, Xiao would receive the news immediately and respond accordingly. The 3 drones that entered the dismantling center first conducted 2 rounds of thermal imaging scans, then 2 rounds of night vision scans, ensuring no one was present and that no surveillance cameras were functioning, before hovering above 3 key access points for vigilance. Sir, temporarily safe. Very good, Xiao nodded in satisfaction, directly moving to stand between 2 abandoned vehicles in front of the dismantling center's wall. In less than a minute, an inconspicuous hole appeared in the wall squeezed between the 2 junk cars. The hole wasn't large, only about a meter high and half a meter wide, but it was enough for Xiao to enter easily. Following Xiao Ai's guidance, Xiao arrived at the safest corner of the dismantling center. So many cars. Looking at the mountain of abandoned vehicles, Xiao didn't hold back. Swish. 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 In just a few moments, a mountain of cars was absorbed into the space. With a thought, Xiao entered the space himself, then began to decompose these abandoned vehicles into their most primitive materials.
In addition to metals, plastics and rubber, there were also leather, fabric, sponge, glass, sulfuric acid and many other materials, not only numerous in variety but also plentiful in quantity. Given the rarity of this opportunity, Xiao had no intention of stopping so soon. Thus, in this most concealed area, piles of abandoned cars, a large number of shared bicycles and electric scooters and tricycles that had been confiscated but not processed continuously entered the space and were then decomposed into various raw materials and categorized. After nearly 2 hours of busy work, Xiao had only consumed the abandoned cars, shared bicycles and various vehicles in the most hidden area of the dismantling center. Although the quantity seemed substantial, it was still insignificant compared to the entire dismantling center. After obtaining enough raw materials, Xiao finally left the area under the cover and guidance of the drones. Eventually, a van emerged from the Wanshou road tunnel and quickly vanished into the darkness. After returning to the shelter, Xiao immediately entered the space. With just a thought, a large variety of raw materials were instantly drawn out, forming a Su-30 fighter jet right before him. This Su-30 fighter jet was the object Xiao had focused on in the hangar. Shortly thereafter, a J-16 appeared in front of Xiao, but he did not create any other fighter jets. On one hand, the Su-30 and J-16 were the most advanced among the planes that were about to be disassembled into parts. On the other hand, the resources in the space were still limited. Having created 2 fighter jets in quick succession nearly exhausted the raw materials that Xiao had painstakingly gathered from the Shifosi Farm dismantling center. So cool. Looking at the 2 fighter jets suspended in the air, Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Although these 2 fighter jets were not the most advanced or powerful in the country, for an ordinary person possessing such collectibles was far superior to owning a Rolls-Royce or a Bugatti. However, amidst his amazement, Xiao also knew that he had no way to fly these 2 fighter jets. It wasn't due to a lack of aviation fuel or runways, but rather, it was impractical. Indeed, in Xiao's view, whether it was the Su-30 or the J-16, even the latest and most powerful models were not practical for him. I have no place to learn fighter jet piloting skills, and the planes themselves aren't suitable for my use. With this thought, Xiao directly opened the holographic projections of the 2 aircraft and enlarged them. As expected, the holographic projections of the planes still displayed several red exclamation marks. These exclamation marks covered various aspects such as materials, engines, control panels, structural designs, energy and firepower output, indicating that upgrades were possible in all areas. After reviewing the upgrade possibilities for the 2 planes, Xiao chose not to upgrade but instead dragged the holographic projections of the Su-30 and J-16 together. In the next moment, a blue exclamation mark appeared above the overlapping holographic projections. Xiao clicked on it and helplessly shook his head. It wasn't that these 2 fighter jets couldn't be directly merged, but although the Su-30 and J-16 had different specialties, many aspects were quite similar. Even if merging could indeed enhance structure and performance, the extent of the improvement was ultimately limited. Forget it, let's merge to establish a good foundation and then upgrade. With this thought, Xiao directly chose to merge. In the next moment, the freshly created Su-30 and J-16 transformed into a cloud of mist and fused together. At the same time, some of the stored raw materials in the space were drawn in. In just a few minutes, a brand new fighter jet appeared before Xiao. Cool. Looking at the results of the merger, Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of appearance, the merged fighter jet could easily outshine the Su-30 and J-16. Once Xiao opened the holographic projection of this new fighter jet, he quickly discovered that its performance was indeed superior to the previous 2. With the same fuel consumption, the new jet could fly farther and higher. Its capabilities in air-to-air, air-to-ground and air-to-sea combat were remarkably impressive. If there was any drawback, it was that the weapon mounts were all empty. However, the jet's cannon was intact and the ammunition was full, ready to experience the thrill of close-range aerial combat. Unfortunately, Xiao still didn't know how to fly a plane, nor did he plan to fly such a fighter jet. He opened the holographic image of the merged plane and zoomed in to click on the red exclamation mark on the engine. Ha! The engine can be upgraded, but there are prerequisites. After looking at the information displayed in the pop-up dialog box, Xiao clicked on the red exclamation mark representing energy. High purity, highly concentrated aviation fuel. Well, that's out of the question, it's too troublesome to obtain. The plane originally used aviation fuel, and this upgrade plan merely enhances the purity and concentration of the fuel, resulting in improved endurance with the same amount of fuel. It's not that this technology is bad, it's just that it's really impractical for Xiao. Unless he can secure a stable aviation fuel supply channel, he would be constrained from taking to the skies. Fortunately, there wasn't just one upgrade option for energy. In addition to simply upgrading the aviation fuel, there was also another upgrade plan that pleasantly surprised Xiao. Fuel cell. Xiao already possessed an advanced battery technology, with the batteries used in the Wuling Hongguang and the box truck outperforming all batteries available on the market, offering high endurance and power while being more stable and safer. However, this type of battery still fell within the realm of traditional solid-state and storage batteries, but fuel cells were entirely different. After reviewing the corresponding data and information, Xiao felt even more delighted. After all, even the best fuel cells must be easy to manufacture. If they are too complicated or have excessively high requirements for raw materials, they would be impractical. Fortunately, the fuel cell technology provided in this upgrade plan was indeed not simple, but the raw materials required were remarkably straightforward: just water. Xiao initially thought this was the legendary hydrogen battery, as water can be electrolyzed to obtain hydrogen and oxygen. The former can serve as fuel while the latter can assist in combustion, but he later discovered it wasn't.
Wait a minute. Why does this thing look so familiar?
With this thought, Xiao fell silent for a moment, then clenched his right fist and struck it hard into his left palm.
I've remembered.
With a thought, a tablet flew in front of him.
Xiao En open the movie library on the server and find the movie Oblivion, play it.
Okay, sir. Similar to the shelter, Xiao had also set up a larger machine room in the space where he placed the main unit of Xiao AI.
Soon the tablet displayed the movie screen.
Fast forward, stop. As Xiao commanded to stop, the screen showed the male protagonist replacing the battery of a damaged drone. In the scene, the fuel cell in the male protagonist's hand emitted an oranger glow. Xiao compared the sample image provided in the upgrade plan with the fuel cell in the scene, a look of surprise and doubt flashing across his eyes.
This is it. It really looks similar. Wait a minute.
Previously the powered armor in Starship Troopers Invasion and the spacesuit in Prometheus, now even the fuel cell resembles the one in Oblivion. Is this really just a coincidence? Looking at the fuel cell he had just created and then glancing at the movie scene displayed on the tablet, Xiao couldn't help but notice that at first glance they bore a striking resemblance, yet upon closer inspection there were numerous subtle differences. As he gazed at the two fuel cells, one real and one on the screen, Xiao increasingly wondered if the upgrade of this space was somehow linked to the movies he had downloaded. Could it be that this space has traversed the myriad realms of the universe,
obtaining technology from the worlds of film and animation to facilitate upgrades? No, that possibility seems slim.
It must have merely referenced the technological settings from these films, which is why they are similar but not identical. If it were truly able to acquire technology from the myriad realms, it wouldn't merely be similar, it would certainly be identical. Well, this was just Xiao's speculation and analysis, he couldn't be certain of the actual situation. But it didn't matter whether this space's predecessor truly traversed the myriad realms or merely borrowed from cinematic settings, it was not a bad thing for him. This fuel cell technology. Holding the exquisitely crafted but compact fuel cell, Xiao couldn't help but think of his mother.
If handing over this technology could bring his parents back, Xiao would undoubtedly do it without hesitation. But
the geothermal technology had been surrendered and the second-generation spacesuit technology produced by the space had also been given away. If they truly valued it, they wouldn't just delay bringing his parents back, they would definitely arrange for a meeting or something. Yet until now Xiao had not even had the chance to see them online. After much contemplation, Xiao ultimately decided to observe the situation before making any moves until he understood what was really going on. It wasn't that he was overthinking, as the old saying goes, a grain of rice brings grace, a bucket of rice brings hatred.
Too many good things could easily attract trouble, especially in an apocalyptic environment where such trouble was often significant.
Not only for himself but also for his parents, Xiao thought that taking a step back to observe was not a bad idea.
Alright, let's leave it at that for now, but I do need a new mode of transportation.
Since this fuel cell is very similar to the ones in Oblivion, then isn't the aircraft and drones from the movie also? However, after several attempts, Xiao found that while he could replicate the aircraft and spherical drone used by the protagonist in Oblivion, what he created was merely a superficial imitation. Alright, clearly the myriad realms were an overestimation on my part. Xiao shook his head helplessly and redirected his focus to upgrading the new aircraft.
Xiao's expectations for his aircraft, or rather the flying device, were not particularly high.
It shouldn't be too large, should allow for convenient takeoff and landing, have strong endurance and be easy to control with sufficient firepower, a high safety factor, stable operation and good stealth.
It would be even better if it could incorporate artificial intelligence and fly in space.
Alright, Xiao also felt that his demands seemed a bit high. But if one doesn't have dreams, what is the difference from being a salted fish?
Tinkering, failing. More tinkering, more failing. Double the tinkering, double the failing.
After an entire night of trials and errors, Xiao finally managed to create an aircraft that he could barely be satisfied with the assistance of Xiao AI. To be precise, it should be referred to as a flying device, for aside from its ability to fly, it bore no resemblance to a traditional aircraft. Using a fuel cell as power, it can take off and land vertically, and its speed is quite impressive. It is equipped with two dual-mounted cannons and can carry a few small missiles, so its combat capability is decent.
In terms of materials, it utilizes the strongest alloy currently available, bulletproof and reasonably safe.
Although it is somewhat dangerous to operate, I have my personal space, so I don't need to worry about crashing. That said, aside from its overly flashy design and vibrant colors that don't quite align with my low-key luxury persona, it's flawless. Admiring the cool flying device he had crafted himself, Xiao AI,
Xiao couldn't resist taking a few photos with his phone. The gold and rosered body of the flying device looked quite ostentatious. Paired with its streamlined and sci-fi aesthetic, describing it as high-end, stylish and extraordinarily cool would not be an exaggeration. Even if he couldn't flaunt it online at the moment, he could keep it as a memento.
After all, this was his first personal flying device in life, and it was quite impressive, holding great sentimental value.
Should I give it a try?
Once this thought crossed his mind, it became impossible to erase.
I'll try it.
I'll just try it. However, saying that, Xiao quickly donned his protective combat suit and lay down in the flying device. Indeed, the cockpit of this flying device was not a traditional sitting style but rather a lying one. The internal canopy of the flying device also served as a display providing real-time visuals from all directions around the aircraft without delay. The control system was located at his sides with the right hand controlling flight and the left hand managing auxiliary controls and weaponry. In addition, there was an onboard intelligent assistance system providing support in areas including but not limited to radar detection, target locking, combat assistance and autopilot. The aircraft had 3 pairs of vector jet engines below and another 3 pairs at the rear, providing powerful thrust for vertical takeoff and fast flight. As for the power source, it was naturally the freshly produced fuel cell. A standard capacity fuel cell could keep this flying device operational for several hours at full load. Xiao AI, prepare for takeoff. Sir, are you sure you don't need to undergo flight training? Put. Of course I wouldn't dare fly outside, but inside this space what do I have to fear? Let's get ready. Understood, sir, but the internal space here is limited, so we cannot perform extensive flight tests. That's fine, let's try it out first. Once I become proficient with this thing we can fly outside. Alright, the power system is online, the balance assistance system is online, fuel cell capacity is at 100. Sean, appearing in the shelter, pressed a pack of ice against the corner of his eye, which was bruised and swollen, clearly a result of a heavy impact. Damn, it's fortunate that my physical condition is exceptional now, otherwise it wouldn't just be an injury to my eye but rather blindness. After sitting down in a chair in the data center, Sean muttered before he spoke up. Xiao AI, tell me if there have been any significant events recently. Certainly, sir. After Xiao AI recounted the special events recorded during this period, Sean's reaction. Well, it wasn't quite surprise or shock, but there was certainly a sense of excitement bubbling within him. These events all revolved around one thing: the strong alliance between Huaxia and the Bear Country, live streaming globally the operation to intercept an asteroid. Especially the declaration made by the Grand Elder, whose tone was remarkably calm, yet it stirred emotions in listeners, igniting fervor and excitement. However, amidst the excitement and fervor, Sean was keenly aware that the events unfolding behind the press conference were far from simple as suggested by the declaration. Even a seemingly inconspicuous statement in the declaration implied the investment of vast amounts of manpower, resources and finances, with some even sacrificing their lives. What surprised Sean was the mention of a new type of spacesuit in the declaration. Could it be that the spacesuits I provided were received by the higher-ups? Then why haven't my parents contacted me? Is it that they are not allowed to contact me, or is it just temporarily impossible to reach out? Sean hoped for the latter. After all, engaging in scientific research, especially work aimed at ensuring the continuation of human civilization, inevitably involves numerous secrets. It is understandable if they are currently unable to reach out, but they should at least be able to send a video to confirm their safety, right? Yet so far Sean had not received any news about his parents. The only thing that provided him a slight sense of relief was that both of his parents' WeChat accounts remained active. Don't underestimate this. While it may seem trivial to ordinary people, Sean knew his parents would never do such a thing, nor would the higher-ups likely allow it. Well, this was just Sean comforting himself. Before I have the power to ignore everything, it'll just develop steadily. Looking at the completed video, Sean had no plans to go out for now. After all, he had given what needed to be given, taken what needed to be taken, and built what needed to be built. The rest depended on whether they could survive this cataclysmic tribulation. Xiao AI, once the asteroid interception operation begins, remember to notify me. Understood, sir. And also deploy a swarm of drones for 24-hour monitoring and detection of the surrounding area. I don't want any surprises. Understood, sir. Soon one drone after another departed the shelter via the ventilation shafts, and the enormous screen in the data center quickly displayed a series of moving images. Surrounding these images were numerous static monitoring screens, all derived from wireless surveillance cameras, with the total number exceeding 100. Thanks to Sean having synthesized an oversized LCD screen combined with Xiao Ai's constant attention, otherwise it would be impossible to display so many images, and even if they could, a normal person couldn't keep up. Not bad, although it still has some glitches. It's no problem to help me handle some daily tasks. Sean nodded in satisfaction while watching the densely packed surveillance images. Occasionally one or two would be enlarged, recording unusual data for analysis. Due to the remote location, there were still no signs of human life in the area surrounding the shelter, but wild animals were not uncommon. In fact, since humans had retreated to the nearest county or city due to various impacts from natural disasters, wild animals in the mountains began to emerge, wandering through temporarily abandoned villages searching for food or seeking shelter. Sean wasn't particularly interested in these wild animals. Upon acquiring the space, the first thing he did was procure a large quantity of fruits, vegetables, flowers, trees, and livestock. Since he had ample funds, the varieties he procured were all quite famous. Just the pigs alone included several breeds: Genoa pigs, Rongchang pigs, small fragrant pigs, Taihu pigs, Luchuan pigs, Ningxian pigs, as well as artificially bred and improved wild boars. Sean had spent a fortune ensuring that the respective breeding bases delivered multiple pairs. In addition to pigs, there were also cattle, sheep, horses, deer, and other livestock with at least 2 varieties each. As for deer, there were Sika deer, fragrant deer, and silly roe deer, all of which were not wild but sourced from breeding farms. Initially, Sean hadn't anticipated so much. He merely thought that deer blood, velvet, and certain parts of deer were nutritious, and raising some could provide meat and medicinal ingredients for wine, which was quite beneficial. However, the breeding farm he found raised not only sick deer but also fragrant deer, silly roe deer and forest frogs, all of which were local specialty breeds. What surprised Xiao En the most was that this breeding farm even raised flying dragons artificially. Of course, these were not the kind of flying dragons found in games or animations but a type of flower-tailed hazel hen. As for the taste, it can be described with an old saying: dragon meat from the sky, donkey meat from the ground. The dragon meat in this saying refers to this flower-tailed hazel hen, which whether in soup, braised, fried or barbecued tastes incredibly delicious. After assigning tasks to Xiao En went to the kitchen of the shelter and prepared a pot of flying dragon soup for himself. He then prepared some fresh vegetables, homemade meatballs, fish balls, sausages and sliced beef and lamb from the space, putting together a makeshift hot pot, albeit a clear broth hot pot. However, before he could begin eating, a video call request suddenly came through. Ha! Glancing at the number, Xiao En was somewhat surprised but still answered it. Mechanic you. What the heck? As soon as the video connected, the carbon dioxide-rich individual in Brazil was about to say hello but noticed that the other party was actually eating. Eating would be one thing, but the spread was astonishingly lavish. In the middle of various dishes of vegetables and meat was a split hot pot fueled by charcoal. It could be said that the carbon dioxide-rich individual was living quite well in Brazil. Even in the apocalypse, the quality of food was not much worse than before, at least not significantly so. But upon checking the time, considering the 10-hour time difference between Brazil and the domestic side, it should still be morning back home. This meant that this was actually breakfast. Carbon dioxide not much looked at the luxurious breakfast on the video screen, feeling speechless while also salivating with envy. However, he was puzzled while the domestic system made the overall environment and situation far stronger than abroad. When did a private shelter become so lavish? Big shot. Xiao En waved at the camera. Oh, sorry. Carbon dioxide not much snapped back to reality, chuckling awkwardly. Mechanic, it seems I interrupted you. No worries, I haven't eaten yet. Xiao En smiled. Big shot, is there something you need? Not much, just wanted to thank you. Carbon dioxide not much spoke very politely. Is the geothermal technology useful to you? It is indeed useful, and very useful. Carbon dioxide not much nodded. By the way, mechanic, could you stop calling me big shot? In this apocalypse it doesn't really matter who is a big shot. Then don't call me mechanic, just call me Xiao En. Xiao En chuckled. I still don't know what to call you. My surname is Joe, just call me Old Joe. Carbon dioxide not much introduced himself too. By the way, Xiao En, how is the situation in the country now? What do you think, can't you see outside? Xiao En was somewhat puzzled. He wasn't surprised that the other party didn't reveal their full name. After all, in an apocalypse it was quite normal to keep some things private. Those who would immediately lay bare all their secrets in an apocalypse generally didn't last long. But he was surprised that the internet had already been restored and this announcement was aimed at the whole world. Even if carbon dioxide not much was in Brazil, he couldn't possibly miss the relevant news. I can see it, but not much, and it's not very clear. Carbon dioxide not much shook his head helplessly. Xiao En wasn't surprised by this. After all, even if the situation in the country could be seen abroad, the reported content would inevitably be somewhat distorted. Indeed, even in the present apocalypse, even as humanity faced extinction and even as the country and the bears took on the hope and burden of saving human civilization, there were still some who never gave up on slandering the country. Never. Whether it was previously providing masks and medical supplies or now intercepting that super asteroid with the strength of the nation, it was still all for naught. To these people, intercepting an asteroid was something you should do. It was self-rescue. What did it have to do with them? Actually, it's nothing much. The country has already prepared for various possibilities. Speaking of which, Old Joe, do you regret it? Xiao En asked with a hint of emotion. Regret? Carbon dioxide not much was taken aback for a moment, then he chuckled wryly. How could I not regret it? But my situation is special, I had to come out. Actually, don't think too much about it. If the asteroid interception fails, then those dinosaurs from back then are our examples. Xiao En chuckled. Instead of lamenting, think about how to survive as much as possible. Didn't expect it, Xiao En, you're young but your mindset is quite mature. Carbon dioxide not much was somewhat surprised. It's all been forced out. Yes, it's all been forced out. Carbon dioxide not much also showed a hint of emotion. By the way, Xiao En, while the internet is still functioning, how about we communicate more? Communicate? Are you referring to technology? Xiao En was curious. Old Joe, you and the lone wolf big shot are so well prepared. Is there anything else you need? I originally thought I was well prepared. Carbon dioxide not much shook his head helplessly, but after seeing your geothermal technology I realized it wasn't the case at all. Of course, you don't need to feel pressured. I'm not necessarily looking to gain anything in return. On the contrary, if I can help in any way, I'm definitely willing to lend a hand. Hearing this, Xiao En understood that this big shot in Brazil mostly wanted to invest in himself. No, it couldn't be said as investment, after all the distance between the two was too great. But for those big shots who had both strength and influence, just offering some goodwill to maintain the relationship was definitely not a loss. After all, isn't human interaction built like this? Although there might not be any immediate returns, who can be sure that this relationship won't be useful in the future? Just like the geothermal technology before, it was an unexpected delight for carbon dioxide not much. Even if he wouldn't gain more benefits later just based on this geothermal technology, he wouldn't mind helping Xiao a bit more.
Moreover, he was quite intrigued by the special combat suit someone had shown.
With carbon dioxide not much military experience, the value of this combat suit was definitely not just for protection. Old Joe, you've got me thinking I actually have something I'd like your help with.
Xiao pondered for a moment. Do you know much about bionic machinery? Bionic machinery. Carbon dioxide not much was taken aback. He really didn't understand this. No worries, I happen to have a related idea. Xiao didn't think much of it. After all, not only ordinary people didn't understand bionic machinery, even he, a tech guy, didn't know much either. Aren't we supposed to blow up the asteroid? If there were such intelligent machinery, wouldn't it be even safer? At this moment, while carbon dioxide not much was surprised at this young fellow's interesting ideas, Oldley from the tech department suddenly called. It wasn't a big deal, but after carbon dioxide not much resolved the issue, he casually asked the other party about bionic machinery. Originally, carbon dioxide not much didn't expect his tech supervisor to provide any valuable reply. Who would have thought the other party brought a surprise? Bionic machinery. We are already using it. What? We are using it. How come I didn't know? Carbon dioxide not much looked dumbfounded. The multi-leg drone used for maintenance pipelines is one.
Oldley adjusted his glasses. I even modified it when necessary. I can equip it with a bomb to use as a weapon. Apparently the effect is quite good, or else the armed department wouldn't have placed many orders.
Are you talking about the spider bomb? Carbon dioxide not much paused for a moment before reacting. Upon seeing this, Xiao didn't know what to say.
The multi-leg drone Oldley mentioned should be the spider-type bionic machinery originally intended for maintenance and exploration in confined environments, but it had been converted into a bomb. From carbon dioxide not much's expression, it seemed this spider bomb wasn't just a modification for fun. It should have been used, and apparently the effect was quite good.
Damn. Why does it feel so exciting?
It is said that every normal man has an adventurous gene buried deep within him. Xiao does not know if others possess it, but ever since he acquired the spatial ability, he has discovered that he certainly does. Right now he is quite interested in the spider bomb developed by the carbon dioxide team. Old Joe, could you share the technology behind this spider bomb?
Xiao got straight to the point. You want this?
After hanging up the call with the technical supervisor, Oldley carbon dioxide looked a bit surprised at Xiao, saying, I remember with the current situation in the country this shouldn't be needed, right? The main purpose of bionic machinery is not really to be used as a bomb. Xiao shook his head. I intend to use it in engineering, such as pipeline maintenance, machinery processing, and some mechanized tasks.
Of course, I am also very interested in the spider bomb.
As for the current situation in the country, it is certainly not needed at the moment, but if an asteroid interception fails, then it might come in handy then.
Failed interception.
Carbon dioxide wanted to say that if that happened the Earth would be doomed, so what use would it be? However, he ultimately refrained from saying that and nodded instead.
Alright, since you have a need, I will have Oldley send you the relevant materials right away.
That would be wonderful, Xiao smiled.
I happen to have a multifunctional drone here which I believe will be useful for you, Old Joe. Let's consider it a trade. A drone.
Carbon dioxide instinctively wanted to say that he also had a drone, but remembering the previous geothermal technology, he swallowed the polite words that were on the tip of his tongue.
Then I won't hold back as your older brother.
He couldn't help but recall how impressive the previous geothermal technology was, and coupled with that sci-fi battlesuit, carbon dioxide dared not underestimate the drone technology that someone mentioned. It's mutually beneficial, no need to be polite, Xiao said with a smile.
Then I won't interrupt you during breakfast.
Carbon dioxide smiled. I'll send you the technical materials later, but having hot pot so early in the morning, isn't that going to be too spicy? If it were a spicy hot pot, that might be the case. But I'm using a clear broth made with the flying dragon, which is extremely nourishing. Xiao shook his head. It's a pity we are too far apart, otherwise I would definitely invite you to enjoy a meal together.
Flying dragon.
The meat of the dragon from the sky.
Carbon dioxide widened, his eyes filled with envy. Yes, the flying dragon is scientifically known as the Huadai chicken.
As Xiao spoke, he ladled a spoonful of the milky white broth into a bowl, savoring it with delight. Just a pinch of salt, and the taste can only be described in one word: fresh.
Damn.
Carbon dioxide on the other end of the video call was utterly speechless. If he had to describe his feelings at that moment, it would be that uncontrollable tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Then I want to disturb my younger brother while he drinks soup. See you. After saying that, carbon dioxide decisively hung up the video call.
It was too tempting to keep talking. Ultimately, he couldn't resist directly pressing the switch on the internal communicator. Notify the kitchen that I want to eat hot pot today, clear broth hot pot.
Xiao, on the other hand, was unaware that someone had changed their original dietary plan because of him, but even if he knew, he wouldn't have mind. The weather outside was getting colder. What could be better than enjoying hot pot while drinking beer? Xiao AI, please send. Xiao picked up a piece of beef with snowflake patterns and pondered for a moment. Send the data for the third generation drone to the other party.
Since they are being so accommodating, we can't be stingy either, can we?
Yes sir, the data has been sent successfully.
Very good, Sean replied and continued to enjoy his nourishing hot-pot breakfast.
As for whether carbon dioxide would receive the goods and then deny it, he was not worried at all. Not to mention that the fact that the other party made this call was enough to prove they were a smart person. Even if they did try to go back on their word, Sean would have the opportunity to retrieve it. Moreover, the aircraft needed to fly long distances to collect more operational data for better flight training and to prepare for future upgrades. Sir, we have received data from Brazil which includes all the information on the multi-legged bionic machinery. Very good. Can you locate their position? We can only locate the approximate area, not the exact location. That's enough. Record the target area, it might come in handy later. The data has been recorded, sir. Just then Sean was about to try a pork sausage made from fragrant pig meat when his phone on the table rang again. Xiao En answered that call. Sean glanced at the screen to see his friend Zhao Fei's name and directly instructed. Yes, sir. As soon as Xiao En's voice fell, Zhao Fei's greasy face appeared on the phone screen.
Yang I. What the hell?
Seeing his friend's luxurious hot pot breakfast, Zhao Fei's reaction was even more exaggerated than that of carbon dioxide.
This is quite normal, after all. Carbon dioxide is the lord of a doomsday bunker. He has territory, subordinates, resources and combat power, so his psychological endurance is undoubtedly stronger than Zhao Fei's.
Good morning to Fei. Sean raised his beer cup, which was indeed cold beer, and waved it at the camera.
Calling me at this hour? Don't tell me there's a problem with the geothermal equipment installation. It's not urgent, but you actually have hot pots so early in the morning. Aren't you afraid of getting a heat rash? Zhao Fei said while swallowing hard. Getting a heat rash?
Not at all. Sean ladled another spoonful of clear broth from the dual flavor pot, intentionally pouring it into the bowl slowly in front of the camera.
This is the broth from the Flying Dragon, extremely nourishing. Didn't you see that my dual flavor pot is filled with clear broth?
The broth from the Flying Dragon.
Zhao Fei, a foodie, paused for a moment before quickly realizing what a flying dragon was.
No way. Do you even have frozen huatai chicken meat stored?
Not frozen chicken meat, but live huatai chicken. The taste is far superior to frozen.
As Sean spoke, he happily took a sip of the incredibly delicious Flying Dragon broth.
Isn't your place a hot spring resort? Don't tell me you don't raise any poultry or something.
Of course we do, but we don't raise huatai chickens. Zhao Fei swallowed several times.
No way. You have to bring me a few huatai chickens when you come back.
I want them alive, preferably 2 males and 4 females.
You want to raise them too?
I have no problem with that. I can give you some when the time comes, Sean replied calmly with a smile.
Alright, enough small talk. Is there something serious you wanted to discuss when you called me?
Or was it just to brag? Zhao Fei certainly did not make this phone call just to brag, otherwise he could have simply gone online. There was no need to specifically make this call.
Yang, you promised, so don't go back on your word. At this moment Zhao Fei couldn't care less about any formalities. Besides, adding new breeding varieties for their shelter was indeed a legitimate matter.
Regardless of how others viewed it, Zhao Fei held this belief himself. Alright, once the asteroid interception is successful, not only will I give you the flying dragon bird, but I'll also treat you to hot pot.
Is that good enough? Sean chuckled helplessly. That sounds better. Zhao Fei swallowed increasingly more saliva for the nth time. Alright, let's get to the point. What is it? Sean continued eating while he spoke. Damn. You're poisoning me with this.
Zhao Fei dissatisfied gestured with his middle finger before getting to the real business. I called you this time regarding geothermal equipment, but not for installation issues. Rather, my dad and the others want to place another order.
Your dad? And the others? Sean immediately grasped the key point. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Zhao Fei shrugged.
My dad had a geothermal system installed for testing, you understand. Of course, after all, it concerns the safety of the entire shelter, so being cautious is never too much.
Sean nodded in understanding. The test results are surprising. Zhao Fei was not surprised by his friend's understanding.
And you know, whether the asteroid interception operation will succeed is still uncertain, so
more places need to use this geothermal equipment, right? Sean smiled as he picked up the conversation. Exactly. Zhao Fei smiled apologetically.
We should keep this technology confidential, but it's fine. I never intended to keep this technology secret.
In fact, if this technology can be widely used, that's what I truly want to see. This statement was not Sean being hypocritical, it was simply his principle.
Without space and the series of benefits it brings, he would absolutely stay holed up in his shelter until it was entirely safe outside before venturing out. He would also never care about what happened outside or whether his small shelter could save others' lives. This isn't contradictory. It's like how most people can't think about donating to charity when they have no money, but once they have wealth that they can never exhaust, charity becomes a necessity. Of course, one could argue about the inherent flaws of human nature, but at the very least Sean could not sit idly by when he could help save others without jeopardizing his own safety. Alright, there is a bit of compensation or psychological comfort for Sean regarding the resources he borrowed from the outside world, like scanning fighter jets. But no matter what, from the moment the geothermal technology was decided to be shared, Xiao never thought of hiding it again. Instead, he hoped this technology could have a greater impact.
Awesome.
Zhao Fei was momentarily at a loss for words and ultimately just gave a thumbs up to express his admiration for his friend. If that's the case, my dad will hand over all the information regarding the geothermal technology later.
Feel free to do so.
If you can exchange it for any useful resources or anything else, make sure not to miss out.
Xiao reminded with a smile. Don't worry, those people won't be embarrassed to take things for free.
Zhao Fei chuckled. My dad mentioned that this benefit includes your share as well, so don't decline. According to my dad, if this goes well, the merits will be immense. It's just a small favor and isn't worth much in comparison.
I never said I wanted to decline.
Why would I refuse benefits earned through hard work?
Xiao finished his drink in one go and placed beef slices into the pot.
Is your dad planning to hand over several sets of equipment?
Damn it.
Couldn't you wait until I finish speaking before eating? Zhao Fei scowled, gesturing with his middle fingers.
How can I concentrate on discussing business with you like this? Do you know what kind of torment this is for someone like me, a foodie?
I know, of course.
Xiao nodded, seriously chewing on the cooked beef slices with delight, even ignoring the dipping sauce he had prepared.
Alright, this quality of beef doesn't even need chewing. After being cooked for about 10 seconds, it was at its most tender stage.
Moreover, with its rich fat content, just a slight press of the tongue turns the beef into a delicious broth. Damn, Zhao Fei felt like he was struck by a tidal wave of saliva.
My dad told me to let you know that under the premise of ensuring there are no issues to produce as many geothermal devices as possible, he wants as many as there are available. As long as it's not some specially regulated material, everything can be exchanged and you definitely won't be at a loss in terms of
Got it. Is there anything else? Xiao nodded. No, bye. Zhao Fei angrily left a remark and then proactively cut off the video communication.
After instinctively swallowing yet another mouthful of saliva, he finally took out a bowl of self-heating hot pot he had been saving. Even though he was the son of the shelter's leader, his daily meals were only slightly better and more abundant than those of ordinary employees. This self-heating hot pot was Zhao Fei's personal treasure, specifically saved for satisfying cravings. This mildly spicy and numbing beef hot pot was his favorite, but after it was self-heated, the enticing aroma that should have been present for some reason completely failed to interest Zhao Fei.
Damn it. The hot pot in my hands has completely lost its appeal.
Xiao was unaware of the blow and impact his friend was experiencing. Well, even if he knew, he wouldn't care and would instead revel in his friend's misfortune. Without his friend's interruption, Xiao happily finished his lavish breakfast. To be honest, the broth from the flying dragon was incredibly delicious.
The reason for using a dual pot with clear broth was entirely to avoid mixing the flavors of beef and mutton.
For a foodie, making do when conditions are lacking is fine, but when conditions allow, one will naturally seek to enjoy the experience as much as possible. For instance, on this table, all the meat-based side dishes were basically made from beef and mutton.
As for the small amount of pork products, they couldn't compete with the unique flavors of beef and mutton. Moreover, Xiao wasn't eating like this to show off, it was purely due to the excessive consumption from the previous flying training.
Additionally, his continuously increasing physique had also led to a significant rise in his appetite, which ultimately resulted in him having hot pot for breakfast.
In summary, this seemingly ordinary breakfast made Xiao extremely happy. After finishing breakfast, Xiao did not leave the shelter.
Instead, while the internet was still accessible, he made every effort to have Xiao AI collect as much useful data and knowledge as possible while secretly uploading geothermal technology online for free download. Xiao had no expectation of gaining any benefits from this technology. The fundamental reason for promoting it was simply to allow himself to act with a clear conscience and a free mind. The more people utilized it, the greater the merits. This was fundamentally unimportant. With the assistance of Xiao AI, Xiao began to inspect his shelter again. After a period of gradual upgrades and renovations, the transformation of the entire shelter could only be described as earth-shattering. Each functional area had undergone upgrades to varying degrees thanks to the enhanced spatial capabilities. For instance, the waste classification and recycling system in the shelter could effectively handle wet waste, dry waste, recyclable waste, and non-recyclable waste, all of which had been upgraded to semi-automated systems. Aside from requiring Xiao to do some simple lifting, there was no need for excessive labor, and the waste processing was remarkably clean and hygienic, with even the most unpleasant odors effectively managed. In addition, the agricultural area of the shelter primarily cultivated mushrooms. These fungi could thrive on humus with the right temperature and humidity, growing at a remarkably fast rate. Mushrooms are rich in protein and amino acids, providing essential nutrition for the human body. With a variety of types available, their flavors are quite diverse and they can be prepared in numerous cooking methods, including frying, roasting, and braising. In a world devoid of sunlight, cultivating mushrooms would be the most convenient and optimal choice for every shelter or survival base to maintain food supplies for human survival without exception. Moreover, while cultivating mushrooms, white ants could also be raised. Mushrooms and white ants share a symbiotic relationship, and these are not just any mushrooms but the highly valued chicken mushrooms that were extremely expensive before the apocalypse. Chicken mushrooms are one of the delicacies among edible fungi, with thick succulent flesh, fine white fibers, and a sweet fragrant crispy Delicious as they also contain essential amino acids, proteins, fats, various vitamins, calcium, phosphorus, and nucleic acid. According to the information Xiao En found online, every 100 grams of chicken mushrooms contains 8 grams of protein, 7 grams of carbohydrates, and 6 grams of ash. It also contains 20 milligrams of vitamin B2, 2 milligrams of niacin, 23 milligrams of calcium, and 750 milligrams of phosphorus. If they are fresh chicken mushrooms rather than dried ones, they will also contain 41 milligrams of vitamin C, making them one of the most delicious and nutritious ingredients. As for white ants, they may seem quite unappealing, but in reality they are also a very fine source of food. No mistake here, white ants are edible. According to researchers, every 100 grams of white ants contains 3 moisture, 22, 5 fat, 21, 2 protein, 9 inorganic salts, 1 glycogen, and other substances. At the same time, every 100 grams of white ants can produce 560 calories, which is 430 calories higher than the 130 calories in 100 grams of beef. It also contains 120 calories more than 100 grams of bird's nest, which has 440 calories, and 159 calories more than 100 grams of red bird's nest, which has 401 calories. Most impressively, the variety of amino acids in white ants reaches as high as 28, with 8 of them being essential amino acids that the human body cannot synthesize. In addition, there are 12 types of vitamins and 19 trace elements, as well as chitin. The primary substances in its body fat include phosphates, glycerides, sterols, free fatty acids, oleic acid, palmitic acid, stearic acid, as well as sex hormones and interferons. In a world lacking meat, consuming white ants is certainly an excellent supplementary option. Xiao En's shelter has a sizable mushroom field. The reason it's in quotes is that these mushroom fields are not the conventional type of farmland, but instead are rows and layers of neat professional cultivation racks and growth channels. Each harvest yields a considerable amount, and even if not all can be consumed, they can be dried and stored as mushroom chips, which can be rehydrated with water when needed, making them extremely convenient and shelf-stable. If there is any downside, it is that regardless of the type of mushroom, they contain a lot of moisture. 1 pound of fresh mushrooms usually only yields about 1 or 2 ounces of dried mushrooms, with an output rate of about 1/10. Yet even so, in the apocalypse, especially in a sunless world, cultivating mushrooms and raising white ants may not provide a gourmet meal, but it can enable longer survival without facing starvation. Of course, from the moment Xiao En decided to establish the shelter, he had no intention of depriving himself. Therefore, in addition to mushrooms and white ants, the agricultural area, which occupies a significant part of the shelter, also implemented a sizable aquaponics system. Aquaponics is a new type of composite cultivation system that combines aquaculture with vegetable production, two completely different agricultural techniques, achieving scientific synergy through clever ecological design, thus allowing for fish farming without water quality concerns and vegetable growth without fertilization. Achieving a harmonious ecological balance between animals, plants, and microorganisms is a sustainable zero-emission, low-carbon production model for the future, and it is also the most effective method to address agricultural ecological crises. While the aquaponics system sounds sophisticated and upscale, the materials required are anything but extravagant. Those willing to invest a bit more can use PP materials, while cheaper alternatives can use PE materials. Both are food grade. There's no need to worry about any toxic substances leaching out while raising fish or growing vegetables. If still deemed expensive, ABS materials can be used, which may leach a small amount of toxic substances over time, but the quantity is negligible and will not cause irreversible harm to the water quality for the fish and vegetables. In simple terms, the concept of aquaponics refers to fish waste serving as fertilizer for vegetables, while the vegetables utilize their root systems to absorb various pollutants produced by fish farming, such as nitrates, thereby ensuring the water remains clear and creating a comfortable environment for fish to thrive. Xiao En originally set up the aquaponics system on a modest scale with 6 cylindrical water tanks measuring 1 meter by 1 meter, along with PP pipes, hydroponics racks, planting beds, aeration pumps, and filtration pools. Well, to be honest, it's not simple at all. But it doesn't matter as long as the money is sufficient. There are professional companies willing to help solve all the difficulties. Xiao En initially just spent money, and from delivery to installation to after-sales service, he didn't need to lift a finger. Even potential issues such as water mold diseases were addressed with professional solutions, and they freely provided related technical materials, accommodating any additional requests to the best of their abilities with service attitudes that were exceptionally dedicated. Back when he was engaged in aquaponics, Xiao En felt that mere aquaponics wasn't sufficient. It would be best to incorporate the farming of poultry and livestock to diversify the types of meat available, and the company promptly provided a comprehensive solution. For livestock, they offered 2 breeds, rabbits and guinea pigs, while for poultry they provided pigeons and quails. All 4 species share a remarkable trait: they grow quickly and reproduce abundantly. They ensure reproductive efficiency while providing neat eggs and skins. Even their droppings can serve as fish feed and organic fertilizer, especially guinea pigs, which can also be kept as pets, showcasing a remarkable versatility. You read that right, it's indeed guinea pigs. Guinea pigs, also known as cavies or Dutch pigs, belong to the group of tailless rodents characterized by compact, stout bodies, large heads, and short necks. They have small petal-shaped ears on either side of their heads and triangular mouths with short limbs. After artificial breeding, there are approximately 20 different coat colors available on the market, along with 13 distinct coat textures and lengths. Though they are not pigs but rodents, they are indeed edible and quite palatable. Their meat is tender and delicious, classified as low-fat and low cholesterol, possessing a strong gamey flavor and being easy to digest. Moreover, they are rich in protein containing 17 amino acids and various trace elements such as calcium, phosphorus and iron, which are regarded as precious for strengthening the body in folk knowledge. Well, this isn't really important. The key point is that even without a portable space, as long as the agricultural zone of the shelter can operate stably, Xiao doesn't need to worry about the source and storage of food. The missing supplies can be traded and exchanged for resources produced by his own shelter once the outside becomes relatively safe. However, with the space available, the agricultural zone of the shelter became somewhat redundant for Xiao. But regardless of its redundancy, it still can't be eliminated for now. Just like the flying dragon bird or the flower-tailed chicken, there must be a plausible source on the surface, right? Thus, after upgrading the other functional areas of the shelter and noticing that the raw materials were still sufficient, Xiao also upgraded the agricultural zone of the shelter, resulting in a more advanced ecological circular agriculture technology. Compared to the still promotional aquaponics technology, which has various issues, Xiao's ecological circular agriculture technology is evidently more advanced and comprehensive, although the construction and operational requirements are certainly higher than those of ordinary aquaponics. In fact, this is the real reason Xiao didn't disseminate this technology. In contrast, ordinary aquaponics, despite its potential problems, has extremely simple construction and operational requirements, making it clearly more suitable for widespread adoption. After evaluating the agricultural zone of the shelter, Xiao moved on to the core energy center of the entire shelter. Initially, the energy center was called the generator room, utilizing fuel-powered generator sets to provide electricity through gasoline and diesel generators, along with high-capacity storage and transformation equipment for electric power. Later, with the advent of geothermal technology, fuel-powered generator sets became the backup power source. Once fuel cells were developed, the fuel-powered generator sets became entirely obsolete, losing even the qualifications for backup power. However, Xiao did not designate fuel cells as the regular energy source for the shelter. Instead, they replaced the original fuel-powered generator sets as the backup energy. The daily energy supply still primarily relies on geothermal energy, as this technology not only provides electricity but also heating and water supply. Sir, the water in the bathroom's basin is about to be full. All right. Xiao nodded and did not linger in the energy center. Well, truthfully, there wasn't much to see anyway. Upon arriving at the bathroom, he saw that the large cement bath in the middle was nearly full. Xiao stepped forward and reached out, and in the next moment the overflowing hot spring water vanished. Since he didn't plan to go out for the time being, collecting more water resources became a daily essential task for Xiao. Compared to soaking in water while sleeping, even if it was hot spring water, Xiao preferred to wait until the basin was full before coming to collect. Some of this hot spring water would be used for the water resource consumption in the space, while another portion would serve as raw materials for making fuel cells. Although the manufacturing raw materials for fuel cells only require water, the quantity needed is substantial. This is actually the real reason Xiao does not rely on fuel cells as the main energy source, but rather as a backup. To acquire more water resources and reduce the frequency of his trips to the bathroom, Xiao specifically upgraded and expanded the shelter's water treatment center and bathroom. The functions of the water treatment center are relatively simple. Besides treating drinking water, daily water and bathing water while controlling water temperature, it also includes the capability to produce oxygen and hydrogen through water electrolysis. Oxygen is essential for human survival, while hydrogen can be used as clean fuel undergoing a chemical reaction during combustion to generate pure water. As for the bathroom, aside from the newly built sauna, the areas of the shower room and bath have also been significantly expanded. Particularly the bath, which can now even serve as a swimming pool. Even if it is only half the size of a standard swimming pool, it is still considered a swimming pool. Not to mention, Xiao has also installed water slides, diving boards and other facilities, making it quite a luxurious experience. After collecting all the water from the massive bath, Xiao merely focused his thoughts, and while he was still in the shelter, a gentle rain began to fall within his portable space, a new feature he had recently discovered and found quite useful. Could it be that because I have been using the space more frequently, the relationship between the two has become closer, granting me more permissions? Or perhaps the actions I've taken in the space have unintentionally restored some of the originally damaged aspects of the space? Or is it that due to my recent training I have become stronger both physically and mentally, thus being able to bear greater permissions? Xiao pondered this question for a long time without a clear answer, but from the current perspective, all developments were heading in a positive direction. If one were to mention any shortcomings, it would only be one thing. In the space I am like an omnipotent deity, yet in reality I remain merely a mortal. Even though I can now use physical contact to draw objects into the space and scan them, all of this still relies on the power of the space. I wonder if there will come a time when I can truly become extraordinary in reality as I am in the space. Just as Xiao was reflecting, Xiao En suddenly sent an urgent message. Sir, the authorities have just issued the latest emergency notice that super asteroid is suddenly accelerating towards Earth for unknown reason. When Xiao first heard the urgent message from Xiao En, he thought the other party was joking. He wondered if his artificial intelligence had evolved into true artificial intelligence after a period of learning. But then he realized that couldn't be true. If the other party had truly upgraded, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Xiao En, what exactly is going on? The official announcement has just been released. The super asteroid, which was originally supposed to reach Earth in a month, has suddenly accelerated for unknown reasons. By how much has it accelerated? It is estimated that there are about 7 days left. So that means there's only a week left. No. To be precise, it's less than a week because launching rockets and preparing spaceships will also take time. Hearing this, Xiao didn't bother to inspect his shelter any longer and rushed back to the data center as quickly as possible. Display the situation on the big screen. Yes, sir. As soon as Xiao En's voice fell, a red announcement appeared on the large screen of the data. Once Xiao finished reading the content of the announcement, his face immediately darkened. With his knowledge of astrophysics learned from his father, he knew clearly that there were only two possibilities for this super asteroid to suddenly accelerate. The first possibility is that the super asteroid has been captured by Earth's gravity. As the gravitational force increases, its speed will also increase. But the problem is, given Earth's current situation and distance, it is impossible to capture this super asteroid in advance. In fact, there are many asteroids in the universe, but most of them are blocked by Earth's satellite, the Moon. A portion of them has already been deflected by Mars and other planets in the solar system. Otherwise, the chances of Earth being struck by asteroids would be much higher than they currently are. The other possibility is that something has helped that super asteroid, such as giving it a kick from behind. In the past, Xiao would definitely not have thought the second possibility was very likely. After all, even if there were aliens, it wouldn't be an easy task to accelerate a super asteroid without any damage or obvious movement. But the emergence of his spatial pocket, along with its various incredible abilities that cannot be explained by current science, instinctively made Xiao feel that the power of alien civilizations might be far beyond what human civilization could imagine. He even had a more dangerous thought: if that super asteroid was thrown by some alien civilization, then could the sudden eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano have not been so sudden? The more Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this time Earth and human civilization were facing an apocalypse that was likely far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Just thinking about the hidden possibilities made his heart race with fear. However, Xiao also knew that the more it was like this, the less he could panic. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. In fact, if he thought about it from another angle, if there really were a powerful godlike alien civilization wanting to act against Earth and humanity, would they go through the trouble of inducing a volcanic eruption and sending a super asteroid? If they really believed that the plots in sci-fi movies where aliens with vast advantages chose to confront humans face-to-face were real, that was just a narrative device. Let's not even mention that. How about some space-based weapons? Just by dropping a batch of tungsten alloy rods from low Earth orbit, even if human civilization could withstand the first wave of attacks, they would still be wiped out by 90 in that first wave. Moreover, if the alien civilization was powerful enough to easily accelerate a super asteroid, why would they bother throwing tungsten alloy rods? Wouldn't a doomsday weapon like the one in Independence Day be more effective? Especially with the Star Destroyer weapons from Star Wars and other similar settings which could obliterate a planet with just one shot. In that case, would they really need to put in so much effort and waste so much time? Such thoughts eased the pressure in Xiao's heart significantly, but regardless, the issue of the super asteroid still needed to be addressed. Fortunately, the announcement not only mentioned the acceleration of the super asteroid towards Earth, but the authorities also provided very clear countermeasures. In 3 days, the launch rocket will be fired and the asteroid interception plan will proceed ahead of schedule. At the same time, the authorities emphasized that the preparations for this plan have been completed smoothly. As long as no unexpected situations arise, not only will there be enough time, but the success rate of the asteroid interception plan will also reach 80. Xiao didn't know where the authorities got their confidence, but at this moment, whether it was genuine confidence or feigned, it had to be said for the sake of maintaining overall stability. Xiao AI, has there been any announcement from the local area? Yes, sir, everything has been recorded. Show it to me. All right, sir. Soon a series of red announcements and videos of speeches from leaders at various levels were displayed in front of Xiao. In general, the sudden acceleration of the super asteroid prompted urgent announcements to be issued everywhere. The content of these announcements was largely the same during the period of the asteroid interception plan. All local citizens would be encouraged to move into official civil defense shelters, while the authorities also began to explicitly encourage private individuals to establish shelters to prepare for potential catastrophic situations. In fact, this had already been tacitly approved when the authorities announced the impending impact of the super asteroid. According to his friend Zhao Fei, the number of privately established shelters had increased dramatically during this time. Those with better luck could rent some abandoned air raid shelters from the authorities and renovate them. Those less fortunate had to find ways to dig a large pit and build their shelters as solidly as possible. Of course, renting official air raid shelters after the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano would definitely not come without cost. Sharing a portion of the burden of citizens was certain, and there would even be requirements for unified management and other aspects. But regardless, under the current situation, these requirements were not unacceptable. After all, one must survive first before considering anything else. If one cannot survive, what's the use of thinking too much? Just as Xiao felt the increasingly clear pressure of the apocalypse from the internet, his phone suddenly rang. At first, Xiao thought it was definitely a call from his friend Zhao Fei, but when he picked up the phone, he discovered it was actually someone unexpected. Why are they calling? Xiao was a bit surprised. It was evident that the call which surprised Xiao so much could not possibly be from his friend Zhao Fei or from the carbon dioxide-rich person far away in Brazil. It wasn't even from the so-called directors in the local shelter chat group, but from the duty personnel Luca, who had previously asked for his contact information. This person was surnamed Wu, named Wu Yaohua, differing from a certain comedic actor by just one surname. After adding him as a friend, Xiao had sent over the geothermal technology bundled up along with his radio contact information, earning him quite a bit of goodwill. However, it was unclear whether Wu Yaohua had been too busy or felt too embarrassed to reach out after receiving the geothermal technology. He had not contacted Xiao again, leading Xiao to believe he had been forgotten. Looking at the still ringing phone, Xiao pondered for a moment before finally answering.
Hello, is this old Wu? It's me, Xiao En, old Wu. Wu Yaohua, sitting in the conference room, looked at the mobile phone on the table.
Surrounding him were several uniformed individuals, mostly officials. Old Wu, with such a major incident happening, how do you still have time to contact me? Xiao, it is precisely because of this major incident that I must contact you. During the conversation, Xiao could actually sense a tone of anticipation, a hint of nervousness, and even a touch of fear from the other side. He understood that the anticipation and nervousness were likely regarding what was to come, while the fear stemmed from the rapidly approaching super asteroid heading towards Earth.
This was completely normal. How many people could remain calm in the face of such a world-ending calamity?
However, Xiao was unaware of how he could feel so much, nor did he sense anything amiss.
Old Wu, just tell me what you need. As always, I will certainly help if I can. Xiao, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to ask if you have any surplus supplies over there. Wu Yaohua's tone became increasingly tense. In fact, it wasn't just him, everyone in the conference room was watching him anxiously.
Supplies.
Xiao was taken aback.
Old Wu, don't tell me you guys are still lacking this.
Of course we lack. How could we not be lacking?
Old Wu glanced at his superiors and colleagues, smiled bitterly. The events came too suddenly. Our original preparations and arrangements have been severely disrupted.
We are human too and have our own families.
Who wouldn't want more supplies in times like this?
A knowing look flickered in Xiao's eyes.
Indeed, no matter how tough a person is under normal circumstances, they still have familial and romantic ties. In the grand scheme of this apocalypse, even if they themselves were not afraid of dying, what about their families?
Their loved ones? What do you need?
Food, vegetables, meat, oil, fruits, whatever you have, we need it. Wu Yaohua sensed that there was a willingness to negotiate and quickly provided his response. He then saw his superior suddenly make a gesture, realizing he had forgotten something important, and hurriedly made amends.
Xiao, you can rest assured we will not let you assist us for free. I understand.
Before the other could finish, Xiao interrupted. I do have a batch of supplies, but I have a few requirements.
You go ahead and say. Wu Yaohua replied eagerly.
He was not afraid of Xiao making demands, he was just worried that Xiao might reject him without making any requests.
First, I want delivered to your door. I will send the trading location to your phone. No problem. Wu Yaohua readily agreed without consulting his superiors.
They had actually discussed similar situations in the meeting just prior. If someone agreed to help, they would be secretly pleased. Expecting others to deliver to their door was just a pipe dream. Second, I do not wish for too many people to be present, and I especially don't want anyone to delve too deeply into the matter.
Understood. That's not a problem at all. Wu Yaohua's agreement was still very straightforward.
Although he was not clear about Xiao's background and why he had only been an ordinary college graduate during the prior investigation, later results revealed a military background and more detailed dossier information had become classified. But no matter what, at a time like this, thinking of investigating someone's background would surely lead to breaking ties. Even if one's mind had been caught in a door and bitten by a pig, they wouldn't be foolish enough to this extent.
Finally, for any issues that may arise from this transaction, I will not take any responsibility, nor will I even acknowledge them. Upon hearing this, Wu Yaohua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Not just him, everyone listening in the conference room also breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that Xiao might take the opportunity to make some excessive demands, but unexpectedly it was so simple. Indeed, from Wu Yaohua's perspective, these three demands were entirely reasonable. They would have done the same without needing to be asked. Transaction terms. Wu Yaohua's superior made a gesture. Xiao, we have agreed to your three requests. Wu Yaohua nodded quickly. So what do you want to exchange for?
In fact, Xiao had not planned to exchange for anything at all, as he truly did not lack anything. Even if the shelter were to be destroyed, he could survive relying on his space and live quite comfortably. Not to mention, Xiao had already prepared enough spare parts in his space, and if necessary he could rebuild the shelter at any time and even improve it. If he had to say what he lacked, it was only some aerospace technology. Because once he mastered such technology, there would be a great possibility of having the means to break free from Earth and venture into the universe. Just imagine upgrading a human spaceship into a true interstellar vessel and upgrading a space station into an airport. Would it matter if Earth were to be destroyed? Yet just as Xiao was about to express that he didn't want anything, he suddenly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. It wasn't that he had thought of something he wanted, but he felt that if he asked for nothing at all, it might make the other party uneasy. Well, if Xiao had known that his file in the official system had undergone a significant change, he probably wouldn't have thought this way. But he was unaware of this matter, so after pondering for a moment, he finally stated his request.
Could you provide a... What? Wu Yaohua looked completely bewildered.
I want a boat. If it's a patrol boat, that would be ideal.
If not, a fishing boat would suffice. Xiao clarified. In truth, he couldn't think of anything else he wanted. If he were to ask for weapons and ammunition, the other party might hesitate to give or simply couldn't provide them.
Moreover, he was capable of making weapons and ammunition himself, especially after acquiring the formulas for gunpowder and propellant. He could produce them without issues, so why would he risk leaving behind evidence by trading? Instead, he had always wanted a proper boat, whether it be a sea vessel or a riverboat, but had never managed to acquire one. For Xiao En, it would be best if the ship turned out to be a navy warship, but clearly that idea was utterly unrealistic. Not to mention that Wu Yaohua and his group could never possess a warship. Even if they did, it would be impossible to trade it. Fortunately, Xiao En only needed a ship, and what type of ship it was actually wasn't of great importance. A patrol boat from the maritime department would be optimal, if not a fishing boat at sea would suffice. Wu Yaohua was still a bit bewildered. But his superior immediately reacted, making a gesture at Wu Yaohua that suggested agree to him. Alright then, how and when do we trade? Wu Yaohua quickly asked after receiving the hint. You let me know when you're ready with the ship. I can arrange for it at any time. Xiao En smiled meaningfully. He sensed that there was more than just Wu Yaohua on the other end of the line, but also his leader, otherwise the agreement wouldn't have been made so easily. Okay, well, contact you immediately once we are ready on our end. Wu Yaohua hurriedly said. As for what we need to trade, just send me a list, let's say rice flour, meat, vegetables and oil. The rest can be omitted. Alright, well, send you the list as soon as possible to facilitate your preparations. Then it's settled. Okay, I won't disturb your work anymore. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Just as Xiao En hung up the phone and hadn't had a chance to act, his phone rang again. This time it was Zhao Fei calling, and Xiao En immediately picked up. Duh, Fei. Yan, you know the latest situation, right? I already know. During this time, don't wander around, just stay put in the shelter. Okay, take care of yourself and Uncle Zhao too. We will, and if those fools in the group want to trade supplies with you, do not agree to them. What? You also think this matter is unusual? What do you mean by you also think? Anyone with a brain is probably thinking the same right now. Understood, I will handle it well. Yang, listen to my advice in times like these. Do not show weakness. Surviving is more important than anything else. Hearing his friend's anxious tone, Xiao En could fully sense that the other party was genuinely concerned for him, not wanting him to play the saint. After all, the recent changes were quite bizarre. If any external force indeed influenced the asteroid, humanity might face far more than just an asteroid collision with Earth. In such an unclear situation, having ample living supplies was the most crucial condition for a person to survive without exception. Don't worry, I'm not foolish, but on your side with so many things involved, it's best to have Uncle Zhao prepare in advance just in case. As Xiao En affirmed, he also reminded his friend in turn. After all, he could truly call the shots in his own shelter, but the Zhao family's shelter was large and had many people. If something really happened, whether he could still make decisions was questionable. There was no way around it. A small shelter had its advantages while a large shelter had its difficulties. Even if there was less carbon dioxide far away in Brazil, even if the self-built doomsday bunker was large enough, and even if he could truly make the rules, he still had to face the scrutiny of local powers. As long as you know the gravity of the situation, that's enough. Zhao Fei's expression softened slightly as he hinted, as for the things you mentioned, my dad had already made preparations when he set up the shelter. Without saying much, surviving is definitely not a problem. Then I can rest assured. Xiao En didn't ask about what this preparation entailed. Just like he advised his friend not to ask about his situation, everyone had their secrets these days. Probing too much would only be harmful with no benefits. Only someone foolish would think that asking more questions was for the other person's good. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Keep in touch. Take care. Take care. After hanging up with his friend, Xiao En was just about to check his supply reserves in his space when his phone rang again. This time it wasn't a call but a WeChat message. Looks like De Fei was indeed right. Xiao En smiled meaningfully as he looked at the ID on the message prompt. The fisherman mechanic, are you there? I have an urgent matter. Fisherman, what is it? Is the deal you mentioned last time still on? The fisherman, you know the situation now. Whether it's a ship or not doesn't matter to me anymore. A regular ship isn't important, but what about a gunboat? Gunboat. Xiao En was genuinely surprised, even though he knew that the other party had a military background just like his friend Zhao Fei. The difference was that this person was involved in maritime affairs. But even so, Xiao En could hardly fathom that the other party actually dared to trade a gunboat. Yes, it's also referred to as a maritime patrol vessel. What do you think? Do you have any interest? The fisherman, while I am indeed interested in the type of patrol vessel you mentioned, as a member of the Flower Kingdom, I hope you do not violate discipline and law. Dizzy. Where are you getting that idea? I'm not talking about an active duty gunboat, and it's not even a domestic one. What are you referring to then? A retired gunboat obtained from the Bear Country. The weapons and radar have been dismantled, but the gunboat itself is fine and all other functions are normal, except it consumes a bit more fuel. A retired gunboat from Bear Country. Xiao En was quite astonished. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's merely a retired gunboat. Even if the most critical equipment was removed, this type of military-grade vessel is not something just anyone can obtain. Not to mention that getting it from Bear Country to domestic soil would require significant strength and influence. Without a vast network of connections, it would be impossible. After all, the domestic situation is different from abroad. As long as the wealthy overseas have the money, they can buy a retired frigate and convert it into a private yacht, but that's not the case domestically.
Yes. I can't take that it's too hot to handle. Sean wasn't foolish, he didn't want to get into trouble. Mechanic, you can rest assured. This ship has a complete set of legal documents and even has all the permits for normal navigation on the rivers and seas. Is it really that impressive? There's no issue with it, right?
Mechanic, there are indeed some things I can't disclose to you, but I can assure you that this ship is without problems.
Are you sure? Let me send you all the documents for you to take a look.
That works. Soon a series of photos were sent to Sean's phone.
To be fair, they did appear to have complete documentation along with permits for navigation.
The ship itself was also quite impressive, large enough for use on both river and sea and with a decent speed. However, after Sean finished looking at these photos, a trace of a mocking smile appeared on his face. It's not that the patrol boat itself has issues, rather the benefits presented seem appealing, but in reality it's a trap.
Sean wasn't exactly angry about the fisherman's little schemes.
In business, one has to rely on their own means.
If one gets tricked carelessly, they can only blame their lack of discernment, experience, or capability.
Sean was well aware that the reason the other party dared to trade a patrol boat for supplies was merely waste utilization. Think about it, we are in the apocalypse. Maintaining such a fuel-guzzling patrol boat, especially one that has had its weapons and radar dismantled post-retirement, is nothing short of foolishness.
Moreover, perhaps for those with some power and influence, such a patrol boat might hold some value.
But for a fisherman with a military background, what is it if not trash? Fisherman, even if all the paperwork is in order, how do you expect me to operate such a large ship?
As for the fuel. Without fuel, isn't this ship just scrap metal?
Sean knew that the condition proposed by the fisherman was definitely not his bottom line, so he deliberately waited a moment before sending a message. I want the fuel doubled, and I don't need you to send someone to teach me how to operate the boat. If that's agreeable, we can negotiate. If not, then forget.
Doubling the fuel is excessive. At most, I can throw in some equipment that you can use on the boat. Military radar and artillery. Mechanic, the joke is not funny at all. Fine, then I need all the data and documentation for the entire ship, including blueprints.
That's acceptable. On that premise, the fuel still needs to be doubled. This time it was the fisherman who fell silent, but not for too long before responding. The fuel can be doubled, but the quantity of supplies to be exchanged must also increase. Sean was not surprised by this response. In business, it's perfectly normal to ask for a high price and negotiate down. In reality, if it weren't for the apocalypse and the sudden incident with the super asteroid, they would never have sold this patrol boat at such a low price. A patrol boat with a full load displacement of over 500 tons, even if retired and stripped of its radar and weapon systems, could still fetch several million, possibly in USD. However, if the super asteroid's interception fails, this once valuable retired patrol boat becomes worthless. Even if the super asteroid's interception succeeds, this thing still loses its inherent value. After all, the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano could lead to a glacier period lasting 5 to 10 years without sunlight. After that period ends, this patrol boat would basically be equivalent to scrap metal.
Send over the items you want first, limited to food, don't think about anything else.
Also, if the price is right, we trade. If not, then forget it, and you must provide door-to-door delivery.
Sure. I'll send you the list right away.
After sending a single word, Sean didn't rush to check his supply reserves in the space. Soon his phone rang, and upon checking, it was actually a transaction list sent by Wu Yaohua. Although it was called a list, the content was not much. It only roughly indicated how much rice flour, oil, meat and vegetables were needed without specifying any particular items like canned food. As for the quantity of each item, well, it was neither too much nor too little. However, it was also stated that they would trade a fishing boat that was reportedly 90 new. The message also emphasized that this boat was not a simple black awning boat, but a large fishing vessel capable of fishing operations at the estuary. In fact, after acquiring the patrol boat from the fisherman, Sean's need for a fishing vessel was basically nullified. After all, he didn't genuinely need to fish with a better patrol boat. The fishing vessel was clearly redundant. If the other party could offer a smuggling boat or a yacht, Sean might still have been somewhat interested, but a fishing boat was out of the question. However, considering that Wu Yaohua represented not just himself and thinking about the apocalypse, he was still out there risking himself to maintain local stability. Sean looked at the short message and remained silent for a moment before replying. A fishing boat is acceptable, but it must be fully fueled, and the quantity of supplies traded overall should be discounted by 40. It wasn't that Sean truly lacked supplies, rather he didn't want to be taken for a fool. In reality, if it weren't for the consideration that the other party also had difficulties, this transaction would have never continued. After sending the message, the other side fell silent. After learning a bit about the situation from his friend Zhao Fei, he didn't believe that such a person could betray him. Of course, Sean wasn't entirely certain about this, but the short message confirmed his suspicions. What does the fisherman need time for? Isn't it just to consult the one who truly holds the power? What puzzled Sean was that the fisherman had a military background, so how could there be such a deceitful master behind him? Indeed, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds.
Sean sighed and replied with a message.
Sure. No sooner had he sent the message than he received a reply from Wu Yaohua.
Deal. Xiao was not surprised by this response. A nearly new fishing boat was actually inferior to the fisherman's patrol boat and would soon become useless. Exchanging a useless item for a batch of supplies seemed like a sure profit. Alright, please wait for my notification regarding this specific transaction time. After finalizing the transaction with Wu Yaohua and his group, Xiao felt even less concerned. Although the fishing boat was not as good as the patrol boat, it was still a boat and he could gradually upgrade and combine it later. It would be best if the fisherman's patrol boat could be traded successfully, if not it wouldn't matter much. While waiting for the fisherman's reply, Xiao noticed several people in the group tagging him, especially the Cat Eye 3 sisters who were playfully begging for a response. As for their intention, Xiao didn't need to guess to know. If it weren't for the fisherman's matter he would have replied, but now he could only apologize inwardly. After waiting for a few minutes without receiving a reply from the fisherman, he received another call. Sister Sun. Looking at the name on the phone screen, a hint of hesitation flashed in Xiao's eyes. Sun Yili was someone he met when Zhao Fei took him for a transaction. He had a deep impression of her as she was quite attractive and had a good figure. Such a woman, even if slightly older, would still hold a strong appeal for men. Even though Xiao had no particular thoughts about her, the natural attraction between the sexes left a significant impression on him. Hello, Sister Sun. Little Xiao, it's such a surprise to get through to you. Sister Sun, don't say that, it's actually quite awkward for me to take your call. Ha! I understand what you mean, but little Xiao, I'm not calling this time to immediately continue our transaction. Faced with such a response, if it were someone else or in the past, Xiao would have likely believed her. After all, Sister Sun seemed utterly confident in her words, as if she truly didn't think that way. But Xiao could inexplicably tell that her words had changed after sensing his underlying intentions. Ah. So Sister Sun's intention in calling is. I believe you're aware of the recent unexpected events. I just thought that after intercepting the asteroid we could maintain a good cooperative relationship. Clearly, upon discovering that Xiao intended to refuse her, Sun Yili immediately changed her purpose. Since a transaction could not happen now, they would just leave the opportunity for later. As long as the cooperative relationship remained intact, it wasn't a bad thing. That's no problem, but Sister Sun, my supply reserves are limited. How about this? I have a fairly advanced indoor aquaculture technology and I can provide the necessary equipment to help you set it up. After all, an old saying goes, it is better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. Advanced indoor aquaculture technology. Sun Yili was a bit surprised. If it had been someone else, they would have surely thought this was just an excuse, but knowing that the geothermal technology came from Xiao, she didn't believe he would deceive her about this. If you don't want to trade, just say you can't trade at this point. Can you really force someone to trade? Yes, this new technology uses modular, automated and ecological methods. As long as it runs smoothly, food can be self-sufficient, and with proper operation perhaps there will be surplus goods to trade with others. If that's the case, that would be fantastic. Little Xiao, it's a deal. Afterward you must trade this technology to me and I'm willing to pay a good price. As long as it's Sister Sun, it's no problem. That's settled. Sister Sun, I still have things to attend to. What do you think? Alright, I won't disturb you, we'll talk later. Okay, take care. You take care too. After exchanging good wishes, Sun Yili decisively hung up. The androgynous girl beside her wore a disappointed expression. Mom, did he refuse? There's nothing to be done, I would have refused too. Refusal is refusal, we don't have to trade with him. Sun Jiaying evidently inherited her mother's capable and suave demeanor while adding a touch of girlish pride. You don't understand anything. Sun Yili shot her daughter a glare. Little Xiao is actually quite impressive. He even said he would trade an advanced indoor aquaculture technology with us later. TCH. Isn't that just fish-vegetable symbiosis? We already have that, Sun Jiaying scoffed. We even have the most advanced algae power generation and oxygen production technology. I don't believe he has it. I heard they use electrolysis water oxygen production technology, which is very advanced, Sun Yili chuckled. So what? Algae can not only generate electricity and produce oxygen, but they can also serve as feed. Sun Jiaying still refused to concede. Why don't you learn anything from me and just inherit my personality? Rubbing her daughter's short hair, Sun Yili's expression turned complex. Jia, in the past your personality might not have mattered much, but in the apocalypse it can lead to trouble and offend people. But you're here, right? Besides, I'm usually just aloof. I wouldn't be foolish enough to act this way in front of others, Sun Jiaying said, cuddling her mother's arm. You are just a little pest. Sun Yili tapped her daughter on the forehead. However, if the asteroid interception fails and something happens to me, you can turn to little Xiao for help. I trust him, he's very reliable. Mom, why him? Shouldn't it be Zhao Fei? Sun Jiaying questioned. Sun Yili revealed a disdainful look. Listen to me, if anything happens to me, seek help from little Xiao. Put. Mom, how can you say such ominous things at a time like this? Sun Jiaying quickly spat a few times on the ground. May we have great fortune and prosperity. We will definitely survive and thrive. Let's hope so. Sun Yili pinched her daughter's delicate nose, her eyes flashing with a hint of worry. Xiao was unaware of how Sun Yili and Sun Jiaying, this mother-daughter duo, would discuss him even if he did know he wouldn't care.
Perhaps Sun Yili indeed did not misjudge. If something were to happen and Sun Jiaying sought Xiao's help, he would certainly assist, but there had to be a significant precondition.
That is, it must not jeopardize Xiao's own safety.
If that couldn't be guaranteed, Xiao would absolutely not, just because the other party was a girl and quite beautiful, behave like the garbage protagonists in many novels, unable to resist when faced with a pretty girl. In the face of his own and his parents' safety, let alone a girl like Sun Jiaying who looked androgynous, even a goddess-level beauty would be unhesitatingly abandoned by Xiao. In such an apocalyptic environment, those who couldn't control their lower halves usually wouldn't survive beyond 3 chapters. After hanging up on Sun Yili, Xiao checked his phone and found that the fisherman still hadn't replied. Clearly the other party's request was still in progress, so he smiled meaningfully.
Xiao AI, keep an eye on my phone. If it's Tiffei, let him leave a message. If there's anything, you'll respond immediately when I see it. If it's Wu Yaohua, just tell him I need time to prepare the supplies. As for the fisherman, just say I'm busy, any issues will be handled by you, and as for your identity, just act as my assistant.
Alright sir, I will take care of these matters. Xiao's increasingly real and sweet voice chimed in. What I told the other party before was the bottom line. If they could agree, we would trade. If not, then forget it.
Xiao placed his phone on the table and stood up. After all, it's not me who's in a hurry, is it? Indeed, sir. Then it's up to you.
After saying this, Xiao teleported himself into the space and began preparing for the upcoming transaction. It wouldn't be accurate to say he was busy in the space. No matter what he did, Xiao just needed to think about it. Just like that, with a single thought, a large amount of supplies was drawn out. Bags of rice and flour, barrels of cooking oil, boxes of frozen meat, salted goods, canned foods, and baskets of vegetables, fruits and eggs, among other things. In fact, the variety of these items was not many, but the quantity was indeed substantial.
Even so, Xiao's reserve had only been depleted by 2/3.
Indeed, even with the fisherman's share prepared, Xiao still had about 1/3 of his supplies left. The supplies mentioned here do not include the produce within the space. They are simply the goods Xiao purchased before the apocalypse. Such a quantity is indeed quite considerable for a private shelter. Xiao once told his friend Zhao Fei that the supplies he purchased could allow him and his parents to live comfortably for 10 years, which was not an exaggeration but rather a modest estimate. And this only counts the supplies purchased before the apocalypse. The crops and products like meat and eggs produced in the space weren't included in the count. Otherwise, not just 10 years but even 100 years would pose no problem. Xiao was also not worried at all about the water source needed for the crops and the livestock in the space.
Don't forget that water is composed of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. With Xiao's power in the space, synthesizing enough water would only be a bit more troublesome than using ready-made water. It was hardly an issue. It's not surprising that Xiao could stockpile so many supplies. Even if rice costs 3 yuan per pound, a 100-pound bag would only be 300 yuan. 10,000 bags of 300 pounds would only cost 3 million, not to mention the wholesale prices would be even cheaper. Xiao couldn't possibly buy this much rice. After all, he only had about 1 million at the time. How could he buy food and manage other expenses? Fortunately, the produce in the space was not only abundant but also of excellent quality, and the key was that he was by himself. Thus, over time, the food in the storeroom piled up more and more. In fact, this was also why he was willing to trade some supplies. He found them too cumbersome. With fresh ingredients available, who would want to eat these mundane goods? Even salted meat, cured meat and sausages were processed by Xiao using the produce from the space. This not only allowed the ingredients to be stored longer but also freed up more storage space. After drawing out the supplies, Xiao loaded them onto the truck. A van could hold 1 batch of goods without issue, but 2 batches would be too much. However, it was no problem with a thought. Xiao extended the truck with an additional trailer, perfectly accommodating 1 batch of goods per trailer. After Xiao finished harvesting and processing the mature crops in the space, he teleported back to the shelter. Sir, during your absence, the fisherman who wasn't fishing has replied. Xiao AI reported immediately.
Oh. What did he say? Xiao sat down in his boss chair with a can of ice-cold soda. The other party stated that a 10 discount is impossible, but they can accept a 50 discount at most. A 50 discount, huh? Xiao leaned back in his chair and took a couple of sips of his cold cola. He was quite satisfied with this offer. As for the 10, that was merely a joke. But to suddenly cut it in half, the fisherman has quite the boldness.
Xiao chuckled. Xiao AI, how did you communicate with the other party?
I informed them in my capacity as your assistant that you were dealing with something very important and that I would represent you in negotiations with them for the time being. What was the other party's reaction? No particular reaction, they just hope the transaction can proceed quickly.
Quickly, huh? Xiao pondered for a moment. Xiao AI, tell them that the transaction can occur today. As for the location, find a terrain that is most advantageous for me and set it up to avoid any problems.
Alright sir, is there anything else to arrange? You also notify Wu Yaohua to come for the transaction, the same location, and as for the time,
let's delay it by half an hour. Sir, delaying by only half an hour could lead the 2 trading parties to meet.
Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? I want them to meet so they won't think I can't find anyone else to trade with. Sir, while this approach does warn both trading parties, it also carries the risk of exposing you. Experiencing Xiao's increasingly intelligent responses, Xiao smiled with satisfaction.
It seems letting you learn online by yourself is indeed not a bad thing.
Your ability to consider things this way shows you're not wrong. However, one should indeed be low-key when necessary but high-profile when it is called for otherwise.
If the tiger does not show its power, someone will truly think I'm a Hello Kitty. Alright sir, I will arrange the transaction matters right away. MHM. Sean nodded, enjoying his cold soda while watching Xiao AI contact the two trading parties. He was not at all worried about the increasingly intelligent changes in Xiao AI. The notion that artificial intelligence would inevitably destroy humanity once it gained emotion seemed to Sean to hold some possibility, but didn't humanity's nuclear technology also cause the Chernobyl incident? Isn't it also possible to destroy the Earth? Yet humanity has never given up this technology.
In this day and age, just finding a girl for a fling could risk contracting AIDS, yet that group of lecherous men has not behaved themselves at all. Even eating a meal could potentially lead to choking. Does that mean one should stop eating? Alright, Sean knew that his three examples were only relevant in terms of nuclear technology, but given that it's the end of the world right now, the intelligent machine crisis is something to worry about later. Who the hell is concerned about that now? Moreover, Xiao's main body is in space, and in that space Sean is a god. Even if she were truly artificial intelligence, he could easily crush her with just a thought. As for the subroutines left outside, as long as the main body is under Sean's control, there's no need to worry about any problems. What is there to fear? Xiao AI promptly completed the arrangements for the two transactions.
Sir, the time and place have been set. How much time do we have?
In an hour we first trade with the fisherman, and in half an hour Wu Yaohua will arrive in his fishing boat. Very well, get ready, you will drive for this delivery.
Sir, you don't mean?
Exactly, after training in space for so long it's time to test my flying machine outside. Alright sir, but please prioritize your safety.
I will prepare yourself, we leave now. Please give me 2 minutes, I need to assess the surroundings. Go ahead.
After saying that, Sean finished his drink and easily crushed the aluminum can into a crumpled metal ball with a firm grip. A few minutes later Sean stood outside the shelter releasing the prepared electric cargo van.
Xiao AI, is everything alright? The vehicle is in good condition, no problems, ready to depart at any time. Autonomous driving technology has long been available, the difference is that Xiao AI is just a bit smarter now.
At the back of the cargo van Sean deployed his flying machine. It had a flashy design, barely retaining some traces of a car, but no one would mistake it for one. The flying machine was not large, but for Sean it was merely a means of transportation, and with the space assistance it was more than enough. As Sean lay in the cockpit, the alloy hatch closed silently. Without needing Xiao's help, Sean expertly operated the controls, and soon the flying machine was up and running with the flight path already set.
Xiao AI, am taking off.
Sir, there are countless roads, but safety is the top priority. Flying unsafely will lead to tears from loved ones.
Ha ha. Xiao AI, you have a sense of humor. Amid Sean's laughter, the vector engines of the flying machine expelled a powerful airflow and it shot up into the sky.
Once at an altitude of several hundred meters, the vector engines at the rear of the flying machine began operating under Sean's control, propelling the craft into the darkened sky. Meanwhile, the electric cargo van outside the shelter also began to move silently. Fortunately, the front window was made of one-way glass, allowing visibility from the inside out but not the other way around, otherwise an empty driver's seat would surely frighten anyone.
Well, it's only a premise if there's someone inside. Given that the route was aerial and the speed of the flying machine was vastly superior to that of the cargo van, it didn't take long for Sean to reach the trading location. After hovering the flying machine, Sean performed a series of operations and several drones flew out of the open passage. Xiao AI, the drones have been deployed and are confirming the surrounding environment. Alright sir, I will reach you in 15 minutes. The trading location chosen by Xiao AI was neither too far nor too close to the shelter, allowing the vehicle to approach very close to the river. Most importantly, the terrain in this area was relatively complex, making it the perfect escape route. Drive slowly, we have plenty of time.
As Sean was speaking, the drones sent back their reconnaissance footage. There are currently no suspicious individuals nearby, but we don't know if the fisherman in Old Wu might have any ulterior motives. 15 minutes later, the cargo van arrived at the abandoned riverside road. Sean found an open area to land the flying machine and then directly stored the cargo van, leaving behind 2 containers filled with supplies. After another half hour, the drones in the air spotted 2 boats approaching. Sure enough, the fisherman does have military connections. Watching the patrol boat alongside the corvette, Sean was not surprised at all. However, that patrol boat looked rather cool in person compared to the images he'd seen. According to the information obtained from the fisherman, this was a Bayan-class patrol boat, a small surface combat vessel with a full load displacement of around 500 tons. It measured 62 meters in length, 9.6 meters in width, and had a draft of 2.04 meters, powered by diesel engines with a maximum speed of 28 knots. Originally equipped with an A1 90-100mm dual-purpose gun and a 6-barrel 30mm Gatling close-in weapon system, it was quite formidable. Additionally, it had a UMS-73 Hale 120mm multiple rocket launcher system and 2 14.5mm machine guns. Lastly, it was armed with a quad-pack 3M47 curved surface-to-air missile launcher system, which was exceptionally powerful. The Bayan-class patrol boat's small size and shallow draft made it very suitable for combat operations in the Caspian Sea and coastal. Although it was not equipped with anti-ship missiles, its air defense capabilities were quite strong, and the 100mm main gun and 120mm multiple rocket launcher could strike both maritime vessels and coastal targets. Particularly the A190 100mm gun has a range exceeding 20 kilometers with significant firepower and an all-around strike capability. However, all these weapon systems had been dismantled. Fortunately, the ship's navigation, communications and satellite positioning systems were still intact, allowing this decommissioned Bear patrol boat to be functional without needing any modifications. But for true operational capability, the best approach would be to invest heavily in transforming it into a super luxurious yacht just like those in Dubai. One that would excite the girls to the point of not caring whether you treated them like humans or not. Aside from the two ships on the river which were clearly there for delivery, the drone also spotted two vehicles approaching. The first was a military jeep, a Dongfeng Warrior, which looked quite imposing. It was clear that the fisherman was not foolish. He knew that trying to load goods onto a ship at such a transaction site was unrealistic. It was better to use a vehicle to transport the goods to the dock and then transfer them to the ship, or perhaps even take them directly to his own territory. Staying in the aircraft, Xiao En didn't even use his phone, opting instead to send a message to the fisherman via the aircraft's communication system.
Fisherman, the cargo in container number 1 on the riverbank is yours. After confirming that the goods are correct, you can leave the boat behind. Remember to take everything that shouldn't be left behind, and by the way, leave the container for me since you have a vehicle. The fisherman in the passenger seat of the Dongfeng Warrior was dressed in camouflage and had a gas mask at hand. The moment his phone vibrated, he picked it up and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes after reading the message. How could he not be surprised? He hadn't even arrived yet, the message had already pointed out his whereabouts. What did this imply? It meant that every move he made was under the control of the other party. But along the way there was not a single person, not even a bird in sight. As a third-generation military man, the fisherman instinctively associated the situation with military reconnaissance, especially since Xiao En's file had been encrypted. Okay. The fisherman silently replied, his expression grave yet somewhat relieved. Relieved that during this transaction he decisively made the choice to eliminate a troublesome character. Otherwise, if the transaction had failed, who knows what consequences it might have brought about. After sending the message, the fisherman picked up the internal communicator to finalize the upcoming transaction arrangements. As the two vehicles arrived at the destination, he saw two containers being unloaded at the abandoned riverbank construction site from a distance. 2. The fisherman was somewhat surprised. As he got closer, he easily spotted that one of the containers was marked with a 2 while the other one had a 1 on it. Could it be that the mechanic also engaged in another transaction? The fisherman immediately made this association. Fisherman, you have only half an hour to check and transport the goods. If there are any issues after that time, I will not be responsible. Upon seeing the new message, the fisherman immediately concluded that container number 2 was definitely prepared for another transaction. Moreover, it sounded like if the two parties crossed paths it could lead to some trouble. Okay, but mechanic, why didn't you come? I wanted to meet you. There's no need to meet, but your Dongfeng Warrior is quite nice. By the way, are you carrying a Type 81 or a Type 56? Looking at the newly received message, the fisherman's expression suddenly tightened. If Xiao En could discover their vehicle, it could be explained by the presence of hidden sentries relaying information. But how did the other party know what he was carrying and could confidently specify it was a Type 81 or a Type 56? Although both types were common in the military, why not a Type 95? Mechanic, are you monitoring us? The fisherman quickly replied. Please, if I don't keep an eye on things, who knows how you would take advantage of me? And don't tell me that during this transaction you didn't think about taking advantage of me. You should be grateful to have the background of the most charming person of this era, otherwise I wouldn't bother with this losing deal. After reading this reply, the fisherman's face turned quite awkward. In reality, from the moment this transaction was mentioned, he felt that it was quite unethical to proceed. Indeed, the decommissioned Bear's artillery boat was worth a lot, but one must consider the current situation. The best course of action was to leave it there and wait for everything to pass and then think of ways to modify it, but the premise was that by that time the boat still had modification value. Not to mention that the super asteroid was clearly a bit off, and even if the interception plan succeeded, the ice age caused by the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano would last for another 5 to 10 years. Even if they managed to survive this apocalyptic period smoothly, by then that Bear's decommissioned artillery boat would likely only have scrap metal value left. Using such a piece of junk to exchange for a considerable amount of living supply seemed like a very profitable deal. As for the guy who felt it was unprofitable and thus made a lion's share demand him, he was already in no position to worry about that. Mechanic, I'm sorry. After this matter, if I'm still around, I will give you an explanation. Before sending this message, the fisherman had considered a lot but still went ahead. The reason was simple. Even without mentioning the relationship with Zhao Fei, just the strength exhibited by Xiao En justified his actions. Seeing the message sent by the fisherman, Xiao En, lying in the aircraft, smiled with satisfaction. He didn't care about the other party's explanations, but having such an attitude was still commendable. Forget about explanations, let's have a meal together later, just remember to bring Big Fei along. No problem, I'll punish myself with a bottle later. Alright, hurry up and move the goods, don't let your companions find me. The sooner the transaction is done, the sooner everyone can return home. The fisherman's heart tightened and he immediately gestured to his companions. Okay. After sending a message, the fisherman then let his companions get out of the vehicle to open the container and inspect the goods. As for what was inside container number 2, he was indeed very curious, but he had no intention of going forward to check even though the door of that container was completely unlocked. Who exactly is that guy and why is he becoming more and more mysterious? With such thoughts, the fisherman along with a group of companions who had disembarked from the 2 vehicles opened container number 1 to check and transfer the goods to the truck. A standard container actually couldn't hold too many goods. Normally even a container full of rice wouldn't be worth much. However, given the current timing, the contents of this container still made the fisherman very satisfied. After checking and moving, not only was the quantity not less, but it seemed to have increased by about 10%. Mechanic, there's 10% more goods. Everyone has it tough as long as you don't keep trying to take advantage of me in the future, that's fine. Thank you. After seeing the reply, the fisherman felt a burning sensation on his face. Even though the previous lion's share demand was unrelated to him, this extra 10% of goods felt like a slap to his face. Damn. How can the difference between people be so vast? Sean's words were not mere bluster. Under the surveillance of drones, a large truck was indeed approaching, albeit slowly, clearly intending to avoid any misunderstandings by arriving too early. On the other side of the river, a sizable fishing vessel was also making its way here, followed closely by a customs patrol boat, both moving at a leisurely pace. Sean was not surprised by Wu Yaohua and the others arriving early. Departing ahead of time could prevent issues along the way. If necessary, they could simply wait a bit before arriving. In fact, that was precisely what they did. Noticing that there were still over 10 minutes until the transaction time, both the vehicles and the boats began to slow down and eventually came to a halt. Old Wu, there's no need to wait. Just come over directly, the goods are ready and your cargo is in container number 2 on the You can load the cargo onto the truck while counting the items. As for the boat, it can simply remain on the river's surface at the transaction site. Remember to take away anything that shouldn't be left on the boat. By the way, that customs patrol boat looks pretty good, are you sure you don't want to trade it with me? Receiving these 3 messages, Wu Yaohua was utterly bewildered. They hadn't even arrived yet and Sean seemed to know their every move. What was going on? Given that Wu Yaohua had initiated a relationship with Sean for trading, he was resourceful enough to quickly scan the area outside the vehicle. Unfortunately, all he could see was darkness, with only the faint light from the truck's headlights illuminating the indistinct surroundings, revealing. Suppressing his shock, Wu Yaohua hurriedly replied with a short message, Sean, that customs patrol boat really can't be traded. Never mind, I was just joking, I can't let you all break the rules. Alright, hurry up and collect the goods. Okay, well, be there soon. After finishing his message, Wu Yaohua quickly contacted the customs patrol boat, causing both boats to move once again. On the other side, upon receiving Sean's alert, the fisherman hurriedly instructed people to get on the vehicles and boats, then set off back along the route they came. However, it wasn't long before the vehicles and boats from both sides crossed paths. The fisherman was unaware of Wu Yaohua's situation and had no intention of meddling. He didn't stop at all. Meanwhile, Wu Yaohua was tasked with roadblock inspections. The Dongfeng warrior in that truck had passed through their checkpoint not long ago, so he recognized them immediately. As for the military vessel on the river, it too was identified by the customs patrol boat. When the reports from both sides reached Wu Yaohua's superior, it left several leaders astonished. What a joke, those were military vehicles and boats. To make matters worse, when the customs patrol boat and the fishing vessel arrived at the rendezvous, they spotted a gunboat anchored not far from the riverbank. At that moment, Wu Yaohua also realized there were actually 2 containers at the transaction site. In addition to the previously mentioned container number 2, there was also container number 1. Now he understood what the earlier message meant. Clearly someone had completed the transaction ahead of schedule, so there was no need for him to wait until the agreed time. However, Wu Yaohua was unaware that another gunboat likely intended for the transaction was on the river, otherwise he would have been quite startled. In fact, his superior was already alarmed, fearing they had stumbled upon some illegal dealings. Fortunately, pertinent information was soon delivered to those leaders. Upon discovering that the gunboat had all its paperwork in order and had already been decommissioned, not to mention the dismantled radar and weapon systems, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, they dared not underestimate Sean any longer. Instructions were issued immediately for the personnel below to expedite the transaction while keeping their mouths shut and their eyes peeled. With such arrangements in place, the transaction proceeded remarkably smoothly. Wu Yaohua's goods even increased by 10%, though it may seem small, it was indeed significant. Realizing that the extra 10% was a gesture of goodwill, Wu Yaohua felt increasingly fortunate for having made a wise connection. However, he refrained from saying much, leaving immediately with his people and vehicle after completing the transaction. Once he confirmed via drone that everything was safe, Sean retracted the flying device and donned a full protective combat suit before jumping from the sky. This was not a suicidal act. The flying apparatus was manageable at high altitudes, but once on the ground the noise would inevitably be more pronounced. As for the risk of crashing, Sean could simply enter his space just before hitting the ground and re-emerge afterward. Without the impact of falling from the sky, emerging from the space felt almost like a simple jump.
Sean's first choice was the decommissioned gunboat from the Bear Country. It must be said that this vessel was indeed large, even bigger than the subsequent fishing boat. However, he was aware that this was not the right time to inspect the goods. After landing on the gunboat, he directly stored it in his space, placing it in the river. Next, he submerged into the river to retrieve the fishing boat, and finally he collected the 2 empty containers from the shore. It wasn't that he was unwilling to keep them, rather he intended to maintain an air of mystery. After finishing everything, Sean released the flying device again and dashed into the darkness of the sky. A few minutes later, Sean returned to his hideout. Although the entire transaction process appeared lengthy, in reality he had only exerted himself for less than 10 minutes. Xiao En, aside from my parents and Defay's WeChat, ignore everyone else unless there's an urgent issue. Understood, sir. After instructing Xiao En, Sean transported himself into the space, arriving on the decommissioned gunboat. What's a yacht compared to me? I even have a personal gunboat now. What do you think of that? Sean placed his hands on his hips for a moment but did not head to the bridge of the gunboat. Instead, he extended his hand and a large water tank appeared on the deck. The fisherman had sent him a message while departing, first apologizing for the incident, then stating that he placed a small gift in the cabin. The moment he entered the space, Sean scanned the gunboat and found that the small gift referred to by the fisherman was actually 3 sizable tanks, each containing 2 types of fish and a kind of shrimp. Clearly the fisherman remembered that Sean had once mentioned wanting to raise some sea fish to diversify his food supply. It must be said that this fisherman was quite considerate. After all, while the 3 tanks along with the seawater and the fish and shrimp may not be worth much, the effort to send them from such a distance was quite a significant gesture. Looking at the fish and shrimp in the tank, they were not particularly precious species. One was a large salmon while the other was a small yellow croaker, and the shrimp were banded shrimp, all seafood that could be artificially farmed, which was sufficient for Sean. After all, the space had limited area. The river, grassland, fruit forest and small hills had already occupied all usable spots, so creating a small lake was out of the question, yet making a seawater pool was not a problem. After roughly selecting a position, Sean merely focused his thoughts and a seawater pool measuring 5 meters wide, 10 meters long and 3 meters deep appeared. After pouring all the water and fish into the 3 oversized tanks, the water surprisingly didn't even reach half full. Sean pondered for a moment but did not reduce the size of the seawater pool. Instead, he directly opened the holographic projection of the seawater pool. He originally intended to upgrade the seawater pool and see if he could also create a formula for artificial seawater. In fact, even without a formula it wouldn't matter. Seawater to some extent is just saline water containing not only sodium chloride but also more than a dozen other substances such as magnesium sulfate, calcium chloride, sodium bicarbonate and so on. What surprised Sean was that according to the upgrade plan provided by the space, it could actually combine the seawater pool with the existing river water to form a miniature seawater freshwater cycle. At first Sean didn't understand why the space would arrange it this way, but after reviewing the data provided in the upgrade plan he realized that this large salmon was a migratory fish typically living in seawater but returning to freshwater to spawn. It was precisely because of this characteristic that people, even bears, would wait to catch and eat salmon when they swam upstream. The salmon preparing to spawn was in its most delicious state and countless fish perished on their migratory journey each year. According to the upgrade plan provided by the space, the original river would be divided into 2 halves, one half seawater and the other half freshwater. The space is still too small. The total water area is only 800 meters and it has to be divided in 2. Thankfully, the upgrade plan from the space took this into consideration. The river that originally surrounded the entire space would turn entirely into seawater, and a winding stream would flow down from the mountain peak, increasing the area of the water domain while also solving the water needs of the grasslands, forests, farmland and livestock. Naturally, Sean had no complaints about the improvement plan provided by the space, but the most satisfying part was obtaining a formula for artificial seawater. Under normal circumstances, even with this formula it wouldn't be easy to create such artificial seawater, but for Sean, who was in the space, it was as simple as focusing his thoughts. This artificial seawater might not be suitable for all marine life, but it was already sufficient for the 2 types of fish and 1 type of shrimp that Sean had. With this in mind, Sean wasted no more time and directly chose to upgrade the water resource channels within the space. Without any unusual sounds, the river that originally surrounded the space quietly narrowed by 1/3, yet its depth doubled. At the same time, a winding stream began from the villa area at the mountain's peak, gushing from a spring and spiraling down the small hill. Not long after the stream appeared, many animals rushed to the stream's edge to drink water. With the new stream, it became much more convenient for the animals kept in the space to hydrate. After confirming that the 3 types of seafood had quickly adapted to their new environment, Sean then turned his attention to the 2 boats. Compared to the retired artillery boat from the Bear, the fishing boat was not much smaller, but from any perspective it was far from comparable to the former military-grade vessels. Moreover, there were no small gifts on the boat, but that did not mean the fishing boat lacked value. In terms of speed and sturdiness, the fishing boat could not compete with the artillery boat, yet it still had its unique advantage: it could go out to sea to fish. Of course, given the current situation, sending Sean out to fish was purely looking for trouble. He didn't lack food or clothing, and there was no need to take that risk. However, Sean did not plan to dismantle this boat for materials. Instead, he opened the holographic projection of the fishing boat and clicked on the red exclamation mark above. The upgrade plan provided by the space surprisingly had 3 options categorized by focus. 1 emphasized speed and endurance, another focused on fishing and storage capacity, and the last one emphasized adaptability to harsh environments. Each of these 3 plans had its own advantages, but Sean immediately ruled out the last one.
With the portable space, no matter how harsh the environment was, he could simply hide in the space. The second one to be eliminated was the speed and endurance. Let's not forget that Xiao En now had a flying vehicle that was even faster than a regular airplane, so traveling far or fast was not an issue. What he needed to do was simply release the boat fish and bring it back easy enough. With a decision made, Xiao En wasted no time and directly chose to upgrade. In the next moment, the fishing boat that had been stationary not far away transformed into a cloud of mist, while various raw materials and elements stored in the space were instantly extracted and merged into the mist. After just a few minutes, as the mist gradually shrank, a brand new fishing boat appeared before Xiao En. The new fishing boat was 1/3 larger than the original. Aside from the engine compartment, the main upgrades were the freezing compartment and live well, while the cabin for crew rest was not needed by Xiao En. Considering the difficulty of refueling in a post-apocalyptic world, this fishing boat was also converted to electric power utilizing the fuel cells he had previously created. The fishing equipment on the boat was also upgraded to be fully automated, capable of automatically detecting fish schools, casting nets, retrieving nets, and even preliminary sorting and processing functions, making it extremely advanced. However, what pleased Xiao En the most was the design of this fishing boat. It was remarkably beautiful. Compared to the previous fishing boat, or rather compared to the fishing boats of this era, it felt like a product from a different time, exuding a strong sci-fi vibe. I just said I wouldn't go out to mess around, but why do I suddenly have the urge to take a trip out to sea after seeing this boat? Xiao En knew that his thoughts were irrational, so he decisively shifted his attention to the retired artillery boat beneath him. Unlike the fishing boat that was simply upgraded, Xiao En's intention for this retired artillery boat was a yacht. A luxury yacht. An armed luxury yacht. Xiao En had originally warned himself not to be too reckless, especially during this crucial period. Sometimes it is better to remain still than to act. Yet he found himself compelled to leave the refuge. Damn. Who would have thought that upgrading an armed luxury yacht would require so many resources? If I had known, I wouldn't have upgraded the fishing boat. Xiao En, lying in the aircraft, looked utterly speechless. However, he knew that the materials required to modify the patrol boat according to his specifications would not be sufficient even without upgrading the fishing boat. Sir, we will arrive above the Stone Buddha Temple Dismantling Center in 1 minute. Deploy the drones to confirm there are no issues. Understood, sir. Once the aircraft hovered in the air, several drones were immediately launched to conduct comprehensive reconnaissance of the dismantling center. Fortunately, during this special time, all departments were working hard for the upcoming turning point in fate, and no one paid attention to this place that usually had few visitors. After the drones conducted their reconnaissance and confirmed that there were indeed no issues, Xiao En chose to perform a high-altitude drop directly into the dismantling center. In just a few minutes, several large piles of cars disappeared into the darkness of the dismantling center. Finding that the raw materials were still insufficient, Xiao En stored several large piles of cars along with a large number of shared bicycles and electric vehicles into his space. After bustling around for more than half an hour, the Bear Cannon patrol boat was finally upgraded and modified. This time Xiao En did not rush to leave. Instead, he stayed in the space to admire his creation. Xiao AI, what do you think? Xiao En asked, gazing at the armed luxury yacht floating in the air while stroking his chin. Sir, both in terms of design and functionality, this vessel is quite cool. That's a well-chosen word. Xiao En chuckled with satisfaction, but you also contributed to it. Sir, I merely provided a few design options. The final decision was yours. Xiao AI was not flattering this time. Xiao En had made some bold attempts to create the best armed yacht. For a long time, the space's upgrade function had only offered fixed upgrade plans, and all one needed to do was prepare enough raw materials. But this time Xiao En was not quite satisfied with the upgrade plan, so he asked Xiao AI in the space to help come up with several design options, even considering the possibility of directly transforming the armed yacht into an armed spaceship. Unfortunately, the technical reserves and material supplies were insufficient to realize this idea. It's not that it was completely impossible after all. A brick can fly with enough force. As long as the thrust is powerful enough, even a brick which is extremely aerodynamically unsuitable can soar through the air. As long as you equip it with a sufficiently strong vector engine, there is no worry about the vessel being unable to fly. However, the true value of a spaceship has never been just about flying. Furthermore, Xiao En already had an aircraft which was more than sufficient for atmospheric use. Even though it was smaller, it excelled in maneuverability. A large ship flying in the air would inevitably be noticed, even amidst the ash and sulfuric materials that spread globally after the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, which interfered with existing radar detection. In contrast, the aircraft Xiao En was currently using was small enough and even had some radar stealth technology. Coupled with the fact that the city was located inland, the chances of being discovered were significantly reduced. Thus, after adjusting the plan several times, Xiao En decided to designate his first ship as an armed yacht. It was proven that the space's functions were indeed powerful. The only downside was that one had to dig for it themselves, and there wasn't even an assistant for usage. Poor rating. Alright, no need to be modest. If your design wasn't good enough, this finished product wouldn't have come to fruition. It's a pity that the radar stealth technology of the aircraft is still not strong enough, otherwise I could fly directly to the sea to have a good experience. How refreshing that would be. Sir, I do not recommend doing that. Flying at a low altitude increases the risk of being detected. Flying at a high altitude, on the other hand, poses dangers from volcanic materials and lightning within the clouds. I know, but it would be such a waste to come out this time and just go back like this.
Having said that, Xiao En wasted no time and immediately began to scour the area. After thoroughly plundering the stone Buddha temple dismantling center, he returned to the refuge with a bountiful haul. Looking at the armed luxury yacht, the fishing boat, and the vast amount of raw materials floating in the space, Xiao En felt satisfied yet somewhat regretful. If I had known there was this usage, I wouldn't have just brought back so little material before. With ample materials now, Xiao En was not in a hurry to create more yachts or fishing boats. The reason was simple: he was the only one, and even though Xiao En's intelligence was becoming increasingly advanced, it was still impossible to control so many ships simultaneously. Instead, the strange super asteroid made Xiao En feel somewhat uneasy about the refuge he was originally quite satisfied with. Xiao AI, is there any suitable shelter design?
Sir, according to the information I found online, there is only one type that is most suitable for our current situation. Show it to me on the big screen.
Understood, sir. As Xiao Ai's voice fell, Xiao En, sitting in the boss chair of the data center, soon saw a massive cross-sectional diagram appear on the big screen.
Isn't this the doomsday apartment remodeled from a missile silo?
I heard it's exorbitantly expensive.
Yes, sir, it's the doomsday apartment you mentioned.
It has a total of 15 floors excluding emergency exits and cargo entrances, with 12 floors available for living, and each apartment is priced at $3 million.
Do you think our current materials can construct this? No, sir, but we can build a smaller one.
As Xiao Ai's voice fell, a new cross-section diagram appeared on the big screen. Compared to the earlier doomsday apartment remodeled from a missile silo, this structural diagram was obviously much smaller. There were only 5 floors remaining and the space was significantly reduced. It included a storage area, an agricultural area, a functional zone, and 2 living areas. Additionally, there was a more concealed exit located 1 kilometer away from this shelter. A tunnel connected the exit to the main body of the shelter, although it did not have a railway like in Resident Evil. Driving was certainly feasible. Moreover, this tunnel was divided into 5 sections, each equipped with a 3 defense-level airlock electronic door, ensuring an exceptionally high safety factor. To be honest, Xiao En felt that the design by Xiao AI was far superior to the plan he had his friend arranged back then. However, at that time, due to time constraints and concerns regarding the workload and costs, they only made some renovations and expansions based on the existing abandoned air raid shelter. Though Xiao Ai's design may not be as grand as the Apocalypse apartments remodeled from abandoned missile silos in the United States, it is small yet fully equipped.
The living area, though only 2 stories high, is sufficient to accommodate 8 families.
Even if his parents return, Xiao En finds a partner and even gets married and has children, it would still be more than enough. However, each floor of the new shelter appears smaller than the original, but do not forget that there are a total of 5 floors. This does not even account for the tunnels and entrances. Calculating the steel and concrete needed for those is no small figure. Xiao En indeed stored some cement and sand in the space. Although there were no stones, it was not a problem. He only needed to collect the stones from the barren mountain into the space and crush them into appropriately sized gravel, which could be used to build walls. However, the workload for the new shelter is significant and the cement stored in the space is simply not enough. Unless Xiao En goes out to find a cement factory to borrow some cement or finds the necessary raw materials to process the cement himself. Fortunately, there are reserves in the space. By analyzing them, he can reverse engineer a rough formula, and combined with the technical data found online, it is not difficult to manufacture cement himself. Xiao AI, the new shelter is built 50 meters underground. Isn't that too deep?
No, sir.
In fact, if possible, I would prefer to build it even deeper to better withstand the deadly vibrations caused by an asteroid colliding with the Earth.
Are you really that lacking in confidence?
According to the current data analysis, this super asteroid shows obvious anomalies since it can suddenly accelerate. New changes may occur.
Faced with Xiao Ai's analysis, Xiao En was actually not surprised at all.
Even though he was not a major in astrophysics, he understood some basic astrophysical knowledge from his father's influence. That super asteroid did not accelerate earlier late, but suddenly accelerated after approaching Earth. It would be strange to say that there was no.
So what about the current shelter? Xiao En asked.
Sir, you can store the current shelter into the space and analyze it into raw materials which can be used for the new shelter. As for the raw materials, sir, don't forget what is most abundant on this barren mountain.
Are you saying granite? Xiao En recalled the rock layers he encountered when expanding the shelter before.
Yes, sir. According to my analysis, there is likely more granite reserves on this barren mountain. The hardness of granite can completely replace concrete. However, I still recommend using the high-strength cement stored in the space for the core areas to minimize the chance of problems.
It seems we have no choice but to do that.
Xiao En nodded. Xiao AI, please create a checklist and plan the alternation and manufacturing of the entire project.
I don't want to be halfway through when the asteroid strikes.
Understood, sir. After giving the instructions, Xiao En returned to the shelter. Despite having previously dismantled the abandoned vehicles at the Stone Buddha Temple farm, the idea of moving the entire shelter into space was indeed a first for Xiao En. Whether he could accomplish it, he truly could not guarantee.
Damn it. The space is not intelligent enough. I have to research everything myself.
Forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll just leave this shelter here. It can serve as a cover. Just as Xiao En intended to check the news to confirm the status of the super asteroid interception plan and some online reports, a strange feeling suddenly surged in his mind. What is this?
Xiao En was taken aback and immediately transported himself into the space. Less than a minute ago the space was a cube with a side length of 200 meters, but now it had become empty. The original land and rivers were now completely suspended in the air, resembling a floating island. The space has actually upgraded again. The side length is not the 400 meters I imagined but has directly multiplied by 10. 2,000 meters. Feeling the information surging in his mind, Xiao En was shocked, yet there was not much joy. The last time the space suddenly upgraded, Yellowstone's supervolcano erupted. This time the space has suddenly upgraded again. Could it be that another disaster is about to occur? Damn. Expanding from 100 meters to 200 meters caused the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, plunging the Earth into a glacial period where the sun was obscured for 5 to 10 years. This time expanding directly from 200 meters to 2,000 meters, multiplying 10 times. Doesn't that imply? Wait a minute. Don't scare yourself, it might just be a coincidence. Before Xiao En could finish comforting himself, the space suddenly began to tremble. Tiny specks of light appeared in the air, and like birds flying into a forest they rushed towards Xiao En. He had no chance to react as these specks of light dove into his body. An indescribable power instantly thrust Xiao En into an incomprehensible realm. When he regained his senses, he was shocked to find himself in a special space that was beyond description. This space looked like a colorful kaleidoscope, seemingly composed of countless fragments. Each fragment seemed to contain some kind of image, but before Xiao En could take a closer look, an invisible force propelled him towards an unknown space. Countless bizarre spaces unfolded before Xiao En, and he even caught a glimpse of Earth, the blue planet, unscathed by the volcanic materials from the Yellowstone supervolcano eruption. Clearly he was in the void outside of Earth, but Xiao En inexplicably saw numerous dinosaurs of various sizes living on the primordial Earth, a magnificent and grand sight. However, before Xiao En could indulge in that indescribable shock, the invisible force took him into even more dazzling, mysterious and unknown spaces. He did not know how much time had passed. It could have been merely a moment or perhaps a long while. When Xiao En suddenly opened his eyes, he found himself lying on an incredibly soft patch of grass. Damn, a type of plant. Xiao En sat up abruptly, squinting against the somewhat glaring sunlight. What the hell? Where am I? At that moment a drone suddenly flew over. Sir, it is truly a pleasure to see you again. Xiao A's sweet voice rang out from the drone. Xiao AI, is that you? Xiao En looked at the familiar drone. Sir, if possible, please give me a different name. Change my name. Xiao En was momentarily stunned before he reacted. We'll talk about this later. Tell me what exactly happened after you suddenly disappeared. Before Xiao AI could finish, Xiao En interrupted. You mean I vanished? Yes, sir, you disappeared. How long was I gone? 10 days. WTF. Xiao En was instantly dumbfounded. No way, I just. He stammered for a while but couldn't articulate anything. Xiao En could vaguely remember that he seemed to have experienced something, but he couldn't recall the specifics. Whenever he tried to think back, his brain would immediately ache, and an instinct from the depths of his mind told him not to think about it or he would go in. Damn it, what happened to me? Xiao En rubbed his temples, his expression very grim. Sir, I'm not sure what happened to you, but during your disappearance the space underwent significant changes. What changes? Didn't it just get bigger? Xiao En raised his head. No sir, it didn't just get bigger. I've recorded the details as best I could. You should return to your residence and see for yourself. That's fine too. Xiao En glanced at the drastically changed space, and with a thought he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was back in his villa within the space. Thank goodness the power of the space hasn't disappeared, at least I can still go out. However, his instincts told him that it wasn't a good time to venture outside. This feeling was enigmatic, impossible to explain in words, yet undeniably real. Xiao AI, show me the recorded footage. Alright sir. Soon the large screen in the villa's living room displayed the footage. Xiao En could clearly see himself appearing in the space before suddenly disappearing. As he approached, the vibrations of the space grew increasingly intense, with large amounts of soil, sand, water and the shelter suddenly falling from the sky. The space, which had seemed vast due to its internal volume increasing tenfold, began to fill up at a visibly rapid pace. This is. Watching the recorded footage on the screen, Xiao En's pupils suddenly constricted. It was clear that the space was devouring external matter to replenish itself, otherwise the shelter wouldn't have been absorbed as well. Xiao En wasn't too concerned about whether the shelter would be destroyed, he was more worried about the massive disturbance and what had happened outside after his 10-day absence. In the following footage, after the space absorbed enough external matter to completely fill itself, it quickly stabilized. The animals that had been startled by the changes in space began to adapt to the more spacious new environment, and thick green grass rapidly grew on the newly expanded land. Pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, dogs, cats, deer, donkeys and other animals were finally no longer cramped together. With a width of 2,000 meters not counting height, the entire space measured 4,000,000 square meters, which is equivalent to 4 square kilometers or 400 hectares. Such an area is indeed quite substantial. Xiao En recalled that in the sea capital they had once established a new city spanning 4 square kilometers. Alright, in modern civilization, describing an area of 4 square kilometers as a city might be a bit exaggerated, but in ancient times that size would indeed constitute a city. Xiao En stared at the image frozen on the screen of himself suddenly appearing on the grass, and after a long silence he finally spoke. Xiao En, what kind of damage was caused by the changes in space? Sir, if you are referring to the interior of the space, there was no damage. No damage. Are you sure? Yes, even the shelter that was absorbed in has not been harmed. It is currently situated within the mountain beneath the villa. However, I can't speak for the outside world. What happened outside? According to the footage brought back by my subbody, the barren mountains outside should be gone and there may even be a sinkhole. Sean was momentarily stunned by this response but wasn't particularly surprised. He thought about it. The space upgraded and devoured a large amount of external matter, even pulling the shelter in. To fill such a vast space, it was clear that an enormous amount of natural resources would be required. Damn, it would be great to see what's going on outside. For the sake of his own life, Sean didn't intend to venture out recklessly. After all, it had been 10 days. Even if the space upgrade only resulted in a sinkhole, what about that enormous asteroid? To Sean's surprise, just as he thought about wanting to see the situation outside, a light screen suddenly opened in the air before him, and the image displayed was a terrifying scene of apocalyptic disaster. Is this? The asteroid interception failed. Watching one side of the light screen, Sean's expression darkened instantly. It was no wonder he reacted this way. The scene on the light screen was filled with flames, thick smoke, lightning, and ruins, looking unmistakably like the asteroid interception had failed and the Earth had been struck. That's very possible, sir, but it would be best to look further and see more clearly. Prompted by Xiao En, Sean tried to adjust the angle and distance of the image on the light screen. Indeed, he succeeded, and it only took a mere thought to do so effortlessly. If this had been before, Sean might have immediately thought of using this function for peeping, but now his attention was entirely captivated by the external situation, leaving him no time to consider GHS. After looking around, Sean quickly noticed something amiss. The area where the original shelter was located certainly displayed a scene of apocalyptic disaster, but in the distance it was not entirely such a sight. Are you saying the super asteroid interception plan didn't succeed but also didn't fail? The super asteroid was indeed destroyed, but not thoroughly, resulting in too many large fragments entering the Earth. At that thought, countless images of super asteroid fragments burning and frictioning against the atmosphere, randomly landing in China's seas, lands, and mountains flooded Sean's mind, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was being naive. If it was just fragments of a super asteroid, then no matter how much disaster the Earth would suffer, it wouldn't end up like those dinosaur ancestors who went extinct. Wasn't that a cause for celebration? Moreover, the Earth was so vast. What if this scene on the light screen was just a rare occurrence in the country? With that in mind, Sean could no longer hold back with a thought. He not only donned his protective combat suit but also summoned his flying device outside the villa. The time rewinds to 10 days ago, the very moment when Sean discovered that the space had upgraded once again. The super asteroid, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter in outer space, suddenly began to accelerate once more, catching various nations led by Xiao and the Bear Nation off guard again. Fortunately, the previous sudden acceleration had already prompted various countries to devise contingency plans, so the prepared rockets immediately entered launch procedures. At the same time, the troublesome volcanic materials in the sky were swiftly cleared to create a sufficiently large airspace, allowing for the successful launch of the rockets. The entire launch process was broadcast live, and within Huaxia the transfer of people and resources was accelerated, with the control systems of major cities raised to the highest level. Anyone daring to cause trouble during such a critical time, regardless of their background or wealth, would face only one outcome: becoming the sacrificial chicken to serve as a warning to others. Under the watchful eyes of humanity worldwide, the rockets led by Huaxia and the Bear Nation successfully ascended, and after the sacrifice of one rocket exploding in midair, the remaining one successfully broke through the atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, the successfully launched spacecraft would refuel at the space station before intercepting the super asteroid. However, due to the increasingly rapid speed of the super asteroid, the astronauts tasked with this interception mission had no time to refuel and had to sacrifice the space station using the centrifugal force generated by a manual detonation, along with precise calculations and maneuvers to successfully launch the spacecraft towards the super asteroid. As is well known, space is a vacuum. As long as there is sufficient force, the spacecraft would only need to expend minimal energy to adjust its flight angle to reach the super asteroid. Ultimately, 5 spacecraft completed the entire process, while 2 others collided during the launch due to operational errors, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Among the remaining 5, 3 were responsible for launching nuclear bombs for precise interception. The other 2 needed to land on the super asteroid, drill deep into its surface, and then detonate the nuclear bombs. The purpose of this was to completely shatter the massive asteroid, preventing any large fragments from continuing to strike Earth and cause catastrophic disasters. In principle, one plan would suffice, but considering the peculiarities of this super asteroid, the nations decided to implement both plans together. However, when the 2 spacecraft approached the super asteroid, they discovered a layer of meteorite debris surrounding it, making entry exceedingly difficult. In this moment, one spacecraft from Huaxia resolutely decided to sacrifice itself and charged towards the asteroid. The disturbed gravitational pull attracted a significant amount of meteorite debris, and amidst the sudden bright flames, it barely opened a pathway for the Bear Nation's spacecraft at the cost of its own life. It must be acknowledged that the clumsy yet robust style of the Bear Nation played a crucial role at this moment. Smaller meteorite debris could not breach the spacecraft's defenses, ultimately allowing it to forcibly land on the super asteroid. However, even after this, the spacecraft's engine was destroyed, meaning the personnel aboard were already doomed at that moment.
There were concerns that the Bear Nation's astronauts might psychologically collapse when faced with despair, potentially abandoning the mission and detonating the super asteroid, taking all of humanity with them. Fortunately, during the selection of personnel for this mission, the worst-case scenario had already been taken into account prior to departure. These astronauts had prepared their wills, and death did not break their spirits. When the Bear Nation's astronauts sacrificed their lives to successfully detonate the enhanced Big Ivan within the super asteroid, the 3 backup spacecraft immediately observed dazzling light erupting from the asteroid's surface. Once the explosion subsided, the super asteroid was successfully shattered. The largest fragment was successfully blown off its original trajectory, meaning under normal circumstances it would no longer collide with Earth, while the other was shattered into a multitude of smaller asteroid fragments. By all accounts, this operation should be considered a success. However, it was not. Among the pile of large and small asteroid fragments, 2 pieces nearly 2 kilometers in diameter continued hurtling towards Earth. As if that wasn't enough, the remaining smaller fragments were also being pulled along, rushing towards Earth as well. Fortunately, humanity had prepared a backup plan, and the 3 spacecraft quickly locked onto those 2 nearly 2-kilometer asteroid fragments. However, 2 issues arose. On one hand, the number of nuclear bombs was limited, and on the other, the larger asteroid fragments were surrounded by numerous smaller debris. The high-yield nuclear bombs carried by the 3 spacecraft were not insignificant, yet it remained uncertain whether they could eliminate the 2 asteroid fragments. Targeting just one would certainly increase the chances of success. After intense negotiations, the 3 spacecraft launched their high-yield nuclear bombs. One of the nearly 2-kilometer asteroid fragments was successfully hit and shattered into countless tiny pieces amidst a dazzling blaze. However, the other asteroid fragment, also approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, suddenly accelerated towards Earth, propelled by the debris flow created by the explosion. This unexpected change left the astronauts aboard the 3 spacecraft with no time for hesitation. In a bid to resolve this Earth crisis as swiftly as possible, 2 of the spacecraft that had launched their nuclear bombs sacrificed themselves to divert a wave of asteroid debris, providing an opportunity for the remaining spacecraft. While they did manage to create an opportunity, the result was not as favorable as hoped. The smaller fragments would mostly burn up upon entering the atmosphere. However, several larger asteroid fragments remained, including one with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer. Under normal circumstances, countries around the world would attempt to launch missiles to intercept these larger fragments. But the problem was that the Yellowstone supervolcano had erupted with volcanic materials equivalent to 23 gorges reservoirs, already enveloping over 90% of the Earth. The thick cloud cover made it impossible to track the trajectory of the asteroid fragments. Otherwise, given humanity's current technological capabilities, there were certainly follow-up rescue plans. As the dense swarm of asteroid fragments surged into the atmosphere, over 80% were either completely incinerated or burned down to mere remnants, posing minimal threat. Yet still, the remaining 20% brought tremendous harm to Earth. Strangely enough, these fragments covered the entire continental landmass of the planet. However, the one causing the most damage remained that 1-kilometer diameter asteroid fragment. Fortunately, upon entering the atmosphere, it left a deadly trail through the sky before ultimately crashing into the nearshore area of the Gulf of Mexico. The Floridians were the first to see the sky ablaze, a peculiar spectacle caused by the reaction of asteroid fragments with the atmosphere and volcanic materials enveloping the sky. Then a fierce wind accompanied by a dull sonic boom howled in as a fiery ball with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer smashed directly into the shallow waters of the Gulf of Mexico. In an instant, the immense seawater was evaporated and the ground materials splashed high into the air. Some even broke through the encirclement of volcanic materials, entering regions above the stratosphere only to fall back under the influence of Earth's gravity. However, this was not the worst. The truly fatal aspect was the shockwave generated immediately after the asteroid struck the shallow waters of the Gulf of Mexico. The shockwave, towering several kilometers high and radiating thousands of degrees of heat, swept outward in all directions from the point of impact. Within a radius of 500 kilometers, all life on the surface was almost instantly extinguished. Even those who had taken refuge in basements and private shelters could not escape. The shockwave brought not only firestorms but also intense seismic vibrations. The tremors were far stronger than an 11 on the Richter scale, capable of burying all humans hiding in basements and private shelters alive. Of course, as the shockwave spread, its power would gradually diminish. Fortunately, the other side of the Gulf of Mexico was the ocean. Although the seawater was instantly boiled, turning any marine life that could not escape into a seafood stew, the human losses were almost negligible. The problem was that the other side of the Gulf of Mexico was land. The 500-kilometer radius quickly transformed into a hellish landscape, with almost all beings both above and below ground perishing. This was not the worst part. The most tragic was that after the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, the citizens of the U.S. Northwest rushed southward in search of refuge. And because Mexico was very close to the tropics, it became the first choice for the vast majority of U.S. citizens. Then, there was no further outcome. But the disaster did not end there. The superheated shockwave generated by the asteroid impact continued to spread at several times the speed of sound in all directions. Even those far away on the Asian continent could see a distinctly unusual fiery cloud in the east, as if the entire sky were about to be engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, strange auroras appeared in certain areas which typically occur only in the polar regions. However, this time the super-asteroid fragments entering Earth directly disturbed the ionosphere, bringing not only the auroras but also massive power outages.
The air electrons disturbed by the asteroid fragments crashing into the Earth were akin to a massive EMP explosion. Not only did power stations located across various regions immediately go offline, but the most commonly used electronic devices like phones, computers and televisions also became useless in an instant even if they were turned off. Following that, the fiery cloud in the east grew brighter until it covered the entire sky. Meanwhile, on the side of the Gulf of Mexico, after being struck by a superasteroid fragment approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, a scorching lake of magma over 100 meters high and 100 kilometers wide formed, resembling hell come to Earth. A searing firestorm mixed with a large amount of dust and debris swept inland at speeds of hundreds of kilometers per hour. In the nearby cities and human gathering areas, creatures that could not hide whether human or animal were blown away. Those who crashed into walls were reduced to pulp, and even those who did not collide would be turned into jerky by the flames of the firestorm. Fortunately, the superasteroid, originally about 10 kilometers in diameter, had been shattered into pieces with only a fragment of around 2 kilometers striking the Earth. From 10 kilometers to 2 kilometers it shrank by a full 4/5, and the scale of the disaster correspondingly decreased by the same proportion. Originally, this firestorm would have started from the Gulf of Mexico and swept across the globe, but now it only covered 2/5 of the Earth. Indeed, it was 2/5 and not 1/5, because if a 10-kilometer superasteroid had struck Earth, the resulting firestorm and shockwave would have been sufficiently powerful to sweep the entire planet. At that time, even if you were far away from the Gulf of Mexico, if you did not find a way to hide in time, you would suffer severe burns over large areas of your body, even if you were not killed immediately. Such injuries during a catastrophic period with scarce medical resources would lead to complications and ultimately a fatal outcome. But to think that one could completely avoid the disaster caused by the superasteroid fragment crashing down is naively optimistic. Even if you were far enough away to be shielded from the searing firestorm, the subsidence of the ocean floor would result in a rapid retreat of seawater, giving birth to a terrifying tsunami. The first to suffer would be the coastal cities of the U.S. No. More precisely, after the tsunami, these coastal cities would become mere remnants of the past. Waves over 1,000 meters high could overwhelm most skyscrapers. Only a few high-rise buildings might barely withstand being completely engulfed by this tsunami. As if that were not enough, the tsunami generated by the superasteroid fragments was hot. No, it should be said it was scalding. Faced with the scalding seawater, whether human or marine life, they all faced the same fate, becoming part of the seafood stew. An hour after the superasteroid fragments fell, the skies over most of the globe were engulfed by a dazzling blood-red fire cloud. Global temperatures would rise sharply due to the heat generated during the impact, soaring from the poles to the equator, with temperatures reaching between 60 to 180 degrees Celsius and in some areas even higher. Most of the world's vegetation would be incinerated in a very short time. After all, the superasteroid fragment, approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, indeed brought the most deadly disaster, but the smaller fragments accompanying it were no insignificant threat either. Even if this fire meteor had an 80% chance of being burned up upon entering the atmosphere, the remaining 20% still meant that each fragment possessed a power equivalent to a high-yield missile. Imagine hundreds or even thousands of missiles continuously striking within the borders of various countries. The fires alone would claim countless plants and animals. And that's not all. The toxic smog generated by the raging flames would spread across nations. At this point, while the Earth's surface might not be entirely uninhabitable for 90% of the organisms, most regions would indeed be quite lethal. Is this disaster really the end? I'm sorry, but thinking that way is too naive. Don't forget, while the Yellowstone supervolcano has erupted, there are not just one supervolcano within the U.S. but rather 3. The Changgu supervolcano is located in the central Changgu Valley in eastern California, USA. Its eruption 76,000 years ago reached a magnitude of VEI 7. It is 600 times the scale of Mount St. Helens. The Valles supervolcano, located in New Mexico, USA, is the closest to the Yellowstone supervolcano. Under normal circumstances, the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano has already released the accumulated pressure of the mantle below, and even with the proximity of the Changgu and Valles supervolcanoes, there should be no further eruptions. However, where there is a normal situation, there will naturally also be abnormal circumstances. Indeed, after a superasteroid fragment about 2 kilometers in diameter struck the shallow waters of the Gulf of Mexico, the terrifying earthquakes and geological activities directly caused the sequential eruptions of the Changgu and Valles supervolcanoes. Even though the power of these two supervolcano eruptions is far less than that of the previous Yellowstone supervolcano, it is enough to make the surviving humans on Earth experience what it means to add insult to injury. Do you think this is the end? Think again. According to the available data, there are currently 667 nuclear power plants worldwide. Before the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, there were 400 reactors across 31 countries. The USA has the most nuclear power plants in the world, with 104 visible nuclear power plants nationwide, not to mention countless secret nuclear laboratories. When the Yellowstone supervolcano erupted unexpectedly, it was fortunate that the nuclear power plants in the northwest region of the USA were relatively far away. Moreover, the Federal Emergency Management Agency promptly shut down the nearby nuclear power plants, which helped avoid transforming the North American continent into the backdrop of the game called Fallout. But this time, the fragments of superasteroids, large and small, do not care about what the Federal Emergency Management Agency does, nor do they care about their distances.
After a wave of fire meteors struck, there were at least dozens of nuclear power plants within the USA that experienced explosions or leaks to varying degrees. Moreover, in the following days, fire meteors would occasionally fall from the sky worldwide, creating massive craters on the ground and directly collapsing high-rise buildings in cities. These fire meteors are not the fragments of the previous superasteroids but rather surface materials that splashed up after the impact of the 12-kilometer diameter superasteroid. These materials would be directly propelled into the high atmosphere only to be pulled back down by Earth's gravity. The deadliest aspect is that this chaotic shower of fire meteors will last for a long time. Indeed, as Xiao piloted his aircraft out of the area of the original shelter and directly out of the crater, he saw a fire meteor heading straight for him.
Damn!
Xiao instinctively cursed, maneuvering the aircraft in a drift just in time to narrowly avoid that fire meteor. Once he stabilized the aircraft, Xiao looked back to see that the fire meteor had just struck the crater he had vacated, causing one wall of the crater to collapse.
What the hell? Is the Earth already this dangerous? Xiao AI. Phoenix, see if you can connect to the network.
Okay, sir. At Xiao A's request, Xiao changed her name. He had originally intended to name her Red Queen, Wiki, or Skynet, but considering that these three AIs ultimately betrayed humanity, he settled on the name Phoenix, which symbolizes rebirth from fire. Sir, unable to connect to Earth's network. In fact, given the severity of this natural disaster, a local area network might still exist, but the internet is impossible to be operational.
I know, but I still hold a glimmer of hope.
Sir, do you need me to activate the radio to communicate with you? Of course. As Xiao spoke, he controlled the aircraft toward his friend Zhao Fei's shelter, and the situation on the ground was truly heartbreaking. Fire meteors have caused fires, tsunamis have brought floods, the air is filled with toxic gases, and temperatures soar to nearly 80 degrees. In such an environment, without wearing specialized heat-resistant suits and carrying oxygen tanks for breathing, there are only three possible outcomes for venturing outside. You either die from heat, die from toxins, or get crushed. Sir, I cannot establish contact with others at the moment.
What is the reason?
Xiao's heart sank. Based on my analysis, it is possible that the superasteroid's impact triggered a massive electromagnetic pulse, commonly known as an EMP explosion. Are you saying that it's not that we can't contact them, but the EMP has damaged their radios?
Yes, sir, not just the radios, theoretically all electronic devices would suffer damage.
Understood.
Make sure to document the situation, we might need it soon.
Yes, sir. Xiao wasn't particularly worried about his friend's safety. The hot spring resort was originally equipped with civil defense facilities, and the Zhao family acted quickly enough, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Especially since the hardest hit areas of the Earth are in North America. Although Asia has also suffered significant impacts, it's not as if being in an underground shelter guarantees escaping a tragic fate of being buried alive. Xiao was initially concerned that his aircraft would be discovered, but after learning about the EMP explosion, he had no such worries. The aircraft opened up its full power for the first time and within minutes flew through a city center filled with flame, smoke, floods, and large amounts of collapsed buildings.
Damn.
Looking at the devastated environment below, Xiao realized that his friend, like himself, had not escaped the onslaught of asteroid fragments, and it seemed to be even worse than his side. At the very least, the hot spring resort that was once on the ground has turned into a scene of ruins, and the hot springs that were once a selling point of the resort are now flowing everywhere, making the air near the ground extremely humid. Under normal circumstances, these hot springs would be a delight, but in the current situation with high temperatures, high humidity, toxic gases, and volcanic ash, it truly could not be worse. Moreover, the pitch-black sky emitted a bloody red glow, with fire meteors occasionally falling from the sky, revealing patches of black ash and burning debris as far as the eye could see. In the dark red clouds, strange red lightning flickered incessantly, and the high temperature and toxic gases in the air continuously claimed lives on Earth. In comparison, the global impact caused by the sudden eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano is nothing but trivial.
Can you lock onto the target area?
The surface damage is severe, but I have roughly locked onto the corresponding area.
Then find a place to land and let's see whether our luck is good or bad.
It is no wonder that Xiao felt somewhat pessimistic. This apparent apocalyptic disaster arrived far too suddenly. Even though the country had long been prepared and had implemented various strategies and plans under such a catastrophic natural disaster, it remained futile.
Especially since Phoenix mentioned electromagnetic pulses which could cause irreversible damage to electronic devices.
If there aren't enough spare parts and if there hasn't been sufficient preparation in advance, Xiao doubted that he could easily contact his friends. Particularly when disaster strikes, the minds of those in the shelter are bound to be somewhat unsettled. While they may evade natural calamities, Xiao truly could not ascertain whether they could escape man-made disasters. Under Phoenix's guidance, the aircraft slowly descended onto a relatively flat piece of ground. As the hatch slid open, Xiao, clad in protective combat gear, directly rolled out.
Phoenix, can the drones still be used?
The external environment is harsh. I do not recommend using the drones, but I can pilot the aircraft for reconnaissance.
Then let's proceed that way, but be cautious.
Understood, sir.
With Phoenix's sweet voice, the hatch automatically closed and the aircraft ascended into the air in an unmanned state.
Scan for electronic signals and continue to call via radio. Yes, sir. While speaking, Xiao, donned in a striking combat suit, arrived at the underground parking lot where geothermal equipment had been delivered last time.
It seems Big Faye's luck isn't that great. How could this even hit?
Looking at the large pit that had replaced the parking lot, Xiao's expression was heavy. Not only was the original underground parking lot gone, but it was also uncertain whether a water pipe had burst or if the underground hot spring had been blown up. The entire pit was already filled with scalding hot spring water.
Phoenix, what do you think Big Faye and the others are most likely doing right now?
Waiting, sir.
Waiting.
Yes, sir. It had only been a few days since the asteroid struck the Earth and the external environment was too dangerous for all humanity. Normally they would wait for the external situation to stabilize before anyone would venture out to explore or gather resources. Actually, Xiao had considered these things, it was just that he was overly concerned about the safety of his friends. Sir, based on your friends' preparations, the possibility of problems occurring is extremely low. Their most likely situation is that they were unprepared due to the sudden occurrence, resulting in a loss of contact with the outside world, and they may even be unable to open the door.
Then why didn't you say that earlier?
Sir, even if I had said it, you would still come, wouldn't you?
So what do you think I should do now?
Wait, explore, collect, develop. There are many things we can and must do, sir. Xiao also knew that Phoenix's advice was quite correct. Although the space had autonomously supplemented enough basic materials during his absence, it only made the originally small estate larger.
Let's search for another hour. If there's no result, well, leave.
Xiao quickly made a decision. Remember to keep calling me. I refuse to believe that Big Faye doesn't have a spare part. Notify me immediately if you get any news.
Understood, sir.
In the following hour, Xiao searched around the original site of the hot spring resort but found no entrance. But then again, if the entrance were that easy to find, the safety factor of this shelter would undoubtedly be absurdly low. In fact, with Xiao's skills, if he truly wanted to, it wouldn't be impossible to find the shelter where his friends were, but that would inevitably expose his own powers. After all, geothermal technology and protective suits could still be explained scientifically, but suddenly draining the water or making massive amounts of soil and rock disappear, how could that be explained? After searching for an hour, Xiao simply set up a sign in the original underground parking lot next to the hot spring pool. Not only did he leave a message, but he also buried a tightly packed radio station in the ground below. That way, even if Zhao Fei's radio equipment was all out of commission, as long as they saw this message and retrieved this radio, they could contact Xiao immediately.
Sir, where shall we go next?
Let's go. Xiao pondered for a moment. Let's check on Sister Sun and along the way see if there are any resources to gather, especially cement, steel bars and gravel. With the current size of the space, building a skyscraper would be more than sufficient. Understood, sir. The route has been planned and the aircraft is directly above you.
Do you need me to come down to pick you?
No need to be so troublesome, just open the hatch. As Xiao spoke, in a flash, an additional layer of armor appeared on his protective combat suit and a small vector engine emerged from his back.
Engage the engine power at 38.
As Xiao spoke, he slightly crouched down. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, he pushed off with his legs. At the same time, the mini-vector engine unleashed a tremendous thrust, propelling Xiao into the sky in just a short while he leaped over the aircraft. While still in the air, Xiao turned around, adjusted his direction and skillfully darted into the already open hatch of the aircraft.
Well done, sir.
Indeed, quite splendid. Lying in the seating of the aircraft, Xiao was astonished even himself. Just now he was unable to find his friend and felt extremely frustrated, wanting to vent a bit. Unexpectedly, the entire process went smoothly and his anticipated actions were fluid, as if he truly were a genuine future war. I still feel something was off during my disappearance, but what exactly happened?
What is my situation now?
As Xiao pondered these questions with uncertainty, the aircraft quickly vanished from the hot spring resort and returned to Jiangbei in just about 10 minutes at full throttle.
Throughout the flight, even though Xiao intentionally took a longer route, he still could not see any signs of human existence on the surface.
They say that in comparison, goods must be discarded and people must die. The saying applies equally to this apocalyptic disaster. Compared to the current situation, the disaster caused by the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano was hardly worth mentioning. At best, it was merely a distant memory. In reality, Xiao knew he should search along the subway lines in various neighborhoods for survivors, connecting the underground passages of the subway with the underground garages of each neighborhood to form small survival bases, thus enabling more people to survive.
However, after weighing his options, Xiao decided it was better to be cautious.
After all, in the apocalypse, the most dangerous threats are often not the natural disasters that follow, but the complexities of human nature. When the aircraft arrived at the place where Xiao had previously made a deal with Sister Sun, he found that it had not been visited by the fire meteor, but it had been flooded.
There was no other way. Both Jiangbei and Jiangnan rely on the Yangtze River.
The fragments of the super asteroid continuously struck the Earth, particularly that large chunk in the shallow waters of the Gulf of Mexico, which directly caused a massive tsunami. Even though the tsunami had weakened by the time it reached the domestic side, let's not forget that tsunamis are often accompanied by storms.
When the terrifying seawater surged into the Yangtze River through the estuary, the situation along the banks of the Yangtze was not likely to be any better than that of the coastal cities in the United States. The only good news was that the temperature of this tsunami and flood was still normal, unlike the United States where it was almost like a big pot of seafood stew. However, even so, the river water completely submerged vast areas of land in Jiangbei, leaving only a few high-rise buildings and the remnants of those struck by fire meteors still standing above the water. This was quite dire. If it were merely toxic gas and high temperatures, the people in the shelter could at least put on protective gear to venture outside. But now they were directly submerged in water, and even though the main door of the shelter had basic waterproof functions, they could not get out.
It would have been better if there were a radio as they could try to communicate with the outside world through it to seek rescue.
However, the previous electromagnetic storm had swept across the globe, and not only was there no radio, but there might not even be any electricity.
In this situation, if there were not enough supplies and capabilities for self-rescue, they could only hope that the floodwaters would recede quickly. But that was not the worst part. The worst part was that some of the shelter facilities did not consider waterproofing issues.
Once submerged, there would be no hope for rescue or self-rescue, and even death would be extraordinarily painful.
I hope their preparations are sufficient otherwise. Before Sean could finish his lament, a small dialogue window suddenly popped up on the display inside his helmet.
Waves of audio tracks faintly appeared in the window, and at the same time a rustling sound echoed in Sean's ears. Phoenix. Sir, we received an unstable signal. Try to fix it. Repairing, sir.
Sean did not have to wait long before a voice filled with sobs suddenly rang out.
Mayday. Mayday. Is anyone out there?
We're trapped, please help us.
Mayday. Mayday. Is anyone out there?
We're trapped, please help us.
Play it again. Sean was somewhat surprised.
It was truly not easy to receive a radio signal at such a time. Didn't Xiao Fei fail to achieve this despite the backdrop?
Mayday. Mayday. Is anyone out there?
We're trapped, please help us.
Over. Mayday. Mayday. Is anyone out there?
We're trapped, please help us.
Over. Phoenix, lock onto the corresponding channel and enhance the signal reception. Sean commanded. Sir, already locked and enhanced. Mayday. Mayday. Emma mechanic, where are you? How can I help you? Over. Mayday. Mayday. Emma mechanic, where are you? How can I help you? Over. Without making Sean wait too long, the still unclear voice rang out again. Mechanic. Do you know Xiao Fei? Upon hearing this, Sean immediately smiled.
The other party knew Xiao Fei and also recognized his codename as a mechanic, clearly indicating they were from Sister Sun's group. However, he did not know why Sister Sun was silent while a strange voice appeared. Just as Sean thought of this, an androgynous face inexplicably surfaced in his mind. It wasn't any analysis or fantasy, it was as if Sean inherently knew that the speaker was the person on the other end.
Are you Sister Sun's daughter?
Yes.
Yes. Is it you, Sean?
Big brother. The voice filled with sobs suddenly became invigorated.
It's me, tell me your exact location and I'll see if I can help you open an exit. Sean suppressed his surprise at his own premonition. Saving people was the priority.
We're in the underground where the transaction took place, but our entrance has been blocked by an earthquake and water has also flooded in.
Upon hearing this response, Sean's heart sank.
He had only seen the river water flooding this area, but he did not expect that during the 10 days he had been missing there had not only been floods but also a more deadly earthquake.
Do you not have an alternate exit? A ventilation duct will do as well.
The alternate exit is also blocked. The water is flooding in through the ventilation duct. I
can barely hold on.
Don't panic, maintain communication as best as you can. I need to confirm your situation first.
Okay. Please help us. Don't worry, I will do my best.
After Sean finished speaking, he controlled the aircraft to find a suitable place to land. Phoenix, you take care of them, I need to step out for a moment.
Understood, sir.
After Sean finished speaking, he slipped into the space. It was not that he wanted to slack off, but conventional methods clearly could not save anyone. He could only use special powers. Scan the underground environment within a 2-kilometer radius. Upon entering the space, Sean directly issued the command. In the next moment, a huge light screen appeared before him displaying an underground perspective. If it were in the past, Sean really would not have been able to do this, but now after the space upgrade all his abilities were clearly much stronger than before. However, Sean was not the least bit happy because the underground situation presented on the screen was This was a civil defense facility built on a certain resource storage depot. It was unclear whether it was due to quality issues or the earlier earthquake being too severe, but even though the internal structure was intact, both the main and alternate exits were completely blocked. At the same time, the ventilation ducts had been completely submerged by the river water, and a large amount of river water was also flooding into the interior of the civil defense facility. So far, most areas had been completely submerged with only a few places escaping disaster, but the situation was still extremely critical.
This is just too unfortunate.
Looking at the marked areas on the screen, Sean felt quite speechless and also began to feel a headache. It wasn't that he could not save anyone, on the contrary, saving people was not difficult for Sean. The shelter he transformed and expanded could be directly pulled into space. There was no reason this place couldn't. However, there was a problem. Once Sean did this, the existence of the space could very likely be exposed. It wasn't that Sean did not trust others. This ultimate secret concerning personal safety was safer the fewer people knew. Could it be that I can only? A thought suddenly appeared in Sean's mind and he fell into deep contemplation. Sean had formed a preliminary idea about the rescue, but whether or not to proceed, he intended first to hear the other party's perspective.
By the time he returned to reality, only several minutes had elapsed.
For Sun Jiaying trapped inside the civil defense shelter, the phrase "a day feels like a year" was no exaggeration. Fortunately, Phoenix's constant reassurance kept her from collapsing, because losing momentum just as hope flickered would be far more devastating than enduring endless despair.
"Phoenix, what's the situation?" Xiao asked upon boarding the aircraft.
Her mental state is nearing total collapse. Moreover, her mother, Madame Sun as you referred to her, is in critical condition and may succumb at any moment.
Indeed. Xiao was unsurprised. He had suspected as much earlier, otherwise Madame Sun would surely have appeared once his identity was confirmed.
After returning to his spatial domain and scanning the civil defense shelter, only a single luminous point remained, representing a living, healthy human. Beside it hovered another far dimmer light, flickering like a candle on the verge of extinction.
"Establish contact."
"Affirmative, sir, signal established."
"This is the mechanic, calling. I'm Sun Jiaying, I'm here. I've been here all along." "Sun? Miss Sun, I've devised a rescue plan, but there's one crucial detail I must confirm first."
Xiao had intended to explain that he planned to use high explosive charges to breach a weak section of the shelter, yet such an approach risked unpredictable harm to those inside.
But before the words left his lips, Sun Jiaying's voice erupted over the radio, resolute, desperate, unflinching. "Mechanic, if it saves my mother, I'll pay any price. Even if it means becoming your slave."
As she uttered those final words, Sun Jiaying unconsciously bit through her lower lip, crimson blood welled forth, releasing a faint metallic sweetness. Xiao froze, utterly bewildered. Heaven above and fate itself bore witness, he harbored absolutely no ulterior motive in this rescue. In fact, he'd already prepared two contingency plans. One involved synthesizing high explosives within his spatial domain to blast an access tunnel through a structurally vulnerable section, ideally draining the floodwater, but even if not enabling entry, to extract the survivors.
The second plan entailed absorbing both mother and daughter into his spatial domain.
Ahem, even so his intentions remained strictly pragmatic, no perverse fantasies, merely the forfeiture of their freedom. Of course, should Xiao someday acquire absolute control over their silence, or wield power so overwhelming that betrayal became unthinkable, he wouldn't object to releasing them to serve him. Yet he never imagined Sun Jiaying would surrender so utterly, or that in this era young women consume such unusually vivid meat.
"Mechanic, if you doubt me, I'll pay up front. But you must stabilize my mother's condition first."
Sigh. Faced with her raw urgency, Xiao exhaled softly. Whatever convoluted notions swirled in her mind, her unwavering resolve to sacrifice everything for her mother was undeniably admirable.
"Are you certain?"
Trapped in the storage room, Sun Jiaying assumed the mechanic might harbor some hidden expectation, but at this juncture she accepted any condition so long as her mother lived.
"I am certain." "Excellent.
Rescue operations commence now, prepare yourself."
"You have 5 minutes." "Understood, I'll prepare immediately."
Sun Jiaying dropped the walkie-talkie and cradled her unconscious, near-lifeless mother tightly in her arms, shielding her from whatever peril might follow. On the table behind her sat a dismantled radio transceiver, its components partially replaced. When the global electromagnetic pulse struck, Sun Jiaying's original radio had been instantly disabled. Fortunately, she'd taken precautions, her equipment vault stocked with spare electronics and tools had been specially shielded. Had it not been for the combined catastrophe of earthquake and flood, her plight would never have reached such extremity. Yet even with limited resources, though she managed a makeshift repair, the signal remained painfully weak. Had Xiao not amplified his receiver's sensitivity, seamless communication would have been impossible. Just as Sun Jiaying steeled herself for fate's verdict, embracing her mother in silent resignation, a tremor shook the shelter, then ceased as abruptly as it began.
Did it fail?
Sun Jiaying's face drained of color. She gazed down at her comatose mother, a wan tragic smile touching her lips. "Perhaps this is for the best, at least we'll be together in." But before the sentence could finish, the walls of the chamber split apart.
Ceiling, walls, even the floor, fractured open, and a gentle silvery light bathed Sun Jiaying and her mother in its serene glow.
What is this?"
Sun Jiaying's eyes widened, luminous, incredulous, disbelieving.
She could scarcely comprehend it. She and her mother were floating in midair. The fractured surfaces, the ceiling, walls and floor, did not merely crack, they dissolved visibly into countless shimmering particles vanishing into the air. "I'd love to explain, but now is clearly not the time." Suspended in the air, Xiao gestured, and Sun Ili, lifted by invisible force, drifted from her daughter's embrace straight toward him.
You're the mechanic." Sun Jiaying stared at him, her expression pure, uncomprehending bewilderment. "Yes, though for now I'll need to improvise as a physician."
At his silent command, Sun Ili's garments disintegrated into fine motes, revealing her grievous wounds large and small beneath.
"Phoenix, initiate full body scan."
At Xiao's mental command, a drone materialized beside him.
"Understood, sir." Phoenix's voice emanated from the drone as a visible beam swept across Sun Ili's body, methodical, precise.
Simultaneously, Xiao activated a holographic interface displaying Sun Ili's anatomical cross-section. "Sir, the fatal injury originates in the occipital region, suspected intracranial hemorrhage. Prognosis is grave."
"Noted." Xiao studied the glowing cross-section. The hemorrhage was unmistakably marked.
Inviting Phoenix's analysis served not only diagnostic rigor but also to maximize her operational utility. Yet what startled Xiao most was the presence of additional injuries on Sun Eli's body, clearly non-accidental, bearing the hallmarks of deliberate violence. Upon waking from her slumber, Sun Jiaying slowly opened her eyes, filled with a look of confusion. In her recent dream, she had actually envisioned herself and her mother being rescued, and it was by a superhero that only existed in films, or perhaps a deity. By the time Sun Jiaying finally regained her senses, she abruptly sat up, causing the silk blanket to slide off her. What is this? Sun Jiaying, just having gotten up, was too preoccupied to notice her own bare state, as her attention was entirely captured by the room that resembled a hotel suite. With a sharp sound, Sun Jiaying delivered a hard slap to her own face. "That hurts," she cried out, and her right cheek swiftly began to swell. Standing outside the room, Xiao felt quite embarrassed. He had intended to go in, but since the blanket had slipped down, he thought it best to knock first. Before he could even knock, the girl had slapped herself. The force and the speed of the swelling were painful to behold. Worried that she might do something even more excessive, Xiao could only knock on the door. "Who is it?" Sun Jiaying looked warily towards the door. "It's me, the mechanic." Xiao smiled helplessly. "I brought you some food." Before he could finish, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a striking figure before him. Xiao barely had time to move the tray in his hands before the girl rushed at him, gripping his collar tightly. "Where is my mom? What happened to her?" Sun Jiaying's face was filled with worry. Xiao glanced at her body, wanting to remind her that she had forgotten to dress, but he knew what concerned her most. "Sister Sun is currently stable after treatment, but what about you? Aren't you cold?" "I'm not cold." Sun Jiaying instinctively replied, her heart, which had been racing, eased slightly at his words. "And why did you say temporarily stable?" "I have already cleared the blood clots from Sister Sun's head and all her injuries have been treated." Xiao smiled helplessly. "Her vital signs are stable, but she remains in a comatose state and I cannot determine when she will awaken." "Are you saying my mom has become a vegetable?" Sun Jiaying's eyes widened, her face filled with despair. "As long as she is alive, there is always hope, isn't there?" Xiao casually reassured her. "Many people in a vegetative state have suddenly awakened after a long sleep. I believe Sister Sun has a chance too. However, there are currently 2 issues." "What issues?" Sun Jiaying, with reddened eyes and glistening tears, instinctively asked. "First," Xiao said as he waved his hand, and a set of pajamas appeared on her. Although they were slightly oversized and male, it was better than being completely bare. Finally reacting, Sun Jiaying instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. "The second issue is that you and Sister Sun cannot leave here for the time being," Xiao said with a smile. "Leave here? Where is this place?" Sun Jiaying's pretty face flushed slightly, but her eyes were filled with confusion. Having no desire to explain further, Xiao thought for a moment, and the 2 of them vanished from the room. When they reappeared, they found themselves high in the sky. Seeing the vast height beneath her, Sun Jiaying instinctively clung to Xiao like a koala. Xiao originally intended to tell her not to be afraid, but decided against it, thinking it best to clarify things as soon as possible to end this awkward encounter. "You and your mother are currently in my little world. Due to certain reasons, I cannot let you out for the time being. However, you can rest assured that I will find a way to awaken your mother. Your actions here will not be overly restricted, but you must fulfill your roles. I do not keep idle people, nor do I tolerate disobedience." Faced with his words, Sun Jiaying wanted to say that this was just a cliché from a poorly written online novel, but being hundreds of meters high, surrounded by blue sky, white cloud, sunlight, and the not-so-large patch of grass, river, and hills beneath them, she found it hard to disbelieve. Feeling the increasing rapidity of her breathing and the lingering scent around her, Xiao smiled helplessly. With a thought, they returned to the room, and Sun Jiaying, who had been hugging him, unconsciously let go and sat down on a nearby chair. "You should eat some food and drink some water. Take some time to adjust to this for now." Xiao set down the tray in his hands. "Your mother is in the adjacent room and I have arranged for Phoenix to take care of her. You can join her whenever you like. By the way, Phoenix will teach you the rules here. Regardless of whether you can understand or accept them, please abide by these rules. Although I would not casually erase lives, I also wouldn't mind erasing your consciousness to eliminate potential dangers at their budding stage." As he finished that last sentence, Xiao's tone remained gentle, but Sun Jiaying, sitting in the chair, felt a chill run up her spine, suddenly realizing that this seemingly harmless big boy truly meant what he said. "Alright, take your time to calm down and adjust your mindset. We can talk about anything later." After Xiao finished speaking, he instantly vanished from the room. Almost simultaneously, the invisible force restraining Sun Jiaying also disappeared. "That guy." Sun Jiaying suddenly stood up, but her pajamas were too loose and the belt had not been fastened properly, causing the entire garment to slip off her. Whoosh. Sun Jiaying's pretty face instantly turned red, and after she hurriedly tied her pajamas, she remembered that she had already been seen by someone. But for some reason she felt no anger at all. Instead, she reached up and adjusted her chest. "I usually bind my chest, but I'm not doing it now. Why does he have no reaction at all? Could it be that he is gay?" Having left the space, Xiao observed the girl in the room making such movements and felt utterly damn.
If it weren't for my growing control over my body, I would have been embarrassed right there. He did not expect that while the girl appeared androgynous, she was actually quite the real deal. Initially, Xiao did not think of using space to probe the situation of the Sun family women in the civil defense works. He was just eager to save them, and then in a moment of inspiration he naturally thought of it. Previously, Xiao was able to scan objects in the real world such as fighter jets and could analyze and upgrade his shelter through spatial holographic projection. This time with a sudden upgrade in space, it made no sense for the functions to be worse than before, so Xiao gave it a try and indeed it was successful. With such unexpected gains, he naturally wouldn't neglect his good brother. After all, something had happened with Sun Jiaying, and who knows if Zhao Fei would face trouble as well. I can't shake the feeling that something is indeed off. Lying in the aircraft, Xiao handed over the piloting to Phoenix, but he furrowed his brows. During this spatial upgrade, Xiao had vanished for 10 days, and while the memories of those 10 days were clearly in his mind, he couldn't recall them. Whenever he attempted to forcibly recall them, his head would send waves of sharp pain. As if that wasn't enough, the control over his body and those mysterious inexplicable premonitions clearly could not be explained merely by physical health and intuition. When he unexpectedly broke through the material barrier with Sun Jiaying as a normal man in the prime of his youth, how could he possibly have no reaction at all? It was just that Xiao was embarrassed and hoped that a certain part of him could remain calm, and surprisingly that part which had already heated up actually did cool down. Even during the subsequent intimate contact with Sun Jiaying, Xiao could effortlessly control his body to refrain from any reactions, otherwise he wouldn't have been misidentified as being gay. Moreover, the frustration from not being able to find the entrance to his friend's shelter and the uncertainty about his friend's situation drove Xiao to leap into the flying vehicle in midair. The entire process was quite relaxed and enjoyable. The coordination of his body parts was perfect and natural, almost instinctual, like eating and drinking. Such control over his body obviously could not be the result of previous training alone, otherwise how could the fitness enthusiasts and bodybuilders before the apocalypse not all be comparable to Captain America? Indeed, Xiao felt that he was now as impressive as Captain America. As for that inexplicable premonition, it made him wonder if he had awakened some kind of telepathic ability during those 10 days of disappearance. Unfortunately, he couldn't confirm this at all, as it was impossible to fully test. Sir, we have arrived at the destination overhead. Understood. Xiao's thoughts were interrupted. The reconnaissance and early warning work will be left to you. All right, sir. Having cooperated previously, Phoenix directly opened the hatch of the aircraft and Xiao, with a push of his waist, flipped out. In midair, he quickly activated the external functional plug-in of his protective combat suit, which was the mini-vector engine. The moment the blue flame shot out, Xiao, who was originally falling, suddenly halted, instantly shedding much of his downward inertia. In just a few seconds, with a thud, Xiao crashed onto the ground. Looking at the cracks on the ground beneath him, Xiao felt no discomfort. While the cushioning of the combat suit played a role, the strength of his own physique was the real key. Concerned for his friend's safety, Xiao did not waste any time and directly entered space to scan the area. Soon the screen displayed the structure of the shelter located deep underground. Wow! DeFei's shelter is truly no small feat. Looking at the cross-sectional structural diagram on the screen, Xiao couldn't help but give 666 likes for his friend's father's decision and large-scale investment. To acquire a place like the Hot Spring Villa and expand the shelter to this extent in such a short time, it certainly required more than just money. Sufficient connections were essential as well. Looking at the cross-sectional structure before him, Xiao recalled that his friend had once mentioned that they seemed to have borrowed military engineering troops when expanding the shelter. To borrow such specialized engineering troops in that significant situation required not only strong connections but also a considerable price to be paid. After examining it carefully, Xiao found that his friend's shelter was not only spacious but also maintained far better than Sun Jiaying's. Although there were some areas of collapse and water ingress, they had clearly been isolated in time, and the vast majority of the area was still usable, with many glowing points representing healthy living individuals working in different regions of the cross-sectional diagram. Xiao couldn't confirm which glowing point was his friend, but he could be sure that his friend was 99 fine, so he reduced the cross-section and found the emergency exit. No way. Looking at what was clearly the emergency exit in the cross-sectional diagram, Xiao was quite speechless. According to the structure on the cross-sectional diagram, it was evident that this emergency exit also considered the possibility of flooding, hence it was built like a lift shaft. If the front were blocked or flooded, one could take the elevator or climb out from here. The lift shaft was indeed built robustly. As long as it wasn't a catastrophic earthquake, it would hold up. But the problem was that the elevator in the lift shaft was clearly not functioning, or rather it had been damaged by the previous electromagnetic storm. What left Xiao the most speechless was that even if the elevator was broken, as long as there were spare parts, it could always be repaired. Even if the parts were also destroyed, one could simply use the climbing ladder, though it would be a bit arduous and difficult. It was still better than being trapped underground. But ironically, the exit of the lift shaft had collapsed and it was evidently smashed by a fragment of a small asteroid. Such luck is truly unbelievable. Xiao shook his head in disbelief, but just being temporarily unable to enter or exit is still better than the situation at Sunjie, where it's both natural disaster and man-made calamity. After Xiao carefully reviewed the scan cross-sectional diagram twice, he could basically confirm that it would only take a few days of effort for the personnel in his friend's shelter to clear the backup exit, but it was clear they had no such plans for now.
One could understand this with the super small asteroid fragments striking the Earth. The global electromagnetic storm sweeping through earthquakes and flooding the external environment was so dangerous that it was safer to stay in the shelter for a while before venturing out. However, what puzzled Xiao was that even Sun Jiaying had considered the possibility of electromagnetic storms and had promptly repaired the radio station with parts, so why couldn't he contact his friend here with such ample preparations? Was it a lack of preparation? Or was it an intentional decision not to contact the outside world? At this thought, the indescribable peculiar premonition suddenly struck him again. Unlike the previous approach taken with Sun Jiaying and her mother, Xiao originally intended to help his friend by clearing some of the debris and dirt blocking the elevator shaft from the outside, as they were unable to ascertain the situation outside the shelter. After opening the emergency exit, he planned to send a drone or a multi-legged mechanical insect inside the shelter to establish contact with his friend and then arrange the subsequent matters based on the actual situation, thereby minimizing the risk of exposing his location. However, an unsettling premonition told Xiao that not only were his friend Zhao Fei and his father unharmed, but the lack of contact with the outside world was also intentional. Evidently, there were matters unfolding that he was unaware of, which was quite troubling. Xiao glanced at the conspicuous message board placed by the hot spring pond in the underground parking lot and the hidden radio station below it, weighing his options before ultimately dismissing the idea of contacting his friend immediately. As long as they were safe, it didn't matter whether he reached out sooner or later. Forget it. Da Fei and Uncle Zhao must have their reasons for doing this. I shouldn't disrupt their plans. It would be pointless to mean well but end up causing trouble. Thinking of this, Xiao instinctively touched his forehead, unsure if it was due to the premonition, but he felt a slight swelling sensation there. Compared to my friend, what I need to ascertain first is the safety of my parents. Xiao murmured to himself, trying to imagine all the information related to his parents, hoping to explore whether his seemingly useless ability was indeed just his imagination. Xiao thought of many things, particularly the last time he chatted with his parents on WeChat, and then that very unsettling premonition struck again. In a moment of mental disorientation, it seemed Xiao could see his father discussing something in a room with many elderly and middle-aged individuals. Meanwhile, his mother was presumably in a laboratory conducting some sort of experiment. Nearby, several miniature incubators were placed containing either some kind of plants or perhaps insects. Before Xiao could continue observing, a sudden sharp pain struck him, as if someone had violently struck his head with a stick, causing his vision to darken and his head to spin. Once he managed to recover, Xiao felt a surge of metallic sweetness rushing to his forehead. He instinctively licked his lips, only to have a salty, bloody taste spread in his mouth. What the hell? Xiao hurriedly covered his nose with his hand, which quickly became soaked with bright red blood. Crap. After clumsily tending to himself, the bleeding soon stopped. Is the side effect this severe? Xiao's mood was a mix of joy and disappointment. He was thrilled that both of his parents were safe and clearly busy with their own tasks. However, he was disappointed that the side effects of this ability were notably severe, coupled with its limited functionality, rendering it quite useless. Little did Xiao know that when he saw the state of his parents, his large bright eyes had actually shone with a dazzling light akin to arcs of electricity. If he could have seen this moment, he would have immediately thought that his ability was likely more than just telepathy and wouldn't disregard this power simply due to its considerable side effects. After resting for just a few minutes, Xiao felt that he had completely recovered. First confirming that his friend was safe, then verifying that his parents were unharmed, Xiao's previously suppressed emotions due to the apocalypse began to lighten. However, the thought of the immense losses this disaster would inevitably bring, especially the unknown number of lives that would be lost, caused his lightened mood to turn into helplessness. Forget it. I'm just an ordinary citizen. It's enough for me to take care of myself and not cause trouble for the country. As for other matters. With this thought, Xiao didn't immediately make a decision, instead focusing his mind and returning to his family's villa. After someone left, Sun Jiaying rushed to the adjacent room. Upon seeing her mother lying comfortably on a wide bed with an IV drip nearby, her anxious heart finally settled. Sun Jiaying knelt by the bed, grasping her mother's uninfused hand, her beautiful eyes instantly brimming with tears. Mom! It's me. Jiayi, we are okay. We are saved. Unfortunately, no matter how she called out, Sun Ili, lying on the bed, showed no response. If it weren't for being able to feel her mother's pulse, Sun Jiaying would have thought her mother had already passed away. After crying for a little while, she wiped her tears haphazardly and forced a smile. Mom, I heard that in this condition you can still sense what's happening outside, just unable to wake up. I will chat with you every day, help you with your body, and give you massages. You know, considering how dutiful a daughter I am, you need to put in some effort and wake up soon. You know what? The mechanic guy is actually a superhero with superpowers, and we are currently in the space he created. I just looked outside at such a vast area, and not only is there greenery but also birds, beasts, fish and insects, along with rivers and streams. The scenery is just splendid. The mechanic said that we can't go out for now, but he doesn't know that in such a great place I wouldn't want to leave. Mom, once you wake up we should ask the mechanic for a piece of land and build a small house, just enough for us to live in. We could even farm a few acres, raise some chickens and ducks, but no pigs. I heard they are quite ugly. But we could raise sheep. By the way, Mom, what do you think about raising bamboo rats? I saw that there is a bamboo forest here. Actually, it doesn't matter what we raise as long as you can wake up and live. Speaking of which, the creek has fish and there seem to be quite a few. Once you wake up we can go fishing together. Mom, you always appeared so composed in front of me, but I know you've had a hard life.
Now it's fine, once you wake up we can live a leisurely life together. However, there's one thing I must tell you, and you can't blame me for it. To be saved I promised to be the mechanic's servant. But don't worry, you were right, the mechanic is quite reliable. You have no idea how awkward it was when we first met, but he remained serious the whole time. By the way, Mom, do you think he might be gay?
Xiao stood outside the room, his right hand poised to knock his face, bearing an expression of utter disbelief and frustration. In the villa's dining room, Sun Jiaying devoured the steak on her plate with great enthusiasm. After all that had happened, she considered it a stroke of luck that she hadn't starved. Not to mention, this was top-quality steak. Well, Xiao made it purely for convenience and speed. If the bold act of eating meat were replaced by an unkempt man, it would surely come off as messy and unpleasant. Yet on Sun Jiaying it was not at all displeasing, in fact it was quite pleasing to the eye. Especially since her hurried movements combined with her ill-fitting nightgown had caused the neckline to open up. Xiao, sitting across from her, was puzzled. Clearly she was a high-quality woman, so why did she always dress in such a neutral style? What baffled him even more was that despite her well-proportioned figure, she insisted on binding herself with a chest wrap. If it weren't for having to change clothes to save someone, Xiao would never have guessed that she possessed such admirable assets. As Xiao admired the scenery, Sun Jiaying's face grew increasingly flushed. Suddenly she choked on a piece of beef. Xiao shook his head casually, extending his finger. The wine bottle in the ice bucket automatically popped open and the wine flew into the glass that the girl had just emptied. Sun Jiaying didn't hold back, grabbing the wine glass and downing it in a series of glug. 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 After washing down the beef, she couldn't help but let out a hearty belch. Burp. Seeing her instinctively cover her mouth with a flushed face, Xiao smiled and shook his head. Don't eat so quickly, the supplies here are enough for you to last a lifetime. I'm full now. Sun Jiaying blushed as she put down the wine glass. Her usual tomboyish demeanor seemed to have vanished. While I don't mind continuing to admire, you should really put on some proper clothes first. Xiao gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, reminding her with a smile. Sun Jiaying glanced down at her half-open collar and quickly adjusted her nightgown, then as if compelled asked, does it look good? Of course it looks good. Xiao nodded earnestly. You don't really think I'm gay, do you? I'm a straight man, a true gentleman. I have my favorite actresses and female classmates, otherwise why would I remind you now? Oof. You men are all like this. Sun Jiaying's eyes reflected a complex emotion. Oh. From the way you speak, it sounds like you've encountered many scumbags. Xiao raised an eyebrow meaningfully. That doesn't matter. Sun Jiaying shook her head. I said as long as you can save me and my mother, then I am yours. Even though my mother hasn't woken up yet, you've already fulfilled your part. So you can claim your due conditions whenever you wish. Oh. You'll give it to me now? Afraid I might turn against you. Xiao took a sip of the decanted red wine, amusement flickering in his eyes. I'm worried you might turn against me, which is why I made this decision. Sun Jiaying wore a determined expression. At this point I have no choice, do I? Just like the old saying goes, if you can't fight back, learn to enjoy it. However, since it's my first time, I hope you can be gentle. Sun Jiaying added, forget it, I might as well get drunk first, then you can do whatever you want. With that, Sun Jiaying reached for the wine bottle in the ice bucket, but the bucket flew away instead. Sun Jiaying, I'm truly surprised you could make such a decision. Xiao said, raising his hand. The ice bucket and wine landed directly on the table in front of them. But getting drunk is unnecessary. I don't plan on doing anything to you right now. Rather, after the disaster, what exactly happened there? From my examination of Sister Sun, her fatal injury was at the back of the head, yet considering her other injuries it clearly doesn't seem like an accident. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaying's bright eyes flashed with fury. Her face, though androgynous, became somewhat twisted in anger. What exactly happened? Sun Jiaying's eyes blazed with flames of anger. I've read about the ugliness and evil of humanity more than once in novels, but I never expected to experience it myself. Please continue, I'm very eager to understand. Xiao said, pouring another glass of red wine and placing it in front of her. Here, have a drink to calm down, take your time to speak, we have plenty of time. Glancing at the wine glass that had flown in front of her and then at Xiao, Sun Jiaying picked up the glass and downed it again in a series of glug. 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 After finishing the wine in one go, she began to recount the events that had transpired. According to Sun Jiaying's account, the human defense facility where she and her mother were located was indeed a supply depot containing a substantial amount of resources. There were fuel, metals, rubber, plastic, and even some equipment and tools previously traded to Xiao, not to mention a dozen staff members. However, after the incident, some people completely lost their composure when faced with despair. If it weren't for Sun Yili's decisive actions, not only would she have perished, but her daughter Sun Jiaying would have too. Even if they were to die, they would undoubtedly experience what it meant to suffer worse than death, to witness the evil of humanity. Fortunately, Sun Yili was decisive and Sun Jiaying was not the kind of weak, indecisive girl. Through their combined efforts they barely ensured their safety, but Sun Yili fell into a coma due to severe injuries. Even with Sun Jiaying having learned some first aid techniques and using the first aid kit, if Xiao hadn't appeared in time they would still be doomed. The radio could be repaired because Sun Jiaying had just in case stocked a batch of spare parts and wrapped the parts box in tin foil. She was even mocked by Sun Ely for having a persecution complex, but who would have guessed it would actually come in handy? As for the specifics of what happened, Sun Jiaying did not elaborate in detail, and Sean was not so unkind as to pry further, as that would be akin to rubbing salt in her wounds, which was too cruel. After listening to the girl's account, a glint of coldness flashed in Sean's eyes. Of course, this coldness was not directed at Sun Jiaying, even though the deaths of those people were somewhat related to her. How to put it? Since you have no compassion, don't blame me for being ruthless. Well, it no longer matters who was right or wrong, the dead are dead and the living must carry on. However, what happened to the Sun mother and daughter served as a wake-up call for Sean. In the apocalypse, being a saint is incredibly dangerous. Even if the probability of danger isn't 100%, Sean was not willing to take that risk, at least not until he had absolute power. Before leaving the space, Sean scanned his friend's shelter once more, and after confirming everything was normal, he summoned the aircraft controlled by Phoenix back. Sir, do you need to rescue anyone? No need for rescue, they are fine. Sean turned over and lay down in the aircraft, saying, let's leave first. By the way, you just roamed around, did you find anything? I discovered quite a lot of useful supplies. Just supplies. No survivors. They should have retreated underground in advance, and to avoid exposure I did not conduct an in-depth reconnaissance. Given the current situation, safety is always the top priority. Let's see if there's any junk we can collect. Junk? Are you referring to those supplies, sir? If you can understand my joke, Phoenix, your intelligence has improved once again. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I can only become more intelligent to do more for you, can't I? That's the logic. Let's go. Under Phoenix's guidance, Sean quickly arrived at a garbage dump. Phoenix, I take back what I just said, you are still not intelligent enough. Looking at the mall on the screen, Sean couldn't help but smile wryly. Sir, this place is a mall, but it's already empty. Moreover, the goods for sale have mostly been cleared out, but what remains should still be quite valuable to you. You are indeed correct, but you seem to have forgotten one thing: there might be survivors underground in the mall. Sir, I know there might be survivors below the mall, but isn't that a problem? What do you mean? Sir, your space has always been in a free-range state, unable to realize its maximum value, fundamentally due to a lack of sufficient manpower. So do you want me to take both the mall and the survivors? Sir, perhaps doing so may conflict with your worldview, but considering the current situation, being taken into your space would be the greatest fortune. Sean actually understood Phoenix's words. Think about it, the game Earth OL is about to go offline. Even if the government made arrangements in advance, it did indeed save many lives, but don't forget the real apocalypse has just begun. Perhaps for a short time the survivors inside the fortifications won't have to worry about survival, but as time passes the resources will be exhausted without effective replenishment. What will happen then? Looking at Sean's space, a cubic area of 2,000 meters on each side, while it's not large, the various outputs from the fields, rivers and forests along with the supplies Sean continuously gathers are enough to ensure that people have no worries about food and clothing. Even if Sean never intended to let someone like Sun Jiaying live for free, they would need to engage in various kinds of work, but compared to the deadly external environment, limited water supply and dark life in reality, the space is truly a paradise. Phoenix, I admit you are right, but don't forget the apocalypse has just begun. People, including myself, haven't even adjusted our mindsets yet. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. You don't need to understand. Go look elsewhere and try to collect as many resources as possible. Alright, sir, I believe you will like the next place we visit. In less than 10 minutes, the aircraft flying at full speed arrived at a rather special location, and Sean understood why Phoenix said so. This is a plane graveyard. While calling it a plane graveyard is a bit of an exaggeration, Sean had seen reports online about the aircraft graveyards in America, where it was said that at the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base near Tucson, Arizona, a total of 4200 combat aircraft were preserved with a total value exceeding $35 billion. If exported as second-hand military aircraft, this batch of combat planes would be even more valuable. Some might think that these discarded combat planes must be outdated models, but in reality the military aircraft buried in this graveyard could make the air forces of most countries blush. This includes F-141516 fighter jets, B-52 bombers, C-5 Galaxy transport aircraft, along with helicopters, catapult-based carrier aircraft, reconnaissance planes, and some lesser-known experimental aircraft, all of which possess formidable combat capabilities ready for use. In contrast, the location displayed on the aircraft screen seemed far too shabby. It was one thing to have a significantly lower quantity, but the aircraft types looked quite old and heavily damaged. Calling it a junkyard for planes would not be an exaggeration. Fortunately for Sean, no matter how broken, old or bad they are still planes. Even if he couldn't get advanced aircraft designs, these planes themselves could be dismantled for a large amount of useful raw materials. However, there is one question: in such a special location for storing aircraft, are there no guarding personnel? Sir, I have already scanned, there are no living people here. Could it be that because the interception failed halfway, the super asteroid broke into countless fragments entering the Earth, the guarding personnel were evacuated? Sean thought that was very likely. After all, this small aircraft graveyard was different from those in America. The planes here had long been retired, and even the useful internal parts had been stripped away, leaving mostly empty shells. Under normal circumstances there would definitely be someone guarding, but in this special moment, who would risk their lives for some garbage that had already lost its usefulness? Not to mention if there really were people, the remnants of the fire from the meteor strikes in the aircraft graveyard should have already been extinct. After confirming that there was no one in the graveyard for safety, Xiao En controlled the aircraft to land in a relatively concealed area. After leaving the aircraft, he did not rush to collect the old planes but instead came to the only row of buildings in this aircraft graveyard. The building had 3 stories and appeared quite sturdy.
Xiao En walked down the corridor, opening one large door after another to enter various rooms, discovering that there were both offices and dormitories, even a bathhouse with quite complete facilities. However, from the arrangement and style of these places it was evident that those who stayed here were also human. Although the tofu blocks on the dormitory beds were deformed, they were clearly not the owners cooking, likely caused by an earthquake. Xiao En not only checked the building but also used the space to scan the area, confirming that there was no one present before taking action. On the other side, Sun Jiaying, who had just finished wiping her mother down, stood by the bedroom window enjoying the scenery outside. "Mom, the scenery here is indeed nice, but that guy clearly did not plan properly, otherwise it could have been." Before Sun Jiaying could finish her sentence, her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. She saw one plane after another of various sizes abruptly appearing in the sky not far away. After glancing at the now empty square, Xiao En did not hurry to leave but instead walked into what was clearly an office used by the management staff, tossing out 5 large boxes. The boxes contained rice flour, meat, vegetables, and fruits. Considering that there may not be anyone coming here for a while, the meat, vegetables, and fruits were all canned goods canned by Xiao En himself. As for the rice and flour, Xiao En reinforced the room, ensuring that it was sealed properly and that the boxes would not leak even if thrown into the water. "Sir, does this make sense?" A slightly confused voice of Phoenix echoed in the combat helmet. "Do you think it's possible that these supplies could be taken by someone else and there's a high chance that this place could be damaged?" "Of course I can see that," Xiao En replied while locking the door and reinforcing the seal. "The probabilities of those 2 scenarios are quite high, sir. With your intelligence you surely understand that." "I certainly can see it," Xiao En chuckled, turning around and jumping directly from the corridor on the 3rd floor. With a thud, he landed steadily on the ground. "Then why do it?" As Phoenix's disdainful words came, the aircraft slowly descended. "Why?" Xiao En smiled and lay down into the cockpit as the hatch slid open. "I know very well that I cannot be a saint, nor can I sacrifice myself for others. I am even afraid of trouble. However, in situations where I have the ability and it wouldn't cause too much trouble, I hope to be able to have a clear conscience." "A clear conscience?" Phoenix's voice clearly showed some confusion. "All right, where are we going next?" As Xiao En spoke, he quickly maneuvered the aircraft into the sky. "Let's forget about things related to the military. Some items are too heavy on my conscience to take. If I don't take them, however, I would feel regret, so it's better to avoid seeing them altogether. Sir, according to pre-disaster markings, the place we can currently go should be Jinling Port." Jinling Port. Xiao En paused for a moment before understanding Phoenix's intention. Ports are originally places for maritime and inland transportation of goods. Clearly it would be much more convenient to go directly to the port than to rummage around the city. "Yes, sir." Jinling Port is over 400 kilometers from Muzanku, with a northern shoreline of 110 kilometers and a southern shoreline of 98 kilometers. The widest part of the river reaches 2.5 kilometers, the narrowest part is 1.5 kilometers, and the main channel depth ranges from 5 to 30 meters. Under the Yangtze River Bridge, the main channel depth exceeds 10 meters. It is a major coastal port in the country, a principal hub port and a first-class open port for external trade, serving as a pivotal hub for inland waterway and sea transport in the Yangtze River region. It is also the largest and most modern dedicated container port area along the Yangtze River. Its annual throughput can reach 3 million standard containers, equivalent to about 25,698 million tons, and it gathers goods from countries such as Korea, Japan, Russia, the United States, and Australia. Listening to Phoenix's explanation, Xiao En was quite satisfied with this destination. Before the fragments of the super asteroid struck Earth, he had thought about visiting the port to enjoy the breeze. However, by that time the country had already entered an emergency management state due to the sudden eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Places like the port, which concentrated resources, were certainly the focus of government attention. It didn't matter who owned the goods in the port. In the context of human survival, requisitioning would occur first and compensation would be considered later. But this raised a question: would there still be resources left at the port at that time? "Phoenix, how much do you think there will be left at the port now? Even if there are many resources that couldn't be taken in time, don't forget about the floods and earthquakes." "Sir, it is precisely because of the floods and earthquakes that I suggest you go there. This way you can have a clearer conscience, right?" Faced with Phoenix's counter-question, Xiao En felt a sudden sense of, "You make a very good point. I am truly speechless. Consider this: the resources in the port, regardless of who they originally belonged to, now belong to the nation, right? If Xiao En were to rush over and take things directly, it wouldn't be a problem if it was a matter of survival. After all, the premise of having a clear conscience is not starving to death. But would Xiao En starve to death now? Certainly not. Not only would he not starve, but the space he carried would also allow him to live comfortably. He had just decided to leave behind some resources from a batch of scrapped airplanes to maintain his clear conscience, so there was no way he could clear out Jinling Port. However, the port, after experiencing floods and earthquakes, would be different. Given the flooding situation in Jiangbei and the earthquakes from various places, Jinling Port had likely already been submerged.
In such a situation, Sean's actions would only be considered as scavenging, picking up resources that others could not take purely to prevent waste, which made sense. In a way, it was like hiking when suddenly finding a piece of jade, selling it immediately and becoming rich.
Just kidding. Alright, Sean couldn't come up with a better excuse.
Forget it, let's go take a look first, he shook his head. Soon the aircraft arrived at the port. As expected, the tidal wave caused by the tsunami had already flooded the port. However, looking around, he could still see many containers either poking their heads out of the water or lying haphazardly in the shallow areas. There were even many containers that had no idea where they were swept away by the water. In any case, it looked like a complete mess. Seeing the scene, Sean felt somewhat relieved. After all, given the current situation, this port was completely ruined.
Those containers that hadn't been washed away could indeed be considered as unclaimed property.
At worst, I can compensate later, Sean comforted himself. He knew that in a global disaster scenario, being overly principled was just asking for trouble. Many people might think that in an apocalyptic world, who would care about such trivialities? If there are resources available, take them. If there are girls, go for them.
Sean had thought like that as well, because living that way was less burdensome and quite enjoyable.
He was also more aware that his thoughts and actions would likely be criticized by many as childish, naive, or indecisive.
But the reason why humans are humans is that they possess humanity more than animals.
Without space, Sean was certain he wouldn't consider these issues at all, as nothing was more important than surviving.
To survive, Sean even felt he could kill.
It can only be said that different stages of life bring different perspectives and methods of action. Before convincing himself, Sean began to pick up garbage as if he were playing a classic computer game again.
It's a pity that in such an environment I can't have a dog by my side, or it would feel even more like it.
Sean stood in the murky river water which barely reached his calves, helplessly gazing at a few containers stacked haphazardly not far away.
Sir, you may not have a dog, but you have me.
Phoenix seemed glad to hear that, but saying it makes it sound like you consider yourself a dog.
Sean waded towards the pile of containers. Isn't a dog a man's best friend? What's wrong with that? Phoenix, it seems you're not intelligent enough.
Sean wasn't sure how to explain, but to me you are indeed very important.
Sir, I am glad you feel that way, and I am also happy to serve you. Then do a good job for me.
Sean placed the modified AK-47 he was holding down in front of the pile of containers, rubbing his hands together in front of his chest. By the way, why do I suddenly have a feeling of opening a treasure chest? Sir, your feeling is not wrong, as none of us know what is inside the boxes.
Alright, let's look forward to what we might.
After saying this, Sean stepped forward and pressed his hand on the still damp container. In the next moment, the pile of crooked containers instantly vanished from Sean's sight, and when they reappeared, they were already suspended in the.
Sean did not enter the space but merely willed the containers to disintegrate into tiny particles, revealing the contents inside. What the hell? Is it really this?
Looking at the goods inside the containers, Sean's expression was quite peculiar. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't anything extraordinary. All 6 containers were filled with cars. Although these cars had undergone some deformation or damage due to the floods and earthquakes, any normal person could tell that these were luxury cars. It was unclear whether these containers came from the same cargo area, but despite the different brands, all 6 cars were of the expensive
Porsche, Ferrari, Maserati, Pagani, Lamborghini, Maybach, one of each.
Their appearances were somewhat deformed but not too severely damaged, though the windows were all shattered.
Damn. The scene I imagined more than once has come true today.
Looking at the 6 luxury cars in the space, Sean was unsure whether to be happy or speechless. On one hand, he was pleased that the luxury cars he could only fantasize about online were now his, albeit damaged. But with the space, as long as there were enough raw materials, repairing them wouldn't be too difficult. On the other hand, in this apocalyptic world, the only use for these luxury cars was to be dismantled for raw materials, which would then be repurposed.
Even if he wanted to drive, only the Maybach full-size SUV could barely be used, but it couldn't hold much cargo and was far from practical. Moreover, since Sean even had an aircraft now, these 6 luxury cars were indeed quite useless.
Forget it, he'll store them for now and think of a way to deal with them later. Sean shook his head and continued walking towards a container half submerged in the water not far away. It was unclear whether it was because this area had been washed by the river, but Sean collected over a dozen containers and they either contained imported cars or imported car parts. However, it wasn't without gains. On the contrary, for Sean the gains were quite significant. Among this batch of imported cars there was actually a special vehicle, the Knight 15. In the eyes of many car enthusiasts, the Hummer H2 was already considered a powerful vehicle only real men could appreciate. But compared to the Knight XV, it was like comparing a child to a grown man. Let's not even mention the fact that the over 6-meter-long body of this vehicle was comparable to that of a box truck. Its width was nearly 2.5 meters and its height exceeded 2.5 meters. Such a large vehicle, and you're telling me it's an SUV? Well, this Knight 15 is indeed an SUV, just not a traditional full-size SUV. Sean had Phoenix translate the accompanying manual and discovered that this thing was not only bulletproof but could also withstand explosion. According to the exquisitely made manual, the Knight XV's body was made of bulletproof steel plates and glass with avant-garde wheel arches and bumpers, and its windows and windshields were made of 64mm thick bulletproof transparent material. It could withstand NATO standard projectiles with a velocity of 820 meters per second and a caliber of 7.
62 by 51 mm hard steel core bullets, and it could even resist attacks equivalent to 15 kilograms of TNT explosives, while the vehicle's chassis could withstand grenade explosions. This is truly outrageous. In comparison, this vehicle's ability to use traditional fuels such as gasoline or diesel as well as biofuels seemed rather ordinary. However, the price was indeed worthy of its quality. After adding up various costs, the port price was around $1.58 million. Well, in reality that's not too high, just over 10 million RMB. Among the top hypercars, which one isn't more expensive than this? But for Xiao, the total of all hypercars can't compare to this Night 15. I was originally considering whether to get a whole Dongfeng Mencher or Dongfeng Warrior and then convert it into an armored vehicle. Now with this Night XV I can directly have an armored vehicle to drive. Using aircraft for transportation is indeed very convenient, especially after the electromagnetic pulse swept the globe. The safety factor of using aircraft has increased significantly. But Xiao was very clear that ultimately he would still have to interact with others. Not to mention strangers, but his friend Zhao Fei was involved in a lot of things. If he were to show up in an aircraft, it would definitely lead to some unnecessary troubles. But if it were the Night XV, no matter how powerful or expensive it was in the apocalypse, it was still just a vehicle. For major shelters and civil defense works, the value of a vehicle was even less significant than a truckload of rice. As for the modification issue, especially the weapon system that would inevitably be added, Xiao was not worried at all. As long as it was designed to be retractable, it could be deployed when needed and hidden in the vehicle when not in use. Who would notice? With this satisfactory gain, Xiao discussed vehicle modification plans with Phoenix while continuing to wade through an open treasure chest. Despite the fact that many containers at the port had already been urgently dispatched and some had been washed away by floods, a significant number still remained. As Xiao continued to open treasure chests while walking, after finishing off the containers in the shallow water, he had to deploy a rubber inflatable boat for transportation, otherwise he would be submerged in the river. Leaning against the bedroom window, Sun Jiaying gazed at someone not far outside, her bright eyes filled with a childlike curiosity. Phoenix, what is the mechanic doing? The gentleman should be modifying the vehicle. A small drone flew to the window. Moreover, although the gentleman may not care, I still need to remind you that he is now your de facto master. Please show the most basic respect and gratitude. Sun Jiaying never expected that one day she would be left speechless by an artificial intelligence. Phoenix, are you really just an artificial intelligence? Could it be that you are somehow transformed from a human soul? That's an interesting suggestion. I will pass it on to the gentleman and maybe try it out when the opportunity arises. Phoenix completely ignored the attempt to change the subject. Also, I am not an artificial intelligence, at least not yet. Furthermore, you and your mother are currently dependent on the gentleman for survival. Given the conditions of your previous agreement, it is only right to address him as master. You should be grateful you arrived early, otherwise you might not have had the chance at all. I can't believe it. Sun Jiaying was infuriated by being rebutted again. What do you mean I don't qualify? Why don't I qualify? Is it because I am not pretty enough? Or is it because I don't have a good figure? Do you believe I can win over your master and become your mistress, forcing him to format you? Your naive thoughts are not surprising. However, do you really think that in this apocalyptic environment, given the gentleman's abilities and potential, he would lack for women? You may have a slight chance of becoming my mistress in the future, but right now you have absolutely no opportunity. Sun Jiaying recognized that the other party was actually correct. In this apocalypse, with the world nearly destroyed, it was indeed true that with Xiao's capabilities he would not lack for women. He was able to rescue her and her mother from being trapped underground in an instant, so it was clearly not difficult to bring others into this. At that point, with the extraordinary powers he possessed, who could possibly refuse him? Thinking back, she had fainted without any understanding, only to wake up completely clean. While it was true that she had such thoughts, Sun Jiaying still felt a bit reluctant. Even if you have a point, how can you be so sure I can't become your mistress? You don't even have the qualifications to make the gentleman act on impulse. What gives you the right to become my mistress? Damn. Sun Jiaying was left utterly speechless, her face dark as she looked at the drone. You claim you aren't an artificial intelligence, but with skills like yours, wouldn't a true artificial intelligence have already evolved? According to the gentleman's standards, I am still at the pinnacle of artificial stupidity and have yet to reach true artificial intelligence. Artificial stupidity. Sun Jiaying was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha. You are actually considered artificial stupidity, and you think of yourself as such. Ha ha. Regardless of whether I am an artificial intelligence or artificial stupidity, I am useful to the gentleman. But what about you? Don't forget what the gentleman said, this place does not harbor idle or useless people. If I were you, I wouldn't be laughing right now. Damn. Sun Jiaying immediately found herself unable to laugh anymore. Though she was confident in her appearance and figure, the memory of her awkward encounter with Xiao, where he showed no reaction, left her with an inexplicable sense of crisis. Especially after Xiao confirmed he was not gay but a real man, Sun Jiaying felt that she was likely not his type, which is why she didn't take the initiative to seize opportunities. Thinking this way, Sun Jiaying glanced back at her mother, who was still resting on the bedroom bed. She knew very well that both she and her mother were indeed dependent on someone.
It wasn't just the calm and comfortable living environment in this space but also because he would never allow them to leave.
Regarding matters that involved someone's foundation for survival, Sun Jiaying did not believe he would kindly let them go.
Thus figuring out how to make herself useful became the biggest problem.
I can work. Even if I don't know how I can learn.
Sun Jiaying forced herself to say. In this space the gentleman is equivalent to a deity. He can accomplish everything with just a thought.
This.
Sun Jiaying was momentarily stunned, then looked out the window at someone only to find that there was now a spaceship resembling something from a sci-fi work before him, incredibly cool. However, the next moment the spaceship vanished into thin air before Sun Jiaying's eyes. Even though she knew it had nothing to do with her, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain in her heart. But after the heartache, Sun Jiaying realized that she indeed seemed to have little value.
This was not a good sign.
She still vividly remembered the indifference in his tone when he said, "I do not harbor idle or useless people here, otherwise I won't hesitate to erase your consciousness."
Phoenix, what do you think I should do? Sun Jiaying couldn't help but ask.
Despite just being left speechless and infuriated, she knew that Phoenix was the one trusted by someone and she was merely benefiting from a past favor, otherwise he would never have rescued them.
It wouldn't hurt to hear his opinion. Think about what you can do and how you can help the gentleman. That is the fundamental way for you and your mother to survive. Faced with such words, Sun Jiaying fell silent.
It wasn't that she didn't understand, rather she truly absorbed the message.
Phoenix, what kind of person do you think the master is?
Sun Jiaying forced herself to change her address, feeling slightly embarrassed.
Have you played D&D? Dungeons Dragons? I have played a little, but I don't really understand it. Sun Jiaying was somewhat surprised.
Based on analysis, the gentleman's personality and principles should lie between chaotic good and chaotic neutral.
Chaotic good. Chaotic neutral.
Sun Jiaying was somewhat surprised by Phoenix's evaluation, but upon reflecting on her own experiences she found it to be quite accurate, giving her a bit of insight into her own positioning in future. She just didn't know that while she was there leveling up and modifying new vehicles, Sean wore an expression that was somewhat amused, somewhat dazed, and somewhat relieved.
So this is who I am.
I didn't expect Phoenix's analysis to be quite accurate. Sean truly did not take Sun Jiaying to heart. The reason for saving her was partly due to a moral baseline. After all, they had previously engaged in transactions and Sun Ely had exchanged a batch of supplies that Sean needed, which helped resolve some minor troubles. On the other hand, Sean wanted to see if keeping two living people in his personal space would trigger some hidden functions of the space. After the recent upgrade, Sean had hoped that the space would become more intelligent, but to his surprise it remained the same. The new features he had used before still relied solely on his own exploration and inspiration, leaving him quite speechless.
Phoenix, have you still not been able to contact DeFei and the others? Sean temporarily halted his work on upgrading and modifying the new vehicle.
Yes sir, without targeted preparations the damage to electronic devices from the electromagnetic storm is irreversible.
Who would have thought that the interception plan would fail halfway and trigger an electromagnetic storm?
Sean shook his head. Phoenix, try to check other channels, especially those publicly announced by the government.
Monitor them for me and see if we can gather any information.
Sir, should we establish contact with them?
No need, but we should gather relevant intelligence to see if there are any messages favorable to us.
All right, sir. Sean originally did not intend to do this, otherwise he would have had Phoenix do it from the start. However, after this trip he gained a more direct understanding of the disaster. Despite being quite far from the disaster center in North America, the countless super asteroid fragments still brought about tremendous calamity. This could be considered acceptable. After all, no matter how many super asteroid fragments there were, they could not possibly plow through the entire Asian continent. However, the fragment of a super asteroid with a diameter of about 2 kilometers that struck the shallow waters of Mexico not only caused storms, earthquakes and tsunamis, but also triggered a series of chain reactions such as various earthquakes and floods sweeping across the globe, as well as fires caused by meteor showers. Under normal circumstances, even with earthquakes, floods and fires, the military strength within the country would still be able to conduct disaster relief immediately. But the problem is that the surface temperature soared to 70 to 80 degrees Celsius and the air was filled with toxic gases.
Let alone disaster relief, even normal movement was extremely difficult in such an environment.
Of course, as Phoenix had analyzed earlier, Sean did not plan to take advantage of the situation, but he certainly would not act like a saint. The reason for monitoring was partly to understand the official actions, arrangements and attitudes, and partly to see if he could gain some benefits from it. After sending Phoenix off to get busy, Sean turned his attention to the space. In the 10 days that had passed, the space had automatically replenished the natural resources it needed without damaging any of the original reserves, but it remained in a state of free range until now. It's not that free range is bad, but with some planning the space could definitely be utilized more effectively. Sean focused his mind and found himself thousands of meters above the ground. In the sky there was a bright sun providing light and heat to the flora and fauna in the space.
Yet Sean knew that this was not the sun but rather an inexplicable phenomenon.
After the space upgrade, it not only expanded but also introduced the concepts of day and night.
During the day a sun appeared in the sky. At night a moon would take its place.
However, Sean was aware that both the sun and the moon were not real. One should consider the immense size of the sun and the moon. How could they possibly appear in a space that was only 2,000 meters wide?
Nevertheless, the presence of the sun and moon or the day and night not only brought the space closer to the real world but also provided a better growing environment for the animals and plants living within. 4 square kilometers may sound small, but in reality it's quite substantial. Xiao looked down and said, with proper planning, maintaining the livelihoods of several thousand people or even more should not be a problem. However, the matter of collecting people can be reconsidered based on the situation. The planning of the terrain and landforms must be changed to strive for maximum benefit. With this in mind, Xiao focused his thoughts and a light screen appeared before him. The screen displayed detailed terrain and structural maps of the entire space down to a blade of grass that could be retrieved from it. With the previous planning, I believe that shaping the space into an island would be more appropriate. The outermost layer would be a body of water. It doesn't need to be too wide, but it should be deep enough. Given that the space height is also 2,000 meters, a depth of 1,000 meters seems a bit too deep, so let's set it at 500 meters. With a width of 100 meters and a depth of 500 meters, the circle would be sufficient for a certain number of marine creatures to thrive within the space. As for freshwater, we can create a small freshwater lake on the island and connect it with several small streams and rivers to the ocean, which would be just right for the migrating fish to use. Naturally, my residence must be in the core area and also at the highest point. As for Sun Jiaying and others who may come in the future, we can plan a small town, or rather a small community. The residential and commercial areas can be combined. Although there seems to be no immediate need for commerce, it will surely be needed in the future. And there should be places for work. If there is nothing to do, one cannot guarantee that someone won't develop some inappropriate thoughts. Agriculture is certainly a must, along with supporting deep processing. As for industry, we can start from the basics and gradually develop. After all, I am not in a hurry. Regarding those things that are not urgent, we certainly can't create all the seawater needed for the surrounding waters artificially, right? It seems I have been overthinking this. Some things that are difficult to accomplish domestically could be done abroad. With this thought, Xiao immediately looked at the 2 boats that had been gathering dust in the space, and his starry eyes suddenly lit up. Sir, we have locked onto several radio frequency bands, Phoenix suddenly reported. At the same time, we have received a signal in the agreed band. The source of this signal should be familiar to you, sir. Not Defei. Xiao was taken aback. No, I really am not a doctor. Is it really him? Xiao was quite surprised. I really am not a doctor was part of a local shelter group chat established by his friend Zhao Fei. He just didn't participate much, so he didn't know if Zhao was busy or just lurking. Yes, sir, the other party is seeking assistance in the agreed channel. Assistance? Is he trapped too? Xiao frowned slightly. The reason Xiao rescued Sun Jiaying and Sun Ili was due to a previous transaction which had been quite pleasant. Coupled with the relationship with his friend Zhao Fei and some crucial experimental ideas, he decided to step in and save them. However, Xiao's relationship with that doctor was rather ordinary, even less intimate than the fisherman he had previously traded with, akin to the silly friends he had in online groups before the apocalypse. For someone like that, Xiao truly didn't want to be disturbed in executing his newly devised ocean plan. Sir, the other party is merely seeking support and is not trapped. Oh. What kind of support do they want? Xiao's expression softened. If they weren't asking for a rescue, then it was no big deal. According to them, they hoped to receive support in terms of electricity. Electricity. Xiao smiled knowingly. No matter where a shelter or civil defense facility was, normal operations could not proceed without electricity. Under normal circumstances, electricity was generally generated through diesel or gasoline generators. Those who could be pulled into Zhao Fei's group were clearly not ordinary individuals. Xiao was certain that I'm really not a doctor must have stockpiled quite a bit of fuel just to cope with the days of power outages during the apocalypse, and even had backup generators to deal with the possibility of generator failures. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been able to restore communication so quickly after the electromagnetic storm. It was evident they were well prepared. As for why they were still seeking help, don't forget that the electromagnetic storm only inflicted fatal damage on electronic devices, but there were also earthquakes and floods. Yes, electricity. Let's contact them first. After Xiao finished speaking, he summoned a walkie-talkie without even stepping out of his space. This was a new feature he discovered after upgrading his space. Not only could he see outside through a light screen, but he could also directly receive outside radio signals and internet signals within his space. Although the internet signal was gone, the radio signal was intact. Phoenix. Yes, sir. Soon a voice emerged amidst the crackling background noise. Calling. Calling. This is I'm really not a doctor. Is anyone there? I need some support with electrical equipment. Please contact me as soon as you hear this over. Calling. Calling. This is I'm really not a doctor. Is anyone there? I need some support with electrical equipment. Please contact me as soon as you hear this over. Calling. Calling. This is a novice mechanic. Doctor, it's great to hear your voiceover. Mechanic. It's you. Great. I thought everyone's radios had no backups. Doctor, is there a problem with the electricity on your end? Xiao didn't waste any time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Yes, mechanic, do you have any spare electrical equipment? The doctor, sitting in his own shelter, spoke with a hopeful tone. Can you provide a gasoline generator or a diesel generator? Of course. How many do you have? Can you spare me 2? I can trade other supplies for them. Hearing this, Xiao En smiled satisfactorily. If the other party had purely wanted support without any intention of offering something in return, the signal would have been cut off immediately. Such a person was not worth helping, and helping them might even lead to blame. I can support you with 2 units, but the situation outside is dire. I also received official alerts. Can you really not come? I'm willing to pay more. I'm really not a doctor. Didn't think that someone wanted to raise the price after the disaster. He had been listening to various information released by the official station and learned just how bad the situation outside was. In temperatures of 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, it wouldn't take long for someone to become half-cooked without thermal protection clothing. The air was filled with toxic gases plus earthquakes and floods. It was clear that the roads outside were also difficult to navigate. In reality, if it weren't for this reason, the doctor wouldn't be so anxious. Even if the shelter couldn't operate normally without electricity, he could still venture out to seek supplies or go to the official shelter for help. But now he couldn't get out. While the official rescue was not non-existent, when they would arrive was still a question. After all, in such a large city, every official shelter and civil defense facility had survivors waiting for rescue. A private shelter without enough connections and status wouldn't stand a chance. The doctor had previously thought about waiting for a while. After all, without electricity, the supply stored in the shelter could sustain him and his family for some time. However, this wait had extended to now, and the longer he waited, the more anxious he became. No need to raise the price. Can you tell me what you have for exchange? They are all normal supplies. Mechanic, do you have anything urgent you need? I need a batch of medical equipment. Do you have any? Mechanic, you're being too vague. There are too many types of medical equipment. How could I possibly have them all? Oh. So you do have some. I do have some, but they are common equipment and some have been damaged due to the electromagnetic storm. Then what about your radio station? I got a military radio through someone along with backup parts specifically designed to counter potential EMP attacks. Do others have them too? The landlord and the fisherman definitely do. As for others, I'm not sure. Upon hearing this, Xiao En was more convinced that his friend had intentionally cut off contact with the outside world, though he hadn't even thought about the reason. How about this? I'll bring 2 generators over to you and we can discuss the specifics of the exchange then. No problem, don't worry mechanic, I will definitely make sure you won't suffer losses. Give me the address, I'll set off right now. Alright. Once Phoenix noted the address, Xiao En discovered that the doctor's shelter was surprisingly not in the city center nor even in the suburbs. It was located in a county east of the city. This was interesting. The fact that the other party could be pulled into Zhao Fei's group clearly indicated they were not an ordinary person. Yet such an individual had their shelter built in a county. However, Xiao En wasn't worried about the other party going back on their word. He casually assembled 2 generators into the trunk of the Knight XV, switched to the protective combat suit without external armor or functional plugins, and then flew out of the space. Xiao En wanted to experience the driving pleasure of the Knight XV, but thinking of the streets outside, which were basically in shambles, he dismissed the idea. After all, the vehicle was right there. When couldn't he drive it? In less than 20 minutes, Xiao En, originally located in the south of the city, arrived above the destination. From the air, most of the buildings on the ground appeared damaged, indicating that an earthquake had indeed occurred here, and the tremors didn't seem to be. However, since this area was far enough from the Yangtze River and there were no reservoirs or lakes nearby, it had not been flooded. After confirming the location of the doctor's shelter, Xiao En found a concealed spot to land the aircraft, then released the Knight 15 from the space. From the south of the city to the east, Xiao En piloted the aircraft and arrived in less than 20 minutes. This was still due to his observation and documentation of the surface conditions along the way, otherwise it could have been even shorter. However, after switching to the Knight XV, the total distance of less than 5 kilometers took a full 10 minutes. It wasn't because the vehicle was inadequate. In fact, if the vehicle weren't good enough, it would have taken much longer than 10 minutes, possibly even half an hour, due to the terrible road conditions. Calling. This is the mechanic doctor, I have arrived over. Calling. This is the mechanic doctor, I have arrived over. The doctor was changing into his protective suit when he received the message from his father, ensuring that the upcoming transaction would go smoothly. Well, in truth, he was uncertain if the mechanic would actually make it. After all, the situation outside was so complex and making a trip was evidently not easy. Furthermore, even if he did arrive, the doctor had his own concerns. After all, we are in an apocalyptic world, who knows what might happen. In reality, if it weren't for the mechanic having Zhao Fei's endorsement, if it weren't for the urgent need for a generator, and if things weren't about to go wrong, he wouldn't be so willing to trade. The doctor never expected that the mechanic would be this efficient. It had been only about half an hour and he had actually arrived. You have to understand that even before the apocalypse, it would take at least an hour to drive from the city to the county on the expressway. Dad, are you sure you heard correctly? The doctor, Zhang Mingxuan, had not even finished putting on his protective suit and his expression was somewhat comical. My ears aren't deaf yet. Zhang's father shook his head irritably. And also, don't you see what time it is? Would I joke about such matters? Great. Please reply quickly and he'll go out to pick up the goods right away, Zhang Mingxian said hastily. Xian, is the other party really reliable? Zhang's father's expression was somewhat worried. There's really no need to rush for the generator. Didn't the authorities say that the high temperatures won't last long? With our current supplies we can definitely hold out until then. Trading with someone of unknown origin at this time could lead to complications. If anything goes wrong we won't have a chance to ask the authorities for help. Dad, the mechanic is quite reliable. Jiang Mingxian hesitated for a moment. You know Zhao Fei, we've traded a few times and it went quite well. His friends should be trustworthy. Moreover, they have a shelter which is said to be better than ours. There shouldn't be any issues. Especially considering Mom's current condition. If we lose power I fear something terrible might happen. Hearing his son mention his wife, Zhang's father realized that this transaction was indeed imperative. Alright, I will handle the trading, you stay back. Zhang's father sighed. This way if anything goes wrong there's some buffer space, it won't be too critical. Dad, I should go. Mom still needs you. Stop arguing, I'm going. In the end Jiang Mingxian could not convince his father and had to let him put on the protective suit. Dad, how about we agree to the authorities' conditions instead? Seeing his father fully geared up, Jiang Mingxian regretted his impulsiveness. It's fine, didn't you say the other party is reliable? With a somewhat resolved expression Zhang's father replied, besides to have someone deliver goods at a time like this is impressive. Your friend is quite capable. As long as this transaction goes smoothly we might need to rely on him in the future. By the way, didn't he want medical equipment? We can take a small loss this time, after all only by keeping people alive is there hope. Understood, I'll go prepare right away. Jiang Mingxian had nothing more to say. Meanwhile Sean parked the vehicle by the roadside patiently waiting while listening to the official radio channel broadcasting information. The content of the information mostly reassured the survivors still in shelters or civil defense works, telling them not to worry, the authorities would quickly commence supply deliveries and rescue operations. The only thing Sean found useful was that according to the data provided by the authorities the outdoor temperature was dropping. After the impact of the super asteroid fragments the highest local temperature was about 80 degrees Celsius. Indeed, anyone who stepped outside would perish. But now it was nearly falling below 70 degrees, although still high. How many days had it been? At this rate within a month the outdoor temperature could drop below freezing. Sean looked at the external temperature display on the vehicle's control panel. By then it would truly be an ice age. No, it should be more like Metro 2033. Fortunately we are only facing a natural disaster. There are no monsters or aliens, otherwise this world would truly be doomed. However, regardless of what is happening on Defei's side we still need to help them before the temperature drops to freezing to avoid any accidents. Sean was well aware that the high surface temperatures were purely due to the series of impacts from super asteroid fragments which caused a thermal effect. However, as the sky became more obscured these high temperatures would rapidly decrease after reaching their peak. Although it seemed to be dropping slowly now, the speed would increase. As for what the final low temperature would be, it would depend on the specific region. Areas closer to the tropics would certainly fare better, but in the north it wouldn't be surprising for the temperature to drop directly to minus 70 or 80 degrees. It was evident that the authorities could not have overlooked this point. In Sean's view, once the outdoor temperature drops to an acceptable level a major operation would likely commence. They would gather as many supplies as possible and ensure that the shelters and civil defense works continue to operate. Even now those underground survival circles based on the subway should still be ongoing in terms of digging and connecting. Sir, the doctor has replied asking what exactly we want to trade. Once the items for trade are confirmed he will bring the goods over to trade. Sean was not surprised by this response. Just now with the help of spatial scanning he had already discovered that the doctor's shelter was not located here. Clearly the other party was still holding back, not foolishly revealing the exact location of their shelter, likely out of fear of danger. Reply to them that I need some basic medical equipment and let him handle it. Understood, sir. In truth, Sean was not very concerned about what could be traded. Having previously entertained the idea of exploiting foreigners, he was genuinely uninterested in the situation within the country. Of course, this lack of interest referred to the plundering of resources and personnel, not that he wanted to go abroad to mix with others. On the other side, the doctor sitting in front of the radio felt both relieved and conflicted after hearing Phoenix's reply. Relieved that Sean did not take advantage of him, yet conflicted because let him handle it often meant the most difficult to manage. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Sean finally received news from the doctor. The other party was clearly cautious, opting not to conduct a face-to-face transaction but instead placed the items at a certain location and informed Sean to pick them up while leaving 2 generators behind. Sean was inherently a very careful person, so he naturally found nothing wrong with such an arrangement. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions towards others while being wary of others' ill intentions. Given the current situation, it never hurts to be cautious. Once the pickup location was confirmed, Sean did not waste any time and drove straight there. The place had just been visited. It was clearly an abandoned warehouse, empty both inside and out, with even the main door left wide open. Inside one of the warehouses were several boxes of various sizes marked with both Chinese and English. As Sean jumped out of the car, a teasing smile appeared on his face, obscured by his helmet. He had just conducted a spatial scan of the vicinity and not only spotted a figure hiding in a room on the second floor of the warehouse office but also discovered a concealed entrance and exit for personnel in this inconspicuous warehouse. As Sean approached the rear door of the Night XV, it opened automatically. After hauling down the 2 generators equipped with voltage conversion features, Sean walked directly into the warehouse, placed the generators on the ground and then began loading the boxes back into the car before leaving without any other actions.
For Xiao confirming the situation with the doctor was sufficient, the so-called transaction was merely incidental. Since the other party had exhibited enough caution, it was completely understandable and there was no need for him to feign warmth where there was cold. After loading the medical equipment which he had no idea about onto the car, Xiao drove the Night 15 out of the tilted electronic gate, quickly disappearing into the faint reddish glow. This glow came from the fire clouds in the sky, a special phenomenon created by the friction between fragments of superasteroids and volcanic materials in the stratosphere as they fell back to the ground. In reality, the high surface temperature was partly due to the fire clouds, but as these clouds faded, the surface temperature would begin to plummet rapidly. However, at this moment Zhang's father was too preoccupied to think about that. After patiently waiting another half hour, he cautiously descended from the upper floor. Being careless was not an option. Wearing a protective thermal suit was cumbersome, and given his age he could only proceed slowly to avoid falling and suffering a serious setback. After another 10 minutes, Zhang's father finally arrived back at the warehouse and saw the two brand new fuel generators. At that moment a figure suddenly appeared.
"Dad, it's me. Xian, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come out?" Zhang's father was somewhat anxious. "Dad, it's fine. I just checked and they've already left." Zhang Mingxuan, also in a protective thermal suit, stepped forward quickly. "That doesn't matter, what if?" Zhang's father wanted to say something more but realized that if someone truly had malicious intent, their caution would be of little use. "Forget it, let's get the stuff back first. I didn't expect Xiao Fei's friend to be so capable." "Capable? Dad, I want to ask, who is the mechanic?" Zhang Mingxian grabbed one of the generators and began pushing it back. While creating these devices, Xiao not only intentionally increased the power output and fuel efficiency but also added voltage regulation, energy storage and convenient wheels which saved Zhang's father and son a lot of trouble. Without the wheels, moving these two generators, which were roughly the size of small refrigerators, back to their shelter would have been quite inconvenient. I didn't see the person clearly, but his vehicle and equipment were impressive. Zhang's father couldn't help but praise. "How impressive are we talking about?" Zhang Mingxian became increasingly curious. For Xiao to deliver the generators in such a short time was nothing short of a lifesaver, but the more this was the case, the more curious he became about how he managed it. He came in an armored vehicle and the gear he was wearing was definitely far superior to what we have on. Zhang's father's tone was tinged with both envy and awe. The envy stemmed from the fact that he could still conduct transactions outside in such times, driving an armored vehicle with exceptional mobility. If only the two of them had such conditions, why would they need to huddle in the shelter, too afraid to come out? Even after scouring all the supplies in the county town, there would still be some overlooked items sufficient to bring them great joy. As for the awe, it was due to the fact that he could drive an armored vehicle out and wear equipment that looked like it belonged in a science fiction story. How could someone like that have a simple background? Armored vehicle. Zhang Mingxian looked bewildered. Yes, a huge armored vehicle. No wonder it could navigate such complex road conditions, just its wheels are about a meter high. Zhang's father nodded. "By the way, Xiao Xian, remember to speak well of such friends later. We must maintain this relationship. Ultimately, we've been too stingy. If we could have given more medical equipment, perhaps we could have left them indebted." "Dad, stop thinking about that. Since the mechanic is reliable and capable, we can keep in touch more often." Zhang Mingxian did not regret it. "That's all we can do." Zhang's father's tone was somewhat regretful. In fact, the Zhang family was not exactly the local tyrant in the county town, but their status and connections were quite respectable. Otherwise, the Zhang family would not have almost monopolized the entire county's medical supply trade, nor would they have established ties with Xiao Fei's family. It was a pity that the disaster that arrived early shattered everything the Zhang family had worked hard to build. After working for more than half an hour, Zhang Mingxian and his father finally managed to get the two generators into the generator room. "Xiao Xian, quickly check if the machines work," Zhang's father urged without bothering to take off his protective suit. "Okay." Zhang Mingxian understood why his father was anxious and hurried to get to work, only to find something seemed off with the two generators he hadn't examined closely. "What's wrong? Is the machine broken?" Zhang's father felt a sinking sensation in his heart. "Dad, it's not broken. These two generators feel very advanced. They even have LCD control screens." Zhang Mingxian quickly explained and then pressed the power button next to the control screen. In the next moment, the screen lit up, followed by a very brief startup animation. "Pioneer technology." Zhang Mingxian read the mechanical font that appeared after the animation ended. After Zhang Mingxian attempted to operate the generator, he became increasingly amazed by its advanced technology. However, no matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't figure out which company was behind this pioneering technology. It's worth noting that while setting up the shelter, he had researched many brands and models of generators, even purchasing an imported one that was quite expensive. Yet even so, there was no comparison to the machine before him. "How is it?" Zhang's father grew more anxious. "Dad, the machine is flawless. No, not just flawless, it's superb." Zhang Mingxian exclaimed joyfully, then hurriedly ran to the side to pour oil into the oil injector. It took 3 barrels of oil to fill it up, after which Zhang Mingxian pressed the start button that popped up on the control screen. After a buzzing sound, the control screen displayed that the device had started operating normally. Then another prompt appeared indicating that no external power supply had been detected and the battery function was now activated.
That aside, the most crucial point was that this generator operated remarkably quietly. Of course it couldn't be completely silent, but for Xiang and his father it was exceptionally quiet. This is incredibly advanced.
Zhang Mingxian couldn't help but exclaim.
Xian, stop chatting and quickly connect the wires, your mom is still waiting.
Zhang's father reminded him.
Got it, on it, Zhang Mingxian promptly replied. Initially Zhang Mingxian only intended to set up 2 ordinary generators to restore power first, then slowly think of ways to fix the original generator set. But who would have thought that Xian was so efficient, delivering a generator that was far more advanced than the ones in Zhang Mingxian's generator. This saved a lot of trouble once the original backup lines were connected. The shelter not only regained light but air filtration, oxygen generation, and even the air conditioning began operating. Once everything was done, both Zhang Mingxian and his father were drenched in sweat even though they had taken off their protective suits halfway through. However, both of them were very happy despite their exhaustion, not only boiling some hot water for a good bath but also preparing a sumptuous meal to reward themselves for the hardships endured. Meanwhile, Xian had returned to the container terminal at Jinling port not to continue opening treasure chests or guessing blind boxes but to prepare for the next operation. It seems that even if the doctor isn't an actual physician, he is involved in the medical equipment business. Although they're not significant items, their practicality is strong. After glancing through the items the doctor provided for trade, Xian didn't take it to heart too much. If the next leg of the journey went smoothly, these would be trivial. After casually sending these medical devices into the storage room, Xian raised his hand and a new flying device appeared before him. The reason for the quotation marks around flying device is that this craft is not meant for flying but rather for underwater operation. Xian wasn't unaware that flying would be faster, but it also posed more dangers. The EMP generated by super asteroid fragments colliding with Earth is indeed powerful, but military facilities are equipped with EMP resistance. While it is impossible to have no issues at all, it certainly wouldn't be as paralyzed as civilian areas. After monitoring the official radio station for a while, Phoenix did gain some insights. Important intelligence was certainly out of reach, but it allowed for a rough inference of some government and military activities such as upcoming rescue operations.
Considering his parents' situation, Xian could only remain low-key to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, aside from that consideration, there were benefits to taking the water route.
Taking advantage of the ongoing cataclysm, he aimed to gather as many natural resources as possible.
Once temperatures plummeted into the ice age, it would be too late. Phoenix, isn't this a bit small?
Looking at the single-person underwater craft, Xian hesitated.
Sir, you only have one person? Unless you want to bring Sun Jiaying along.
Then let's forget it, but make sure to design a larger version later.
Being too small can feel cramped.
Alright, sir.
I can start designing it now. Given your capabilities, creating a new one will be easy. Let's stick with this for now.
Xian shook his head, then operated a few commands on the personal terminal on his left wrist. Immediately the Sith-themed underwater craft opened its hatch. This time there was no need to lie down. To be honest, lying down was indeed comfortable, but over time it felt a bit off. Therefore this time Xian made adjustments to the underwater craft. Typically he could sit to operate it, but when necessary he could also control it while lying down.
After all,
only children make choices, adults want it all. Once the hatch closed, a series of airtight hiss
sounds erupted. Main control system has come online, performing final self-check.
Energy system normal, engine system normal, life support system normal, weapons system normal, sonar detection system normal. Sir, everything is normal and ready for departure. I hope this trip yields great rewards. Xian smiled, then with a thought he and the underwater craft vanished into thin. When he reappeared he found himself above the surface of the Yangtze River. The craft couldn't fly, so after appearing it began to fall downwards. Due to the design, the entire vehicle was head down and rear up, resembling a large bomb, and with a splash it plunged into the murky waters of the river. Activate the engine power output at 38. Scan the surroundings with radar, prioritize locking onto living aquatic organisms. Don't miss any containers that may have been swept into the river, I won't feel guilty about taking them.
Understood, sir.
Following Xian's series of commands, the Scythia-inspired underwater craft instantly illuminated 2 sets of front lights. The rear-facing thrusters quickly adjusted their rotations and the powerful thrust propelled the underwater craft forward rapidly.
The segment of the river in this city was already quite murky, and with the tsunami causing massive seawater backflow it was even more turbid.
Even with the headlights on, visibility remained dismally low. Fortunately, navigating underwater doesn't primarily rely on vision to determine direction and surroundings, so the impact wasn't significant. As for the sonar detection system on the craft, it was derived from civilian sonar detection equipment used on fishing boats and guns. Unfortunately, the military sonar had been dismantled. If it weren't for Xian's ability to utilize space upgrades, the detection effectiveness would have genuinely been unsatisfactory. Not long after entering the river, Xian made a discovery. Several containers scattered by the river were directly tossed into the storage space.
Following the much wider Yangtze River, the stealth vehicle hidden within the river continued its journey eastward.
As it passed several cities along the way, Xian surfaced the vehicle to receive the official radio channels from the local government. From what he observed, it was evident that the disaster situation in the country was far less severe compared to North America, South America, or Europe, but the impact was still quite terrible. Earthquakes, tsunamis, extreme heat, toxic gases, and the occasional fire meteor crashing down from the sky had caused significant damage to the cities along the route. Particularly in the regions along the river, almost all areas were submerged in the murky waters.
Sean's expression darkened as he encountered several human corpses floating in the river, the reasons for their presence unknown.
Fortunately, the journey was not without rewards. In addition to the containers and some cars and boats swept into the river, he also found engineering equipment from the docks. However, what delighted Sean the most was the bounty of seafood he had managed to catch. It was unclear if there were problems with the ocean, as it wasn't yet the season for the 4 famous delicacies of the Yangtze River, yet Sean surprisingly caught several silverfish, knifefish, Yangtze sturgeon, and shad. Among these, the Yangtze sturgeon was the most abundant, while the silverfish, knifefish, and shad were quite scarce. Fortunately, regardless of their numbers, as long as they were placed in the space, they would soon reproduce. What left Sean speechless was that he had actually found a sunken ship. Not a fishing vessel or cargo ship overturned by floodwaters, but an ancient shipwreck. It was likely geological movements that exposed the ship, which had originally been buried at the riverbed, and surprisingly it was relatively intact. Sean directly stored both the ship and the riverbed sediment into his space, and soon he acquired a batch of gold, silver, jewels, jade, and some of the most famous porcelain from China. Such a haul would have made Sean overnight rich before the apocalypse. The more than 10 million he borrowed previously could have been paid off in a heartbeat with plenty left over. But now it could only be treated as ancient artifacts stored in space or raw materials for crafting. After 2 days of navigating the Yangtze River, he finally arrived at the estuary. Beyond the estuary lay the East China Sea.
Phoenix opened the map.
Understood, sir.
Once the map was open, Sean zoomed in on the area below the estuary.
Directly beneath the estuary were Hangzhou Bay and Zhoushan City, composed of several islands forming a natural marine fishing ground. Although the marine resources in the nearshore areas had been gradually depleted in recent years due to overfishing, measures such as fishing moratoriums, artificial seeding, and stricter crackdowns on poaching had somewhat revitalized this sea region. However, Sean merely glanced at the sea area before shifting the map to another location, a country with a long historical entanglement with China, Japan. I can't act freely in my own country, but here abroad, especially in your territory, there are no such constraints. Sean looked at the island nation on the map, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he surfaced the stealth vehicle. Within a few minutes, the aircraft soared into the sky, racing toward the eastern direction of the East China Sea. In about 10 minutes, the aircraft hovered over a patch of ocean.
Phoenix, are you sure there's a small island of Japan right here?
Sean examined the markings on the map, then looked at the detection screen, his tone tinged with a sense of schadenfreude.
Yes, sir, we should be directly above Uji Island, which is clearly submerged under seawater. I knew it would be like this. What a shame.
Sean shook his head in regret. Don't get him wrong, as a pure-blooded Chinese, he couldn't care less if the Japanese lived or died. His real concern was Uji Island itself. Don't be fooled by the island's small size, it actually had plenty of natural resources. Sean initially thought of directly devouring this island, as it could enrich the biological diversity within his space and provide abundant soil materials and even minerals. After all, the ground of the space was only 4 square kilometers, but with a height of 2,000 meters it could easily accommodate a towering peak, maximizing the utilization of the internal space. But to his surprise, this once well-known island in Japan had simply vanished.
Forget it, the island is gone. What matters is that Japan hasn't entirely disappeared.
After saying this, Sean piloted the aircraft at full speed toward the interior of Japan. Along the way, aside from the turbulent waters, he occasionally spotted remnants of boats and buildings floating on the ocean surface. The original small islands were either completely submerged or had been reduced to mere fragments. There was no way around it. Japan was an island nation, and when a tsunami struck, it was bound to be inundated. In fact, Japan had been hit by tsunamis and earthquakes every year, and countless people lost their lives due to these natural disasters. However, this time was completely different. The chain reaction brought on by the super asteroid fragment had sent Japan sliding into an abyss of no return. This is not Sean exaggerating or reveling in others' misfortunes. At present, it was merely the rising sea level that had submerged the island.
But once the ambient temperature drops below freezing, the submerged waters will freeze into ice, and at that point the devastation will be even more severe.
As the aircraft flew north from Uji Island and reached the well-known area above Rikuzen Takata City, it became apparent that not just here but several nearby cities had also been largely submerged.
Sir, survivors have been detected.
Survivors? Outdoors? Sean was quite surprised. Not exactly outdoors, sir, they are in caves on the mountains. What difference does that make from being outdoors? But how could they withstand the high? Just as Sean was astonished that these survivors were still alive, he discovered that the external temperature was only 50 degrees Celsius. Although this temperature was still quite high, it was significantly lower compared to the 70 degrees Celsius in his country, and at the very least one didn't need to wear thermal suits to move around. Damn, a type of plant, the low temperature is one thing, but why are there also low levels of toxic substances in the air?
Sir, it's likely due to Japan's geographical location and unique topographical features.
That could be possible.
Sean nodded.
Sir, should we engage with them?
Engage? Is it necessary?
Sean was somewhat puzzled. Sir, you are indeed a godlike presence in space, but it's impossible for you to handle everything. The space requires a lot of manpower.
All right, you make a valid point. Sean smiled helplessly, but not everyone is qualified to enter my space. That's why we need to make contact first and see how it goes. If it doesn't fit, we can leave at any time. Then it's settled, we do need some suitable guides. Sean nodded in agreement. Tamaki Yamada is a model, meaning she is a model, and she is also a mixed-race model, and quite a successful one at that. As a post-2000s individual, she is only 19 years old in terms of her virtual age, and in reality she is just 18. Having fared well in the outside world, she naturally received better opportunities than others, making her quite a notable newcomer in the modeling scene of the land of the rising sun. However, Tamaki Yamada never expected that one day she would have to face apocalyptic disasters that could only be seen in disaster. As if that wasn't enough, having narrowly escaped death, she now faces the twisted and evil nature of humanity. Run. Keep running. Having just escaped, Tamaki Yamada couldn't care less about the oppressive heat outside and what harm it might bring her. All she wanted to do was one thing: escape or simply die. The reason is simple. Not long ago, an extremely disgusting and terrifying incident occurred in the temporary refuge cave. Previously supportive male survivors who escaped the tsunami began to perpetrate violence against the female survivors. Well, perhaps some of the female survivors didn't think there was anything wrong with that, but Tamaki Yamada certainly did. She truly did not want to die, but she especially did not want to be violated before her death and by a group of people taking turns to do so. In fact, if survival could be obtained by exchanging her body, Tamaki Yamada wasn't sure if she would refuse. Perhaps she would even become one of those flattering female survivors. However, everything is feared by a single but. While she was secretly going to the toilet, she accidentally overheard a conversation among several male survivors. Tamaki Yamada didn't catch the specifics clearly, but one thing remained vividly in her memory, filling her with immense fear. In the absence of food, Tamaki Yamada and the other female survivors would become food. It was because she learned such a terrifying truth that she was willing to risk her life to escape. Even if she were to die, she preferred to die outside rather than be eaten as food. If it were only this, Tamaki Yamada wouldn't be in utter despair. When she secretly confided this matter to her good friend and assistant, hoping to escape together, she never expected that the person who usually had a very good relationship with her would betray her, informing the leader among the male survivors in exchange for not being abused and treated as food. The successive blows left Tamaki Yamada utterly disillusioned with humanity and this world, prompting her to choose to flee while she still had the chance. However, to her surprise, the male survivors discovered her and relentlessly pursued her, getting closer and closer. Even though Tamaki Yamada maintained her fitness as a model, the lack of adequate nutrition during this period had drained her strength significantly. If it weren't for the overly complex terrain on the mountain, she would have been caught long ago and experienced what true terror and despair felt like. While running in a moment of panic, Tamaki Yamada unexpectedly found herself in front of a steep slope. With no way to proceed and the pursuers drawing ever closer, the despair of apocalyptic disasters, the corruption of human nature, and betrayal from a friend led to her final mental breakdown. Just as she was preparing to jump down, determined not to fall into the hands of those demons who could no longer be called human, a strange humming sound suddenly resonated. In the next moment, a white light enveloped Tamaki Yamada. In that instant, she felt as though she could see a deity. At that moment, she heard two gunshots bang. Bang. As the light blinded her, Tamaki Yamada felt a sharp pain in her back and her whole body lurched forward. Am I going to die again? With such thoughts, Tamaki Yamada fell down the steep slope. Then she plunged into the air and vanished completely. That was quite spectacular. Sean observed the few people who had just shot and were now quickly fleeing. Phoenix, deploy the drones to locate their gathering place if necessary. Leave no survivors. Understood? Understood, sir. Sean nodded and then disappeared into the aircraft. When he reappeared, he was already in the airspace. Tamaki Yamada, having been shot, was now floating in the air, her once soaked and dirty t-shirt now stained with a patch of crimson. Though I don't know what you've encountered, meeting me is your fortune. After saying this, Sean raised his hand and a bullet flew out from the back of the girl. If we were to speak of her misfortune, it was indeed unfortunate. Those two shots were clearly just fired casually. Even in broad daylight, it shouldn't have hit, yet surprisingly one of the two shots struck her. Such luck is unparalleled. Fortunately, the gun was likely a small revolver used by the police in the land of the rising sun, which had minimal power. Though it hit her in the back, it didn't penetrate deeply enough to even injure her internal organs. Extracting the bullet, cleaning and disinfecting, stitching up the wound, after a quick series of operations she was already fine. Given the state of the wound, she wouldn't need to rest too long. At most she would be fine in half a month. With Sean's exceptional control, once the wound healed there would be no scars left. However, after Sean casually cleaned her body and changed her into a sleepwear, he discovered that she was still in a coma. Is it that she psychologically believes she is dead, thus becoming a vegetative state? Sean said with a look of exasperation. Let me be clear, it's not that I don't want to save her. If she can't be saved, then don't blame me. At that moment, Phoenix sent a message. Sir, we have locked onto the target area. It would be best for you to come and take a look. Hearing that Phoenix's tone was somewhat off, Sean didn't have time to worry about the new girl and instantly vanished into space. Upon returning to the aircraft, he was quickly brought by Phoenix to the target area. What is the situation? Sir, there are quite a number of survivors, but something clearly went wrong not long ago, particularly concerning those female survivors. Sean understood immediately. It's not that I discriminate, such situations are quite common for this ethnicity. However, sir, they clearly intend to treat those female survivors as food. What? Sean was stunned.
It is understandable that desperate emotions can lead to evil actions, but in his worldview, well, in certain films it is usually male versus
female or female versus
male, or even more distorted, it is against other creatures including aliens. But treating humans as food, it sure Sean had heard of such things, and indeed there were instances of cannibalism in Chinese history, but the problem is, what era is this?
Sir, based on the footage from the mini-drone, they have already done this. Should I bring up the footage?